Starting as an orphan at the absolute bottom of society, he used his bare fists and the kill-to-level-up system to sweep the 6 states and unify the Central Plains. Casting aside the name Zhao Qi, he officially reclaimed his ancestry, becoming Ying Qi, the crown prince who holds the entire destiny of the Great Qin Empire. For those who are new to this series, a nearly 12-hour Part 1 video is already available on the channel, fully summarizing the protagonist's incredibly gripping journey to hegemony. The playlist link is already in the description and pinned at the top of the comments, so make sure to binge watch it to fully understand the entire storyline. In Part 2, which also marks the conclusion of this masterpiece, the scale of the battles will transcend all limits of your imagination. Ying Qi's blade will not stop at the borders. Instead, it will reach foreign territories never before seen on the map. When supreme dark forces wielding the power of gods dare to arrogantly threaten his family's lives, the god of slaughter will show the world. Once a mortal is enraged, even a god, a Buddha, or a demon from hell must obediently bow their head. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Today, join us to witness the most explosive, tragic, and visually stunning final chapter of Ying Qi's journey. Without further ado, let's get right into it. After hearing the minister's flattery, he laughed with satisfaction. Haha, excellent. What an excellent title of Emperor. Jir, I accept this honor. Ying Zheng waved his hand and commanded, choose a day for the Fengshan sacrifice on Mount Tai. Court is dismissed. The ministers immediately responded respectfully. We bid farewell to the king and the crown prince. He turned and walked forward beaming and said, First Emperor, I am very pleased. If I am the first emperor, then you, Jir, though you will be the second emperor of Great Qin, also have the merit of stabilizing the realm. After you ascend, you shall be the new martial emperor. Yingji muttered to himself. Qin, second emperor. The image of that tragic figure from history flashed through his mind. He smiled wryly, thinking, although my second emperor is different from the historical one, it still feels somewhat ironic. Haha. Ying Zheng glanced at him and asked, Mount Tai reaches straight to the heavens. Performing the Fengshan sacrifice there will surely secure heaven's blessing for Great Qin's rule for 10,000 generations. But many preparations are needed. During this time, Jir, do you have any other plans? The protagonist lowered his head, a trace of sorrow appearing on his face, and replied, Father, I wish to return to Rongcheng to move my mother's tomb to Shenyang. Elsewhere, a hand holding a golden goblet slammed heavily onto the table. An angry voice rang out. What first emperor of 10,000 ages? What Fengshan on Mount Tai? Hu Hai's face was flushed red, covered in silver needles. He lay drunkenly on the table, cursing, what two emperors ruling together? Yingji, you bastard, all those things should be mine. That mongrel Yingji has stolen everything from me. He deserves to die. Beside him, Zhao Gao held a roll of silver needles, looking at him and saying, Your Highness, nothing is decided yet. Why let it upset and harm your spirit? Now that Fusu has left Shenyang, we have one less formidable enemy. He looked at him and asked back, How can I not be upset? What is Fusu? 10 Fuses are no match for one Yingji. His expression turned sinister as he raised a gleaming silver needle. Opportunities are born from waiting. Even if we have to outlast them, we'll wait until they die. Then nothing will be left. Then Zhao Gao inserted the needle tip into his ring finger. A subordinate entered from outside the door, knelt respectfully on one knee and reported, Your Highness, my lord. News from the Zhongtai Palace. The king and the crown prince will soon depart for Rongcheng to relocate the former empress's tomb. Zhao Gao curled his lips, smiled, and glanced at the person beside him. Your Highness, hasn't our opportunity arrived? Hu Hai's face, covered in silver needles, began to contort into a sinister smile. Brother, a leading soldier rode at the front of the convoy, announcing loudly, The king departs for Rongcheng Li family village. Ying Zheng, sitting in his carriage, looked out the window at the soldiers flanking them, and spoke, Jir, what trick are you playing now, traveling with such fanfare, bringing only 500 personal guards, deliberately appearing lax in defense? Yingji smiled and replied, He, father has seen through me. I did it on purpose. The protagonist looked at him and explained, The realm has just been pacified. Remnants of the 6 states are in hiding. If we can lure them out this time and wipe them out in one fell swoop, wouldn't that be perfect? My 500 martial personal guards are more than enough to handle 5,000 enemy troops. Ying Zheng suddenly lowered his head and said, Jir's planning is thorough, but whether the bait will be taken in the end remains to be seen. He looked at him and called out, Father. Then he asked speculatively, Is father worried that Hu Hai might make a move? He thought to himself, Have I underestimated father's affection for Hu Hai? Is he going to shield him? At that moment the image of Hu Hai indeed suddenly appeared in Ying Zheng's mind. He smiled faintly, his expression calm as he looked at the male lead. Nothing escapes you, Kier. Do you think your father is the type to cling to things? Though Hu Hai is my blood, he means nothing to the empire of Qin. Ying Qi glanced at him, understanding now. He could rest assured. Then the male lead told him of his plans. When we father and son leave Shenyang, there will surely be hidden dangers in the court, so before departing I've sent shadow guards to monitor the officials and all the princes. I'm not afraid of them making a move, I'm afraid they won't. He reached out and firmly grasped Ying Zheng's hand. Father, you must completely purge the internal enemies in the court. This is a perfect opportunity, and I won't let it slip. Only then can I build Great Qin into a nation of martial arts in the future. He praised enthusiastically as well. Building Great Qin into a nation of martial arts, Kier, your ambition is immense. A vision of mighty troops arose in Ying Qi's mind. Exactly, a nation of martial arts, the male lead declared solemnly. Once the internal enemies are pacified, it will be time for Great Qin to expand its territory and annihilate external foes. In Rong City's Li family village, the villagers bowed respectfully, greeting the father and son in unison. The Li family village humbly welcomes the king and the crown prince. Long live the king, long live the crown prince. Long live Great Qin. Ying Zheng and Ying Qi lifted the curtain of their carriage and stepped out. He ordered, no need for such formalities, rise. The male lead smiled as he stepped forward to help the village head who was kneeling on the ground to stand up. Then he said with a smile, Uncle Village Head, over these years you've taken care of my mother's tomb. This time I've returned to move her coffin to Shenyang, so you'll have less to worry about in the future. The village head stared at him blankly and stammered, what, move the tomb? Seeing his unusual reaction, Ying Qi asked in confusion, is there something wrong? Uncle Village Head avoided his gaze, looking elsewhere, and mumbled, and no, it's just, the Empress has rested here for 20 years, suddenly moving the tomb is hard to let go of. The male lead turned to his father. In that case, father, I request to move mother's tomb immediately so she may rest in peace sooner. Ying Zheng looked at him and nodded in agreement. That suits my wishes. As their carriage departed, Uncle Village Head reached out behind them as if to speak. Your Highness, Your Majesty, the Empress, a villager beside him said. Uncle Village Head, you might as well tell them. He spoke anxiously. You can't hide the truth forever. How long can we keep this up? Besides, this is actually good news for the Crown Prince and the King. Uncle Village Head glanced at him. Let me think, I've kept it hidden for nearly 10 years. How do you expect me to bring it up? He sighed inwardly, unable to face the Crown Prince. And there was also Donger's entrustment. On an open space before Ying Zheng and Ying Qi, a Taoist priest was performing a ritual with song and dance, hidden in a land of glory. Dwelling in a house of wealth, the soul returns to its homeland, virtue eternal through the ages. The tombstone was inscribed with wife Zhao's Donger. The priest shook a golden bell producing a jingling sound. The auspicious hour has arrived. Break ground and move the tomb. Soldiers began their work, shoveling away the grave soil. The priest's voice echoed still. The auspicious hour has arrived. Break ground and move the tomb. Empress, may your soul return to your homeland. The soldiers kept shoveling. Ying Zheng lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Donger, brother Zheng has come to take you home. From now on we'll never be apart. Ying Qi gazed at the tomb, a doubt forming in his mind. Is it really going this smoothly? The village head was stammering. He must be hiding something. Suddenly, countless arrows flew from afar toward where the father and son stood. Ying Zheng glanced in that direction and said, Kier, your tactic of using yourself as bait has worked. The male lead turned his head to look at the approaching arrows and smiled contemptuously. Leave it to me. He extended his hand and a protective barrier seemed to appear, enveloping them both. The arrows struck the barrier and shattered. In the distance, a group of assassins wielding swords and knives charged forward. Brothers, kill the king of Qin and his son. After that, wealth and glory await us. Kill, charge. The male lead extended his hand, watching them as he ordered. How dare you disturb my mother's rest? Kill them all, leave no one alive. The lead assassin showed no fear and laughed loudly. Haha, we have over 3,000 men. Are we afraid of your few hundred? Ying Qi, you'll be the stepping stone to my fortune. As his words fell, blood-curdling screams erupted behind him. HMPH, ah! He turned around and was shocked to see his comrades falling, struck by arrows. Ah! Arrows rained down on them like a meteor shower. The leader asked in bewilderment. What's going on? What is this? What kind of arrows are these? The arrow storm showed no sign of stopping. All the assassins behind fled in terror. Ah, run! They have divine weapons. The soldiers behind Ying Qi were already in firing position. He looked at the assassins with disdain. You can't even recognize my crossbows, a bunch of useless cowards who've never been on a battlefield. Only Hu Hai and Zhao Gao could have raised such trash. A low-ranking thug said to his companion as they ran, Boss, they've seen through us. The leader beside him ordered in panic. Who cares about that now? Retreat, pass the order. Everyone fall back. But suddenly, a large number of soldiers appeared before them. The leading soldier ordered, by the master's command, leave no one alive. The commanding general seemed to radiate power as he raised his sword and declared, You won't escape. With a single slash of his sword, its power was immense, instantly cutting down several assassins. The lead assassin spat out a mouthful of blood and wondered in confusion, what's happening? There are only a few hundred of them. Have our 3,000 troops been wiped out without even a chance to fight back? Sir, do you even know who your opponent is? Before he breathed his last, a scene of him talking with Hu Hai and Zhao Gao flashed in his mind. Sir, do you even know who your opponent is? We can't win. How can we beat a god? That Ying Qi is a god of slaughter. The entire forest radiated the male lead's astonishing power. Ying Zheng smiled as he watched this scene of thunder rising from the ground. Kier, is this the power of your subordinates? The male lead glanced at him. Not a single assassin will be spared when we return to Shenyang. Should we spare Hu Hai's life? It's entirely up to you, father, he said to his father. I know you hate to see brother turn against brother, but his actions this time show no filial piety at all. His goal isn't just to kill me, but to kill you as well. Ying Zheng closed his eyes and lowered his head with a sigh. For that throne he's gone mad. He turned his head wearily, looking directly into his son's eyes. Kier, what a ruler must most avoid, especially soft-heartedness. You understand that better than I do. Suddenly, loud shouts from the soldiers near the tomb drew their attention. The two walked over to the grave. Ying Zheng frowned at the soldier and asked, "What's wrong?" The soldier bowed in panic and stammered to report, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Empress's tomb." Inside, Ying Zheng seemed to lose patience and ordered, "Speak." The soldier mustered his courage and replied in terror, "The Empress's tomb, there is no body." Both father and son were stunned, frowning as they asked, "What?" A pair of black leather boots hurried forward. Ying Qi bust open a door and called out, "Uncle Village Head." The male lead placed his hands on his shoulders and asked, "Earlier you hesitated, and when you heard I wanted to move my mother's tomb, you were very flustered. What is it? Do you know that my mother's body is missing?" Uncle Village Head was still stammering. This. At that moment, the pale, thin son lying on the bed looked up at him. "Father, the Crown Prince has already discovered it. Don't hide it anymore. Speak up." Uncle Village Head looked at him and sighed. "Alas," he turned and kowtowed to Ying Qi. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I was entrusted by someone to keep this secret from you for nearly 10 years. The truth is, the Empress did not pass away. She is still alive." The male lead was completely stunned. He widened his eyes and pressed, "Mother isn't dead. What's going on?" Uncle Village Head began to recount. "This goes back 8 years. That day I was tilling the soil in the field when I saw someone approaching. It was Sister Donger. She took his son's pulse and then advised, 'Nothing serious, but he must not overwork himself, and he needs to take medicine during seasonal changes.'" Uncle Village Head looked at her with tearful eyes. "Really? Thank heavens he's finally better." He held his son's hand and wept as he exclaimed, "Other doctors all said he was beyond saving. If it weren't for Sister Donger, my son's life would have been lost. Then I wouldn't want to live either." Donger packed her medicine box as she spoke. A parent's love for their child is so deep. A child's life and future are always what parents worry about most. Uncle Village Head looked at her in confusion and asked, "Sister Donger, why are you suddenly so sad? Is it because of that boy Qi?" She lowered her eyes and replied, No, Kier is fine. It's just that I sigh. Kier is an ambitious child. I know this little Li family village is not his world." The male lead's mother lowered her head and spoke sorrowfully. "Kier wants to leave, but because he worries about me, he can't do what he wants. As his mother, I'm holding him back." She suddenly knelt before Uncle Village Head. "Brother Village Head, I want to ask you for a favor, for Kier's sake. Please agree to it." He looked at her in alarm. "Oh Donger, you've done so much for my family. If you have something to say, just say it. No need for this." The male lead's mother raised her eyes, her face serious as she looked at him. "As long as I live, Kier will never leave. Only if I die can he cut off all his ties." Back in the present, Uncle Village Head lowered his head and said, "Donger was stubborn. I couldn't talk her out of it, so I had to agree. 2 days later, she took a fake death potion." Ying Qi pressed loudly. "A fake death potion? Mother went that far just to force me to leave." What happened next? Uncle Village Head continued the story. That day, the male lead knelt before his mother's grave, and Li Yanren comforted him nearby. "Brother Qi, if you keep guarding like this, Auntie Donger hasn't eaten for 2 days. How heartbroken she would be in heaven." Uncle Village Head was hiding behind a large rock watching them. He recounted, "That fake death potion makes a person lose all signs of life for 2 days. I waited for the right moment. After you left, I immediately broke open the grave and rescued Donger." He looked worriedly at the person sitting in the coffin and sighed. "Donger, are you all right? You scared me to death. That boy Qi guarded your grave for 2 days. Uncle Village Head handed her a bundle and asked, "Was this the only way? Why put yourself through this?" She closed her eyes and sighed. "Father and son are the same. Kier's nature is like his father's. If I didn't do this, they would never let go and forge ahead. A man's ambition lies in the world. I can't be their burden." Uncle Village Head watched the retreating figure and called out to her, "Donger, I swear I'll keep your secret, but even if you're leaving, you should at least tell me where you're going or I'll never rest easy." Donger smiled faintly, turned back and said her last words, "Don't worry, brother. I'm just going from where I came to where I'm going." Ying Qi walked out of Uncle Village Head's house, pondering his words. From where I came to where I'm going, Mother, where are you? Ahead, Ying Zheng was already waiting. Seeing him, he called out, Kier. He frowned and asked urgently, what did the village head say? The male lead smiled and answered him, Father, Mother is still alive. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened in shock and he froze. Then he rushed forward, arms outstretched, and tightly embraced Ying Qi, making him stiffen. Ying Zheng clenched his teeth and shut his eyes tightly, 2 streams of hot tears flowing down his cheeks. The male lead also pressed his lips together, eyes wide, tears rolling down his face. The father and son stood there, silently embracing in the yard of Uncle Village Head's house for a long, long time. After who knows how long, they sat down on stone benches. Ying Zheng wiped his tears and looked at his son, sighing, Heaven has shown me great favor. First, it let my beloved son acknowledge his roots, and now even my beloved is still alive. I never thought I'd see the day of a family reunion. Ying Qi sat across from him, deep in thought. But we still don't know where Mother is. He smiled and affirmed, As long as Donger is alive, what does it matter if I search the whole world? The male lead looked up and asked him, If someone truly wants to hide, how do you find them? Father, didn't you search for Mother for 20 years? He continued to ponder, but one thing still puzzled him. Mother chose to live in seclusion for my future. Now that I've been reunited with Father, logically, she has no reason to hide anymore. Why hasn't she shown herself? Ying Qi turned to look at the person across from him. Father, before she left, Mother said, From where I came to where I'm going, can you think of any place? Ying Zheng lowered his head in thought upon hearing this. From where I came to where I'm going, an image of Donger's radiant smile appeared in his mind, her hand in his as they ran toward the lush, fragrant green mountains. Brother Zheng, we've finally escaped. This will be the start of our new life. Ying Zheng gazed ahead and said, The place Donger is going to is definitely not that treacherous land of Zhao. So there's only one place, Dapi County. The convoy sped forward like the wind. A command came from inside the carriage. Li Cheng, speed up, get to Pai County in the shortest time possible. Li Cheng immediately replied, Yes. Above the city gate hung a plaque inscribed with the words, Great Pai. At that moment in the county magistrate's residence of Dapi County, a servant rushed in from outside. Sir. Inside, a round-faced magistrate was calmly lifting his teacup to drink. What's the rush so flustered? Has the sky fallen over Dapi? Speak slowly. The servant gasped for breath and stammered, It's, he took a deep breath and shouted, It's the king. The king and the crown prince have suddenly arrived in our county and are now waiting for you in the main hall. Upon hearing this, the magistrate spat out all the tea in his mouth. Then the round-faced magistrate hurriedly rushed out in panic. As he ran, he turned back and cursed, You idiot, why didn't you say such a big thing earlier? The servant followed behind and retorted, Didn't you tell me to speak slowly? Inside the main hall, Ying Zheng sat behind a wooden table, with Ying Ji standing beside him. The round-faced commandery governor bowed respectfully to the two men. Your servant did not know the king and the crown prince were arriving and failed to welcome you outside the city. Please forgive me, your majesty, and please forgive me, your highness. Ying Zheng looked at him and ordered, Enough, rise. Don't waste time. The governor looked up at them in confusion, unsure of the king's command. Your servant will do his utmost. Ying Ji, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and handed him a painting. Take a look at the woman in this painting. Do you recognize her? This time my father and I have come to find her, but we don't know if she is using an alias now. The governor looked at the painting before him and said, Oh, isn't this Miss Donger? Ying Zheng, who was sitting in front, immediately stood up eagerly. You know Donger? The governor replied respectfully. Reporting to your majesty and your highness, Miss Donger came to this commandery 7 years ago claiming to be a female physician. She treated the people in the city. Later, when a plague struck, most of the people in the commandery received her kindness, and everyone knows her. Ying Zheng smiled joyfully and immediately asked him, 7 years ago, that's right, where is she now? The governor recalled. Well, when the plague was rampant in the city, after it was brought under control, Miss Donger worried that the people in the mountains wouldn't receive treatment, so she went into the mountains herself. But the place she went to happened to have a landslide. He speculated worriedly. The only road into the village was completely buried by rocks and earth. I'm afraid, Miss Donger, I'm afraid she's in grave danger. Ying Zheng and Ying Ji, father and son, were both stunned after hearing his account. The towering mountain before them had completely sealed the road in with earth and stone. Both father and son opened their mouths wide, looking up at the scene before them. Ying Zheng asked incredulously, 8 years ago Donger came here. The governor bowed respectfully to explain to them, This is the road into the mountain village. At first we also wanted to move this huge rock or climb over the adjacent mountain, but unfortunately we lacked the strength. He lowered his head and speculated worriedly. Now it has been sealed for over 6 years. I'm afraid Miss Donger and the villagers inside are in grave danger. After hearing his words, Ying Zheng's whole body swayed as if about to fall. Ying Ji, standing beside him, immediately reached out in concern to support him. Father, the governor was also startled by the scene and asked the king, Your Majesty, this, he muttered to himself. Who exactly is this Donger to be able to affect the king? The governor looked up and asked the king before him. Your servant is ignorant. May I ask who Miss Donger is? Yingjung turned back to look at him and replied, Donger is my long-lost queen, the birth mother of the crown prince. The governor's face instantly froze and his mouth fell open. He bowed deeply to them and stammered, Your servant deserves death. I will immediately gather all our strength and surely move this rock. In 2 months, no, within 1 month I will clear the mountain road. Yingjung, supported by the male lead, walked near the landslide and called out for Donger. He placed his hand on the rock surface and looked up at the towering stone mountain above his head. I thought we husband and wife could be reunited, but I didn't expect heaven to punish me. If it wants my life, so be it, but why must you suffer like this? Yingji looked at his father and comforted him. Father, now is not the time for grief. I believe Mother is blessed by heaven. The urgent task is to move this stone mountain so we can continue searching for Mother. Upon hearing this, Yingjung immediately turned back and ordered, Jir is right. Immediately gather all the able-bodied men in the commandery. Within half a month I want this mountain road clear. The male lead interrupted him. No need for half a month, he explained with his head down. Father, please step back 100 paces. I will move that huge rock right now, Yingjung asked him incredulously. Jir, what method do you have to move this huge rock immediately? Yingji smiled slightly and glanced confidently to the side. Of course, it's the power of martial arts. Father, don't you also want to see my strength? The male lead stood on the pile of rubble, his whole body radiating power as if flames were surrounding him. Yingjung from a distance shouted worriedly to him, Jir, be careful in everything. Yingji erupted with immense power from within. Holding a long sword, he swung it, drawing an arc around him. A mere stone wall trying to block my path. He leapt high, gathered all his strength, and slashed straight forward with his sword. The strike hit the hard rock surface directly, and the huge stone slowly shattered into countless small pieces and fell. The towering stone wall before him was split open by Yingji's sword, parting to both sides, revealing a passage. He looked up and silently recited in his heart, Mother, your son has come to take you home. The soldiers standing behind stared at the unbelievable sight before them and shouted in a daze, The huge rock has been split open by the crown prince. What divine power is this? The crown prince must be a god descended to earth. Yingjung, standing behind, was also stunned with amazement, thinking, Is this Jir's power? The power of martial arts is truly terrifying. That mountain-like rock was so fragile. In the peaceful mountain village, people were walking normally, when suddenly a loud noise caught everyone's attention. The old village head, wearing a bamboo hat, frowned and turned his head toward the direction of the sound. What's going on? A man beside him, carrying a firewood basket, also asked in confusion. Such a loud noise, could there be another landslide? Outside the village entrance, a tall man in blue clothes ran in panic, shouting, Village head. The old village head looked at him and asked, Dajuang, what was that noise? Dajuang gasped for breath and replied, It's that huge rock blocking our village entrance. It's shattered. Village head, we can get out, the old man asked him incredulously. What, that rock our whole village dug for years without success? How did it suddenly shatter? He smiled and raised the scroll in his hand to explain, It's the king and the crown prince who came to find the queen. They saved us. Village head, we've been trapped for 6 years. Our great Qin has already been unified. The king and the crown prince are about to enter the village. I came ahead to give everyone the news. The 2 women standing behind looked at each other and murmured, Great Qin is unified. Not only can we get out, but we can also live in peace. The several men above also exchanged smiles. We didn't expect to be so fortunate as to have the king and the crown prince come to save our village. The village head at the front continued to press the person before him. Dajuang, you said the king and the crown prince came to find the queen. What's this all about? He handed the scroll to the village head and explained, It is said that back then, the queen came here and was trapped in our village. This is her portrait. Guess who it is? The old village head opened the scroll and saw the face of the person in the painting. Everyone who saw it was stunned. He also blurted out in surprise, Isn't this Miss Donger? I never thought the fairy who saved us 6 years ago was actually the queen. Elsewhere in a room, Donger was drying medicinal herbs while pondering, hearing the sound which seemed like a mountain collapse. She hoped no one was hurt. But why did her heart feel so unsettled? Suddenly, a call came from behind her. Mother. Donger turned around and saw the male lead and his father standing at her doorstep. Yingji ran quickly toward her, shouting, Mother, behind him. Yingjung also rushed forward eagerly. Donger, it's really you. Donger frowned as she watched them approach, muttering to herself, Am I hallucinating from missing them too much? Jir, Mother seems to see you, and Brother Zheng. The 2 rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Yingjung said loudly, Donger, it's not an illusion. Brother Zheng has kept you waiting too long. Today I've come to take you home. The male lead buried his head in her embrace as if about to cry. Mother, our family will never be separated again. Tears streamed down her face as she asked repeatedly in disbelief, Is this not a dream? Is it really not a dream? My Jir and my brother Zheng, are they both here? Afterwards, the family stood in the courtyard gazing at each other for a long time. Donger placed a cup of tea on the table and sighed. I never thought so much would happen in these few years. She turned back to look at Ying-jung and smiled. Jir has achieved so much and now he can acknowledge his ancestors. I truly have no regrets in this life, he looked at her and pleaded. For over 20 years. Every day eating felt like chewing wax. Now drinking the tea you brewed, Donger, I finally taste some sweetness. Donger, come back with me. Yingji looked at him, silently sighing at the cheesy words. Dad sure knows how to sweet-talk a girl. But then she lowered her head again and sighed in reply. No, I can't go back, both father and son asked in unison in surprise. Why? Donger explained. Even if the world is now at peace, the court and the realm are not the same thing. I come from a humble background which will invite gossip and be detrimental to both of you, and even more so to the state. She gazed ahead and continued. Moreover, Brother Jung, you have long announced to the world that I am dead. A ruler's words, changed in the morning and evening, will invite ridicule. Ying-jung took her hand. Donger, you can't abandon me again. In the past I was powerless, but now you trust me. Brother Jung can protect you completely and no longer make you suffer in silence. She wanted to refuse again. But before Donger could finish speaking, he declared forcefully, At worst, I will pass the throne to Jir, announce to the outside that I am dead, and we will find a place to live in seclusion, no longer concerning ourselves with the state and court. Upon hearing this, her face turned pale with fear. How can this be? Ying-ji, standing by, could only show a question mark on his face as he watched them. Ying-jung pulled Donger into his arms and persuaded, What's wrong with that? Jir is outstanding, a qualified heir to my Great Qin's throne. I have no shame before the ancestors of Great Qin. Even if the heavenly king himself comes now, I will not be separated from you. She blushed shyly and reminded him, Brother Jung, don't be like this. How can an emperor be so willful? Jir is still here. Hearing her say this, he immediately looked up at Ying-ji. At that moment he was turning his head away, pretending not to see anything. Then naturally he kicked the male lead out of the room with one foot. Your mother and I have something to talk about. You go out. Kicked out, he could only let out an Ah! Ying-ji rubbed his butt after falling to the ground, glanced sideways at the room behind him and sighed. Tisk, 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 what a henpecked husband. Once you have a wife, the son isn't so precious anymore, right? Where's the dignity of an emperor? But then the male lead grinned and chuckled. He stood up straight, looked up at the sky and silently sighed. So this is what it feels like to be a family together. Not bad at all. At that moment, a soldier appeared at the doorway and called out respectfully. Master. Ying-ji looked at him and replied, Come in. Are you here because there's news from Shenyang? He handed a scroll to him. Master is wise. The list of the rebel faction in Shenyang has been uncovered. This is a matter of great importance. Please decide, Master. The male lead smiled slightly and reached out to take it. No action for now. Continue surveillance. He opened the scroll and looked at its contents. It's just that when I return to court, a bloodbath will be unavoidable. The convoy of the Zhao Qi family began to move and the announcement sounded. Set out. All the officials in the city lined up on the side and shouted respectfully. We respectfully see the king off on his return to court. A soldier on horseback followed behind, looking at Ying-ji riding ahead, and asked in confusion, Master, why aren't you riding with the king? Is something going to happen ahead? He let out a long yawn and said to him, Just used to riding horses. In his mind he recalled the confident, coaxing words he had said to himself earlier. Jir, wouldn't it be a bit cramped if 3 people sat in the sedan chair? The male lead sighed inwardly. Dad, your son is just being considerate of your 20-plus years of longing. He turned back and instructed the soldier behind him. By the way, before I return to court, keep a close watch on that rabble in Shenyang. Don't let them cause trouble. Not one of them will be spared. The soldier immediately replied, Understood. Inside the main hall, all the ministers bowed and knelt, respectfully saluting Ying-jung, who sat on the dragon throne, and Ying-ji, who stood beside him. Your servants pay homage to the king. May the king live 10,000 years, and may Great Qin last 10,000 years. Your servants welcome the crown prince. He looked at them and ordered, All ministers, rise. The ministers stood up one by one upon hearing the order. Thank you, your majesty. Her, standing among the crowd, looked up and gritted his teeth, thinking, What the hell, I sent 3,000 men. How is Ying-jung still alive? He glanced unwillingly at the male lead and thought to himself, No wonder no one came back to report. The mission failed. Those bastards, but this time I specifically ordered them to disguise themselves as remnants of the 6 kingdoms. It shouldn't have been exposed, right? Just as Hu-hai thought this, he felt Ying-ji's gaze fixed on him at that moment. He immediately lowered his head guiltily and comforted himself. Is he looking at me? No, I did it so cleanly. Calm down, it'll be fine. Meanwhile, Ying-ji looked at him and also thought disdainfully to himself, HMPH, such a panicked waste, lacking the bearing of a ruler. No wonder Great Qin fell into your hands early. Ying-jung smiled happily and began to announce, Last month I went with the Crown Prince to relocate the Queen's mausoleum in Li Village. Now that I have returned to court, there are two major matters to explain to all ministers. First, I have discovered that the Queen did not pass away. She has now returned to the palace with me. On an auspicious day she will formally take charge of the harem and be the mother of the nation. Great Qin will have no more regrets. All the ministers standing below smiled upon hearing this and congratulated him. Is this true? This is truly a blessing for Great Qin. Your servants congratulate the king. Congratulations to the king, he continued to smile, and said, the other matter is that I have decided to hand over power to the Crown Prince from today onward. In the future, unless it involves matters fundamental to the state, everything will be decided by the Crown Prince. Yingji was also shocked by his words. The ministers below began to discuss in panic. The first to speak, what? How is this different from being a regent, and to hand over power to the Crown Prince in advance? The second to speak, Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable. You are in the prime of your life, a wise ruler through the ages. How could you make such a decision? The third also chimed in. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Yingzheng's hand, resting on the armrest of the throne, clenched so tightly that veins bulged. He snorted coldly, then stood up from the throne, frowned, and roared angrily. Are you questioning my decree? Or is it that my Crown Prince, the Lord of Wu'an, who unified the 6 kingdoms, is still not enough to make you willingly submit? A minister standing next to Hu spoke up. This, if the Crown Prince takes power, it is naturally impeccable, but it is not in accordance with reason. The person beside him looked at him, and offered a different opinion. Reason is nothing more than royal authority. Moreover, the king has not yet abdicated. There is nothing wrong with the Crown Prince handling state affairs. In the end, they all bowed their heads in unison. We humbly obey Your Majesty's decree. Yingzheng looked at them with satisfaction and said, Good. From now on, the Crown Prince will attend court on my behalf and handle state affairs. All civil and military officials shall follow the Crown Prince's orders without fail. He turned his head to glance at the male lead standing behind him. Jeer, from now on, Great Qin is in your hands. The male lead smiled in response. Rest assured, father. I will not disappoint your expectations. Yingzheng turned and walked away, adding, Do as you wish. Before leaving, he left a few more words. I await you, absolute royal power, and then it will be established. Now you are truly the master of Great Qin. Finally, he sighed with relief and satisfaction. With this burden lifted, I can finally stay by Donger's side in peace. Yingzheng watched his back and thought to himself, Father, you're really starting to act like you're in love. He then mused inwardly, but I can understand Father's decision. After all, what comes next is for me to handle. Yingji stood on the high platform, looking down at the ministers below, and asked, Do you all know what my first act in court will be? The ministers below replied in unison, We are dull-witted, please enlighten us, Your Highness. We will surely follow Your Highness's orders. The male lead cast his gaze down at them and said, Are you truly unaware? The depraved king and my father were ambushed while heading to Li family village. The attackers numbered over 3,000 and were well prepared. Fortunately, my father's auspicious stars protected him from danger. The ministers below began exchanging uneasy glances, their faces showing panic. What? Assassins daring to attack the king and the Crown Prince? How audacious! These assassins should be eradicated root and branch and their families exterminated to the 9th degree. At that moment, Hu, standing below, spoke up with concern. Could it be remnants of the 6 kingdoms? Yingji sneered inwardly. All these high-ranking officials. He looked at the group of actors below and announced, I have already investigated. The mastermind behind this assassination plot in Shenyang was not a single person. Here and now I am giving you a chance. Step forward voluntarily and I will spare your clans from annihilation. As soon as the male lead finished speaking, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. No one responded. He cast a threatening gaze down at them. It seems no one is willing to confess. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Si, Han Fei, Feng Qiji. A squad of soldiers immediately entered the hall. Yingji waved his hand and ordered, as the Crown Prince commands. Arrest everyone involved in this assassination. The 2 kneeling generals acknowledged the order. The restrained ministers cried out in protest, Your Highness, we are wronged. We are utterly loyal to Great Qin. Please see clearly, Your Highness. Hu was also seized. He widened his eyes and looked up at the male lead threateningly. Yingji, what do you think you're doing? How dare you touch me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because father favors you. This is deliberate framing. The male lead clasped his hands behind his back and looked down at him from a height. Deliberate framing? You know what you've done. I gave you a chance. But you didn't cherish it. Hu roared at him. I want to see father. Father? Yingji, wearing black boots, stepped down the stairs one by one. He approached and looked down at him. Hu now you want father to save you when you plotted to assassinate me. What were you thinking? As father's son, he didn't expect you to excel, only to live in peace. but for your own selfish gain you intended to kill your father and brother. For this crime I will never forgive you, and Great Qin cannot tolerate you." After hearing the male lead's words, Hu Hai's face went blank and cold sweat poured down. Yingji raised his hand and ordered, "I now sentence Hu Hai to be stripped of his rank and reduced to a commoner, expelled from the royal clan, his crimes proclaimed to the world and executed by dismemberment tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Hu Hai was so terrified that tears streamed down his face and he began to struggle and cry. "What? No, no, father, spare me, I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong, big brother, crown prince. We are blood relatives, don't kill me." The male lead frowned slightly and continued to look at the others. "Furthermore, all those involved in this assassination are to be thrown into prison and executed by dismemberment tomorrow." He began to announce the punishments. All traitors are to have their clans exterminated to the 9th degree. Regardless of age or gender, not one spared. All property of their clans is to be confiscated into the state treasury. Yingji commanded all the ministers, "Royal power is supreme and must not be defied. I want the world to see the consequences of opposing the royal family." The male lead swept his gaze over the people below and asked, "Does anyone have objections to my handling?" Everyone bowed their heads respectfully and answered in unison, "The crown prince is wise. We bow in admiration." Wu'an stood below, stunned, thinking to himself, "Yingji's rule is even harsher than the king's. He kills princes and a third of the court without hesitation, but from now on, no one should dare to defy him anymore." He thought of the scene of many ministers being executed and couldn't help but sigh. Today is not just a bloody storm on this court path, but a bloody storm across all of Shenyang and Great Qin. Suddenly, Yingji glanced back and called out, "Wu'an." He immediately snapped out of his thoughts and looked up to respond, "Your old servant is here." Yingji squinted slightly and asked Wu'an with a smile, "Do you see how many traitors and rebels there are in this court? As the Prime Minister of Great Qin and the head of all officials, do you have anything to say?" Wu'an was frozen stiff at that moment, unsure how to react. He was puzzled, and thought to himself, "Is Yingji going to make an example of me? But I don't recall ever crossing him." Wu'an stole a glance behind him and saw the others still silently bowing their heads, frowning and saying nothing. He suddenly realized, "No, Yingji is targeting me not because we're at odds, but because I'm blocking his path for appointing people." Wu'an's face darkened. He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes, both worried and calculating. What a crown prince of Great Qin! No sooner has he taken power than he's eager to cultivate his own faction and confidants. If I'm still clueless and get in the way, my life might be in danger too. Wu'an's facial muscles relaxed a bit, but his worry and frustration were still evident. He sighed, appearing helpless and resigned to the situation. Wu'an let out a light laugh, took a thick emerald green jade pendant from his bosom. The pendant was edged with gold and tied with a red cord at the top. He placed the pendant before him, offered it to Yingji and kowtowed to the ground in respect, speaking cautiously, "Your old servant is advanced in years and has made improper appointments, nearly causing turmoil in the court. Fortunately, the crown prince has restored order. I know I am guilty and no longer worthy of the position of prime minister. I beg the crown prince to allow your old servant to retire to my hometown." Yingji listened without a word. A look of great interest and delight appeared on his face and he smiled as he accepted Wu'an's offering. He thought to himself, "Smart move." Then he ordered for all to hear, "Approved." Wu'an still didn't lift his head and continued to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your great kindness, crown prince." Yingji clasped his hands behind his back and smiled in approval. Li Si, who had been observing everything from the side, couldn't help but feel uneasy, cold sweat breaking out. Li Si lowered his head, his eyes wide open as he pondered incessantly. He pursed his lips tightly, his expression tense. Repeatedly weighing his own fate, even a neutral minister like Wu'an has been dealt with. Since Yingji took power, I've been keeping a low profile to protect myself. He shouldn't target me, right? After all, I'm still his father-in-law. At this moment, all the ministers in the court were also murmuring in surprise at Wu'an's move. He was still kneeling before Yingji with his head bowed. Yingji sneered coldly, his face dark and threatening, and thought sarcastically, Li Si, now you no fear?" Yingji called out unhurriedly, "Commandant Li?" Li Si was startled and looked up at him, bewildered. He responded, "Your servant is here." The people behind him also turned their heads in surprise, not yet seated. Yingji looked at him with a probing gaze and said with a smile, "Now that Minister Wang has retired, the position of Prime Minister is vacant. Commandant Li, who do you think is worthy of the post?" Upon hearing this, Li Si was utterly shocked. He was flustered and didn't know how to answer. If it were before, choosing Yingji would have made the position mine. But now I can't say that. Yingji, are you trying to slap my face? Li Si gritted his teeth, his expression conflicted, and reluctantly stepped forward with clasped hands, answering haltingly, your servant believes, Han Fei is worthy." Yingji pretended not to hear clearly. He looked at him sharply, bent slightly, put his hand to his ear and asked loudly, What? What did Commandant Li say? I can't hear clearly." Yingji laughed inwardly. "Li Si, today I'll make you personally hand over what you've coveted for so long and hand it to the person you hate the most." Li Si knew Yingji was making things difficult for him. He gritted his teeth, full of reluctance. Li Si kept his head down, still with clasped hands, and said loudly under the astonished gaze of the crowd, "Your servant believes that Li Han's vast knowledge makes him worthy of the position of Prime Minister." Yingji laughed inwardly but maintained his authority. "Good. The person Commandant Li recommended pleases me greatly. Feng Qiji and Han Fei hear my command." The two senior ministers behind him, upon hearing their names, respectfully clasped their hands and bowed their heads, responding, "Your servants are here." Yingji stood upright and looked at all the officials present with authority. He said, "Today I am dividing the position of Prime Minister into left and right. Han Fei shall be left Prime Minister, and Feng Qiji shall be right Prime Minister. You are both promoted immediately and shall wield the power of the Prime Minister." All the ministers prostrated themselves, clasped their hands, and shouted in unison, "The Crown Prince is wise." Han Fei, standing in front, glanced back at Li Si's dejected and unwilling expression, and let out a light laugh. His eyes filled with satisfaction. He sighed inwardly. The master is truly a born king. He uses the art of balance so well. He also thought of using the power of the left and right prime ministers to check each other. "Haha, Li Si. Today you know what you've lost, don't you, and who you've offended?" The court session ended, and everyone returned to their places. General Wang, like the others, walked back slowly. He turned his head slowly, looking back at the towering palace gates and the soldiers standing guard with raised swords. He clasped his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. Suddenly, someone ran up to call him. He looked toward the sound. General Wang stopped and asked indifferently, "General Li, what business do you have waiting here?" As he spoke, he also bowed respectfully and said politely, "But now that I am old and have resigned from office, you can no longer call me General Wang. If the Crown Prince hears it, it might cause discord." The other man also clasped his hands and said with a beaming smile, "Prime Minister Wang has rendered great service. This title has nothing to do with whether you've resigned. Besides, it was the Crown Prince himself who ordered me to wait for you here." Beside General Li was a carriage loaded with deep red chests. General Wang's eyes widened in surprise. "Waiting for me?" the young soldier confirmed with a smile. "Exactly." General Li gestured to the chests on the carriage and explained, "The Crown Prince knew that Prime Minister Wang was incorruptible, so he specially prepared this family fortune for you to enjoy your old age in peace." General Wang stepped forward and tried to lift the lid of one chest. It was filled with gold ingots reflecting a dazzling light. He said happily, "Haha, the Crown Prince is truly thoughtful. He has given your old servant immense face." General Wang clasped his hands and bowed in thanks. "Please, General Li, convey my gratitude to the Crown Prince. With the Crown Prince overseeing Great Qin, it will surely enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." General Li returned the bow. The carriage soon headed toward the city gates, preparing to leave. General Wang sat in the carriage, letting out bursts of laughter. He lounged leisurely at the back of the carriage, squinting and laughing heartily. "Haha, Great Qin, I thrive, I thrive." Just then, the noise of the surroundings reached his ears. A group of people was being dragged out of their residences by soldiers. Some were being escorted, some dragged, some kicked to the ground. They all let out pitiful cries, desperately pleading their innocence. "Wronged, officer, wronged, we did not defy the Crown Prince." General Wang watched the scene in silence. One official, though bound, still shouted, "Let me go, I am the teacher of Prince Hu Hai. Open your dog eyes and see, I am Zhao Gao." Zhao Gao, he struggled frantically, trying to find a way out. The two escorting soldiers showed no mercy, looking at him contemptuously and saying coldly, "HMPH, who cares who you are? Hu Hai has been reduced to a commoner and executed. What are you, Zhao Gao?" General Wang sat upright in the carriage, observing the situation seriously, and couldn't help but think, "The Crown Prince acts with lightning speed. From today on, the court will undergo a sea change." He continued to look around. Some people were kneeling before the populace, and behind them, executioners were raising their broadswords in unison, ready to chop off their heads. On the right side below, a row of people was waiting to face this painful end. The common people flocked to watch, causing a stir. General Wang thought to himself, in one night, wiping out all factions, even bathing Shenyang in blood without hesitation. Who but the Crown Prince could do this? With a single clean, sharp swing, the rebels' heads fell. The burly executioners moved swiftly, without any wasted motion. The carriage slowly left the palace, and General Wang remained lost in thought. A ministerial faction loyal to Yingji will now appear in this court. The king of Qin's palace will belong to Yingji. But isn't that a good thing? The executions continued under the watchful eyes of the officials and the people. Soldiers stepped forward to clear the bodies. At that moment, a faint blue light like a soul flew out from their bodies, unseen by anyone. General Wang was certain a new era has begun. But that light flew in unison toward the palace where Yingji was handling state affairs. He was now at a high place, once again rectifying the thoughts of the officials. If there is nothing else, let the court be dismissed. Everyone answered in unison. We respectfully see off the crown prince. Streams of light converged into a circle above Yingji's head. They suddenly pierced into Yingji's body, startling him so much that he couldn't speak. His eyes widened, his mouth agape, utterly astonished. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Bloodbath of Shenyang completed. Experience points credited. Host may prepare to level up at any time. Yingji was overjoyed upon hearing this. Finally, the day had come. 21st level Grandmaster Realm. He sat in his own room, holding the cyan-purple jade stone and closed his eyes to cultivate. Blazing flames surrounded him, and lightning enveloped everything. Yingji held up the jade stone to cultivate while pondering. Fortunately, I had 2 mid-grade spirit stones to break through the bottleneck, so it went so smoothly. He smiled slightly, satisfied with this. The surrounding lightning grew stronger by the day. Meanwhile, the system's screen displayed a prompt. Congratulations, host, for obtaining level-up experience points. Would you like to level up? Hearing the system's query, Yingji opened his eyes, filled with determination, and grinned. He answered decisively, Do you even need to ask? Level up. The spirit stone in Yingji's hand ignited with brilliant pale flames. He still held the jade stone, slightly tilted his head back, closed his eyes in concentration, and took a deep breath. The flames around him began to converge, enveloping his body. The system initiated its update process, processing the host's commands for an upgrade. Yingji pondered. In this world of sparse spiritual energy, reaching the Grandmaster realm would normally be impossible, but with his data-based physique, no obstacles stood in his way as long as he had enough experience points. Yingji spread his arms, allowing the surrounding light and flame energy to surge into his body with ease. The system promptly notified him, Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to level 21. The Grandmaster realm grants an opportunity to unlock a secondary profession. Yingji smirked with satisfaction as he gazed at the system screen. Oh, another secondary profession to unlock? The system continued displaying prompts. Host successfully advanced to level 21. Grandmaster realm rewards include the Earth-grade mid-tier martial skill 100-step flying sword and 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Before him materialized a book and 500 red-black jade stones. Yingji picked up a spirit stone, held it in his hand, and brought it close to his eyes for inspection, remarking with interest, Now that I've reached the Grandmaster realm, the spirit stones rewarded are mid-grade. This will make future cultivation much easier. He then raised a hand to stroke his chin, squinting at the screen, and asked in confusion, But how should I choose this secondary profession? It can't conflict with beast taming. Yingji sat swinging his legs, his eyes closed as he imagined. Unlike before, now that I hold great power, I'm about to establish a martial arts empire. It's no longer just about enhancing my own strength. He recalled the stark differences in his aura. As a soldier, after his coronation and after gaining power. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes widened with determination, his brow slightly furrowed. To elevate overall strength, there was only one option. Yingji quickly swiped through the system pages with his fingers, finally stopping on an item shaped like a gourd. That was alchemy. He found it joyfully. Alchemy. Yingji tapped the icon and the system's voice echoed in his ear. Secondary profession selected alchemy. A note followed. Processing host command, selection of alchemy successful. Beginning to load alchemy's secondary profession. Surging crimson fire lines were drawn into the system screen. Yingji sat calmly waiting. He placed his hands before him, closed his eyes in stillness, and mysterious characters flowed into his body from all directions along with the power streams. They swirled into a powerful energy ring. Yingji quietly absorbed everything, sensing countless alchemy techniques flooding into his mind. Truly wondrous, he imagined himself standing before a city commanding a vast army. He thought to himself, in this world of thin spiritual energy, it's impossible to enhance the strength of an entire army, or even a nation using spirit stones alone. Yingji smiled contentedly as he pondered, but if pills were available, it would be a different story. He flipped his palm to circulate the power, and the surrounding light ring shone brighter and stronger than ever. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. The martial arts nation was worth anticipating. The system displayed more information. Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the alchemy secondary profession. Currently at Phase 1, Level 1, capable of refining ordinary beginner-level Phase 1 pills. Additionally, you are rewarded with a growth-type alchemy furnace. As the host's alchemy realm improves, the furnace will upgrade accordingly. From the void, a golden three-legged empty cauldron appeared. Its body carved with dragon head patterns, exquisitely unique. Yingji couldn't contain his curiosity about growth type. So pills are also graded? He looked up at the cauldron while stroking his chin in thought. Phase 1 should correspond to yellow-grade pills, Phase 2 to profound grade, Phase 3 to earth grade, and Phase 4 to heaven grade. Once the alchemy furnace landed, Yingji immediately ran over and knocked on its surface a few times. He was curious. But even the easiest yellow-grade pills would be hard to sustain an entire army with just this one furnace, let alone the fact that I, as the Regent Crown Prince, can't spend all my days buried in alchemy. With that, he leaped onto the cauldron's top, lifted the lid, peered inside, then jumped down and patted the furnace again. Suddenly struck by inspiration, his eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "That's it." Yingji, one hand on the furnace rim, called out loudly, "Tu Ruo, come out." A masked man leapt down from a height, kneeling on one knee before Yingji with a respectful bow. "My lord?" Yingji frowned slightly at the man and questioned, "I've never asked. After father learned that the alchemist's pills were poisonous, how did he deal with those alchemists from the palace?" The man remained kneeling, replying briefly and politely, "Reporting to my lord, they were all executed." Yingji pursed his lips, momentarily stunned, looking as if he had expected they were killed. "That figures, it's indeed father's style. He wouldn't leave any threat by his side." He then asked, "What about the alchemists from the 6 states? Tu Ruo looked up at him, kneeling with clasped hands. When the 6 states were conquered, no attention was paid to these people. After their fall, they scattered in all directions. Yingji extended his hand sternly and ordered, "I command you to capture all the alchemists from the 6 states' courts and escort them back to Shenyang." Tu Ruo immediately rose, knelt on one knee and bowed his head. "As you command, yes." After Tu Ruo left, Yingji returned to his alchemy furnace. The system was drawing all remaining energy in the space into the furnace, causing it to shimmer with golden light. Yingji gently reached out to touch it. He thought, though those alchemists were mere mortals and their pills crude, they had at least entered the door of alchemy, and from them he could surely find usable people. Yingji withdrew his hand and clasped one wrist with the other. Turning to the system, he said, "System, cultivate the 100-step flying sword and raise it to the mastery level. Use the remaining advancement points to upgrade alchemy." The system received his words, processed the host's command, and began deducting advancement points. The 100-step flying sword has been cultivated. Within 100 steps, the flying sword kills enemies in midair. A peerless skill. The long sword spun rapidly under Yingji's controlled power flow, each trajectory emitting dazzling light. The system continued reporting, "The 100-step flying sword has been raised to mastery, allowing sword control to kill enemies within 1,000 steps. The sword moves as if alive, deducting 1,000 advancement points. Alchemy upgraded to Phase 1, Level 1. Deducting 2,000 advancement points." It reported Yingji's current status, Level 21, Grandmaster First Realm, Stamina 21,000, True Qi 20,000, Cultivation Technique. Basic Inner Technique at Mastery, 9 Yin and 9 Yang, Endless Regeneration restores True Qi. Secondary Professions, Beast Taming Alchemy. Experience points needed for upgrade, 200,000 and remaining advancement points, 100,000. Yingji gently closed his eyes and exhaled, only 100,000 advancement points left. Advancing to Grandmaster greatly boosted his strength, but the consumption was also increasing. He continued swiping the screen. The system screen displayed the words, "System Loyalty," he sighed. "Ah, there's no such thing as a free lunch." Opening the system loyalty feature, he checked the loyalty of his subordinates. Yingji then heard the system's voice, "The host has become the Regent Crown Prince governing a nation. System loyalty begins upgrading, incorporating Minista's loyalty to the state." Yingji was somewhat surprised and asked himself, the system upgraded? It continued displaying, "System loyalty upgrade complete, transformed into the Regency system." Yingji stood for a few seconds reading the parameters provided by the system. The system interface showed, Left Chancellor Han Fei, Loyalty 95, Former Chancellor Feng Qiji, Loyalty 95, Supreme General Meng Wu, Loyalty 95, Chief Justice Li Si, Loyalty 90. Then it announced, "The Regency system can incorporate all ministers of the nation under the host's governance, observing and detecting loyalty. Once disloyal individuals are found, the system will immediately alert the host." Yingji slightly lowered his eyes and said, "The loyalty of the Meng, Wang, and Feng families to Qin is absolutely trustworthy and usable. I'm not surprised by that." He carefully examined the description of Li Si's loyalty and felt a bit puzzled. This Li Si's loyalty was also at 90. Yingji raised a finger and decisively closed the system screen. After a moment's thought he mused, "That makes sense. He's loyal to Qin, not to an individual." Yingji narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. "I taught him a lesson in court today. If he stays in line, let him continue serving as Chief Justice. After all, he's a talented man." He immediately lay back on the bed, stretched out his limbs and closed his eyes, saying, "Phew, this purge of Shenyang has cleared out the high-level core. The situation in the Shenyang court is stable, but the real instability isn't here." Yingji recalled a confrontation with a man in golden armor, where they matched swords evenly, neither yielding, the atmosphere extremely tense. He said, "That man should be making his move soon, right? The strongest man of this era outside the palace walls." Several months ago in Wrong City at the Li family estate on a silent night, a waning moon shone brightly against the vast sky, creating a haunting emptiness. Under the moonlight, 3 soldiers were laboriously digging through a pile of earth and stones. One swung a shovel, lifting several stones of various sizes, and said, "Phew, these reckless fools thought they could assassinate the king and the crown prince. They deserve to die." "Hey, you sitting on the ground there," chimed in, "Exactly. Don't they realize our crown prince is the little god of slaughter who pacified the 6 states? How could those rabble fall for their trap?" A few more people came over and they walked back together, chatting along the way. One said angrily, "They courted death and dragged us into it, making us come bury them. What bad luck." Another quickly tried to lighten the mood. All right, it's finally done. Let's hurry and leave." After everyone had gone far, beneath the freshly covered pile of earth and stones, a spot flickered with an eerie green light, chilling and hair-raising. From that spot a powerful hand thrust upward from below, shattering the earth and stones into small fragments that flew in all directions. After the man's hand broke through the surface, he used it to push himself up. At that moment, his subordinates came rushing from afar in panic. One ran so fast he nearly stumbled. They shouted in worried tones, "Master, bear with it, we'll help you." Together they pulled the man out of the pile of earth and stones. Seeing him covered in filth lying motionless, they knelt on one knee to check on him. Someone stood up and spoke excitedly, "Master, thank goodness you're safe. You said blending into Huhai's rebellion would help conceal your identity. But this kind of thing should have been left to us." A nearby subordinate helped the man sit up. He frowned at the speaker. The man wiped the grime from his face, revealing an extremely haggard and gaunt appearance. His clothes were tattered, and his eyes were weary as he said, 3,000 men were slaughtered just like that. That Yingji is truly terrifying. To kill him and Yingzheng we must plan carefully." He stared intently at a sword and several pieces of broken armor stuck in the sandy soil not far away, and ordered his men to go to Kuaiji Commandery and gather all their people. The subordinates quickly replied, "Yes, he was Zhang Liang, a noble of the Han state." Unable to accept the current situation, gritting his teeth, his face twisted with rage, he said in a low voice, Yingji, today I, Zhang Liang, managed to escape with my life. One day I will make sure you die by my hands." Several months later, the atmosphere in Kuaiji Commandery was extremely grim. Soldiers were stationed all around, their weapons orderly and imposing. An elderly man sat slightly bowed at a red table under a tree, while a tall dark figure stood beside him and said, "Uncle, is he too afraid to come?" Shang Liang, the son of the famous Chu general Shang Yan, frowned at this, and wrinkles of age immediately appeared on his forehead. He said unhurriedly, his voice just loud enough for the person beside him to hear, "Zhang Liang has always been trustworthy. Wait a little longer." Suddenly a sword was thrust forcefully into the hard earth and stone, producing a deafening echo. Shang Yu, grandson of the famous Chu general Shang Yan, gripped the sword embedded in the ground, clad in an imposing brown battle armor. Shang Yu spoke impatiently, his face showing displeasure as he shouted, "You're all too cowardly. If I had gone earlier I would have already cut off the heads of Yingzheng and Yingji." He plopped down, wiping the sword blade with a cloth, and glared at Shang Liang, saying that Zhang Liang was so confident before. Now that his assassination failed, he probably doesn't have the face to see us. Maybe he got scared and ran away. Shang Liang shot him a warning glance and said, "Shut up, now that Yingji is in charge of Qin, his methods are even harsher than Yingzheng's. To overthrow the tyrannical Qin, Zhang Liang is an indispensable strategist." Shang Liang looked up at Shang Yu and reminded him, You're someone destined for great things. Watch your words." Suddenly, someone pushed aside the leaves in a nearby bush and walked out, slowly approaching the spot where the two were sitting. Speaking in a grateful tone, he said, "As expected, General Shang, you are far-sighted. My lifelong wish, Zhang Liang, is to overthrow the tyrannical Qin. I will never give up until this goal is achieved." The two stopped talking and watched his movements. Zhang Liang smiled with narrowed eyes, clasped his hands in salute and said politely, "Forgive my lateness, generals." Shang Yu hugged his sword and turned his face away. Shang Liang, on the other hand, appeared extremely pleased and stood up to welcome him. "You flatter me, sir. Please have a seat." He gestured to the cushion opposite, urging the standing Zhang Liang to sit. As soon as Zhang Liang sat down, he asked eagerly, "I wonder, sir, what did you gain from this assassination attempt on Yingzheng? Now that Shenyang has been tightened up by Yingji like an iron bucket, it's probably impossible for us to operate internally." Zhang Liang listened to his question, then curled his lips into a smile and said, "General Shang is right. Moreover, the tyrannical Qin's prefecture and county system is replacing the feudal system. Once Yingzheng and his son truly centralize all power under heaven, there will be no chance to revive the 6 states." Shang Yu, growing impatient, glared at Zhang Liang and gritted his teeth. "What kind of nonsense is that? Don't we understand that? Is your biggest talent just that mouth of yours?" Zhang Liang showed a faint smile, looking at Shang Yu with a provocative gaze. "General, you're so impatient. Do you have some issue with me, Zhang?" Shang Yu pointed directly at his face, frowning and speaking loudly, word by word. You failed. That means you're no good. Zhang Liang's smile faded and he replied calmly but firmly, General, you're mistaken. Failure isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's because of this assassination that I know who our greatest enemy truly is. Shang Yu pointed at his face and pressed harshly. Who is it? Zhang Liang's face darkened, revealing deep hatred and disgust. He emphasized his words, stating decisively, to destroy the tyrannical Qin, we must first kill Yingji. If Yingji is not eliminated, the tyrannical Qin will be hard to remove. Zhang Liang recalled with hatred how Yingji could summon an indestructible protective aura with a mere wave of his hand, impervious to all. He explained, Yingji possesses extraordinary skills. 10,000 arrows cannot touch him. His personal guards are also gifted with unique talents. If I hadn't tested this time, a rash move would have led to total annihilation. Shang Yu stood upright, crossed his arms and looked at Zhang Liang with contempt, snorting in disbelief. Shang Liang, however, was extremely shocked. He had previously dismissed Yingji's title of Little God of Slaughter as mere reputation, but now it seemed mostly true. No wonder Yingzheng felt confident in trusting Qin to him. Shang Yu crossed his arms over his chest, holding his sword, and looked down with disdain. There's no one in this world I consider worthy. Is that Yingji really as formidable as you say? Zhang Liang immediately replied. Even more so. Shang Yu pressed on, dissatisfied. How do I compare to him? Zhang Liang looked up with slight displeasure and countered. General, I know well that your bravery is rare in this world. I dare not rashly judge who is superior between you and Yingji. Even if you could defeat him, how would you break through his personal guards? He stood up, bowed with a flattering smile, and said, So General, your plan to destroy Qin requires careful consideration. Now I have a strategy. What do you think? Shang Yu still responded contemptuously. Speak. Zhang Liang clasped his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, turned, and walked aside, calculating. Yingzheng is eager to implement the prefecture and county system, but only to win the hearts of the people. Clearly, popular support is crucial to him, and we can exploit that. Zhang Liang imagined an army inciting popular revolt, shouting slogans, overthrow the tyrannical Qin, restore our land. The people will take up arms without hesitation, he continued, before the people's loyalty is secured. While the 6 states still have some strength left, it will be easy to incite rebellion among the common people. Once the people rise up with shouts of battle everywhere, chaos will ensue, and soldiers and civilians will slaughter each other. Then Yingji can only stand by, powerless. Imagine if countless rioters flood into Shenyang and Yingji as the crown prince regent. Would he not have to find a way to manage it? Zhang Liang believed that Yingji would personally lead the army out of the city to resolve the situation. If the people rioted, could Yingji, as the crown prince, not personally go to appease them? Zhang Liang continued, painting a picture of Yingji panicking in the chaos and falling into an ambush. Our men will be hidden among the rioters. As soon as Yingji makes a move, we can catch him off guard. His guards will be tied up by our death warriors. And as for Yingji, he can be left to General Shang Yu. He imagined the scene of Yingji being slain by Shang Yu's sword, excitedly saying, Kill Yingji and Great Qin will surely fall. A sinister and ruthless expression appeared on Zhang Liang's face. The father and son of the Ying families standing in the hearts of the people will become the sharp sword we thrust into them. Their death warrant. Shang Liang stood up, cupped his hands in admiration, and said, Master Zhang is truly brilliant, now that the tyrannical Qin is eager to win over the people. Faced with a rebellion, they will surely focus on appeasement. Shang Yu pondered in silence. Zhang Liang said smugly, When the time comes, I will contact the scattered forces of the 6 states, and we will surely overthrow the tyrannical Qin. Hearing this, Shang Yu became even more excited. He laughed with unrestrained boldness, thinking to himself, Yingji is it? I can't wait to meet you and cut off your head with my own hands. In the eastern palace, Yingji's alchemy furnace was blazing. He took out 3 small golden pills from the furnace, holding them in his palm. Alas, I can't be greedy. With insufficient materials and it being the first attempt, refining 3 longevity pills is already quite good. Yingji raised his hand to signal, storing the items in the D-system warehouse. Immediately, the 3 small golden pills flew straight into the system's storage space, leaving a trail of dazzling light in their flight path. Then Yingji turned and ordered, Summon someone, where are my father and mother now? With one hand behind his back he listened as a soldier ran in, knelt, and bowed. Reporting to your highness, the king and queen are currently at the Yipeng Palace. Before leaving, they instructed that state affairs be handled with peace of mind and that they are not to be disturbed unless urgent. Upon hearing this, Yingji showed a wry smile, as if he had expected it. He was speechless and thought to himself, Ha, I knew it. This idle shopkeeper is afraid I'll disturb him. Yingji calmly walked up the steps of the Yipeng Palace where his parents were. He gently pushed open the massive palace doors and greeted them with a serious expression. "Father, if you don't want to handle state affairs, you don't have to hide from your son, do you? You're quite carefree here in the Yipeng Palace. It's hard for me to even see you and Mother." Yingji's parents and maternal grandfather were sitting around a luxurious but empty table, each with a small cup of water in front of them. Seeing him arrive, his maternal grandfather smiled happily at him. Hearing this, his mother asked his father, "Brother Zheng, you are the ruler of a nation. How can you ignore state affairs? Is it because of me?" His father immediately raised his hand to calm the situation. "Donger, you misunderstand. I want to train Jir." Yingji stood and listened the whole time without saying a word. Yingzheng smiled and gently coaxed his wife. "Jir will eventually inherit Great Qin. Letting him train early is for his own good. Besides, Jir already surpasses me in every way. Letting him handle family matters is also beneficial to Great Qin." Donger looked at her husband with slight doubt and countered, "Is that so?" Yingzheng quickly glared at Yingji, his eyes almost blazing, silently warning him to be careful with his words in front of his mother. What if she pressed further? Yingji pretended it was none of his business, turning his head to avoid his gaze, laughing inwardly. "Can't leave. Isn't father good at coaxing people?" his maternal grandfather asked with concern. "Jir, have you come here to discuss state affairs with the king? If so, I'll take my leave." Yingji quickly waved his hand and laughed. "It's not state affairs, grandfather. Please stay so I don't have to make an extra trip to your residence." Yingji took out a tall neck bottle, inverted it over a plate, and poured out 3 freshly refined pills. They glittered with gold, lying small on the plate. His parents and maternal grandfather were dumbfounded, staring in amazement at his every move. Yingji said slowly, "I've come this time to give these 3 longevity pills to father, mother, and grandfather." Yingzheng picked one up to examine, turning it in his hand, somewhat surprised. "Jir, you've given us many miraculous pills before, but these seem different." Yingji patiently explained, "You've taken the Great Return pill that detects spiritual energy. This pill is indeed different. It's a longevity pill I just refined. Taking one can extend your lifespan." Hearing this, Yingzheng was extremely shocked and blurted out, "What? A longevity pill that adds 10 years of life?" Yingji continued with a smile, his expression quite satisfied and confident. "Yes, father, you, mother, and grandfather should take them quickly. Unfortunately, this pill only adds 10 years of life. Its potency is still lacking. I'll bring better ones later." Donger held the pill in her hand, looking somewhat worried and troubled. "Although I've heard your father talk about your affairs these past few years, I never imagined you could obtain such divine medicine. But if it's truly so precious, how can I enjoy it alone? Better to keep it." Yingzheng smiled and comforted her. "Donger, rest assured and take it." He pointed proudly at Yingji and said, "Jir said there will be better ones later. Knowing this kid as I do, he won't shortchange himself." Yingji smiled and scratched his head, saying, "That's right." He beamed brightly and urged his mother, "Mother, take it quickly. I can have as many of these as I want in the future." After hesitating for a while, Donger frowned slightly and reluctantly complied. His parents and maternal grandfather simultaneously put the pills into their mouths. His mother and father both closed their eyes. All 3 were stunned, their eyes wide open, speechless. Yingji's mother and maternal grandfather clutched their chests. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Jir!" His mother felt a strange force flowing through her body. Yingji quickly explained to reassure her, "Mother, don't be afraid. This is the longevity pill taking effect. A sign that your lifespan is being rebuilt." He pondered and smiled slightly. "Father, mother, grandfather, let the longevity pill regulate your bodies. Afterwards, I can teach you martial arts power." Yingzheng imagined them standing before a radiant, vibrant palace nestled in a misty, picturesque landscape like a celestial realm. He silently affirmed, "From now on, the years will be long and endless. No matter where we are, we will share immortality." Suddenly, a faint wisp of purple smoke appeared around Donger as if something was changing. She was slightly startled, finding herself enveloped in purple smoke. She looked at her father with joyful surprise, covering her mouth with her hand, showing an expression of disbelief. "Your white hair is gone." Yingzheng was also overjoyed. He looked at her and said, "Donger, you've regained your youth." Yingji's maternal grandfather seemed unable to believe his eyes, repeatedly examining his own arm, his mouth wide open with delight. Yingzheng looked up at his son, his eyes full of gratitude. "Jir has mastered immortal medicine. This way, our whole family is as good as immortal. We can truly be together forever." Yingji replied softly, "Father, although medicine can extend life, it does not grant immortality. Without true strength, it's useless." Yingzheng sighed lightly, closed his eyes in disappointment, and said, "So true immortality is probably only for the great immortals in heaven." Yingji laughed without hesitation, no trace of a joke in his tone. He raised his hand and a pale flame blazed fiercely in his palm. "Then we'll just become immortals." The 3 were stunned again, their faces gradually showing bewilderment. They looked at the scene before them in confusion. His maternal grandfather and Donger asked together, "Jir, what is that strange light in your hand?" He stood still, letting them see clearly. Yingji extended his hand forward in a gesture of transmitting power. Instantly, crimson flames spread rapidly from his hand to every corner. It's martial arts true qi. Father, haven't you always been curious about what power I have? Now let me show you its true form. The flames quickly enveloped Yingzheng's body. His mouth fell open in shock. He raised his hands to verify himself. Their consciousness then transferred to another space where the sky was dyed with myriad colors, shimmering light and poetic clouds. Yingzheng raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light ahead, utterly amazed by the scene. Yingji said nothing, just quietly watched his father, then smiled slightly. He seemed sure his father would love this place. This is the sea of martial arts true qi. Beneath their feet were faint ethereal flowing mists, clear and beautiful, as if belonging only to the realm of immortals. Yingzheng asked dazedly. Jir, this is, Yingji interjected. This is your son's sea of martial arts true qi, the power I now possess. To prove it to his father, Yingji raised his hand, condensing a smaller vortex of flame from his palm. The vortex gradually expanded below, taking on a dazzling crimson glow. As he maintained the vortex, he said, once you step into innate martial arts, you will have true qi. Releasing true qi externally can shatter rocks and kill invisibly. Seeing this, Yingzheng couldn't help but show a stunned expression. The vortex grew larger and larger, eventually enveloping both of them and the surrounding area. It churned with energy, spinning violently. Yingji continued, the realm of immortals and gods can be attained through cultivation. By cultivating martial arts to the ultimate state, one can enter the realm of immortals and gods, achieving immortality and living as long as heaven. He turned to look at his father and smiled. Father, this is your son's ultimate pursuit. Yingzheng, still shocked by what he had witnessed, asked, I only knew that my son Jir was exceptionally powerful, but I never imagined he had ambitions to ascend to the immortal list. Is your martial arts cultivation also part of this plan? In the sky, colorful clouds of various shapes continued to drift leisurely, floating gently through the space. Hearing his father's question, Yingji answered decisively. Yes, his father asked curiously. Jir, what realm are you at now? Yingji replied confidently. The Grand Master realm, enjoying a lifespan of 300 years, Yingzheng pondered and replied. Not yet at the ultimate state you mentioned. And you're already unmatched in the world? Yingji clasped his hands behind his back, gazing up at the vast distant sky and said, but in this place lacking spiritual energy, reaching the innate realm is the highest possible. That I have reached the Grand Master realm is entirely due to luck. To reach the ultimate state, I must leave this world. He turned to his father, raised his hand firmly and said, Father, I once said, do not limit your vision to the central plains. The world beyond is our true conquest. Yingzheng gently closed his eyes, smiling with a hint of bitterness and emotion. Having a son like you, what more could I ask for? He placed his hand on Yingji's shoulder, filled with pride. Jir, whether it's this world or the future journey among the stars, your father supports you. What should we do next? I'll follow your lead. Yingzheng smiled and replied, Good, he said excitedly to his father, then let your son first lay the foundation for your martial arts. Our whole family will cultivate together, achieve immortality together, and embark on the path to immortality together. The two sat down together in silence within this vast space. The surrounding energy coalesced into a massive vortex like surging waves of red and gold, shimmering and turbulent, enveloping them and transmitting power to them. Yingzheng sat in front, cultivating. Yingji sat behind him, fully assisting. He pressed his hands lightly against Yingzheng's back, helping to open his meridians and absorb energy. Both closed their eyes, feeling the energy. Yingji earnestly instructed, Father, relax your mind and silently sense the martial arts technique. His father followed suit, sitting quietly with his hands placed in front of his abdomen to circulate his energy. Yingji shouted, transmitting the 10 levels of basic internal energy. At this moment, Yingzheng gradually felt the changes taking place within his body. He concentrated fully, and a vortex of power bearing the character Wu Martial gradually formed on his forehead. He vaguely sensed this was divine power, and a marvelous technique appeared in his mind. The currents of power around Yingji and Yingzheng grew increasingly turbulent. They surged and rolled endlessly. Yingji pressed his hands against his father's back. He closed his eyes and focused, saying, Your son will use true qi to open your meridians. Try to circulate the technique and you will be able to condense internal energy. Yingzheng kept his eyes closed, feeling and maintaining his focus. He responded, Good. After his consciousness returned to reality, Yingzheng slowly sat up. He frowned slightly, touching his forehead, looking somewhat pained. Seeing this, Donger was extremely worried. She asked about Brother Zheng's condition. Donger rushed over and placed her hand on Yingzheng's chest. Her brows were tightly knit, full of concern. She asked repeatedly, Brother Zheng, are you all right? Jir, what did you do to your father? Yingzheng slowly opened his eyes, his facial muscles relaxing, and smiled to soothe his wife's anxiety. I'm fine, Donger, don't worry. Yingzheng extended his palm to look at it, and he exclaimed with joy, because he saw a powerful aura of magical energy continuously surging out as he circulated his energy, with spiritual energy enveloping his entire hand. Haha, it's internal energy, Jir. I can also condense martial arts true qi, he turned excitedly to ask Yingji. Jir, what realm am I at now? Yingzheng replied with a satisfied smile. Third realm of the acquired stage. Donger sat quietly by, listening. Yingzheng's attitude immediately changed. He looked at his hand dejectedly, with a scrutinizing gaze. Only the third acquired realm? Yingzheng appeared displeased, squinting and answering impatiently. Tisk, don't be ungrateful, all right. If it weren't for your son using true qi to help you circulate your energy plus the nourishment from the previous pills, it would have been good if you had stabilized at the first realm on your first day of martial arts. Yingzheng's mother and maternal grandfather listened from the side, dumbfounded, both staring wide-eyed at the father and son. She asked, understanding nothing, Jir, brother Zheng, what are you two talking about? Your father and I can't understand a word. She turned to see Yingzheng looking at her with an expectant gaze, a hint of confusion in her heart. Yingji began to explain. I hadn't finished speaking when a soldier rushed in to report. Your Majesty, Crown Prince, urgent news from the front lines. He paused there. Hearing this, Yingzheng quickly saw his son off. He patted Yingji on the shoulder and said in a tone full of trust to reassure him, Jir, go handle the state affairs. Donger and I will sort things out and help them complete their foundation building. Yingji cupped his hands in farewell. Then I'll leave it to you, father. With that he followed the soldier away. Donger watched her son's receding figure. Still not fully grasping the situation, she asked curiously, Brother Zheng, what's going on? Yingzheng turned to his wife with a mysterious smile. Haha, let me explain. Donger, you've truly given me a fine son. Yingji's expression turned slightly serious as he walked, asking the soldier ahead, what happened? The man turned back, his face grave. HMPH, it's the remnants of the 6 states causing trouble. Yingji frowned and fell silent for a moment. He confirmed again, remnants of the 6 states? Yingji recalled his own actions, suppressing rebellions, secretly warning officials with rebellious thoughts, and found it all illogical. I've already reorganized all the garrisons within the borders of Great Qin. No matter where an incident occurs, troops can be dispatched swiftly. Civil and military governance has also been separated across the land. He stared sternly at the soldier before him, pressing for an explanation as to why remnants of the 6 states were still causing trouble, even disturbing the inner palace. The man replied respectfully, Your Highness, calm your anger. This time it's not an invasion by the 6 states' armies. The soldier's face was full of fear. He appeared flustered, reporting respectfully that they were refugees and the frontline troops were truly at a loss, begging His Highness for a decision. Yingji frowned, a hint of confusion on his face, unsure of the current situation or what was being discussed. Yingji returned to the main hall where 2 officials were already waiting. Seeing him arrive, they bowed their heads in greeting. Your servant pays respects to the Crown Prince. He stepped over the threshold and cut straight to the point. Rise, state the matter. Where are the refugees from? The soldier followed him in. One of the officials bowed and reported, currently a large number of refugees are pouring into Shenyang from the regions of southern Jin and Chu. According to frontline intelligence, the number has exceeded 50,000. Another official added, although troops guard the borders of each state, they are refugees. Using military force to suppress them would be inappropriate and could trigger even greater unrest. The soldier standing by remained silent in the face of this critical situation. Yingji sat down at the desk, listened carefully from beginning to end, and noted every word. He rested his chin on his hand and sneered. Hey, 50,000 refugees all rushing to Shenyang at once? How could this happen without someone pulling the strings behind the scenes? The soldier's expression turned extremely serious. He frowned. Does your highness mean to send troops to suppress them? Then I'll see to it immediately. Yingji quickly spoke, appearing deep in thought. No, among these 50,000 there are bound to be remnants of the 6 states, but most are refugees. Yingji took out a scroll map and spread it on the desk, slowly unrolling it. He looked down at several places on the map and said unhurriedly, Moreover, as the refugees migrate, their numbers grow. The remnants of the 6 states can't be identified clearly. Yingji looked up and declared loudly, Great Qin has only recently pacified the war and unified the realm, although the court has consistently adopted a policy of appeasement and relief for the people. The world is vast, and it's still difficult to cover everything. Those remnants are exploiting this loophole. The second reporting official said with an extremely grave expression, It's not just about inciting the refugees. He recalled the scene before him, an endless stream of carts carrying grain out of the city. Every cart was laden with grain sacks, yet the number of starving people was countless. They were emaciated, pallid, with chapped, withered lips. He said that the nobles and wealthy elites of the 6 states were also secretly hoarding grain. Famine was everywhere, grain prices were soaring across the land, and the court had no grain left to use. The first reporting official also expressed indignation at this state of the world. He emphasized that the nobles of the 6 states had never cared about the lives of the common people. In their eyes, the people were mere pawns, expendable and discardable. The official standing by sighed, feeling powerless and disgusted by such inhumane behavior. Yingji clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the table. He ordered authoritatively and decisively, "These bastards to oppose Great Qin. They disregard the lives of the people under heaven, yet they don't know that water can carry a boat or capsize it. I will teach them a lesson." Yingji immediately commanded the soldier, "Pass the order, do not block the refugees in Shenyang. Order Rongcheng to dispatch 50,000 elite troops to maintain order." The soldier acknowledged with a bow. "Yes." Then Yingji turned to the 2 officials and said, "The nobles of the various states are maliciously hoarding the people's grain, making it impossible for the court to purchase grain, correct? Then raise the grain prices. As long as they keep buying, keep raising them." The second reporting official was immediately shocked. "What? How can this be?" He was extremely worried and objected loudly. "Your Highness, raising grain prices will only worsen the famine. Winter is approaching. This will throw the realm into turmoil." Yingji smiled slightly. He leaned forward, one hand on the table, and said, "Turmoil, Fengqing, I will never put Great Qin in danger. Just do as I say." The 2 officials listened in silence, saying no more. Yingji's face was full of anticipation. He smiled and said, "Once I've dealt with these remnants, the realm will no longer suffer from grain shortages, and my people will no longer go hungry." A few days later, outside the walls of Shenyang, there were groups of people leaning on staffs, struggling forward, their clothes tattered and torn, their cheeks sunken, their bodies emaciated, suffering terribly. Among the crowd, a child was being led by an old man. The child's face was hollow. He frowned. He said to the old man in a tearful voice, "Grandpa, I'm hungry." The old man bent down, turned to look at him, his eyes full of helplessness and sorrow. He comforted him softly. "Be good. When we reach Shenyang, we'll have food. That's where the king lives. He'll surely let us eat our fill." The child looked at the ground with tear-filled eyes and said painfully, "What does the king matter? Those rich officials let their grain rot in the warehouses rather than give it to us." The old man continued to soothe the child. "Maybe Shenyang will be different. I've heard it's the crown prince who's been relieving the victims of disasters everywhere." At this moment, Shang Yu was mixed in the crowd, wearing a bamboo hat to cover his face. He remained silent. He pursed his lips and reached into his bosom to pull out a piece of flatbread. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Shang Yu's shoulder. He was startled and turned his head abruptly. Shang Liang leaned close to Shang Yu's ear and whispered a warning. "You, a man who does great things cannot let his emotions ruin the plan." Shang Yu didn't seem to care much about his words. He responded with a hint of resistance. "Uncle, they're starving to death." Shang Liang tried to explain. "Can you save one person? Can you save all these 100,000 refugees? Besides, if you carelessly reveal your identity now, how will you enter Shenyang?" He shook off Shang Liang's hand, lowered his head, and said with a dissatisfied expression, "I know, but if you had let me kill those greedy officials and nobles along the way, would there be so many refugees?" Hearing this, Shang Liang immediately retorted, "Foolish, don't be a momentary hero. Remember your purpose," Shang Liang said with some anger and resentment. "Acting on emotion, the courage of a common man. If I don't keep an eye on you, you'll ruin Zhang Liang's brilliant plan sooner or later. To achieve great things, what does sacrificing these lowly people matter?" A guard rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, a huge crowd of refugees has suddenly appeared outside the city. Please make a decision quickly." Hearing the guard's report, a look of interest appeared on his face. He said, "Good, well done. Pass my order. Assemble 3,000 personal guards and follow me out of the city to comfort the victims. Also order the city to open the granaries and set up porridge stalls outside the city." The guard, upon hearing the order, said worriedly, "Your Highness, isn't it too dangerous to go to the city walls in person at this time? Let your subordinate handle the task of comforting the victims." He walked calmly towards the door and said in an authoritative tone, "Your presence isn't enough." Yingji turned his head slightly and further explained, "First, only if I go to the city walls in person can the people see how much Great Qin values them. Second, if I don't show myself, wouldn't the arrangements of the 6 states' remnants be in vain?" He walked out the door and left a resounding statement. "The remnants of the 6 states are already spent arrows. They must have gathered all their strength this time. I will use this opportunity to wipe them all out." Outside the tightly closed city gates, the refugees were crying out in misery. Someone in the crowd said with tears in their eyes, "Let me into the city. I haven't eaten in 5 days, another person chimed in. "We are all subjects of Great Qin. When Great Qin unified the realm, didn't they say they would treat all descendants of Yan and Huang fairly? Were the crown prince's words a lie?" A group of people in the crowd wore fierce expressions, whispering sinisterly, "Chaos. As long as Yingji dares to come out, even if we don't act, the refugees will tear him apart. Even if he doesn't come out, his prestige will be ruined." the city gates slowly opened, followed by a loud announcement, "The Crown Prince has arrived." The refugees showed surprise at the sight. The gates swung wide as if opening to a new world. Behind the gates appeared a formidable elite army. Yingji sat on a large chair mounted on a carriage. The sheer number of soldiers he led instilled fear in the refugees. So many soldiers, are they going to kill us? The scene of panicked and chaotic refugees darkened Shang Yu's eyes. He thought to himself, the Qin dogs have finally shown their true colors. Are they going to strike at the refugees? All that talk of Yan and Huang being one is a lie. Yingji slowly stood up from his sedan chair, walked towards the refugees, spread his arms and said loudly, "People of Great Qin, I am Yingji, the Crown Prince of Great Qin. I have ordered the granaries to be opened and porridge to be distributed. Rest assured, Great Qin will not abandon you." Hearing the news personally announced by Yingji, the refugees were astonished. Really, we're saved. The Crown Prince's words before weren't a lie. Great Qin won't abandon us. Many refugees were moved to tears. They knelt down, leaving the group of ill-intentioned people isolated and panicked. The refugees shouted, "Long live the Crown Prince." "Thank you, Crown Prince." Looking down from a height, Yingji thought, trying to stir up public sentiment to overthrow Great Qin. Do you really think the people are blind? Let's see what tricks you villains have left. Seeing the refugees all submitting, the ill-intentioned people panicked and tried to break out. He said, "Bastards, what are you doing? You believe a single word from the Qin dogs?" A ferocious-looking man among the group ordered the refugees. "Get up, all of you, you spineless wretches. Have you forgotten your mother states?" A refugee spoke up. "Mother states along the way? Wasn't it the old nobles of our mother states who hoarded grain and refused to help? On the contrary, the Qin soldiers have never harmed us." Other refugees also stood up and said, "Exactly who are you? The Crown Prince has given us grain. Why are you slandering him? These people are suspicious. They might be here to cause trouble." With that, the refugees charged at the ill-intentioned group and started fighting. Enraged, the group drew their weapons and directly slashed at the refugees. As the blades fell, chaos erupted around them. People screamed, "They're killing people over there. Murder, who are they?" This scene caught Shang Yu's eye and he said angrily, "Bastards, how can they strike at the common people?" The ill-intentioned group, weapons drawn, huddled together. One man stepped forward and said, "Fight. Righteous men of the 6 states, seize the opportunity. Restore our mother states. Kill Yingji." With that, they charged forward aggressively, shouting, "Kill." This scene made Yingji sneer, "Overreaching yourselves." He ordered the soldiers forward. "Generals, hear my command, do not harm the people. The remnants of the 6 states, not one shall be left alive." The soldiers acknowledged in unison, "Yes." With that, the soldiers rushed forward to engage the ill-intentioned group. As the refugees scrambled to find safety, Zhang Liang also panicked, grabbing Shang Yu's hand and saying, "Everything is going according to Zhang Liang's plan. Now is the time for you to act." Shang Yu's face showed hesitation, he said, but seeing Shang Yu's attitude, Zhang Liang said disapprovingly, "But what? Remember, you are the future king of this realm. Facing the tyrannical Qin that destroyed our mother state, do not have the compassion of a woman." Hearing Shang Liang's provocative words, Shang Yu's fighting spirit ignited. He drew his sword and cleaved the bamboo hat on his head in two. At that moment, several people holding sharp swords charged fiercely towards where Yingji stood. "Qin dog, your time is up," another person laughed sinisterly. "Haha, kill Yingji and I'll be a founding minister. Wealth and glory are right before my eyes." Looking at these fools before him, Yingji thought contemptuously, "Restore the states? Those who come are nothing but reckless people driven by their own selfish interests." The swords in the scabbards of the surrounding soldiers suddenly flew out, causing a stir among them. Yingji reached out and manipulated the swords, executing the technique, 100-step flying swords. Several swords shot rapidly towards those charging at him, wounding each of them, eliciting cries of pain. "HMPH, ah!" A sharp scream rang out, catching Yingji's attention. "Little thief Yingji, don't be so arrogant." Shang Yu, holding a long sword, rushed towards him at lightning speed, then used his sharp blade to sever one of the swords Yingji was controlling. He charged fiercely, gripping his long sword tightly, and slashed straight down at Yingji's head. Feeling this momentum, Yingji was not alarmed but rather secretly pleased. Yingji thought, with such momentum, who else could it be but Shang Yu? "I've been waiting for you." Shang Yu's sword was easily blocked right in front of his eyes. His momentum was evenly matched with Yingji's, like two fierce beasts locked in a violent struggle. The soldiers fighting the ill-intentioned group said worriedly, "Damn it, protect the Crown Prince," Yingji said with a confident smile. "No need, I can handle this man alone." Shang Yu said with a face full of rage, "Arrogant words, you killed my grandfather, destroyed my mother state. Today I will take your life." Yingji sent Shang Yu flying with a single move. Pressing his advantage, he continued his attack, conjuring countless swords, 100-step flying swords. Seeing Yingji use magic to conjure so many swords at once, Shang Yu said contemptuously, "What trickery is this?" Without backing down, he used only his single sword to slash away all of Yingji's flying swords. Looking at the unbelievable sight before him, Ying Ji couldn't help but ponder. He blocked all my flying swords. Shang Yu can actually condense a trace of martial qi. Ying Qi gripped his longsword tightly. A secret smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he thought excitedly to himself. Ha, well said. His aura surged abruptly, golden light leaping around him like battle flames. He mused that with the world's top martial artist right before him, how could he not engage in the purest form of martial combat? Even Shang Yu was startled by the aura emanating from Ying Qi. Confused, Shang Yu wondered inwardly, this overwhelming aura that reaches heaven and earth, is he truly such a man? It was Ying Qi's challenge that made Shang Yu even more resolute. He warned himself silently, no, I cannot retreat, if I do. His war beast displayed a kingly ferocity, filling Shang Yu's heart with words of encouragement. How could I face my elders east of the river? He roared with a formidable spirit. Kill. Seeing Shang Yu show no intention of retreating, Ying Qi also decided inwardly, then let's fight. I and my war beast will join the battle. The two forces collided violently, intertwining into a dazzling and magnificent spectacle. As Shang Yu and Ying Qi passed each other, Shang Yu's face darkened, his expression unreadable, his longsword still steady in his hand. After this explosive exchange, the power of both sides made Ying Qi feel it, and he gave Shang Yu high praise. In this era, only you, Shang Yu, can wound me. Truly worthy of being that man, this sword strike embodies my ultimate martial intent. Shang Yu could not withstand the duel that had brought him down. His longsword unsteady, slipping from his hand and falling. As his words trailed off, Ying Qi left a final message in his mind. This is my highest respect for this era. The sight made the soldiers cheer with joy. The Crown Prince has won. The Crown Prince is unmatched in valor. Contrary to the soldiers' elation, Shang Liang was filled with unease and quickly ordered, what are you standing there for? Why haven't you cut off that Qin traitor's head? Shang Liang thought angrily, damn it, even Shang Yu has lost. The scene seemed to split into two opposing factions. On one side, Shang Liang and his ill-intentioned gang rushed forward shouting, kill, kill, kill that dog Ying Qi. On the other side, soldiers and refugees armed with crude tools stood before Ying Qi crying out, protect the Crown Prince. Those with malicious intent wielding weapons charged forward mercilessly, cutting down the refugees with crude tools. One vicious man said, get out of the way, you rabble. A refugee screamed in pain after being struck. Ah, the chaotic scene made Ying Qi widen his eyes in shock. These refugees are risking their lives to protect me. He quickly ordered the soldiers ready to charge into battle. All troops hear my command. Protect my people of Yanhuang and ensure no civilian casualties. The soldiers shouted, as you command. With that, they rushed forward to engage fiercely with the ill-intentioned gang. Amid the chaos, one ill-intentioned man drew a dagger, a sinister look on his face, and said, a perfect opportunity now. He swiftly hurled the dagger at Ying Qi, shouting, Ying Qi, die, because it happened so suddenly. A refugee stepped forward to shield Ying Qi from behind. He said, Your Highness, be careful. The flying dagger rapidly approached the refugee, who shut his eyes in terror. At that moment, space seemed to freeze, and a radiant imperial golden seal floated in midair. The seal released immense energy, forming an invisible shield before the man that blocked the dagger, leaving him stunned. Ying Qi raised one hand to the sky, manipulating the invisible shield around him and the man, which emitted a dazzling, powerful golden force, creating this barrier. Ying Qi then turned and took the man's hand, asking with concern, Sir, are you all right? The man replied with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes, I am unharmed, Your Highness, as long as you are safe. On the other side, the refugees looked up at the sky in excitement. One man pointed and said, it's the seal's protection. This must be heaven's blessing. If not for divine mandate, how could heaven favor him so? Though the Crown Prince destroyed our motherland to end the world's chaos, he must be sent by heaven to stop the war and save our Yanhuang people. On Ying Qi's side, he said angrily, these remnants shouting about restoring their kingdoms, yet they turn their blades on unarmed refugees. Soldiers seize the assassins. I will use their lives to give the refugees justice. Hearing the command, the soldiers shouted, as you command. With that, they charged straight at the panicked gang. Shang Liang tried to flee but was stopped by two soldiers who said, Rebel, where do you think you're going? Facing the soldiers, he panicked in terror. Wah! After some time, Shang Liang and his ill-intentioned gang were all captured, bound and kneeling on the ground. Shang Liang still remained stubborn, struggling fiercely. Let me go, let me go. At that moment, a military officer stepped forward respectfully to report, Your Highness, all the rebel remnants have been brought here awaiting your judgment. Ying Qi's face darkened as he said sternly, the people of Yanhuang under Great Qin, you have suffered. I, Ying Qi, as the Crown Prince of Great Qin, have failed you. Hearing this, the refugees hurriedly knelt and said, Your Highness speaks too gravely. You are benevolent and virtuous. We dare not accept such words, Ying Qi declared righteously. Regardless of the people of various states, they are all subjects of Great Qin. Pointing his sword forward, he said, We share the same roots and there will be no favoritism. As his words fell, Shang Liang collapsed, his face full of fear, two streams of tears rolling down his cheeks. Then Ying Qi raised his sword to the sky and proclaimed, The remnants are eliminated and the world is unified. Hearing this, those around him also knelt, shouting, "Great Qin, Great Qin, Great Qin, Crown Prince, Crown Prince." In the crowd a panicked man cried out, "What? Even Shang Yu couldn't kill Ying Qi, and General Shang has fallen to Ying Qi's hand." In this critical moment someone asked in panic, "Master, what should we do now?" Zhang Liang replied with worry, "Since things have come to this, let's return to our territory first, plan carefully, and wait for a future opportunity to restore our kingdom." Before he could finish, a majestic figure swooped down from the sky, startling them into screams. "Wah!" After landing, the figure said loudly, "I didn't expect you remnants to be hiding in this remote place. No wonder my black ice platform had such trouble finding you." Seeing him, they recognized him in panic. You are Ying Qi." Standing fearlessly among them, he questioned. "You are Zhang Liang? It was your idea to incite the refugees in Shenyang, wasn't it?" Zhang Liang did not answer him but let out a few sinister chuckles. "Heh heh." Then he burst into mad laughter. "Ha ha ha." His crazed state left Ying Qi stunned, thinking to himself, "How did my sudden appearance scare him mad?" Before Ying Qi could react, Zhang Liang loudly ordered, "All troops hear my command." Instantly, a group of soldiers hidden in the bushes and corners emerged, weapons in hand. Zhang Liang said contemptuously with confidence and pride, "Ying Qi, I laugh at your foolishness. I know you have divine skills to block 1,000 arrows, and have personal guards to protect you, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant as to come alone." Then he suddenly asked, "I suppose General Shang also fell to your guards, didn't he?" Then, drawing courage from somewhere, he dared to declare, "But no matter who comes to save you, my elite warriors can take your dog's life." At that moment he immediately ordered, "Soldiers, attack." Seeing this, Ying Qi showed no fear, instead sneering contemptuously. "Ha, naive, I dared to come alone, unafraid of an ambush, for only one reason." As he spoke, he drew 3 swords from their scabbards. In an instant the 3 swords seemed to gain spirit, flying off on their own to slay the enemy. At the same time his voice rang out firmly, "That is, I alone can form an army." Wherever his sword flew it killed one man. After eliminating these minor thugs he turned to find the leader but saw no trace, so he asked himself, did Zhang Liang escape in the chaos? Suddenly a figure appeared from nowhere and reported to him, "My lord, all the ambushing soldiers around have been annihilated. I have sent men to pursue Zhang Liang." But Ying Qi stopped him. "No need, I will personally finish off this rebel leader." "Bring me the 10-stone bow." Holding the precious bow, he said triumphantly, "Zhang Liang, you are one of the 3 heroes of the early Han, but unfortunately you've met me, Ying Qi, the villain." Without hesitation, he used his divine archery technique. Releasing the arrow, he prayed silently, "I must change history." The arrow flew forward like the wind, relentlessly chasing Zhang Liang, who fled in terror. But no matter how he ran, he couldn't escape the arrow's power, which easily sent him to his doom. Seeing this, Ying Qi thought with relief, "With this, the leaders of the 6 state remnants are finally all eliminated." At this moment, Zhao Dunruo urgently reported to him, "My lord, a shadow guard just reported that Shang Yu's body has gone missing." But Ying Qi didn't pay much attention, saying, Probably his protectors didn't want him buried outside Shenyang and took his body back to his homeland. Don't bother with it, let's return to the palace." Shortly after, in the Great Hall, the ministers all congratulated Ying Qi together. "Congratulations to your highness for eliminating the leaders of the 6 state rebels, and congratulations to Great Qin for unifying the realm." At this point, a civil official stepped forward to present his opinion. "Your highness, although grain has been distributed to the refugees who fled to Shenyang and they have been sent back to their hometowns, the grain prices cannot be lowered. I beg your highness to order the purchase of grain to save the people in the country from disaster." Hearing this, Ying Qi did not hesitate, and immediately ordered, "Purchase it, don't think I don't know. Some nobles are hoarding the world's grain, waiting to make a huge profit from the court." Minister Feng continued to raise grain prices and make those who seek to profit from the nation's calamity and the people's life-saving grain pay the price. "I want to see if they dare to let the grain rot in their warehouses." Huo Qubun gladly accepted the order. "Your servant obeys." Seizing the opportunity, he also issued a command. "Although the rebel leaders have been eliminated, the chaos among the people cannot be allowed to continue. Minister Han, issue a national decree to the world. From today onward," he ordered firmly and loudly, "confiscate all weapons from the people, recast them into Great Qin's weapons to strengthen the military. Anyone found hiding weapons among the people will be considered a traitor. Once discovered, the entire clan will be exterminated. At the same time, hunt down the 6 state remnants. Anyone connected to them will have their clan wiped out as a warning." After hearing his command, the ministers admired him inwardly. "If the people hold weapons, they can become soldiers. Confiscating all weapons eliminates the risk of military unrest. The Crown Prince's strategy is brilliant." One minister couldn't help but sigh. "Confiscating all weapons again, the Crown Prince is truly domineering." Ying Qi was now in a state of great self-satisfaction, filled with anticipation. With this, the problems left by the 6 state remnants can be ended. It's finally almost time to announce the decision I've been looking forward to. Suddenly, a minister called out to him, "Your Highness." Hearing himself called, he looked up blankly as Li Si respectfully offered a suggestion. Now that the world is unified, but the conquered states each have their own scripts and measurement systems, I believe the foundation of unification lies in unifying culture and customs. If scripts and measurement systems are not unified, it may affect the foundation of Great Qin for all eternity. His boldness surprised all the other ministers, who thought to themselves, "Does Li Si want to die?" Knowing he has a rift with His Highness, he still dares to appear before him. How could the Crown Prince listen to him? Li Si is in for it this time. Contrary to their expectations, Ying Qi not only didn't mind but praised Li Si inwardly. "As expected of you, Li Si. I didn't think you'd raise this issue first." So he ordered Li Si, "The Tingwei speaks reasonably. Unifying the territory is only the first step. Please continue, Tingwei." This attitude amazed and impressed the civil and military officials. The Crown Prince actually agreed with Li Si. Perhaps there is a rift between Li Si and His Highness. But in matters of state, His Highness does not show favoritism. Such broad-mindedness, spirit, and tolerance. No wonder he was chosen by the king. Even Li Si didn't expect him to be so accommodating. "I thought the Crown Prince had come to dislike me, but it turns out I was measuring a gentleman's heart with my own petty mind." So he quickly submitted his proposal. "I believe we should abolish the scripts and measurement systems of the various states, create new characters based on Great Qin's script, and unify the culture." Hearing this, Ying Qi showed a satisfied expression and said proudly, "Well said, but that's not enough. I have already thought of this, regarding the Tingwei's proposal. I have only 15 words." Before the civil and military officials, Ying Qi declared loudly, "Carts on the same track, writing with the same script, conduct with the same ethics, measures with the same standards, currency with the same coin. The Yan Huang people share the same origin and roots. Once these 15 words are implemented, the Yan Huang will be united, and there will be no more danger of division." At night, in a desolate place strewn with corpses, a figure in a black robe stood before a coffin, muttering to himself, "Has even the hegemon king of Western Chu failed now? But this is within my expectations." He stroked the coffin and sighed. That Ying Qi, favored by heaven, is growing so fast. So he decided to revive Shang Yu as a backup plan. "But Shang Yu, you cannot die yet." In an instant, Shang Yu's eyes lit up and the coffin and the mysterious figure lay on a bagua pattern, as an invisible force descended. Moments later, the coffin lid burst open. Shang Yu was revived with deep hatred, growling like a beast in the night. "Ying Qi, where is Ying Qi?" These words completely convinced Li Si. So the Crown Prince had already thought of this, and even more thoroughly than I did. The ministers then cheered together. "The Crown Prince is wise." Suddenly Ying Zheng walked in from outside, praising his plan. "Well said. Carts on the same track, writing with the same script, conduct with the same ethics, measures with the same standards, currency with the same koan." Seeing him, the ministers all bowed respectfully. "We pay homage to your majesty." He walked step by step toward Ying Qi and reminded him, "But Kier, these 15-word national policies should be implemented gradually." After bowing respectfully, Ying Qi replied, "Kier naturally knows that the world has just been settled, and everything must start from one." Hearing this, Ying Zheng suggested, "Among them, writing with the same script and currency with the same koan can be prepared first." Ying Qi immediately ordered, "The matter of currency with the same koan can be handled by the Shaofu. As for writing with the same script," he unhesitatingly entrusted the task to Li Si. Surprising him, "Tingwei Li, the creation of new characters for Great Qin is in your hands." Meng Tian, upon receiving the order, immediately responded, "As you command, thank you, Your Highness." Even Li Si obeyed his command and vowed, "I will not disappoint the king and the Crown Prince." After assigning tasks to his close ministers, he immediately ended the morning court. "Very well, today's court discussion ends here." "Dismissed," the civil and military officials then respectfully shouted in unison. "We respectfully see off the king and the Crown Prince," without paying them further attention. As he followed Ying Zheng, he teased him, saying, "Father, you're either strolling around or staying by mother's side." He showed no fear of his imperial father, using a playful tone to tease him, but also reminding him to find time to take mother for cultivation. Ying Zheng just sighed and replied, "Ah, your mother and I were separated for over 20 years. How can I not make up for lost time?" Not only that, but he laughed and turned the tables. "Besides, if cultivation fails, can't you, young man, find us 2 immortal peaches or miraculous pills?" "Ha!" Suddenly, a shadow guard appeared from nowhere and reported, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Highness. As ordered, I have secretly gathered alchemists from various states and have them imprisoned, awaiting your judgment." Upon hearing this, Ying Ji immediately ordered, "Excellent. Have all the alchemists assemble in the Alchemy Palace Square." This command puzzled Ying Zheng. "Jeer, why are you summoning these useless alchemists?" Instead of answering, he smiled ambiguously. "Hee, father, don't ask. Follow me and you'll find out soon enough." His attitude only deepened Yingzheng's suspicion. What was this boy up to now? Soon the father and son arrived at the alchemy palace. The alchemists respectfully bowed. "Greetings, your majesty." "Greetings, Crown Prince." Looking at this group of extraordinary individuals, Yingzheng asked him doubtfully, "Jeer, what do you intend to do with these alchemists?" He replied mysteriously, revealing a piece of information. "Father, do you remember when I taught you martial arts that day? I mentioned that this world has thin spiritual energy, making it hard to condense true martial essence. Therefore I plan to refine a national strengthening elixir." This plan left Yingzheng stunned. He asked blankly, "But didn't you say these alchemists only refine poisonous pills? How can they refine spiritual elixirs?" Seeing that he had hit the key point, he confidently affirmed, "They may not know how, but I can teach them." This shocked Yingzheng, who retorted, "You know alchemy too." Instead of answering, Yingji turned to threaten the group of extraordinary individuals. "Listen up. Great Qin needs alchemists, not swindlers and frauds," he gave a stern order. "Those who succeed in refining the pill within 5 attempts will live, otherwise you'll taste death for failing." Afterwards he played a game of chess with Yingzheng to pass the time. A soldier came to report, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the competition is over. 48 people failed to refine the pill. All have been executed." Upon hearing this, he immediately asked, "Among the 200, was there anyone who succeeded on the first try?" The soldier quickly brought the person he inquired about. "There is one. I have brought him. Step forward and greet the king and the crown prince." Xu Fu hurriedly knelt and reported respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty the king, Your Highness the crown prince. Your humble subject is named Xu Fu." Upon hearing his name, Ying Ji spat out his water in shock, immediately recognizing who he was. Peeved, "Xu Fu, the one who deceived my father so badly in history. I didn't expect him to still end up in Great Qin's palace." All right, no more delays." He directly stated the purpose of his gathering and holding this alchemy competition. "From today onward, I established the Great Qin Alchemy Hall, dedicated to refining all kinds of pills for Great Qin. You are the first batch of alchemists. I will grant you titles based on your alchemy skills." He started with the man who had deceived Yingzheng in history. Xu Fu, hearing his name called, stammered, Your subject is here." Without hesitation, he granted him a title in front of everyone. "I appoint you as the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall, from now on commanding the 239 alchemists of Great Qin, reporting directly to me and the king." This sudden appointment astonished him greatly. After regaining his composure, he quickly kowtowed in gratitude. "Your subject accepts the order." "Thank you, Crown Prince." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The other alchemists also bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Crown Prince." "Thank you, Your Majesty. We swear to serve Great Qin unto death." Just then the system prompted, "Xu Fu's loyalty has reached 75. This prompt made Yingji sigh with satisfaction. "Oh, 75 right away. Is the reward that effective? It seems this old Xu Fu hasn't had a good life before." Suddenly another prompt came. "Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a subsidiary faction, the Alchemy Hall. Congratulations to the host for recruiting 200 basic alchemists. Obtained exclusive building, the Alchemy Tower. The host can view the Alchemy Tower's attributes after obtaining it. Reward, Zon Rank Advanced Alchemy Manual, Alchemy Scripture." These rewards made Yingji's eyes light up. The system rewards exclusive buildings and even provides corresponding manuals. If I create a weapon hall, a forging hall, etc. in the future, there will definitely be rewards. I'm looking forward to it. Then he turned to ask Yingzheng, "Father, would you like to see a miracle?" This puzzled Yingzheng. "A miracle? What trick are you up to now, boy?" Without delay, he immediately opened the system to give him a surprise. "Father, look." He opened the panel and commanded, "System, project the Alchemy Tower." The system responded, "Host's command processed. Alchemy Tower projection initiated." Instantly, a beam of light descended from the sky. This terrified everyone present. Whoa! As the image of the Alchemy Tower appeared, the ministers were stunned. This is a miracle, a true miracle." Even Yingzheng couldn't hide his surprise. He asked, "Jeer, how many secrets are you hiding, boy?" The Alchemy Tower was now fully manifested. One of the ministers said, "It is said that the crown prince was blessed by immortals at his enfeoffment, a man of destiny. It seems the rumors are true." Another added, "To witness such a miracle with my own eyes," Xu Fu observed with a serious expression, thinking, "The crown prince is indeed a man of destiny. My days as an alchemist in other states were unstable," he silently vowed. "Now I must devote myself entirely to serving the crown prince. For Great Qin I will surely achieve fame and gain the prince's favor in the future." Looking at the massive alchemy tower before him, Yingji couldn't help but exclaim, "This alchemy tower is a bit big." Lan Ming was also stunned. Yingji immediately opened the system. System, view building attributes. The system displayed a prompt. The host is a second-rank alchemist and can enter the second floor of the alchemy tower. The alchemy tower is a building managed by the host. If the host wishes to recall the alchemy tower, it can be done with a thought. Special building, 9-level alchemy tower. Building attributes, auxiliary building. Open floors, second floor. First floor, success rate for first-grade pills increased by 30. Proficiency for alchemists below second rank increased by 30. Alchemy furnace comes with mortal fire. Second floor, success rate for second-grade pills increased by 30. Proficiency for alchemists below third rank increased by 30. Alchemy furnace comes with basic flame. Third floor not open. Fourth floor not open. Yingzheng turned to look at Yingji and praised, "Jir, I didn't expect you could perform miracles now. Can we enter this tower?" Yingji smiled and replied, "Of course we can. Father, let's go in and have a look." Yingzheng was a bit worried. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "Jir, you've arranged many things today. Has something happened?" Two subordinates then also spoke up to take their leave. "Your subordinates take their leave." Yingji smiled and put his arm around his father's neck, saying, "Father, don't worry. These are all necessary measures for establishing a martial arts empire. The reason I'm handling everything today is that I plan to go into seclusion for a while. I'll leave the state affairs to you during this time." Yingzheng immediately said in a disdainful tone, "Seclusion? I think you're just trying to slack off, boy." Yingji was taken aback and quickly defended himself. "No, the higher the martial arts realm, the harder it is to break through. I really need to go into seclusion." Upon hearing this, Yingzheng reached out and patted his son's shoulder, saying gently, all right, I believe you. I can't help you on the path of martial arts cultivation." Then he turned around and continued with a heroic air, "But to establish a unified martial arts empire and use it as a foundation to conquer the world, your father will do his utmost to help you." Yingji smiled happily and replied, "Thank you, father." Inside the alchemy tower, a group of alchemists were still stunned by the sight before them. "It truly is a miracle descending from the heavens. Unbelievable." Yingzheng looked at Yingji and said, "Jir, this alchemy tower is empty. It seems we'll need to prepare quite a few alchemy furnaces and firewood." Yingji smiled and replied, "No need, father. How could this miraculous alchemy tower use such mundane items? This tower has 9 levels, each level corresponding to an alchemist's rank. The scenes on each level are incredibly majestic." Yingji gave a command, "Alchemy tower, reveal the furnace." Instantly, a massive alchemy furnace appeared before the astonished eyes of the alchemists. Yingji continued to command, "Alchemy fire, ignite." The flames within the furnace roared to life. The system displayed information. Prompt, the alchemy tower can teach alchemy formulas and refining methods to the hall master of the alchemy hall. Yingji was surprised. This alchemy tower has such a convenient function. With the alchemy fire burning in his hand, Yingji spoke, "Shu Fu, today I will teach you 3 pill formulas. Remember." He extended his hand toward Shu Fu and transmitted the formulas. Instantly the formulas merged into Shu Fu's mind. He thought to himself, "Warming meridian pill, body tempering pill, chi enhancing pill." The refining methods for the pills also appeared in his mind. After finishing the transmission, Yingji put one hand behind his back and ordered, "Shu Fu, I want you to master the alchemy methods within 3 months and teach them to the other cultivators. Can you do it?" Shu Fu prostrated himself at Yingji's feet and replied loudly, "Your subject will not fail the crown prince and the king's mission. I will devote myself entirely to studying the alchemy methods." Yingji smiled with satisfaction. "Good." Just then, a subordinate entered to report, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, Grand Tutor Meng and Grand Tutor Lu request an audience." The scene shifted outside the tower. Yingzheng and Yingji walked out to greet them. Grand Tutor Meng and Grand Tutor Lu bowed upon seeing them. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Highness." Yingzheng asked curiously, "What brings the 2 Grand Tutors here in such haste?" Lu Buwei immediately replied, "Reporting to Your Majesty, the 15-character national policy proposed by the Crown Prince in court is truly admirable. The departments of writing and coinage are already being implemented. Your subject presumes to request, along with Grand Tutor Meng Ao, to undertake the major task of standardizing the axle width and weights and measures." Yingji then spoke up, "I didn't expect the 2 Grand Tutors to have such intentions. In that case, standardizing the axle width and standardizing weights and measures will be entrusted to you two." The 2 men happily bowed to Yingji in thanks. "Thank you, Crown Prince." Meng Ao also added in his report, "Furthermore, as per Your Highness's orders, the 5 regional generals have been secretly summoned. They will arrive in Shenyang shortly." Yingzheng asked his son curiously, "Oh, Jir, you summoned the 5 regional generals back to the capital? Why?" Yingji replied mysteriously, "Father, when they return, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I am building a martial arts Great Qin empire." Yingzheng asked in confusion, a martial arts Great Qin Empire. Lu Buwei then also spoke up to take his leave. Your Majesty, Your Highness, we too will take our leave now. As soon as the two Grand Tutors left, Yingji commanded, Turin, you two show yourselves. Turin and his subordinate appeared, bowing respectfully. Master, Yingji said, now that the overall situation is settled, it's time. A country doesn't need two intelligence organizations with similar functions. Yingzheng turned to look at Yingji and asked doubtfully, Jir, you want to? Yingji replied, Father, from today onward I plan to merge these two organizations. Shadow will be responsible for external affairs. Intelligence and assassinations, he continued confidently. The Black Ice platform will be responsible for internal surveillance, eliminating traitors and rebels. All matters will report directly to me and Father. Yingzheng laughed happily. Excellent. Yingji turned to look at Turin and added, Additionally, the remnants of the 6 states have largely been cleared. Shadow's infiltration shouldn't be limited to the central plains. It's time to expand outward, Turin replied excitedly. Yes. Afterwards, Yingzheng and Yingji, father and son, left with their arms around each other's shoulders. As they walked, Yingzheng said, Between father and son there's no need for thanks, but if you're going into seclusion, why not come with me to see your mother along the way? You know, a mother will surely have some words to say to you. Yingji readily agreed. All right, but father, aren't you the one who's eager to see mother again? Yingzheng, caught out, laughed heartily. Ha. Back in his room, Yingji opened the system to check. He thought, I said seclusion, but it was just a casual remark. Now that everything is settled, I can finally give it a try. Opportunity. Enter the instance world. Let's see what this instance world is all about. Yingji reached out and touched the system, saying, System, I want to enter the instance world. The system immediately displayed processing host command, selecting world. Opening portal. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened instance world, 5 barbarians world. This world is a normal instance world, with a level equivalent to the host's Great Qin world. The host can enter the instance world at any time. Yingji looked at the portal to the instance before him and thought, 5 barbarians world? Is that the place where the descendants of Yuan and Wu'an are treated like pigs and dogs slaughtered by bloodthirsty and savage foreign tribes? The system continued to prompt, System portal generated. Please enter host. Yingji snorted coldly and said, Let's go in and take a look first, in the 5 barbarians world. At this moment, Chang'an City was engulfed in flames everywhere, with heart-wrenching cries and wails incessant. Spare me, a woman held her child, tears in her eyes. She looked up and begged, My child is still young, please spare him. The child kept calling out in fear, Mother. Before this unfortunate mother and child stood a brutal and savage Manchu soldier. He grinned and replied, Oh, how can that be? Don't all you Yanhuang people have to go to the Yellow Springs after death? Isn't it nice to have company on the road? Tears streamed down her cheeks. The woman shouted angrily, Beasts, all you Manchus are beasts, why won't you even spare an infant? He immediately retorted, You Yanhuang people are the ones worse than pigs and dogs. With that, he swung his blade at the poor mother and child. The mother could only hold her child tightly and close her eyes, awaiting death. He let out a roar and swung his blade, ending the lives of the poor mother and child. He raised the blood-stained knife and licked it with pleasure. He said excitedly, Look at these powerless, raging 2-legged sheep. This feels so good to me. A Manchu soldier behind him was also extremely excited. Ha! Kill all the 2-legged sheep. The central plains will belong to us. The noble grassland Ling tribe. With that, the group left. The leader was still giving orders, Keep killing over there. At that moment, Yingji was stepping out of a spatial gate. As soon as he arrived, what met his eyes was a scene of desolation and ruin. Numerous corpses lay spattered on the ground. The system prompted at this moment. Arrived at the 5 barbarians world, standing amidst the ruins before him, Yingji said angrily, The upheaval of the 5 barbarians, the foreign tribes once subservient to the Yanhuang people, took advantage of the chaos to raise their armies. The 5 barbarian tribes drove 1,000,000 troops into the central plains. This is indeed the place. He gazed into the distance and roared sternly, Beasts, these barbarians are utterly inhuman, even killing my Yanhuang kin who feigned weakness. Yingji gently touched the cheek of the child who had just been killed, still lying peacefully in his mother's arms. He said, Child, you should never have met such a fate. I'm sorry I came too late. Yingji stood up tall. Weifeng, I declare, along with all those who have died cruelly at the hands of foreign races in this world. I, Yingji, swear by the bloodline of Yanhuang that I will eradicate every foreign race that has entered the central plains to slaughter my people. Not a single one will be spared. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with grief and fury. I will make these foreign beasts understand that those who offend Yanhuang will only meet death. System notification. Dungeon World Quest issued Exterminate all foreign races and save the Yanhuang race. Quest reward Yang Zan rank. Dungeon World Quest issued Annihilate the Yanhuang traitors of the Sima clan. Quest reward, Yang Zan rank. Suddenly, a group of foreigners approached Ying Qi, taunting, brothers, here's a stray two-legged sheep, ha ha ha, he's scared stiff, not running, and looks like he's crying. Crying over those two little two-legged sheep that were slaughtered? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha, let's have some fun with him. One held a rope with a noose while another charged with a sword. They boasted, two-legged sheep, our chief gives you 10 breaths to run, after that we'll chase you. Ha ha ha, this sheep is mine, ha ha ha, this two-legged sheep has a weapon. I'll kill him and drink wine from his bones. Ying Qi stood silently, gripping his sword while making the two swords behind him hum. Without a word, he decisively used his martial arts power to control nearby swords to attack them. Blades shot straight at every enemy, who could only scream in agony, unable to resist. The controlled swords also helped him eliminate many foes. Seizing the moment, Ying Qi leaped into the air and roared, "You foreign beasts, come and die." As Ying Qi charged in and slashed wildly, the foreigners panicked and fell into chaos, shouting, "He's not human. He's a demon, too terrifying, call for backup." One foreigner immediately blew a horn for reinforcements. Seeing this, Ying Qi urged, come on, come on." With a single sword stroke, he killed the one who had blown the horn. He shouted, "Die for me." In an instant, the group of foreigners lay dead at Ying Qi's feet. The sound of hooves came from afar as reinforcements arrived. A cold glint flashed in Ying Qi's eyes as he looked at them. The leader spoke, "So you've killed another of our wolf clan warriors." A surviving foreigner cried out in panic, "Run, he's a demon, a Shura demon emerging from hell." The leader pointed his blade at Ying Qi and roared, "What Shura demon? The grassland wolf clan fears no lowly man." He then ordered archers. A volley of arrows rained down on Ying Qi. He quickly summoned the blood tiger. In an instant the blood tiger appeared and swatted away all the arrows aimed at Ying Qi. Ying Qi mounted the blood tiger and charged at the foreigners in retaliation, shouting, "Blood tiger, kill them all." The leader was terrified, thinking, "How is this possible? What power is this?" He stammered. "Who are you?" Ying Qi disdained to answer, riding the blood tiger toward the leader. The surrounding crowd screamed, "Ah, blood-red tiger. Run!" The foreigners scattered in panic. "Run!" Seeing the terrifying power, the leader knelt and begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I surrender." Ying Qi's eyes were icy and filled with murderous intent as he looked at him. "Mercy? When my innocent Yanwang people begged for mercy, did you ever spare them?" Ying Qi swung his sword, cleaving down on the leader, saying as he struck, "You didn't even spare infants, you beast. Do you deserve to live?" Done. Ying Qi stood tall. He muttered to himself, "Child, I've avenged you." His eyes still brimmed with grief and fury. Ying Qi roared, "Listen, you Manchu beasts, today is just the beginning. When my Qin Empire's 1,000,000 iron cavalry invade this realm, I'll make you know what despair is. All the suffering of the Yanwang people in this world I will repay 100-fold. The system then displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host and pet blood tiger for killing 21,320 enemies, earning 21,420 experience points. Congratulations to the host for personally killing over 10,000 enemies. Passive skill killing path has been upgraded by 1 level. In combat state, true Qi recovery speed increased by 20. The surviving Yanwang people behind Ying Qi rose one after another, endlessly thanking him. If not for the immortal, we would have been slaughtered by the foreigners. Thank you, immortal, for your great kindness. Thank you for saving our lives. Thank you for your immense grace." All the people surrounded Ying Qi, kowtowing and saying, "The foreigners are crueler than beasts. If not for the immortal, our entire city of over 100,000 would have died. Your great kindness we will never forget." Ying Qi said with difficulty, "I'm sorry I came late. I'm no immortal." "Please get up," one person said. "We beg the immortal to drive out all the foreigners from the world. We can't take it anymore." Another added, "Thank you, immortal, for saving us. The foreigners treat us like pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep, boiling and eating us. They are not human, they are beasts. The Zhou dynasty has abandoned the central plains, leaving us to fend for ourselves." Ying Qi responded in confusion. "For millennia, our Yanwang race has never feared any enemy or challenge. The foreigners are rampant. Why don't you resist?" His face was full of indignation. He continued angrily, "Since our Yanwang race existed, we have fought heaven, earth, and wild beasts. If just because of foreigners you lose your courage and become afraid, how can you be worthy of being Yanwang descendants?" Ying Qi raised his sword high and inspired the crowd passionately. "Fight to the death against the foreigners, protect yourselves. That is the true nature of Yanwang. Stand up, they are just foreigners. How can they make Yanwang people so afraid?" Moved by Ying Qi's encouragement, one person clasped his fists and stood up, replying, "The immortal is right. The foreigners are indeed cruel. But they have been trampled underfoot by our Yanwang race since ancient times. If the Sima clan won't save us, we'll protect ourselves." Immediately, more responded, "Yes, this is our home. We'll fight them to the end. Right, no running, no surrender. We'll defend Chang'an to the death and fight to the last." Ying Qi smiled in satisfaction. "Good, you are truly of Yanwang blood. take the foreigners' weapons, seize their war horses, form an army of the strong and hold the city. In at most 3 months, my million-strong army will descend and annihilate the foreigners." The villagers asked in confusion, "May we ask, immortal, are you summoning heavenly troops from the celestial realm? May we know your honored name?" Ying Qi stood tall, majestic as a dragon, and affirmed again, "I am no immortal. I am Ying Qi, son of Qin Shi Huang, the crown prince regent of the Great Qin Empire." Hearing this, they erupted in astonishment. "What? The Great Qin Empire? Great Qin truly exists, not fallen. Qin Shi Huang, Crown Prince Ying Qi, we never thought we'd see the benevolent and virtuous one, Crown Prince Ying Qi of Great Qin, whose grace extends across the world." The people immediately knelt and bowed. "We pay homage to the Crown Prince." Ying Qi was also surprised, his mouth agape. "You have heard of my name?" they then said. "The name of the Crown Prince of Great Qin, even after 100 years, is known to all under heaven. Yes, without the Crown Prince, how could the Yanwang descendants have flourished? Our Lord Wu'an of Great Qin spread benevolent governance, unified cart tracks and writing, all done by the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince invented papermaking, printing and iron smelting, which later generations take pride in." Ying Qi was puzzled. What's this? I exist in this world's history. Qin Shi Huang never appointed a Crown Prince, and Hu Hai, with the help of Zhao Gao and Li Si, became the second Emperor of Qin, leading to the empire's fall in 2 generations. That's the correct history. What's going on? The system immediately explained. Although the Great Qin world where the host resides is on the same level as the 5 barbarians' world, because the host opened the path of cultivation when connecting to this realm, the Tao's reflection also activated. The historical records of this realm have changed. Ying Qi understood the issue and said, "I see, but I have a question. If there are historical records, how did I die? And what was my father's fate?" A middle-aged person cupped his hands and respectfully replied, "Reporting to the Crown Prince. According to history, the Crown Prince was assassinated. Soon after, the Crown Prince's mother, Queen Sha, died of grief. Qin Shi Huang, greatly changed in temperament, searched the world for the elixir of immortality to revive the Crown Prince and the Queen, but ultimately found nothing and died of illness at Shachu." Ying Qi listened carefully to the story, thinking, dying by assassination, that's rather interesting. Who could have assassinated me? I need to hurry back and prepare to avoid any issues. Ying Qi mounted the blood tiger and turned to the people saying, "Everyone, I must leave for a while. Matters in the city are in your hands. The foreigners are rampant, but our Yanwang race must be strong. In 1 month, I will lead the Great Qin Iron Cavalry to descend, and together we will drive out these foreigners." Hearing this, they knelt and replied in unison, "We will obey the Crown Prince's command to the death. Now that the Central Plains are in chaos, only the Crown Prince can save countless people from suffering. We respectfully see off the Crown Prince." Ying Qi did not linger. He immediately rode the blood tiger away. At this moment the people were ablaze with passion, each holding a weapon. "The Crown Prince is right. How can our Yanwang race let the foreigners butcher us? Yes, take up arms and fight the foreigners to defend our homeland. We must hold out until the Crown Prince arrives with his army." Ying Qi left the gate and returned to his own world, his eyes full of determination. He said there was no time to waste and began preparations. Ying Qi shouted loudly, "Li Qing, Li Qing." Li Jing saw the bloodstains on Ying Qi. Panicked, he said, "Your Highness, you are—" Ying Qi interrupted him. "No time to explain. Summon the generals immediately. I have important matters." Li Qing obeyed at once. Ying Qi wiped the blood from his face and vowed firmly, "Those who kill my Yanwang people, I will make you pay with blood." Soon the generals and soldiers had assembled as ordered. The generals bowed. "We pay homage to the Crown Prince." Ying Qi spread his arms and said, "Rise, you may not know why I have summoned you today. Look around you. Everyone here today is a pillar of Great Qin." The soldiers immediately shouted, "We swear loyalty to Great Qin to the death." Ying Qi then asked, "Do you know of martial arts power?" The generals looked at each other in confusion. "Martial arts power? We have never heard of it." Ying Qi explained to the soldiers, "Martial arts power can also be called cultivation power. Cultivated to the highest realm, one can achieve immortality and become a god or immortal." Ying Qi turned to Li Qing and ordered, "Hearing is not as good as seeing. Li Qing, demonstrate for the generals." Li Qing bowed and obeyed. Yes, he stomped the ground, leapt into the air, and his body radiated light. Li Qing then struck the ground with his palm. The blow shattered the ground into countless fragments before the soldiers. Meanwhile, Li Jing had gathered power in his palm. He struck the wall in front of him. The blow was so powerful that it shattered the thick wall into pieces. As the soldiers stared in amazement, Ying Qi explained, "This, my lords, is martial arts power. At the innate level, true qi can be released externally. Killing from a distance is as easy as turning one's hand." He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the soldiers, and continued, "Cultivated to the highest realm, immortality and becoming a god or immortal are not impossible." The soldiers who witnessed it exclaimed, "Amazing, terrifying power. This is like a divine being, a subordinate asked. Your Highness, can we also be granted this power? Ying Qi smiled and replied, this is precisely why I summoned you today. Hearing this, the soldiers were ecstatic. What? We can also obtain such divine power? A glow surrounded Ying Qi's body. He reached out and said, today I will teach you the basic cultivation method of martial arts. Upon receiving the method, the soldiers' bodies also emitted light, and they shouted in unison, we swear loyalty to Great Qin to the death. The system sounded a notification. Processing host command, teaching the first 10 layers of the basic method. Moments later, the soldiers shouted excitedly, I feel it too, me too. Ying Qi stood above with his hands behind his back and added, the path of martial arts varies from person to person. How far you can cultivate in the future depends on your own efforts. A soldier replied, Your Highness has granted us the chance to ascend to divinity. We swear loyalty to Your Highness and to Great Qin. Ying Qi then instructed, today I have taught martial arts and opened the path of martial arts for the Great Qin Empire. The 5 major camps will be taught according to military merit and rank. This is top secret of Great Qin. Anyone who dares to leak it will be punished for treason. The soldiers immediately bowed and replied, we will devote ourselves to cultivating martial arts and will never leak the method. Ying Qi's face was stern as he declared loudly, I have issued a decree. Confiscate all weapons under heaven and melt them into bronze vessels to ensure peace in all directions. Within 1 month, all soldiers of the 5 major camps will focus on cultivating martial arts. After cultivation, gather the 5 armies in Shenyang. I have important matters. The soldiers bowed their heads and replied in unison, we obey. Ying Qi thought to himself, 1 month should be enough. At this moment, in the Luoyang Palace of the 5 barbarians' world, 3 women fled in panic from a fierce Manchu man, crying out, ah, help! The bearded, ferocious-looking Manchu man with a beastly expression reached out to grab one of the women. He laughed loudly. Haha, I'd like to see where you can run now. The woman fell to the ground, crying out in terror, while he stood over her, laughing triumphantly. Haha, the women of the Hua tribe are indeed docile. He reached out and grabbed her clothes, ignoring her extreme fear and tear-streaked face. She grabbed a weapon and fought back desperately, shouting, you beastly Manchu, I'll fight you to the death. With that, she swung the weapon at him with all her might, but he was too tall and easily blocked it with his hand. Then he slapped her across the face with his thick arm. He sneered, saying that when a sheep angers a wolf there's only one outcome, death. The woman was too weak, and after that slap she fainted. Seeing this, he laughed triumphantly. Haha, no matter how angry a sheep is, it's still just a sheep. Suddenly, Ying Ji appeared holding a sharp sword as he walked toward him step by step and said, didn't anyone tell you that harming the Yanwang people means certain death? Hearing the voice, he turned around and asked, where did this 2-legged sheep come from? Tired of living? Then he roared wildly, clenched his fists and charged straight at Ying Ji. Ying Ji immediately swung his sword, sending him flying. He crashed to the ground, terrified, and scrambled backward while sitting. Whenever he saw Ying Ji approaching, he begged, please don't kill me. Ying Ji angrily pointed the sword tip at him and said, you still want to live? He knelt down, pressing his head against Ying Ji's feet, and cried, I beg you, spare my life, don't kill me. I'm willing to lead my people out of the Central Plains and never set foot here again. Without a word, Ying Ji coldly swung his sword and decisively ended the Zongnu Chanyu. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for killing the Zongnu Chanyu, gaining 1,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 22. Afterward, Ying Ji strode away with his head held high, his body radiating a dazzling light. He said, anyone who kills my Yanwang people or invades my Yanwang territory will be shown no mercy. The 3 rescued women knelt down repeatedly thanking him. Thank you, Divine Immortal, for saving our lives. Then Meng Wu and Tu Sui came to pay respects to the Emperor and the Crown Prince, reporting, Your Majesty, Your Highness, the 2 major camps in Yangcheng and Handan, totaling 1 million elite soldiers, have been deployed to Lishan. Shenyang is ready to march at any time. Qin Shi Huang asked, what about the provisions? Meng Wu replied, reporting to Your Majesty, everything is under the Crown Prince's control. At this, Ying Ji suggested, yes, Father, I previously arranged for Zheng Guo to plant a new type of grain in Guanzhong and Bashu. The king was surprised. New grain? Ying Ji answered, yes, the grain planted in Guanzhong is called sweet potato, while the one in Bashu is called potato. He then asked, Minister Feng, what is the yield of these 2 grains? Hearing his name, Feng reported to Ying Ji, reporting to Your Highness, these 2 grains can mature 3 times a year. Based on the current situation, the yield of these 2 grains can reach 40 to 50 dan per mu. The court officials were all astonished. 40 to 50 dan per mu, they exclaimed in disbelief. 40 to 50 dan, did I hear that right? In grain-producing areas like Guanzhong and Bashu, the best harvest is at most 10 dan per mu, and now it's 4 to 5 times that. They all praised the Crown Prince as a divine figure. At this moment the emperor was overjoyed and thanked his son. That day, Jir, when you made a grand vow to the people of the world, it turns out you had this foundation. Now, with this divine grain, Great Qin will never face famine again. No more people will starve to death. Jir, I thank you on behalf of the people of the world. Hearing this, Yingji humbly replied, Father, you flatter me. Now that the army is assembled and provisions are sufficient, I plan to go to another world to rescue the Yanwang people there. I humbly request your permission. Qin Shi Huang trusted his son deeply and replied, Jir, go with peace of mind. Rescuing our Yanwang people is what Great Qin must do. But as you said before, that world seems very dangerous, so you must be careful. After hearing this, Yingji bowed to his father in farewell. I will remember, father, once I have cleared out the foreign tribes. I will return in triumph and take you to see that world. The emperor replied briefly, Good, I look forward to it. Then Yingji looked at the officials below and ordered a march to Lishan to muster the troops. At the central camp on the battlefield, the assembled soldiers roared with shouts, and the combined forces of the 5 major camps reached over 2.5 million. Across the world, only Great Qin could boast such a massive army. Then someone shouted, The prince has arrived. Yingji appeared and declared loudly, Now that the 6 states have been conquered and the central plains are settled, Great Qin holds peace across the land, but in another world. Our Yanwang people, who share the same roots as the people of Great Qin, are being slaughtered by foreign tribes and face extinction, he continued passionately. The vile foreign tribes are wielding their blades to massacre our people. Our people are being butchered, the old, young, women and children all suffering. I ask you, the elite soldiers of Great Qin, can you bear this? The soldiers, stirred by his words, shouted in unison, Barbarian tribes who defy our might, kill, kill, kill. Yingji asked the entire army again, The foreign tribes kill our Yanwang people and seek to annihilate our race. This hatred is irreconcilable. Are you, the elite soldiers of Great Qin, willing to follow me to exterminate the foreign tribes? Blood for blood, I will not go back on my word. Yingji raised his sword to the sky and shouted. The portal to the instance opens. 1 million troops all enter the instance. The system then displayed a prompt, Processing host command. A strong light burst forth and smoke filled the air. The soldiers below were stunned, blurting out, This is a miracle. The crown prince has opened the heavenly gate. Even Meng Wu and Tu Sui were astonished. Is the prince really going to lead us on a campaign beyond the heavens? The heavenly gate opened, and Yingji ordered the entire army, The gate is open, advance the army. Obeying, all the legions entered the heavenly gate together. In another world, the barbarians drove the people while shouting, Kill, kill all these 2-legged sheep. These 2-legged sheep dare to resist. They must be tired of living. 2 of them grabbed some people, raising their swords to strike, saying, Let me skin these 2 sheep to replenish supplies. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from somewhere, startling the barbarians. What is that? Someone replied. It looks like a door. A golden door. At that moment, a massive golden door appeared. The people, seeing this, knelt down and thanked. A miracle, it's a miracle, the gods have shown themselves. Strike down these damned barbarians. However, a tall figure stepped on the back of one of the people from behind. Ha ha, you sheep, what gods would come to save you? Ha ha, just accept your death. Unexpectedly, several beams of light appeared from nowhere, surprising the barbarians. Where is this golden light coming from? It turned out the light came from the massive door, and Yingji's army. The troops charging out of the heavenly gate fiercely attacked the barbarians. Some people recognized the army. This is the sound of the iron cavalry of the strongest dynasty of our Yanwang Great Qin from hundreds of years ago. Others exclaimed in shock, Could this door really be the gate to heaven? Our strongest Yanwang dynasty never perished. By the heavens, kill those damned barbarians. The barbarians, seeing the Great Qin army, grew worried. Where did these troops come from? Their armor, it looks like that of the southerners. Impossible, the southerners fled long ago. How could there still be an army in the central plains? Yingji, riding a blood tiger, advanced slowly, declaring loudly, The 1-month deadline is up. Barbarians, your end has come. He pointed his sword at them and continued, Arrogant barbarians, slaughtering our Yanwang people is an unforgivable crime. Today I issue the order to kill the who exterminate the foreign tribes and save our Yanwang people. The soldiers obeyed, shouting in unison, Kill, kill. Yingji also ordered the 2 generals, Meng Wu, Tu Sui, 2 major camps, 1 million elite soldiers, divide into groups of 100,000, spread across all directions, kill the foreign tribes, leave none alive. Meng Wu and Tu Sui replied in unison, As the crown prince commands. Yingji thought to himself, In the end, true power must be held by a strong empire. One person's strength, unless it reaches the level of a true god, how can it face the siege of countless troops? First the foreign tribes, then the Sima clan. You wait for me. The humiliation my Yanwang people have suffered I will make you repay tenfold. Then in Chang'an City, your corpses will litter the ground. Suddenly, another group of barbarian troops swarmed in. The leading chieftain charged fiercely. Warriors of the grasslands, follow me. The gold, silver, and beautiful women of the city await you. Charge, charge, breach the city, kill all the two-legged sheep. The barbarians rushed into the city shouting, attack the city. Suddenly the city gates swung open, and Yingji's troops launched an attack, catching the prince of the northern D tribe off guard. Where did these soldiers come from? How dare they compete with my wolf tribe for Chang'an? At that moment, a soldier suddenly reported, General, bad news, a large army has appeared behind us with considerable numbers. The prince panicked. How is that possible? Our 5 tribes have allied and Chang'an should be taken by my wolf tribe, the soldier added. General, it seems to be the army of the southerners. The leader grew even more terrified. Impossible, absolutely impossible. On the other side, the leading general of the southern army shouted, by order of the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, kill all foreign tribes, leave none alive. The soldiers roared with momentum. Woo, 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 kill all foreign tribes, leave none alive. The northern D prince could only ask, what? He saw Meng Wu behind him slash down with his blade. The prince, severely wounded, fell from his horse muttering, Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin army continued shouting, kill, kill, kill all foreign tribes. The barbarians could only let out a scream. Meanwhile, in the capital of Jiankong, Qin officials were meeting with Sima Rui. Seeing no objections, he prepared to adjourn the court. Does anyone have anything to report? If not, shall we adjourn? Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, panicked, urgently reporting, urgent report from the Central Plains, urgent report from the Central Plains. Sima Rui stood up in surprise. What? An urgent report from the Central Plains? Could the Hu barbarians have crossed the Yangtze River? The court officials also grew tense. Impossible, the barbarians have no chance to cross the Yangtze, another official added. That's right, we destroyed all the boats in the Central Plains when we were in the south. With those barbarians' brains, they can't possibly build boats to cross the river. However, the man reported good news. Your Majesty, it's not that the barbarians have crossed the river, but that a 1,000,000-strong army has suddenly appeared in the Central Plains, calling itself Great Qin, and is fiercely attacking the barbarians, routing them. Sima Rui was even more astonished. Great Qin, then he breathed a sigh of relief. At least the barbarians haven't crossed south of the river. For the officials, this was a golden opportunity. A change in the Central Plains is definitely good for Great Qin, a general also said. Your Majesty, the barbarians, arrogant as they are, have suffered this heavy blow. This is the perfect chance for our Great Qin to counterattack the Central Plains. However, some officials opposed. That's not right, someone added. Where this army that defeated the barbarians came from is still unclear. Whether it's from the western regions or our own people, everything needs further discussion. Another opinion added. That's right. For now, let's sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Yes, let them fight and contend while we observe from south of the river. At this point, Sima Rui finally asked, You said this 1,000,000-strong army calls itself Great Qin. Do you know its commander? The official replied, Your Majesty, its commander claims to be a prince of the former Great Qin. Yingji, after hearing this, Prime Minister Wang Dun laughed heartily. Haha, what a joke. Back then, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang falsely claimed to be descendants of Prince Fusu and Shang Yan, and now someone claims to be Crown Prince Yingji of Great Qin. Can he come back to life and live for 100 years? Ridiculous. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, the Prime Minister speaks wisely. Wang Dun then turned to the Emperor and reported, Your Majesty. Sima Rui also asked doubtfully, Prime Minister, what do you think Great Qin should do? The Prime Minister replied, I believe that if the barbarians are truly defeated by this force, the court can send someone to contact them. See if we can recruit them smoothly. That way, our Great Qin can rule the Central Plains again without shedding a drop of blood. The Emperor praised him. Well said, as expected of the Prime Minister. Truly brilliant. Follow the Prime Minister's advice and arrange for someone to contact him with the intent of offering amnesty. The officials replied in unison, As you command, Your Majesty is wise. Back on the battlefield, Yingji assessed the distant sand table and said, Qingzhou, Yenzhou, and Yuzhou have been cleared. At that moment, a soldier came to report, Your Highness, we've just received military reports that Liangzhou, Sili, and Yangzhou have also been cleared. Meng Wu added, At most half a month, we can sweep away all remaining barbarian remnants across the Central Plains. Yingji was delighted. Excellent. Order the 2 major camps to split into eastern and western routes and eliminate the barbarian remnants at the fastest speed. The subordinates obeyed, shouting in unison, As you command. The system then displayed a prompt, calculating kill experience. Under the army's command, the host killed 516 enemies, gaining 541,500 experience points, enough to level up. Does the host wish to level up? Seeing the prompt, Yingji smiled slightly. Indeed, relying on my own strength alone is too weak to grow stronger. Killing enemies with the army is the true way, getting so much experience at once. Finally, he decided to level up. The system then displayed subsequent prompts. Next, congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 23. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 24. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 25. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 26. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 27. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 28. Grandmaster 8th level. After leveling up, Yingji praised, "This time the power boost is incredible." The more he felt the new strength, the more excited he became. So satisfying, just 2 more levels to reach level 30, and then it's a whole new realm. Grandmaster, at this level I'll gain true flight power and a lifespan of 1,000 years. Now, Yingji grew increasingly confident in his strength. Sima clan, you should know of Great Qin's existence by now, right? Don't worry, your turn will come soon. Half a month later, the barbarians on the battlefield were completely wiped out. In the city, the court was celebrating victory, with officials enjoying the banquet of rewards, watching dance performances and raising their glasses in celebration. My dear ministers, cheers. All the ministers congratulated the emperor. Your Majesty, the chaos in the Central Plains has been quelled and the barbarians have been nearly wiped out. This is a blessing from your Majesty's grace. Relying on your Majesty's might, we will surely pacify the Central Plains and win over all hearts, said one minister, with others echoing in agreement. Indeed, your Majesty is favored by heaven. The Qin state has no choice but to submit. Ma Sirui raised his glass in celebration and chimed in. You are all right. Only our Sima clan holds the legitimate imperial power. Without us, how could the realm be stabilized? Amid the grand feast, someone rushed in with urgent news. Urgent report from Jingzhou. Urgent report from Jingzhou? The attendees at the feast grew anxious. What is it? The soldier reported. Your Majesty, Jingzhou has fallen. Ma Sirui was shocked and shouted harshly. What kind of useless general was in charge of Jingzhou's defense? I gave him a full supply of provisions for 300,000 troops to hold out for over a year. How could Jingzhou fall? The soldier replied. Your Majesty, the Qin army killed the barbarians and attacked Jingzhou. The defending general surrendered directly. The Qin state took Jingzhou without shedding a drop of blood. Now Jingzhou is in Qin hands. Upon hearing this, the emperor was terrified, collapsed to the ground and knocked over the feast. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The ministers also struggled to hide their embarrassment. Jingzhou is the gateway to our Great Qin. With Jingzhou lost, the army deployed along the Yangtze River is rendered useless. Another minister agreed. That is correct. We must quickly dispatch troops from Chang'an to defend Jiankang, or the consequences will be dire. Before he finished speaking, a rumbling sound reached the palace. Ma Sirui grew even more panicked. What is that sound? Then a soldier ran in to report. Bad news, Your Majesty, terrible news, the Qin army has arrived. The emperor couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Say it again. The soldier knelt and reported again. Thousands of Qin troops have arrived outside the city, all riding tigers. The leader, riding a massive blood-red tiger, claims to be Ying Qi, the crown prince of the Qin emperor. Ma Sirui was now frantic. How could they be so fast? He hastily ordered the soldiers. Quick! Mobilize all the imperial guards and city defense forces to guard the gates. Don't let the Qin army breach the city. At this moment, Ying Qi's army had already reached the walls of Jiankang. One general couldn't help but admire his military strategy. Your Highness, with this surprise attack, the Sima clan and their incompetent ministers will surely not escape, the general then asked. Your Highness, shall we launch a direct assault? Ying Qi was in no hurry to attack. Calmly he said, I want to give them a chance. Bring me my divine bow. With that, he grasped his divine bow, ready to shoot the first arrow. The divine archer Yuan, when watching from the city wall, was puzzled. You, the one drawing the bow, is the legendary crown prince Ying Qi of the Qin emperor. What does he intend to do? At that moment, a mighty arrow whistled through the air and shattered the city gate. The soldiers on the wall were stunned. What? Yuan Wen himself was astonished. What kind of divine strength is this, shooting through the city gate with a single arrow? In contrast, Ying Qi calmly declared, I am Ying Qi, the martial lord of Great Qin and crown prince of the Qin emperor. Today I lead my army here. Taking this city would be effortless, but I consider you all of the same bloodline. Do not continue to aid the wicked. With the roar of the blood-red tiger echoing in all directions, Ying Qi continued, If you don't want to die, open the city gates. Lead me to find the Sima clan and their officials to seek justice. Only then did Yuan Wen realize. The Great Qin Empire, the son of the first emperor, so the rumors from the Central Plains are true. Great Qin did not fall, and Crown Prince Ying Qi is indeed alive. Pass my order, open the city gates. Back in the palace, Ma Sirui was utterly panicked by the situation. What's happening outside the city? Why hasn't any soldier reported the battle? Seeing the emperor's terror, the eunuch behind him stepped forward to soothe him. Your Majesty, don't worry. Surely General Huan Wen has repelled the enemy, but as soon as he spoke, the emperor and eunuch saw Huan Wen leading his troops into the hall. Ma Sirui asked in shock and fear. Huan Wen, what do you think you're doing, Huan Wen? Drawing his sword and pointing it at the emperor, replied curtly, by order of the Crown Prince of Great Qin, I am here to seek justice and retribution for your kin who died tragically in the Central Plains, and for your crimes against the realm. Ma Sirui, terrified, stumbled backward crying for help. What, you dare betray me? Guards, protect me, protect me. From behind Huan Wen's formation, Ying Qi's figure and voice emerged. Sima clan, you and your minions have enjoyed yourselves enough. Stop shouting. No one will save you. The people of the world wish to devour your flesh and tear you apart. Hearing that voice, Sima Rui grew even more terrified, his face ashen, stammering, You are the Qin prince, you cannot kill me. I am the emperor, I am the emperor. Ying Qi drew his sword, looking down at the prostrate Sima Rui with utter contempt. The 8 princes of the Sima clan, you committed treason, allowing barbarians to ravage the Central Plains for years, slaughtering countless of our people. All this guilt lies with your Sima clan. If I don't kill you, I cannot appease the hearts of the people. With that, Ying Qi swung his sword and beheaded Sima Rui, who only had time for a single scream, "Ah!" after killing this incompetent emperor. Ying Qi turned to General Huan Wen. At your command, Huan Wen replied. He ordered the arrest of the entire Sima clan and all the treacherous ministers of the Qin court, sentencing them to beheading without leaving a single one. Huan Wen accepted the order. Ying Qi thought to himself, the Sima clan of this world, the sinners of the Yanwang people, have finally been executed by me. Next, to bring this realm under Great Qin's rule, civil officials must govern this land. At that moment, in the Qin King's Hall in Shenyang, a delegation of Chanyu envoys was being received. The leading envoy bowed and said, Great King of Qin, today, on behalf of the great Zongnu Modu Chanyu, I come to seek a marriage alliance with Great Qin, presenting betrothal gifts. 10,000 pearls, 10,000 jade pieces, 10,000 slaves, and 10,000 gold and silver items, he finally pleaded. I hope your majesty will permit the Zongnu tribe's marriage request. Faced with such lavish gifts, Qin Shi Huang simply responded, Seeking marriage, who does your Chanyu tribe wish to marry? The envoy replied, We seek to marry a great Qin princess for our Modu Chanyu. The officials were astonished. The Zongnu Chanyu wants to marry a great Qin princess. The king was inwardly surprised. A barbarian tribe dares to seek my daughter's hand. The Chanyu envoy further explained, Now our Zongnu wolf tribe has destroyed the Donghu, unified the grasslands with 1 million soldiers and 10 million people. Our Modu Chanyu knows that Great Qin has just pacified the Central Plains and is resting and recuperating. Many generals clamored to attack the Central Plains, but Modu Chanyu stopped them. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang angrily replied, Are you threatening me? The envoy quickly clarified, Your Majesty misunderstands. I come with sincerity, only to seek marriage for the Chanyu, never intending to be an enemy of Great Qin. The officials were skeptical. The fierce barbarians want to invade the Central Plains again. What should we do? Suddenly a voice came from behind. How dare a barbarian tribe threaten our Great Qin? Then came the announcement of Crown Prince Ying Qi's arrival. Before he finished speaking, he struck the envoy, sending him to the ground, and said contemptuously, Killing you is like stepping on an ant. The ministers were overjoyed to see the prince. The prince is here, the prince is here. Ying Qi looked at the envoy and then declared, We accept your tribute on behalf of Great Qin. As for the marriage, tell Modu, it's best not to provoke our Great Qin. Otherwise I will make sure your Zongnu know the wrath of thunder, he continued. Don't think that destroying a small tribe like Donghu gives you the right to act arrogantly before Great Qin. The Chanyu envoy, still lying on the ground after being struck, cried out, Cough, isn't the crown prince of Great Qin too overbearing? Our tribe came to seek marriage. If the marriage fails, why offer gifts? Ying Qi grew even angrier and ordered, Guards, throw this rude barbarian out of Shenyang. 2 soldiers behind him obeyed in unison. Yes? As the envoy was dragged away, he accused Ying Qi resentfully. You, in war, envoys are not killed. Aren't you afraid of the Zongnu by humiliating me like this? Ying Qi confidently replied, Tell Modu my words, if he wants war I'm ready anytime. Let him dare to attack our Great Qin's borders. The officials, seeing this, praised the prince even more. Prince Qi has been gone for months and he's returned even more domineering than before, another said. To deal with such barbarians we need the crown prince. Qin Shi Huang then asked his son with concern, Kier, is it resolved? Ying Qi simply replied, Resolved, the emperor said with relief. Good, that's good. The prince then took the opportunity to ask his father, Father, it's been months now. How is the implementation of the 15-character national policy I set earlier? Qin Shi Huang didn't answer directly, but had the official Li Si speak. Li Si, tell us how the creation of the script is going. Li Si handed over a wooden tablet as he spoke. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have successfully created a new script, named Small Seal Script, based on the Qin court script and supplemented by the scripts of the 6 states. This script is easy to understand. It only awaits your Majesty's and your Highness's decision to be implemented. Ying Qi took the wooden tablet, thinking, Small Seal Script has taken shape today in history. He examined the tablet and commented, Father, the script created by the Commandant is good. The Emperor looked at it and acknowledged, Yes, it can be promoted throughout the Great Qin realm. Li Zi was grateful. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Your Highness. The prince then changed the subject. Feng Cheng, Han Cheng, how are you two doing? The 2 officials reported, Your Highness, over the past months, weapons from across the realm have been collected. All collected weapons have been melted down into copper, ready to be recast into military equipment. Han Cheng added, The classics of the 6 states and folk books have all been collected, awaiting Your Majesty's and Your Highness's decree to be burned. However, Ying Qi advised against it. The classics of the 6 states and folk books cannot all be burned. He pondered the historical book burning. In reality, not all books from the 6 states were burned. Only those that were non-Qin and recorded the humanities of each state were destroyed. But during the burning process, how could the subordinate officials handle it so meticulously? Naturally, many ancient inherited books were burned. Qin Shi Huang then asked his son, Qir, what use are these books? He replied, If the books of each state are burned, it will be a loss to the civilization of our Yanwang people. I suggest sealing them in storage, while selecting the finest books from each state to educate the people, thereby promoting Small Seal Script and unifying the culture of Great Qin. The Emperor hesitated. Li Si then explained to Ying Qi, Your Highness, although the script has been created, promoting it across the realm is no easy task. It requires enough bamboo slips and time. On the other hand, Ying Qi was very confident. No need for such effort. With that, he summoned someone to court. Dun Ruo. At that moment, a man covered in grime appeared, holding a divine box. Seeing him, the prince asked, Have you finished what I tasked you with? Dun Ruo replied, Your Highness, it is done. Please take a look. He opened the box, and Ying Qi reached in and took out a stack of white paper. The Qin king, curious, asked, Qir, what have you done now? The prince happily answered his father, Father, please look. If we use this to write books instead of bamboo slips, how would it be? Seeing such thin and white material, the emperor found it strange and asked Ying Qi what it was. Ying Qi, while giving orders, replied, Give 1 sheet to each official in court. This item is called paper. It was granted to me by heaven and manufactured accordingly. It is extremely light. If written on with this ink, it is very clear. Moreover, compared to the heaviness and inconvenience of bamboo slips, 1 sheet of this paper can hold more characters than 10 bamboo slips. The ministers, seeing paper for the first time, were astonished and confused. Ying Qi continued, using this paper to replace bamboo slips and silk for recording the realm's books, court documents, and memorials. What do you all think? Qin Shi Huang asked his son more specifically. Qir, what is the cost of this paper? What is it made from? Ying Qi confidently replied. Father, white paper is made from trees and bamboo, costing 10 times less than bamboo slips. The officials were amazed upon hearing this. Using trees and bamboo to create such a divine object, truly a work of heavenly craftsmanship. The prince is truly favored by heaven. Dun Ruo then dared to speak. Please examine the second finished product, Your Highness. The emperor was now extremely curious. Oh, you have a second finished product. What is it? Ying Qi pointed into the box and introduced. This second product is called movable type printing. Father, please look. The Qin king picked up a small character block and asked, puzzled, Qir, what use are these carved small characters? Ying Qi said as he demonstrated. Father, watch closely. He took a seal and stamped it on white paper, applying ink to the carved characters and pressing it onto the paper, thus printing the characters. At this point, Li Si suddenly understood the prince's intention. I see, truly a divine tool granted to the prince by heaven. Movable type printing can save the labor of copying books, can produce books in volumes, and can print thousands of words. The prince no longer concealed his intent. Exactly. Commandant, you have created the new script. If we use this paper and printing to spread it across Great Qin, I believe our Great Qin's new script will soon reach every corner of the realm. Upon hearing Ying Qi's insights, the ministers knelt in unison. The prince is favored by heaven. Great Qin having the prince is a blessing for the king and for Great Qin. Besides paper and printing, Ying Qi had one more thing to introduce. Furthermore, I have one very important thing to show you all. Hearing this, the emperor felt a bit uneasy for the officials. Qir, you have created so many marvels today, I find it a bit hard to take in all at once. Seeing too many new inventions, the emperor was tired and sighed to his son, Qir, slow down. But Ying Qi's mind was now clear, thinking, Father, just wait. I still have many high-tech things to unveil. He reported to his father, Father, haven't you always wanted to see how vast the true realm is? Today is the time, the emperor then realized. Could this be? Ying Qi unfurled a massive map. Everyone step aside. "Father, look at this view of the realm," he further explained. "Father, this is a complete map of the realm I have drawn. Anyone seeing such a magnificent map will be stunned." Ying-Chi pointed to a spot on the map and elaborated. "This is the territory of my Great Qin. To the west it connects with the western regions, to the east it reaches the eastern sea. The land is vast, and with our current manpower, no one could traverse the entire expanse of Great Qin in a lifetime." Qin Shi Huang looked at the map with confusion. "But Qir, our Great Qin's territory appears so insignificant within the whole world. I once thought that after Great Qin conquered the 6 states and ruled the realm, but now I see I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Alas, Great Qin is not the world, nor is the world only Great Qin," the ministers also deeply agreed. "Indeed, compared to the world, Great Qin's territory barely accounts for a third. Some officials even couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? How can the world be so vast?" Ying-Chi further explained. "Father, the central plains of our Great Qin are indeed not the whole world. With this map we can understand the vastness of the world and the breadth of the sky." The emperor acknowledged this, saying, "Yes, I truly never imagined that the western lands had such a vast country. This Roman kingdom, the Mauryan kingdom, and that Seleucid kingdom, I have never heard of them." The ministers looked at the map and nodded in agreement. "We did not know the world was so vast. Indeed, we were truly frogs at the bottom of a well before." Some officials murmured in admiration. "The Crown Prince has revealed the world's landscape to us, dispelling our ignorance and confusion." Wei Liao also chimed in. "Your Highness has drawn this complete map of the world. May I ask the king and the crown prince, when will Great Qin send out troops to conquer the various kingdoms and unify the world?" The ministers responded enthusiastically, shouting in unison, "We swear to follow the king and the crown prince to unify the world." The king and the crown prince laughed together. "Ha ha," Ying-Chi added. "The day the 15-character national policy is implemented will be the day Great Qin sends troops to conquer the world." He turned to his father and reported, "Father, I will ensure that Great Qin's banners are planted in every corner of the world. Whether it's the Roman kingdom or the Mauryan kingdom, they will all submit to Great Qin." Qin Shi Huang deeply agreed. The ministers also responded, "Only Great Qin can unify the world." With that, Ying-Chi bowed to his father to take his leave. "Father, I will go prepare to escort the Xiongnu envoy to prevent any changes." The emperor did not detain his son. Here, go ahead. After you're done, go see your mother." Ying-Chi bid his father farewell. Your son takes his leave. After leaving, he set about preparing his plans. It was time to see his new weapons. Arriving at the forge, a voice reached him. "The crown prince has arrived." A blacksmith bowed in greeting. "Your Highness." Ying-Chi came to inquire about the situation. "Rise." "How is the production of the repeating crossbow going?" The blacksmith respectfully replied. "Reporting to your Highness, finished products are ready. Please take a look. Thanks to the iron smelting technique your Highness taught us, the force this repeating crossbow can withstand is enough to penetrate a bronze door." The crown prince was delighted with the results. "Good." He then picked up a crossbow bolt for a test shot. Each arrow whistled through the air, shattering a wall in the forge. Seeing the weapon's power, he praised it happily. "Excellent. How many can the craftsmen at Haibang Terrace produce in a day now?" The blacksmith replied. "If we don't forge other weapons, we can make 1,000 repeating crossbows a day." Ying-Chi immediately ordered, "Transfer the repeating crossbow manufacturing technology to the Shaofu and distribute the finished products and usage instructions to the entire army." The blacksmith took the crossbow bolt from Ying-Chi and responded, "Yes." The crown prince looked at the weapon and said, "With such iron weapons combined with Shu Fu's refined elixirs, our Great Qin army will surely dominate the world and be invincible." Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang was strolling in the garden talking with Donger. "Donger, you haven't seen it. Qir has opened my eyes." She heard this and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What could have opened your eyes, brother?" The emperor replied, "I didn't know that beyond Great Qin there was such a vast world." The emperor had already made up his mind. "Donger, I've made a decision." She was curious and mentioned Qir. Qin Shi Huang decided, "I will hold a grand Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai and pass the throne to Qir." Donger was somewhat surprised by this decision. "Brother, have you thought it through?" The emperor didn't hesitate. "Of course. Qir's abilities far surpass mine as his father. He has the capability to govern Great Qin, to establish the foundation for a lasting dynasty, and to fulfill our family's eternal ambition." The emperor was puzzled by Donger's question. "Why do you think I would be reluctant to give up this seat? In my view, though the world is good and power is great, compared to you, it is as light as a feather." He embraced her and gently comforted her. "Passing the throne to Qir will not only allow me to be with you, Donger, but also give me more time for cultivation." Hearing this, she felt much more at ease. "Brother, no matter what decision you make, Donger will be by your side." Suddenly, Ying-Chi appeared from somewhere and greeted, "Mother, your son has returned." Qin Shi Huang and Donger, caught in their tender moment, smiled awkwardly. Ying-Chi noticed and laughed to smooth things over. Your son was abrupt, returning at an inopportune time. Qin Shi Huang could only scold his son affectionately. You rascal, why do you always ruin your father's good moments? Ying Qi could only respond vaguely. Sorry. Donger, seeing her son, also spoke to ease the situation. Kier, what nonsense are you talking about? Sit down quickly. Ying Qi looked at his mother's face, rosy and healthy, and couldn't help but praise. Mother, you seem to have recuperated well recently. Your complexion is much better, Donger simply responded. At that moment, several children ran over from behind, calling out, Father, Father, as they came. Ying Qi saw the little ones, and happily picked up his younger brothers. Good children. The king of Qin then asked his son, By the way, Kier, you didn't elaborate in court earlier. How did things go in that world this time? He briefly replied, It's taken care of. Those 10,000 foreigners have been eliminated by your son, and that unscrupulous Sima Shihan was also killed by me. The king of Qin, hearing this satisfactory result, did not spare his praise. Good. That should be some closure for the people of that world. Ying Qi cupped his hands in thanks to his father and continued, Your son does have one matter to report to you, father. The king of Qin asked curiously, Kier, what is it? Speak freely. With his father's permission, he stated, Your son wants to reopen the community schools and select a batch of officials. This will not only reform the governance of our great Qin court, but also allow us to send officials to manage that world. The king of Qin evaluated this idea. Since Great Qin's campaigns against the 6 states, there has indeed been no reform of officials. Kier, you are truly thoughtful. The emperor placed his hand on his son's shoulder, expressing full support. Kier, go ahead and do it. I fully support you. Ying Qi was delighted by his father's approval. Thank you, father. In that case, we should find a way to unearth all the talents of this era. At that moment in Pei County, 2 men were walking out of the fields talking. This month has been really good, the other agreed. Yes, the current crown prince is wise. Not only is there no war, but he has also bestowed divine crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes. We won't go hungry anymore. Now the two changed the subject. Your son is impressive. He's already a 5th-rank noble. My son is only a 2nd-rank noble, but the court still granted him 5 acres of land. The man then recalled the past. In the old days, the land was all taken by the powerful. We wouldn't have had any. Suddenly, in the distance, a group of men was chasing Lu Ji, who was holding a pile of potatoes. They shouted as they chased, Catch him, Lu Ji is stealing again, take him to the authorities. Soon they surrounded Lu Ji and cursed him. You lazy good-for-nothing, now the court gives us land to farm, but you just go around stealing. Today we're definitely taking you to the authorities. Lu Ji, frightened, tried to defend himself. No, please, fellow villagers. I was just hungry. I didn't mean to steal. No matter how he pleaded, no one listened. Lu Ji has stolen many times and never repented. He must be taken to the authorities and handed over to Lord Shao He, someone agreed. Yes, take him to the authorities. Seeing the dire situation, Lu Ji could only beg, Dear villagers, I, Lu Ji, will surely make something of myself in the future. Consider this a loan from you all today. But still, no one believed his pleas. A lazy bum like you make something of yourself? Dream on. Suddenly, someone pointed at a distant figure and shouted, Look! Lord Shao is coming. At that moment, Shao He was patrolling with 2 soldiers. He witnessed the scene and stopped to judge Lu Ji. You have a habit of stealing. You must be severely punished. According to Great Qin law, a thief is imprisoned for 1 year. For repeated offenses with no repentance and severe circumstances, the punishment is doubled. Shao He angrily sentenced the thief. I sentence you to 3 years in prison. The stolen potatoes lay scattered before Lu Ji. The crowd surrounded him. He knelt on the ground, begging pitifully, Lord Shao, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Lu Ji then turned to the crowd and begged, Dear villagers, I swear I will never steal again. Please forgive me this once. One person spoke up. Who would believe you? You, Lu Ji, are the laziest man in Pei County. Shao He lost patience and waved his hand to order. Take him away. Throw him in prison. The soldiers nearby stepped forward with shackles, their voices loud. Yes, Lu Ji kept begging, Forgive me. I won't do it again. An old man and a young man approached Shao He. The young man praised. Lord Shao, you are wise. The old man added a few words. With this Lu Ji gone, Pei County will be more peaceful. In response to these words, Shao He simply cupped his hands, his expression calm. Dear villagers, the current king and crown prince bestow grace upon all people, implement benevolent governance and grant land. The peace of our great Qin people has not come easily. Please do not violate the laws of Qin. Shao He and the soldiers escorting Lu Ji gradually faded into the distance. The remaining villagers couldn't help but sigh. Lord Shao is right. The current king and crown prince are wise. We are truly grateful to live such good days today, another responded. Yes, now Great Qin implements benevolent governance and has abolished many harsh laws. This is truly a blessing for all people. Inside the grand hall, King Qin Shi Huang sat on the throne with Ying Qi standing beside him. The ministers below bowed and said in unison, We, your ministers, pay homage to the king and the crown prince. May Great Qin endure for 10,000 years. May the king endure for 10,000 years. May the crown prince endure for 10,000 years. Qin Shi Huang extended his hands from the throne to signal, all ministers, rise. Since Great Qin sent troops to pacify the world, over 10 years have passed. The 6 states have been destroyed for several years. Now the world is settled and all ministers have contributed to this founding achievement. One person below spoke joyfully. We, your ministers, are delighted for the king and the crown prince. Another man beside him also happily said, reporting to the king, the arrangements for the sacrificial ceremony and Fengshan at Mount Tai are all in order. We await only the arrival of the king and the crown prince at Mount Tai. Ying Qi above cupped his hands and slightly lowered his head. Qin Shi Huang stood up, spread his arms, and announced, the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai is the greatest event in 1,000 years. We will depart from Mount Tai in 10 days. The voices below responded in unison. Yes, in Mount Tai commentary, sunlight fell, casting a warm glow over every peak and every scene. The soldiers below stood neatly on both sides of the path at the foot of the mountain. Qin Shi Huang, with his hands behind his back, walked side by side with Ying Qi at the front, followed by the ministers. Mount Tai originally belonged to the territory of Qi. Now that the central plains are unified, it is all part of our Great Qin's territory. Ying Qi reminded him, the mountain path is rugged. Father, be careful. Qin Shi Huang and Ying Qi walked to a cliffside. Here, atop Mount Tai, the central plains lie beneath our feet. Ying Qi turned and replied, Father, at the summit of Mount Tai we will offer sacrifices to the heavens. This is the eternal achievement we, father and son, have created. A few pieces of gravel fell beside Ying Qi. He looked up and saw a large amount of gravel falling from above. Why is gravel falling? A loud shout rang out. Ying Qi, you brat. Die quickly. Boulders fell on the spot where Qin Shi Huang and Ying Qi stood. He exclaimed in alarm, Father, be careful. In the blink of an eye, Ying Qi had already activated his divine archery technique. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, the arrow in his hand bursting with immense power. Ying Qi did not forget to order, protect the king. The arrow shot out with tremendous force, piercing straight through the center of the boulder, shattering it to pieces. The surrounding soldiers and ministers panicked. Protect the king, protect the king. Shang Yu charged down from above with his sword. Ying Qi, you brat, I'll take your dog's life to face my elders east of the river. He gripped his sword tightly, his moves fierce, shouting incessantly. I, Shang of Western Chu, will surely destroy the tyrannical Qin. Ying Qi, you brat, you want to ascend Mount Tai? Dream on. He used his sword to forcefully block the opponent's attack. Shang Yu, you're still alive? The two separated, murderous intent enveloping Shang Yu. He sensed something strange. Why was Shang Yu's martial arts power different from their previous battle? A group of masked men held crossbows poised to fire and ordered from the side. Crossbows ready, release. Instantly, countless arrows shot straight at Shang Yu. He showed no fear and did not dodge. He charged straight into the arrows with his sword. But the arrows did not harm him. Instead, they broke into pieces upon impact. He laughed. Ha ha! Ying Qi witnessed this and couldn't help but marvel. Ha, this Shang Yu truly has the courage of 10,000 men. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill him directly? Gravel fell to the ground, shaking the earth and causing chaos among the soldiers. Protect the king, the mountain is collapsing. Huge rocks cascaded down one after another. Shang Yu shouted confidently, you want to ascend Mount Tai? Dream on. Ying Qi pointed his bow forward and coldly unleashed his 8th realm grandmaster power. Shang Yu, you have brought this upon yourself. Activate your martial power. Countless arrows shot out, shattering the falling boulders. The people below were dumbfounded, shocked by that power. Is the crown prince using divine power? The crown prince has divine power. Shang Yu couldn't believe his eyes. He blurted out, impossible this. Ying Qi seized the moment to charge forward and attack. Shang Yu, when it comes to martial power, you still have much to learn. Shang Yu swung his weapon to block his sword, letting out a loud roar. Ah, then he was sent flying to the edge of the cliff. He looked back in terror. What? Ying Qi immediately rushed forward, but you won't have that chance, Die Hegemon of Western Chu. He gathered all his strength and struck down at Shang Yu, making it impossible for him to parry the attack. Shang Yu was knocked off the cliff, shouting continuously. Ah, though Chu has only 3 clans, its destruction will come from Chu. Ying Qi sheathed his sword and stood on the rock looking down. History has been rewritten after all. Great Qin will not fall. He slightly turned his head and ordered behind him, clean up the battlefield and clear the mountain path. Do not delay the auspicious time for the sacrificial ceremony. Suddenly the soldiers behind him all cupped their hands and bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Yes, Ying Qi walked up to Qin Shi Huang, who asked with concern, Kier, are you injured? I never thought that even with the world unified, there are still remnants of this kingdom. Ying Qi lowered his head. Father, you were startled. I am unharmed. The trouble has been resolved and will not delay the sacrificial rites and mountain ceiling. Atop the cliff stood a great tree, home to a master of the 8th realm. Beneath that tree, a man in black robes, his wide hood covering half his face. leaned against the trunk with arms crossed. Now that the central plains are at peace, how has he grown so swiftly? The stranger tilted his head slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, clearly intrigued. Ying-ji, you are truly unfathomable. It seems I must find another way. Below the altar, all the ministers shouted in unison, "The king arrives, the crown prince arrives." Qin Shi Huang walked onto the altar with his hands behind his back, followed by Ying-ji. The two ascended to the highest point of the altar together. Lu Buwei, holding an imperial edict, read the ceremonial text aloud before the tablets. Heaven above, earth below, the central plains in chaos, the tribes divided, endless war and turmoil across the land, all peoples in upheaval. But heaven has eyes, seeing the imbalance of the earth, the suffering of the people, and the devastation of life. A man of destiny shall change this eternal disorder, named Ying-ji, descendant of the Zhao clan. The eldest son of the king of Qin was born among the people, suffered among the people, rose from humble beginnings amidst the chaos of war, pacified the 6 states, guarded the realm, and founded the Great Qin's Yanhuang territory. Hearing this, Ying-ji felt a flicker of doubt. Historically the Mount Tai sealing ceremony was father's ascension as emperor, but this sounds like it's all about me. He turned directly to his father and asked, "Father, why does this edict proclaim my achievements instead of yours? What does this mean?" Qin Shi Huang turned back joyfully. "Jir, you always surprise me. This time it's my turn to surprise you." After hearing the reason, Ying-ji could only sigh helplessly. "Father, you're about to become emperor. Why are you still so playful?" Instead, his father looked quite proud. "If you guessed everything, wouldn't I, as your father, lose face?" Qin Shi Huang stepped forward, spread his arms and announced loudly, "My son Ying-ji, son of destiny. I, Ying-jung, am blessed by heaven to have such a son. It is my fortune, the fortune of Great Qin and the fortune of all people under heaven. My son Ying-ji's achievements will last for millennia, surpassing even Yan and Huang, far beyond any past ruler, even me. I have been king for 30 years, giving my all to fulfill the wishes of Great Qin's past kings. Now the 6 states are destroyed, Yan and Huang are unified, therefore I have decided to pass the throne to Ying-ji." All the ministers below were utterly shocked by this decision. Qin Shi Huang confirmed again, "From today, my son Ying-ji ascends as emperor, titled the first emperor of Great Qin." The ministers were astonished and began to murmur. Ying-ji was equally stunned. He pointed at himself and blurted out, "What? I become the first emperor of Great Qin?" Ying-ji immediately waved his hand in refusal. "Father, this title belongs to you. You are the eternal emperor, the first emperor of Great Qin," he thought to himself. "If I become Qin Shi Huang, wouldn't that rewrite history?" Before Ying-ji could continue to decline, Qin Shi Huang spoke persuasively, "No, Jir, for me, inheriting the will of past kings and achieving the unification of Yan and Huang is enough. That is my contribution to the people. But you are different. Your ambition lies beyond the heavens. Yan and Huang are far inferior to you. You are my son. Today at Mount Tai's sealing, I pave the imperial path for you." Ying-ji firmly opposed. "Father, absolutely not," he shouted to the ministers below. Father ascended the throne at 13, eliminated treacherous ministers, executed rebels, reclaimed royal power. He strengthened Great Qin, had the ability to destroy the 6 states, and unified Yan and Huang. He deserves to be called the Eternal Emperor, the first emperor of Great Qin. The ministers below immediately knelt in unison. All ministers pay homage to the first emperor. May the first emperor live 10,000 years. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. Qin Shi Huang looked at Ying-ji. "Jir, are you happy? Father, only you are worthy of the title Eternal Emperor." Qin Shi Huang thought to himself, "Jir excels not only in civil and military affairs but also in filial piety and loyalty. With such a son, what more could I ask for?" Qin Shi Huang stepped forward, one hand behind his back, the other flicking his robe. "Very well then, my son Ying-ji, with unparalleled achievements, conquering the 6 states through force, deserves the title of Emperor. He is my successor, the second Emperor. Emperor Wu of Qin. Today is my son's coronation ceremony." The ministers below remained kneeling, hands on the ground, shouting, "All ministers pay homage to Emperor Wu. May Great Qin last 10,000 years. May Emperor Wu live 10,000 years," Lu Buwei announced loudly. The imperial seal and the emperor's robe. 2 subordinates below immediately presented the imperial decree. Ying-ji donned the robe, placed the seal on his head, and declared with an outstretched hand, "From today I am Emperor Wu of Great Qin, ruling over Great Qin, receiving heaven's mandate with eternal prosperity. I shall strengthen the nation's might, build its power, and establish the Great Qin martial empire." The ministers below kowtowed in unison. "Your ministers swear loyalty to Great Qin, swear loyalty to Emperor Wu. May Emperor Wu live 10,000 years. May Great Qin last 10,000 years." Ying-ji looked down calmly, his face serene, saying nothing. The system popped up a long notification. "Congratulations to the host for advancing the Mount Tai sealing and completing a hidden quest. Reward, Zon tier chest. Congratulations to the host for ascending as Emperor. Reward, D-tier chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title attribute Emperor Wu of Qin. Empire subjects gain 1/3 experience when killing enemies. Cultivation speed increased 4-fold, governance speed increased 5-fold. This title manifests 9 dragon shadows displaying imperial majesty, unleashing a single burst attack with 5 times the host's power, usable only once, requiring a year to recharge. Wearing the Emperor Wu of Qin title, Yingji pondered upon seeing these notifications. As expected, the system's rewards are too generous. This Emperor Wu of Qin title is indeed somewhat overpowered. Immediately, 9 dragon shadows appeared, radiating golden light, dazzling and brilliant. Yingji stood at the highest point, arms outstretched, joyfully recalling in his heart how he had once enlisted as an ordinary Qin soldier, constantly killing enemies until today, finally ascending the throne. It was wonderful. All the ministers were stunned by this miraculous phenomenon. They began to murmur, "Look, divine dragons, Emperor Wu is truly the son of heaven. Heaven manifests signs. Emperor Wu's ascension is protected by divine dragons. The true dragon emperor. Only Emperor Wu." Yingji tightly gripped the imperial seal in his hand, raised it high, and proclaimed, "Today I ascend as emperor and issue 3 royal decrees aimed at blessing all people under heaven and bringing fortune to all beings. First decree, reduce taxes. Second decree, strengthen the army. Third decree, oversee official governance." Faced with Yingji's resounding declarations, the ministers below once again prostrated themselves. "Emperor Wu is wise." In the distance, a military officer ran up breathlessly. "Urgent military report, urgent military report." One minister turned back. "What? A military report at this time?" The officer was Manhua. He opened the decree in his hand and quickly reported, "Your Majesty, urgent military report. The Xiongnu in the northern border have gathered a large army. Modu Chanyu personally leads the forces to invade our Great Qin border. Border civilians have been killed by the barbarians, with countless casualties." Yingji took the decree from Manhua and examined it. "How could this be? A mere Xiongnu dares to secretly attack our Great Qin border. At this time they are courting death. Immediately prepare the ceremonial guard, muster the troops. I will personally lead the expedition." In the Shenyang Qin King's Hall, Yingji and Qin Shi Huang sat side by side. "Manhua, how many troops did the Xiongnu mobilize this time?" Manhua respectfully answered Yingji's question. "Your Majesty, according to intelligence from scouts, the Xiongnu have mobilized their entire tribe's forces, no less than 700,000. Manhua clasped his fists, leaning slightly forward. "Modu Chanyu of the Xiongnu is a cunning man. He killed his father to seize power, destroyed the Donghu, and controls the grasslands. Relying on his strong army, he dares to invade our Great Qin border." Yingji remained very calm at Menghua's report. "Barbarians from the north, savages of the wilderness, daring to offend the majesty of Great Qin, they should not exist. Feng Jia Mengyi, are the provisions and weapons ready?" Feng Jia reported, "Your Majesty, the granaries in the northern commanderies are well stocked, and can be dispatched to the front at any time." Mengyi immediately added, "Your Majesty, the armory has fully adopted new smelting methods. The 500,000 northern garrison troops have all been equipped with iron weapons." Yingji drew his sword and ordered, "Command the northern forces to prepare for battle. I will go to the northern lands personally to lead the campaign. Li Xin Shang led 8,000 tiger troops as my vanguard. The war to unify the realm begins with the destruction of the Xiongnu." A minister voiced concern, trying to stop him. "Your Majesty, the Xiongnu invasion can be handled by the generals. There's no need for you to personally lead the expedition." Another minister echoed, "Indeed, Your Majesty has just ascended. If you leave Shenyang, how will state affairs be managed? Please reconsider." All the ministers shouted in unison, "Please reconsider." Qin Shi Huang stepped forward from behind and patted Yingji on the shoulder. Despite the minister's advice and even Qin Shi Huang's wish for him to stay, Yingji remained very confident. "I am a war emperor, having established Great Qin's realm on the battlefield. Now the Xiongnu invade, threatening our territory and the foundation of the state. I must personally lead the campaign. As for court affairs, my father, as the Grand Emperor, holds the authority to oversee the state. If ministers cannot handle matters themselves, they may go to the Grand Emperor's palace for his decision." He gestured to the ministers below. "Tomorrow I depart for the northern border. If you have no further matters, you are dismissed." The ministers withdrew. Qin Shi Huang complained, "Jir, I've even given you the throne, can't you let me rest?" Yingji replied, "Father, you enjoy yourself in Shenyang while I fight on the battlefield. Does that seem right? You are the eternal emperor after all." Yingji looked smug. "The eternal emperor Qin Shi Huang is such a good resource. We can't waste it." Qin Shi Huang could only say helplessly, "You brat, always so clever." At dawn in the border counties of Great Qin, tents were neatly set up. In the main tent, smoke swirled and voices emerged. Chan Yu, these Qin people are very cunning. There are few Qin people at the border. Li Mu has already moved the surrounding Qin people away. It's impossible to plunder grain by raiding the border. The Chan Yu sat behind a table. This Li Mu has always been the greatest enemy of our Xiongnu wolf tribe. Even when my father was Chan Yu, he suffered many losses at his hands. A wolf tribe member expressed his thoughts. Chan Yu, winter is 2 months away. If we can't seize enough grain, the Chan Yu frowned, clenching his fists. Li Mu excels at defense, but our tribe excels at mounted raids. Since that's the case, pass my order. Dispatch 50,000 cavalry deep into Qin territory to plunder. Not only will we take Qin grain but also Qin women. A sinister smile spread across the Chan Yu's face. This way Li Mu cannot sit idly by. We'll force him to engage us in open battle. On this northern frontier, who can match our Xiongnu wolf tribe in cavalry warfare? Ha ha ha. The wolf tribe members below cheered. The Chan Yu is wise, one of them sneered. The fertile lands of the Central Plains should not be occupied by those lowly Qin people. Ha ha ha. Outside the tent, a wolf tribe member ran in breathlessly. Report, Chan Yu, Li Mu has led his troops out of the city. The infantry has set up camp just 10 li from us. The Chan Yu reacted sharply. What? Impossible, how dare he take the initiative? Doesn't he know our strength? The other underlings were thrown into chaos by this shocking news, one said. Is Li Mu preparing for a decisive battle with us? Another laughed. Ha ha ha, Li Mu is seeking death. In cavalry warfare our Xiongnu warriors have never lost to anyone. Yet another knelt respectfully. Chan Yu, I volunteer to be the vanguard. First, kill Li Mu, then attack Shenyang and behead King Yingzheng of Qin. The Chan Yu, hearing this, fiercely brandished his large sickle and roared, Since Li Mu wants to die, the Chan Yu will oblige him. With that, he ordered his men. Pass my command. The army advances, attack the Central Plains. All Qin people are fit only to be slaves beneath our iron hooves. The leader's words emboldened his men, and they shouted together. Kill Li Mu, destroy the Qin army. Kill Li Mu, destroy the Qin army. Elsewhere, the hazy white smoke suddenly dissipated, revealing an open field where two forces faced off. Rows of soldiers and chariots stood in formation, layered and imposing, banners fluttering majestically in the wind. One of the underlings mounted on a horse raised his weapon and said fiercely, Chan Yu, look, that's the Qin royal banner. The Chan Yu was surprised and asked back, the Qin royal banner? Could it be Yingzheng himself leading the campaign? But he showed no fear, merely pointing his weapon forward and challenging aggressively. Ha ha ha, King Yingzheng of Qin, I've long wanted to see what you're made of. I am Modu, Lord of the Grasslands. King Yingzheng of Qin. Do you dare to meet me? Of course, if you lack the courage, forget it. His men behind him laughed along as if at a festival. Ha ha ha. Yingji, seeing the Chan Yu's feeble challenge, said coldly, What a clumsy provocation. A minister beside him added, This Modu killed his father to seize power, destroyed the Donghu, and dominates the grasslands. He is a tyrant of his time, far too arrogant. With a murderous look that seemed ready to devour the entire enemy force, he said coldly, I will grant his wish and meet him. With that, his soldiers and chariots shot forward like arrows from a bowstring. Upon meeting, the Chan Yu bluntly asked him, Who are you? You don't look like Yingzheng. He looked up at the sky and replied with full authority, I am the master of Great Qin, Yingji. Hearing this, the Chan Yu thought he was joking and laughed. Ha ha ha, you're Yingzheng's son? A wet behind the ears brat. Not even worthy of being my opponent. He ignored the remark and said coldly, After today there will be no more Xiongnu in the world. The words exploded like a bomb, enraging the leader, who spurred his horse toward him like the wind, weapon already in hand, ready for battle. As he charged, he laughed. Ha ha ha, you reckless fool. My Xiongnu wolf tribe warriors. Kill the Qin army, take their heads for drinking. Seeing the Chan Yu charge, all his soldiers surged forward. Kill, kill. However, he was not intimidated by the enemy's momentum or numbers. He ordered the crossbowmen to prepare. Any barbarian who sets foot on Great Qin territory, leave none alive. The trusted general beside him immediately commanded, Emperor Wu's decree, leave no barbarian alive. Advance, battle formation, kill. The army behind him roared in unison. Kill. With that, countless arrows rained down from the sky like a storm. In the blink of an eye, those arrows struck countless soldiers below, and one soldier cried out in agony. Yingji's forces continued their fierce assault, with countless arrows whistling through the air. The soldiers under the chieftain named Wu'an were hit one after another by sharp arrows flying from above, and he shouted in panic, How could the Qin army's arrows fire without cease? A nearby general immediately reported, Your subordinate does not know. We have never seen the Qin army use such weapons before. In this dire situation, Wu'an ordered, Attack the city with all forces, do not break formation. Follow me to take Yingji's head. Meanwhile, Yingji, with one hand resting on his sword for support and the other raised to give orders, called out, Where is the Great Qin Tiger Army? As his words fell, the Tiger Legion and the soldiers riding on tigers charged fiercely into the enemy ranks, weapons in hand. Before Wu'an's soldiers could react, they were instantly pounced upon by Yingji's tigers, screaming in terror. Chieftain Wu'an, now utterly terrified, stammered, "This is a tiger, how can they tame it?" He couldn't believe what was happening. Impossible. But still unable to counter Yingji's tiger legion, Wu'an's soldiers were already being routed one after another. A general, riding majestically on a tiger, unleashed his martial arts techniques. Other soldiers were blasted aside, howling in pain. This power is terrifying. At this moment, Zhao Qi should be Yingji calmly crossed his arms, observing the favorable battle situation. Our Great Qin elite soldiers, relying on martial arts cultivation to enhance their strength, combined with iron weapons, are now truly invincible. He grew more confident as he spoke. Modu, though you are a hero among the Xiongnu barbarians, it's your misfortune to have met me, Yingji. With that, he ordered the net to be closed and the Xiongnu Chanyu Modu to be captured. He and his army, with numerous troops and weapons, charged forward with full confidence. Let you be the first barbarian king I kill after unifying a part of the world. As his words ended, he leaped into the air on his tiger, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. The soldiers below could only look up, holding their positions. In an instant, Yingji's tiger crashed to the ground, shaking the earth and sending the soldiers below flying. Some, terrified out of their wits, could only cover their heads and ears and scream. At this moment, Yingji seized the highly advantageous situation to execute the Cloudfall Heartflame technique, releasing a blazing fireball from his palm into the sky, engulfing the entire heavens. Instantly, from that burning flame, countless sparks separated and shot down toward the enemy soldiers below with a whoosh. The sparks quickly flew into the soldiers' bodies, incinerating them in an instant. They could only cry out in despair. Help! Other soldiers, some riding horses in chaos, others trampled by panicked comrades fleeing, could only lie on the ground and call for their chieftain. "Chanyu, save me!" Yingji stood behind, watching the raging flames devour enemy after enemy. His heart filled with joy. He hadn't expected the spiritual fire rewarded by the system to be so powerful. Chieftain Wu'an could only look up in despair, stammering orders to his subordinates. "Retreat, retreat, quickly retreat to the grasslands." But he would not let them off so easily. Seeing Chieftain Wu'an about to withdraw, Yingji immediately leaped into the air on his tiger. Then, swiftly landing the tiger in front of Wu'an, he cut off his escape route. He raised his head and gave the chieftain a sharp glance. Chieftain Wu'an, now stripped of all his former arrogance, hastily ordered his subordinates, "Shoot arrows, shoot him dead." His subordinates obeyed, drawing their bows and aiming at Yingji. But when the arrows flew toward him, he deflected them back in all directions with his martial arts technique. Now invincible, he sat astride his tiger, issuing a challenge with majestic authority. "Modu, let me show you the power of martial arts. You won't die in vain." The arrows just now were deflected back. Shooting toward Wu'an's subordinates, the arrows flew like streaks, piercing through enemy after enemy, causing them to wail in pain. Chieftain Wu'an, unable to accept reality, shouted, "Impossible, this is impossible. Are you human or ghost?" Yingji, now fearless, strode toward the chieftain with overwhelming momentum. "You know nothing of power and nothing of Great Qin. Now leave your last words." Only then did Chieftain Wu'an realize death was imminent. He reached out to stop Yingji's approach while begging for mercy. "Spare me, I am willing to submit to Great Qin, to your majesty. I will never invade the Central Plains again, and I am willing to pay tribute and declare myself a vassal." But Yingji turned a deaf ear to these words. He swung his weapon and delivered a clean, decisive slash, and the chieftain breathed his last. "I won't accept this." Having eliminated the evil, Yingji looked at the chieftain with utter disdain, curling his lip. "What grassland wolf tribe? Just a bunch of cowards who don't know their place." Learning of their chieftain's death, the enemy soldiers immediately screamed and scattered in all directions. "The Chanyu is dead! The Chanyu is dead!" They then prepared for a full retreat. Seeing this, one of Yingji's generals immediately ordered, "Don't let them escape, kill them." Subsequently, the battlefield was left with nothing but the corpses of enemy soldiers. A scene of utter desolation. Yingji rode his tiger forward. The barbarians are destroyed, but this is only the first step. At that moment, a general rode up to report, "Your Majesty, after a day and night of pursuit, the Xiongnu army has been completely annihilated by our forces. We have achieved a great victory and are now clearing the battlefield. We can return to court soon." Hearing this, he calmly looked ahead. "Return to court? It's still too early." As his words fell, a small bird that had just flown in appeared in his hand, perching steadily on his palm. He took out a small scroll and prepared to tie it to the bird's leg to send a message. Once done, following his command, the bird flapped its wings and flew off to carry out its mission. He then said to the general beside him, "General Li Mu, this military report can be sent back to Shenyang. I can summon Shenyang at any time and order General Wang Jian's army to arrive at the grasslands in a few days to build a city and garrison it. but the barbarian passes will be under the jurisdiction of the Commandery Garrison Commander. I will leave this to Wang Jian to arrange. General Li Mu, still not understanding, asked in confusion, build a city on the grasslands? Seeing that General Li Mu had not yet grasped his intent, he said confidently, do you think I led this campaign personally just to conquer a small barbarian tribe? This is merely the beginning of my conquest of the world. He grew more confident as he spoke, full of faith in that grand goal. The elite soldiers of Great Qin will follow me deep into the grasslands, forcing these barbarian tribes to submit to the might of our Great Qin. General Li Mu and the other soldiers were all stunned speechless upon hearing this. But soon the entire army was stirred by these words, shouting in unison, kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, in another place, Ying Zheng sat in the court holding the secret report sent by Ying Ji via the bird, full of admiration. I tell you, my ministers, a good news. Jir has led the army to break through the grasslands. From now on, Great Qin will have no more troubles from the northern border. The grassland lands have been incorporated into our Great Qin territory, and the millions of grassland people have become subjects of Great Qin. The ministers below, upon hearing this, clasped their hands and replied in unison, we congratulate His Majesty the First Emperor. We congratulate His Majesty the Martial Emperor. Suddenly, a general ran in from outside to report, Your Majesty the First Emperor, the northern barbarians have arrived outside Shenyang City. The tribute mission has come, with offerings of furs, fine horses, and various decade special products. Ying Zheng, delighted by the good news, ordered, Good. Let them enter the city quickly, and store the tribute in the state treasury first. The ministers below, hearing this, exchanged glances, their faces beaming with joy. The northern barbarians who have harassed our dynasty for years have finally been dealt with. Another minister also spoke. I didn't expect them to come to pay tribute so soon. Murmurs filled the hall. A representative minister bowed and asked, May I ask the First Emperor, now that the grasslands are settled, when will your Majesty order the army to withdraw and return to court? Ying Zheng, sitting above, also asked in confusion after hearing the question. Return to court? Jir has grand ambitions, do you ministers not know? Then he ordered his trusted subordinate, Meng Yi, I authorize you to fully coordinate all blacksmiths in the realm. Weapon forging must arm the entire army as quickly as possible. Meng Yi clasped his hands and accepted the order. As you command, he continued to order another minister. General Han, immediately arrange for officials to go to the grassland front line and establish commanderies and counties. This crucial task of occupying territory I entrust to you. General Han accepted the order, bowing with clasped hands, as you command. Then he turned to another minister and ordered, Feng Qing, I authorize you to manage all of Great Qin's grain supplies, ensuring that the expeditionary army never lacks provisions. Feng Qing accepted the order, also bowing respectfully. As you command, but he asked in great confusion, May I ask the First Emperor, now that the grasslands are destroyed, why continue preparing military equipment and grain supplies? Your Majesty intends to. Ying Zheng, as if expecting the question, announced confidently, Jir intends to march west. As his words fell, the ministers below immediately began whispering among themselves, stunned with disbelief. One spoke loudly. What march west? Others chimed in with doubts. Does your Majesty intend to continue the western campaign to conquer kingdoms unheard of on the maps? Another person, Mouthagame, couldn't believe it. Shouldn't the western campaign be carefully deliberated? To prevent the discussion from spiraling out of control, Ying Zheng said sternly, Enough, I have only one thing to say. He continued to explain. Great Qin is unified and Jir has grand ambitions. I will not allow anyone to delay, nor will I allow anyone to hinder Jir. As he spoke, he raised his hand to command, Great Qin will devote the entire nation's strength to unify the world. No one shall obstruct this great endeavor. The ministers below, now awed by his momentum, clasped their hands and said respectfully, We obey your Majesty's command. In the blink of an eye a year had passed. Shenyang City was now ornately decorated, bustling with people coming and going. At this moment, a group of foreign merchants and horses were slowly entering the city. Countless jewels and jade appeared, glittering and shining. Gems of various colors dazzled the eye, inlaid on flawless ivory alongside radiant precious stones. These treasures were carried in by many beautiful women wearing unique attire, each balancing baskets and trays of valuables as they filed in. The surrounding commoners gathered to watch the spectacle. Look, the barbarians from the western regions have come to pay tribute to our great Tang again. One person continued, Yes, these barbarians even look very strange. Another said, How many batches of barbarians have come to Shenyang to pay tribute in these past few months? Several soldiers standing guard outside the gate also discussed, About 10 batches, right? Why are these barbarians coming to pay tribute for no reason? A nearby soldier speculated, You really don't know much, man. Don't you know that after the current emperor destroyed the Xiongnu, he has already led the army westward? The first soldier couldn't believe his ears, turning his head wide-eyed to ask the other, "Our Great Qin going west, where is that?" But the nearby soldier averted his gaze, looking elsewhere. "Going west? Forget it, let's not talk about it. You wouldn't know anyway." At this moment in the court, the batch of Western region barbarians had entered the palace and were now paying homage to the emperor, kneeling in extreme fear. One of them spoke, "Before an envoy pays respects to the supreme first emperor, your majesty is wise and mighty, protecting us small western kingdoms. We are willing to submit to the Great Qin Empire and present tribute." Ying sat majestically on the dragon throne, looking down at the barbarians, and agreed. "Good, I understand your intentions. Great Qin's ambition is the world. Your voluntary submission is a wise move. Now that all nations come to pay tribute to Great Qin, it is truly worth celebrating." Having said this, he turned to the ministers below and asked, "Minister Han, is there any news from Jir at the front?" The minister clasped his hands and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, the first emperor, according to the military report from 7 days ago, His Majesty's army has conquered the small western kingdoms and has entered the capital of the Moria Empire. I believe news of victory will soon arrive." Ying was extremely satisfied, feeling proud inwardly. Jir is truly a son of destiny, a dragon among men. To have such an offspring is truly heaven's blessing. At this moment, in the Moria Empire's capital city of Pataliputra, there were many magnificent palaces painted with gold lacquer on the outside, appearing extremely splendid. At this time, Ying's army had also arrived at the Western Kingdom. Ying, riding on a tiger and holding a map, made a judgment. By the banks of the river, the city ahead, Pataliputra, is the capital of the Moria Empire. But suddenly, thick black smoke billowed from within the capital, obscuring the entire sky. Ying saw it from afar and wondered inwardly, "Why does it seem like black mist is hanging over the capital? Better scout it out first before attacking." With that thought, he ordered, "Pass my decree. The army will rest here. Send a messenger into the city to inform King Shaliyuga that I have heard there is a divine bird called the peacock in his country, and the first Emperor of Great Qin desires it very much. If he voluntarily hands over the peacock, I will spare his life." The soldiers behind, upon hearing the order, clasped their hands and bowed in acceptance. At this moment, King Shaliyuga of the Moria Empire, having just received the letter sent by Ying, angrily threw it to the ground and shouted, "Arrogant infidel, how dare you demand my peacock? I will make you my slave." Having said this, he turned to question the black-clad man beside him. "I sacrificed 500 virgin girls, as you said. Didn't you claim you had a way to defeat Ying?" But the mysterious man, unhurried and extremely calm, replied, "What I promised I will accomplish. Everything is ready." As if soothed, Shaliyuga rose from his seat with a fierce demeanor, raised his hands to the sky and shouted, "Good, I will gouge out his eyes with my own hands, then make him my dog slave." With that he ordered, "Summon the soldiers, summon the soldiers." Amidst the rolling black smoke, a soldier received the order, picked up a horn and blew the signal. Hearing the signal, the city gates slowly opened. Ying and the soldiers outside, seeing the gates open, one pointed toward the gate and reported, "Your Majesty, look, what is that?" But before he could assess the situation, a highly elite war elephant formation charged out. Soldiers sat on the elephants' backs, holding weapons in one hand and shields in the other, charging at Ying at great speed. The elephants seemed enraged, their massive bodies rushing toward Ying's soldiers. At this moment, Ying's soldiers were terrified, but he stood watching with keen interest. "Oh, they can drive such massive elephants into battle. These are even larger than the elephants of the southern Chu in our central plains." Shaliyuga, now riding on the back of a giant elephant, pointed his weapon at Ying, ready for battle with a fierce demeanor. "Eastern infidel, how dare you trespass into the forbidden land of the Sun King? I will capture you alive and make you my slaves." On this side, Ying, riding on his tiger, listened to his provocation without fear and pointed his weapon back at him, replying confidently, "Shaliyuga, what are you saying? I don't understand, but let me tell you, your ancestor Ashoka was somewhat of a figure. If he were alive, he could fight me, but you are completely unworthy," he continued to provoke his opponent. "You are cruel and tyrannical, enslaving countless people. Do they truly submit to you willingly?" His slaves, hearing these words, seemed to wake from a dream, their mouths agape in astonishment. But Shaliyuga was unimpressed, shouting fearlessly, "They are slaves, and you will become my slave too." Seeing his arrogance, Ying did not hold back. He drew his sword and pointed it at him in challenge. "In Great Qin, every man is a soldier, a nation without slaves. Today I come to punish the tyrant and save the people. You will surely submit to the might of Great Qin." As if enraged, Shaliyuga ordered his slaves and soldiers to charge. The massive fierce war elephants were driven forward, charging madly at Ying. On Ying's side, the soldiers, undaunted by the enormous elephant herd, shouted in unison as they surged forward. The elite soldiers of Great Qin charged like fierce tigers, but reality did not unfold as they had imagined. The soldiers on Ying Qi's side, who had been surging with momentum moments ago, were instantly struck by short spears and massive ivory tusks, sending them flying off the taiga's backs with agonizing screams. Meanwhile, the tigers could not withstand the storm-like onslaught of the charging elephant herd. Seeing the situation turn in his favor, Sharadutiga loudly ordered the slaughter of these infidels. Faced with such a dire crisis, Ying Qi could no longer stand idly by and immediately gave his orders. Li Qing was commanded to bring up the large crossbow, and he swiftly complied. Yes, immediately, a massive machine was pushed forward and Li Qing issued orders to prepare for launch. Upon receiving the command, soldiers fired the crossbow's enormous bolts at the enemy with rocket-like speed. A bolt struck an elephant, causing it to writhe and trumpet in agony. Seeing the crossbow's effectiveness against the elephant herd, he immediately ordered continued attacks. With the command, massive bolts were fired in rapid succession, flying at lightning speed toward the herd. The bolts pierced the elephants' bodies, catching them off guard and leaving them unable to react. Overwhelmed by unbearable pain, they could no longer hold on. The elephants began to sway uncontrollably, and the soldiers below shouted for a quick retreat. But before they could scatter, the elephants lost control and crashed to the ground, crushing the soldiers beneath them. Seeing the tide turn in his favor, the general ordered the rear troops to charge and annihilate them. Countless bolts were fired in succession, striking the elephant herd and filling them with terror, leaving them no escape. One by one the elephants fell. Even the elephant ridden by Sharadutiga was hit by Ying Qi's bolts, throwing him off and causing him to scream in panic. Impossible! Impossible! He then turned and fled, ordering his soldiers and slaves, "Retreat to the city! Retreat to the city!" Ying Qi's rear forces seized the moment and charged like a storm, cutting down the enemy. Naturally, he would not miss this rare opportunity to seize the capital, charging straight into Washi City to behead Sharadutiga. As soon as the words were spoken, Ying Qi's army surged forward, swinging their weapons and relentlessly hacking at the enemy. Leaving them unable to resist, in an instant Sharadutiga's soldiers were swiftly annihilated. Now, Ying Qi's army stood before the city gates, but they halted before the rolling black smoke that had been rising from the city without cease. At this moment, Ying Qi seemed to sense the danger in the black smoke and shouted a warning. "This black smoke is a trap, General. Be careful." Before he could react, the smoke spread beyond the gates and enveloped his own forces. Ying Qi's expression was terrifying, suffocating. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed from within the city. That sound is terrifying. Then a massive black dragon emerged from the smoke, spreading its enormous wings and spewing blazing purple flames that engulfed the entire area. Ying Qi, in disbelief, stammered, "This is the Dark Dragon." At that moment, the mysterious figure in black commanded the dragon, "Dragon Flame, turn this into hell." Seeing this, Ying Qi was horrified. How could this be? How could a dark dragon exist in this world? Who was that person on the dragon's back? But there was no time to find answers. He urgently ordered, "All troops, defend." As soon as the words were spoken, the dragon spewed blazing purple flames toward Ying Qi's army, expecting to be consumed by the fire. A golden shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. It was Ying Qi, who had used the National Guardian Dragon Seal in time to protect his troops from the evil flames. He thought to himself, "Even the power of the National Guardian Dragon Seal can't protect this million-strong army. I need to find a way." The soldiers, now realizing the danger, shouted in astonishment, "That's the National Guardian Dragon Seal. What's that monster in the sky? Is it a dragon?" His Majesty used the seal to protect us. Without waiting for the dragon to continue its rampage, he leaped onto the back of a tiger, soared into the air and flew toward the dragon. He had to deal with it first. In an instant he was before the dragon and the mysterious figure. The figure exclaimed in surprise, "In such a short time your power has increased this much." He landed lightly before the mysterious figure. "Who are you?" The figure replied calmly, "You cannot know my identity yet." Losing his composure, he drew his sword and pointed it at the figure's throat. "Playing tricks, you die." With that he struck immediately, thrusting his sword at the figure to finish him off. But the figure vanished, leaving only a wisp of intangible black smoke. His face darkened as he thought, no physical form. The figure then reappeared from the dissipating smoke, speaking mysteriously, "Those who anger the gods must face divine punishment. Ying Qi, even you cannot escape the will of the gods." Suddenly the dragon rolled and dove downward, causing him to lose his balance. Furious, he drew his sword and plunged it deep into the dragon's neck, challenging loudly, "What is the will of the gods? I will slay gods and conquer you, beast." Severely wounded, the dragon spewed flames in agony, its eyes blazing with malice. The purple flames instantly incinerated the soldiers of Ying Qi's army below. One by one, without the protection of his shield, they were burned alive. Screaming in pain, he couldn't watch his comrades die in vain. Gritting his teeth, he drove his sword deeper into the dragon's neck and roared, "I will tame you and make you my mount." At that moment the system suddenly prompted, The host has not yet completed the tribulation and cannot tame the dark dragon. He was incredulous, exclaiming in surprise, "What, can't tame it? I need to complete the tribulation?" Sensing trouble, he immediately leaped off the dragon's back and retreated swiftly. Once on the ground, he looked back at the dragon still circling in the sky and resolved, "Since I can't tame it, I'll shoot it down and keep it without delay." He picked up his bow, knocked an arrow imbued with divine power, and aimed at the dragon. The arrow shot toward the circling beast as he shouted, "Beast!" The arrow struck the dragon's neck, tail, and various parts of its body, causing it to roar in agony. Seizing the moment, he ordered his men, "Use the giant crossbow to bring down this beast." The rear soldiers quickly complied. Yes, the massive machine was reactivated, and the soldiers atop it prepared, shouting, "Ready the giant crossbow." Another soldier below saw the situation and reported, "Your Majesty, look, the beast seems to be fleeing." Before the words faded, the dragon had turned and flown elsewhere, infuriating him. "That beast is fast. Next time I encounter it, I will tame it." Seeing no further obstacles, he immediately ordered his army to attack. The black dragon has retreated. "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, follow me into the city and capture Sharadutiga alive." The rear troops acknowledged with a unified roar. In an instant, the army used massive machines to breach the city gates. Once inside, a chaotic melee ensued. Sharadutiga's soldiers, caught off guard, were trampled by Ying Qi's cavalry and fell dead. Riding his tiger, Ying Qi led his vast army deeper into the city. Seeing this, the city's defenders panicked and fled in all directions. "Run, the army of Eastern Great Qin has broken in." "Run!" He pointed his sword at the enemy and commanded majestically. "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, spare no one who surrenders, kill them all, leave none alive." The army obeyed, charging into the city like a storm, shouting, "Kill!" in unison. In an instant, Sharadutiga was captured by Ying Qi's soldiers, who reported, "Your Majesty, we have captured the enemy leader Sharadutiga alive." He was subdued and kneeling, but still refused to yield. Seeing this, Ying Qi threatened, "Sharadutiga, I once said that only your ancestor King Ashoka was worthy to fight me. You are not." His earlier defiance turned to fear under Ying Qi's overwhelming presence, but he still blustered. You're not human, you're a god. You're a demon. The Radiant King will punish you, he will." However, Ying Qi paid no heed to his foul words and personally swung his sword to eliminate this despicable wretch. Then he turned back and said contemptuously, "So much nonsense. The Peacock Kingdom is destroyed." At that moment the system suddenly prompted, "Congratulations, host, for destroying the Peacock Kingdom. Reward, 1 Zon-grade treasure chest, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations on leveling up to level 3, the system continued. Congratulations on breaking through to the Grandmaster First Realm. A change occurred in him as a golden light descended from the sky, enveloping him and the tiger. Thus he successfully advanced to the Grandmaster First Realm, ecstatic and laughing heartily. Haha, this time the experience points are plentiful, and I've broken through to the Grandmaster Realm. From now on, true Qi transforms into true essence, granting the ability to fly in the air, and my lifespan has increased to 2,000 years. Feeling empowered, he pointed his sword at the sky and declared war. "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, advance and clear all enemies." The rear soldiers quickly responded. Yes, with that the army charged on horseback. His Majesty orders the clearance of all enemies. Kill. Although he had successfully conquered the Peacock Kingdom that day, he did not rush to celebrate, but instead pondered the recent events. Today, a mysterious figure and a dark dragon appeared. The Western world is not simple. The matter of the tribulation mentioned by the system also needs careful planning. The king has been away with me on campaign for quite some time. It's already dusk. Back in his homeland, news of Ying Qi's victory in the western regions had spread throughout the city. A man rode swiftly, shouting as he went, "Great victory in the west." At that moment, the latest reports of the conquest of western kingdoms were presented to the emperor. "Your Majesty, the first emperor, great victory. The Peacock Kingdom in the west has been destroyed by our Great Qin." Hearing this, the court officials buzzed with excitement over the nation's triumph, praising loudly. "Your Majesty's grand strategy is vast. Great Qin is at its peak. Our unification of the world is within reach," another official added. "Your Majesty is truly the chosen one sent by heaven to Great Qin. With Your Majesty, Great Qin and the Yanwang people are blessed. The Yanwang race will surely surpass all others under heaven." Ying Qi stood up, spread his arms, and declared proudly, "It is Qir who has pacified the western frontier and expanded our territory. Ancestors of Great Qin, look, only my Qir has achieved this in millennia." The ministers of Great Qin bowed respectfully and said, "Only Great Qin can unify the world." Then he turned to the general who had just reported, "The Peacock Kingdom is destroyed. Has Qir returned yet?" The general quickly knelt, bowed his head and reported, "Your Majesty, the Peacock Kingdom is far from Great Qin. Even by falcon messenger it takes time. During this period the messages have passed through many places without mentioning the time of return. A nearby official then explained to reassure him, "Your Majesty, considering the timing, the Peacock Kingdom has just been pacified, and it is a powerful western state with a large population. I believe His Majesty will only return after making proper arrangements." Hearing this, he felt somewhat relieved. "Uncle is right, Kier has been on the western campaign for years. I truly wish for his swift return." Meanwhile, Ying Qi was celebrating his glorious victory with the other soldiers. Standing on a high platform, he raised his cup and said loudly, "Brave elites of Great Qin, after months of continuous campaigning, you have worked hard," he continued. "You have fought for Great Qin. Now that Washi City has been taken and its affairs are settled, tonight I lift the ban on alcohol to reward the three armies. Let us drink until we drop." Growing more excited, the soldiers below also raised their cups, celebrating the great victory and vowing, "We swear loyalty to your Majesty. We swear loyalty to Great Qin." Standing above, he raised his cup again and said, "All soldiers who fight for the nation, those with merit, will be richly rewarded, granted titles and promotions with benefits for their descendants. Upon our triumphant return to court, I will build the Qin Mausoleum at Mount Li and erect a monument in history." With that, the soldiers below drained their cups and responded enthusiastically, "Great Qin endures for generations, immortal through countless ages," he continued, raising his cup joyfully. "Tonight I reward the three armies with fine wine and delicacies, plus exotic women with golden hair and blue eyes, all yours." As he spoke, a group of voluptuous, brightly dressed beauties appeared in the distance carrying precious wine jars from the storehouses. Seeing this, the soldiers cheered, "Whoa!" Then, a grand feast began across the army. Everyone's faces were flushed with wine, but they still smiled and celebrated. "Long live your Majesty, long live Great Qin." As the soldiers drank and danced with the beautiful exotic women, Li Mu approached Ying Qi, bowed respectfully and reported, "Your Majesty, in this war to unify the world, the brave soldiers have killed countless enemies, and many outstanding warriors and generals have emerged from the ranks." Intrigued, he asked, "Oh, Great Qin has so many fierce generals, where are they? Let me see." At his words, several generals and soldiers stepped forward, bowed and said, "We pay homage to your Majesty." Seeing this, he raised his cup and ordered without ceremony, "Rise, all of you." General Li Mu then explained, "They have slain barbarians and conquered enemy states, each having killed no fewer than 1,000 foreigners. They are the young talents of our Great Qin Empire." Hearing Li Mu's words, he became very curious about the identities of these heroes. Pointing to one, he asked, "Good, what is your name?" The soldier quickly bowed and replied, "Your humble servant, Han Xin." Hearing this familiar name, his face showed disbelief. "What? Your name is Han Xin?" The soldier confirmed. "Yes, your Majesty, I am Han Xin." Realizing his identity, he thought to himself with joy, "The famous General Han Xin, who should have shown in the late Qin period, is now under my command. What a blessing." He then put on a stern face, raised his hand and commanded majestically, "Good, you are all the bravest soldiers of Great Qin. Each of you is promoted 4 ranks and 4 official grades below." Han Xin replied respectfully, "I thank your Majesty for your great kindness." Still curious, Han Xin asked, 4 ranks? That would make me a general commanding 50,000 troops." Seeing his courtesy, Ying Qi told him to rise. "Han Xin, stand up. I have a question for you." Han Xin obeyed but remained respectful. "Your Majesty, please ask." Ying Qi studied him. "Han Xin, how many troops do you think you can command?" This sudden question left Han Xin unable to find a suitable answer. He stammered, "Oh well." Seeing Han Xin's hesitation, Ying Qi reassured him, "Speak freely, I pardon you." With that, Han Xin seized the opportunity and expressed his view. "Whatever troops your Majesty gives me, I will win as many victories for your Majesty." This statement immediately unsettled General Li Mu, who was about to retort, "Arrogant fool." But he was interrupted by Ying Qi's laughter. Satisfied, he said, "Indeed, Han Xin, the more the better." But after laughing, his face turned serious. He stared at Han Xin and posed a tricky question. "Han Xin, then how many troops do you think I can command?" Faced with this sudden, unanswerable question, Han Xin knelt and cleverly replied, "Your Majesty's martial arts are extraordinary. One person can match 1,000,000 troops, far beyond us mortals." Hearing this pleasing answer, Ying Qi laughed heartily. "Ha, good, all generals go drink." However, the joy did not last long, as shocking news suddenly arrived. While the atmosphere of victory still lingered, a soldier rushed in from afar to report urgently, "Your Majesty, urgent news from the western outpost. Tens of thousands of cavalry have crossed the Indus River and are heading toward our Washi City." General Li Mu, just hearing this bad news, found it hard to believe. But the bad news struck, instantly turning his joyful mood back to one of stern command. How frustrating. "Where is the divine king of Pataliputra?" A foreign minister nearby immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands and bowing to report, "Your Imperial Majesty of Great Qin, the divine king of Pataliputra is here." He turned, his expression cold and severe, and questioned that foreign divine king, Tell me, where did these 34 cavalry units come from? Intimidated by the imposing banners of the main camp and the multitude of soldiers, the foreign divine king had no choice but to tell the truth. Your Majesty, these are cavalry from the Telugu Empire. Over a decade ago, Telugu I signed a peace treaty with Chandragupta of the Peacock Kingdom. But ever since the new ruler Ganga III ascended the throne and renamed the state to Great Jigong, they have been constantly encroaching. Mala Indus Valley. The former king of the Peacock Kingdom, Sherry, ruled tyrannically and was powerless to stop the incursions of the 34 cavalry, allowing them to kill unchecked. After hearing this useful information, he could confidently assess the situation and immediately ordered, it seems this Telugu Empire is tired of living. Where is Han Xin? Han Xin, hear my command. Han Xin, hearing the summons from below, immediately cupped his hands and reported, Your servant is here, he commanded Han Xin. Now I give you a chance to prove yourself. I appoint you as the vanguard of defeating the enemy, leading 50,000 troops to repel the invading foe. Seeing Ying Ji trust him so deeply and entrust him with such a heavy responsibility, Han Xin, not wanting to betray that trust, immediately accepted the order with delight. Your servant humbly obeys the decree and will annihilate all invading enemies. He was very pleased with Han Xin's passionate and reliable attitude. Good. At this moment, outside the city of Pataliputra, countless soldiers of the Telugu Empire had already charged to the city gates. They were exceptionally fierce, wielding sharp battle blades and carrying shields, charging on horseback while shouting, Kill, cut off the heads of these Easterners. The soldiers behind responded in unison. Meanwhile, Han Xin had already arrayed his 50,000 troops in front of the city gates, waiting in strict formation for the enemy to engage. Han Xin ordered, Prepare the crossbows. The soldiers behind immediately acknowledged the order and entered a state of readiness, holding their crossbows ready for battle at any moment. Han Xin ordered, Release. As soon as the words were spoken, tens of thousands of arrows flew toward the soldiers of the Telugu Empire. Seeing the rain of arrows coming, they hastily raised their shields to block. The leading officer urgently commanded, Kill, your eastern arrows cannot pierce our shields. Upon receiving the order, the enemy soldiers immediately charged at Han Xin's troops, swinging their weapons ferociously to attack our men. Our soldiers, unable to defend in time, could only let out a painful cry of awe before falling from their horses at this critical moment. A general reported, General Han, the enemy's armor is sturdy. Our arrows cannot inflict heavy damage, but to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, Han Xin instantly saw through the enemy's weakness and ordered, I see it, pass the order. Aim for the unarmored horse legs. That general immediately acknowledged, Yes. Then he commanded the other soldiers holding crossbows who were awaiting orders, Release. As soon as the words were spoken, countless arrows shot out again, flying straight toward the enemy. But it seemed the ordinary arrows were blocked by the enemy soldiers' sturdy shields. These arrows could not halt the enemy's advance, and our soldiers paid a heavy price. One by one, our troops fell under the fierce attacks of the foreign soldiers lying beneath the enemy's spears. Seeing the situation turning against them, General Li Mu gritted his teeth and asked himself with concern, Horse legs are hard to hit. What should be done? Just then, the thunderous sound of hooves came from afar. He turned back and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, This is our Great Qin reinforcements, long spears sweeping across an overwhelming aura. Ying Ji rides a blood tiger, wielding a long spear with elite reinforcements behind him. An extraordinary presence, the Great Qin Long Spear Corps has also arrived, he smiled proudly. It seems Han Xin is still a bit green. Let these Persians witness my newly invented hook-bladed spears. As soon as the words were spoken, the soldiers of both sides clashed together. The Great Qin soldiers moved swiftly. With a sweep of the spear blade, the enemy warhorse's legs were severed in two. The cuts were clean and precise without any wasted motion. Fast as lightning, the 34 cavalrymen fell from their horses one after another. Cries of "Ah!" rose and fell. Someone shouted in terror, "Cunning Easterners, what kind of weapon is this?" That man had just fallen from his horse, writhing in pain. Realizing the situation was extremely unfavorable, he painfully sent a command to the rear. "Quick, signal, deploy the high-platform chariots." The 34 soldiers obeyed, blowing a signal whistle while driving their horses to both sides. In the center, the Telugu high-platform chariots emerged. There were 3 levels in total. The lower 2 were densely packed with men, and the top level held 6 cannons ready to fire at any moment. Ganga III stood on the highest level, pointing his sword at the Great Qin army and loudly commanding, "Kill all these inferior races." The trained soldiers coordinated seamlessly. Some hurled stones, some threw spears, some shot arrows, each performing their duties, doing their utmost to kill the Great Qin soldiers. Under continuous long-range attacks with little chance to counter, the Great Qin soldiers also suffered casualties, with men constantly falling from horses and cries of agony. yet they did not give up, charging wave after wave. The Great Qin soldiers charged bravely, determined to defeat the Persian army. Ganga III firmly held the battlefield advantage, and a hint of smugness crept onto his face. He loudly ordered, "Advance, kill them all." Seeing the powerful high-platform chariots approaching, Han Xin was astonished and blurted out, "I've never seen such war chariots. They are truly terrifying." In contrast to Han Xin's expression, Ying Ji showed a calm and slightly proud look and said, "It's time for these 34 to witness firearms." As soon as he spoke, Ying Ji immediately shouted, "Rocket team, prepare." As if they had been waiting for this command, the Great Qin soldiers raised their bows in unison and responded loudly. "Ready?" Seeing the soldiers' fervent desire to kill the enemy, Ying Ji raised his long sword high, pointing it at the chariots. "Aim and shoot for me. Shoot these Persian chariots to pieces. Release." As soon as the words were spoken, hundreds of arrows tipped with gunpowder, as if by agreement, concentrated their fire on the enemy chariots. The moment they touched the chariot walls, they exploded outward. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of men on the chariots began to scream and fall into chaos. Some were severely wounded, some died on the spot, trampling each other as they fled, shouting loudly, "Ah, this is sorcery." The Easterners practice sorcery. Ganga III, watching his soldiers engulfed in flames, muttered foolishly, "What kind of sorcery is this? Can it control heavenly fire?" Before he could finish, several rockets whistled through the air, followed by a boom. From below, a massive figure could be seen falling with a terrified expression, blurting out, "Impossible, impossible." It was Ganga III. In the distance, the great army leader Ying Ji, observing from atop his blood tiger, thought smugly, "These reckless Persians. Genghis Khan used firearms to conquer the Western nations over 1,000 years later. I can't wait that long. I'll make you submit now." Beside him, Han Xin marveled deeply. "What divine power is this rocket? Your Majesty is truly a divine being we mortals naturally cannot compare." The battle was nearing its end. Ying Ji turned and ordered, "Han Xin, I'll give you another chance. Go and capture Ganga III for me." Having witnessed his lord defeat the enemy with such ease, Han Xin couldn't help but admire him and replied, "Yes, your servant will not fail this mission and will repay your Majesty." As soon as he spoke, Han Xin led a contingent of troops charging fiercely at high speed toward Ganga III. "Kill the foreigners to repay your Majesty." On the pursuit, Han Xin spared no enemy. Whoever he encountered he killed with a single blow, with his fierce and resolute attitude. In less than a quarter of an hour, Han Xin had captured Ganga III and brought him before Ying Ji to face punishment. Ying Ji, with a proud and confident posture, held his long sword, his expression stern, and his words carried an inherent authority. "You chose not the path of life but sought the road to death." Seeing the long sword about to rest on his neck, Ganga III had long forgotten his original goal. Casting aside his dignity, he stammered in plea, "Eastern Emperor, no, don't kill me. I am willing to submit." Ying Ji ignored these hollow pleas and said contemptuously, "Submit? Too late. It just so happens that I still need an evening gift for my father. So your head will do." As soon as he spoke, Ying Ji's hand moved like a scythe cutting wheat in a field, severing the head of the pleading man in one stroke. Seeing this, the entire Great Qin army raised their swords in unison to celebrate the victory, their hearts filled with boundless admiration for this divine lord before them, vowing to follow him to the death. The wind sounded soft, but it shattered the morale of the 34, stripping them of all fighting spirit as they hastily dropped their weapons and surrendered. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Before the city gates stood a neatly arrayed army as if ready to welcome their lord's return. Standing in the center was the very monarch of yesteryear, waiting. A soldier ran from afar, shouting loudly, "He's coming, His Majesty has returned." Seeing his son's army return in triumph, Ying Zheng was overjoyed. "Here," the surrounding soldiers also shouted in unison, "His Majesty returns in triumph. Over the years your Majesty has conquered the western frontier, achieving unparalleled feats. We welcome your Majesty back to court. It is the honor of my lifetime," some responded. "Indeed, to witness your Majesty's heroic return is our glory." The army's slogan rang out powerfully. "How can we say we have no clothes? We share the same robe. How can we say we have no clothes? We share the same undergarment. How can we say we have no clothes?" The great King Ying Zheng waved happily in welcome. "Welcome back, heroes of my Great Qin." In triumph, hundreds of civil and military officials knelt in unison, repeating, "Welcome back, heroes of my Great Qin." In triumph. "Welcome back, heroes of my Great Qin." In triumph. Ying Qi, having returned with merit, immediately knelt to pay respects to his father. "Imperial father, your son has returned." Seeing his son more mature and steady after the campaign, "You rascal, it's good you're back. Your mother and I have missed you dearly." After some reminiscing, Ying Qi ordered the entire army, "Generals, hear my command. The army returns to camp to bury the heroic souls." Seeing that His Majesty always remembered the fallen soldiers and brothers, the dragon army became even more loyal to this divine lord. "Your servant obeys the decree." In the Yipeng Palace, Ying Qi replied, "Imperial father, Your son has missed you and mother too. Let us go see them now." The great king, hearing this, replied happily, "Ha, you rascal, your mother and the empress are waiting for you in the palace right now." At that moment in the empress's palace, Li Yanner and the empress dowager Sha Yufeng along with others were gathered, waiting for Ying Qi to enter. Yanner said to Yufeng expectantly, "Mother, it must be brother Qi who has returned." Beside her, Yufeng was also eagerly awaiting her son's return. As soon as she saw Ying Qi's figure step through the door, Yanner hurriedly ran to him joyfully and said loudly, "Brother Qi." Then she hugged him tightly, pressing her face against his chest, extremely affectionate. "Brother Qi, Yanner missed you so much." Seeing the one he had longed for day and night finally return, he comforted her. "I'm back now, aren't I, silly girl? You're the empress now. Why are you still crying?" By this time, Ying Shi and Ying Yuki had also stood up waiting for their father's return. Ying Zheng and Yufeng stood behind, watching the reunion scene, secretly pleased. He said to the children, "Kier, Zaire, go pay respects to your father." Zaire and Kier, upon hearing this, walked up to Ying Qi and politely cupped their hands and bowed to greet him. "Greetings, Imperial Father." Seeing how well the children had been taught at home, he was very satisfied. Good. Rise quickly. My little princess and little prince have both grown up." The children immediately ran to him and threw themselves into the arms of their long-absent father. He patted both children on the head, then turned to Ying Zheng and Yufeng and said, "Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, after years apart, your son was not by your side to teach Kier and Zaire. You have worked hard." Yufeng understood the hardships and toil he had endured on the battlefield over the years, and did not blame him. "Compared to your campaigns abroad, what hardship is there for us?" With that, they all entered the palace together. Ying Zheng also happily praised his achievements. "Indeed, Kier, you conquered the Western nations in one fell swoop, establishing unparalleled merit for my great Qin." But he did not become arrogant because of his military achievements. He remained very humble as he recounted the difficult journey to his father. "Imperial Father, during this Western campaign, although your son eliminated the Peacock Kingdom, and the Telugu Empire has submitted to Great Qin, there are still nations like Rome in the West. The road to unifying the world is still long." His father also understood his son's concerns about the nation's future and quickly comforted him. The four corners of the world are vast and boundless. The path to unification cannot be rushed." After speaking, they sat down at the table and continued their conversation leisurely. He told his father about his next goals. "Your son understands. Furthermore, during this Western campaign, your son also encountered strange beasts that should not have been there. So this time back at court, besides handling state affairs and family matters, your son also plans to accomplish one important thing." Ying Zheng, sitting across from him, felt immensely proud of him. "Kier, just go ahead and do it. Now that you have returned in triumph, your father will soon have little to do with state affairs." But he still dared not relax, because the goal of conquering and unifying the realm lay ahead. "Imperial Father, you don't have much to delay, do you? Looking at your martial cultivation, you've already reached the innate realm." Hearing this, Ying Zheng laughed smugly. "Ha, this is the result of your father's diligence." Seeing his father speak so frankly, he thought to himself, "Father, you really aren't modest." The Empress Dowager, standing by, could only smile helplessly at this scene. Entering the city, he resumed his serious work attitude. Standing before the assembled generals and ministers with his hands clasped behind his back, he said sternly, "I have been on the Western campaign for many years. Now that I am back, I must inspect the achievements of you, my beloved ministers." The ministers below immediately replied in unison, "Your servants humbly await your majesty's sacred words." Then he addressed one of them, "Shu Fu, how is the alchemy progressing?" Shu Fu stepped out from the crowd, cupped his hands and respectfully reported the results. "Your Majesty, the Alchemy Hall now has over 2,000 alchemists, many of whom are low-grade. In addition, there are 500 first-grade mid-rank alchemists and 300 first-grade high-rank alchemists. As for second-grade alchemists, there are 46. Ying Qi was very pleased with the results and commended him. Very good. Shu Fu, you have not disappointed me. How is the weapon manufacturing in the Shaofu?" Shu Fu, upon hearing the question, reported, "Your Majesty, the Shaofu is fully engaged in manufacturing weapons. Now, the entire Great Qin army is equipped with iron weapons. Moreover, from the provincial troops to the county troops, they have all been upgraded." Ying Qi, sitting above, was also quite satisfied with this result. Not bad. Later I will issue blueprints for manufacturing rockets. You are to arrange for the production of new weapons." Shu Fu obeys the decree. At this moment, Zheng Guo, who was also below, had something to report. "Your Majesty, ever since sweet potatoes and potatoes have been widely used, Great Qin has had bountiful harvests every year with no more famines. The granaries of all prefectures are full." Seeing that the treasury was still well stocked in his absence, he happily commended them. Very good, you have all worked hard. Does anyone else have something to report?" Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. "Your Majesty, your servant has something to report." It turned out to be a minister in the court named Lu Buwei. He cupped his hands and respectfully reported on state affairs. "Thanks to your Majesty's divine might in conquering the nations. The western territories of Great Qin are vast, and their population is several times that of our Yanwang race. Regarding the foreign population, a comprehensive policy still needs to be formulated, such as how to treat the Xiongnu, Donghu, and other foreign tribes. Should they be directly reduced to slaves or what?" As if he had anticipated this matter while campaigning in the Western Empire, he said confidently. I have already made a decision on this matter," he continued. "The foreign population is huge, surpassing that of our Great Qin Yanwang race. If they were all reduced to slaves, it would certainly cause chaos." Then he went on to explain his thorough plan. "I have already arranged for Feng Jia and Han Fei to go to the Western territories to manage governance. At the same time, I will issue a decree dividing the empire's subjects into 2 classes," he announced. "Our Yanwang race will be first-class subjects enjoying all the rights of Great Qin, able to join the military, engage in commerce, and participate in politics, having the opportunity to wield all the power of Great Qin, including promotions, titles, and land grants, all authority vested in those who rendered meritorious service to the state." He then continued to explain that the Western foreign tribes were second-class subjects of Great Qin, not entitled to the same rights as Qin citizens to join the military. However, the highest rank they could attain was that of foreign military nobility, managed entirely by their own tribal leaders. They were permitted to engage in commerce, but were strictly forbidden from dealing in salt, iron, or military supplies. Any violation would result in confiscation of property and severe punishment. They could serve as political officials but only up to the rank of county magistrate, and foreign officials were confined to the Western territories, barred from entering the Central Plains. The ministers below exchanged glances, then upon hearing this joyous news shouted in unison, "Long live your Majesty, wise and sagely." Lu Huwei was also overjoyed, and immediately complied with the decree. "Your Majesty's implementation of such policies can keep the foreign tribes peaceful and obedient. Your foresight and deep planning are truly admirable, Your Majesty," he said. Then he asked the assembled ministers, "My esteemed ministers, if there are no further matters to report, we may adjourn the court. Later I must inspect the martial arts training at the 5 great camps." The ministers below had no further news to report and requested permission to withdraw. "Your ministers take their leave." As soon as the ministers had withdrawn, he propped his chin on his hand and began silently calculating based on the situation and reports. With the administrative affairs settled, it was time to prepare for that great undertaking. With that thought, he summoned the system, and a character information panel appeared before him. He sighed as he cultivated and gazed at the panel. "After one Western campaign, I've obtained so many treasures. Let's see what good things I can open." The system promptly displayed a series of notifications. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level martial technique, yellow grade, Rage Against Heaven Art. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level cultivation method, Mysterious Grade, Divine Sword Manual. Congratulations to the host for obtaining heavy armor blueprints. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 high-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit gathering array plate." After reading the notifications, he was astonished by the spoils dropped after the recent battle. "Lucky me, so many spirit stones, and a spirit gathering array to boot." He immediately called out loudly for his trusted subordinate. "Li Qing, Li Qing," hearing his name. Li Qing hurried in, knelt on one hand and awaited Yingji's orders. Yingji commanded, "Li Qing, deliver my decree. Order Wei Liao to arrange everything. I am going to the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum," he continued. "Also summon the soldiers of the 5 great camps to assemble at the foot of Mount Li." Li Qing acknowledged the order at once. Yes. As soon as Li Qing withdrew from the room, he mused to himself, "With this spirit-gathering array plate combined with the heroic spirits of Great Qin within the mausoleum, I can activate the formation." The next morning, in another location, a massive army suddenly appeared. Countless soldiers stood in orderly ranks, holding black banners that fluttered in the wind. At that moment, Yingji had already led his troops, along with his close ministers and generals, to a certain place. 2 people respectfully welcomed Yingji to their location. "Your ministers welcome Your Majesty. Your minister and our esteemed master Gigazi have not disgraced the imperial command. The Qin mausoleum is complete." Yingji politely excused them from formalities. "Prime Minister Master Gigazi, you have both worked hard." One of them replied respectfully and courteously, "Your Majesty is too kind. To have the honor of restoring the mausoleum for the heroic spirits of Great Qin is this minister's privilege. Yingji now stood before a towering magnificent stone gate. Turning to the generals and ministers, he ordered, "Today the Qin mausoleum is complete. I shall borrow the power of Great Qin's heroic spirits to condense our dynasty's fortune and establish an eternal national foundation." Hearing this, the people below were puzzled. "Condense fortune?" a minister then asked. "Does your majesty mean to use the power of this mausoleum to activate a spirit-gathering formation?" Everyone was stunned by Yingji's command. To prevent rumors from spreading confusion, he immediately affirmed, "Master Gigazi truly understands heaven and earth. That is correct. I intend to activate the formation here, condense fortune and ensure the prosperity of Great Qin's dragon vein national destiny and state." Gigazi, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim, "Your Majesty is truly a divine being, able to comprehend such divine power." Yingji continued, raising his hand to the sky, and produced a treasured artifact he had long kept hidden, waiting for the right moment to use it. He had made his decision. "Heroic spirits, return to your places. I, Yingji, Emperor of Great Qin, condense fortune and establish the national foundation. Let heaven witness and grant approval." As soon as the words were spoken, a golden pillar of light appeared around the artifact, shooting straight into the sky. The soldiers nearby saw this pillar of light and were filled with awe and admiration. "Your Majesty is truly a divine being, able to comprehend the will of heaven." When the moment was right, he seized the opportunity to execute his technique, activate the formation. At that instant, a golden halo spread beneath his feet, with rays of light shooting toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, from somewhere among the cliffs, a massive golden dragon suddenly appeared, fierce yet majestic, exuding overwhelming power. That minister, now utterly incredulous, quickly looked up at the sky in admiration. "This is the fortune dragon. Your Majesty is truly a divine being." The soldiers nearby also gaped, their mouths wide open. The enormous golden dragon blotted out the entire sky, drawing praise from the soldiers below. "It's a divine dragon. Could this be the guardian beast of Great Qin?" Another soldier sang praises. "Your Majesty's divine power ensures the prosperity of Great Qin's national fortune." Seeing that his formation had been perfectly executed, Yingji looked at the golden dragon with great satisfaction and rejoiced. "Ha, it worked." After Yingji successfully activated the formation, the system promptly displayed a series of notifications. "Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a dynasty. Reward, mysterious grade. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the formation. Reward, Earth grade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.2 million experience points, reaching level 35. As soon as the system finished its notification, the level up effect was immediately applied to him, causing a golden light to radiate from his body, as if he had gained new power. He sighed, "Activating this formation gave me so much experience. I leveled up twice." Suddenly, a pitch-black, deep and bottomless vortex appeared in the sky, surrounded by streaks of lightning, looking extremely dangerous. The soldiers below were terrified at the sight. "Look, what is that?" That minister also looked up and blurted out, "Could this be the great heavenly tribulation?" But all of this was within Yingji's expectations. Without a trace of fear, he declared, "The great heavenly tribulation. I have finally been waiting for this." As soon as he spoke, the system prompted, "Congratulations to the host. Your level has reached the conditions for tribulation transcendence. The world Ascension tribulation is about to begin." He turned to face the generals, ministers, and the army behind him, reassuring them, "Soldiers, for years I have been strengthening the nation, condensing fortune, and passing down martial arts, all in preparation for this great heavenly tribulation. If we successfully transcend it, the spiritual energy of the Great Qin Empire's world will be elevated, and your cultivation levels will also advance to a higher realm." He continued, "But the great heavenly tribulation, I do not know what calamity it will bring. If we fail, the consequences are unpredictable. Are you willing to face this tribulation with me?" As soon as he finished, the soldiers below were filled with soaring morale, raising their fists to the sky, displaying passionate spirit and unwavering devotion to the nation. "Your ministers are willing to die for your Majesty, to die for the dynasty." Yingji was very pleased with the soldiers' attitude. "Excellent," Meng Tian then reported with a bow. "Your Majesty, the troops of the 5 camps are fully assembled and ready to march at any moment." Upon receiving this information, he immediately ordered, "Deliver my decree. All soldiers of the 5 great camps who have reached the 3rd level of the Hushan realm are to prepare their equipment and follow me to the Tribulation Transcendence site." The generals and soldiers, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully and acknowledged the order. "Your ministers accept the decree. With all commands issued, he quickly ordered the troops to form ranks and assemble for the tribulation. Everyone was filled with high spirits, raising their weapons and shouting in unison. The massive stone gate was now open, revealing an endless expanse of purple within, with nothing visible, accompanied by thick mist spreading from all directions. Undeterred by the unpredictable dangers ahead, Yingji's army advanced fearlessly and majestically on horseback. The soldiers were exceptionally well equipped, their crossbows already drawn, ready for the worst possible combat scenarios upon entry. At the Tribulation Transcendence site in the northern frontier, Yingji's army stood in layered, orderly formations. The massive weapons they brought were also ready, prepared to engage in battle at Yingji's signal as they stepped through the stone gate. As they marched, a general rode up to Yingji and reported, "Your Majesty, the army is fully assembled and ready for battle." Hearing that everything was prepared, he issued instructions to the troops. Today's battle concerns the future of the Great Qin realm. Victory means prosperity, defeat means annihilation. With that, he continued to boost the morale of the army behind him, shouting loudly, "You are warriors who have emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Today I will fight alongside you." As if infused with new strength, the soldiers raised their weapons and shouted in unison. But shortly after entering, the first trial descended. At that moment, a pitch-black tribulation eye appeared in midair, its pupil purple, surrounded by crackling purple sparks, looking extremely dangerous. Seeing the situation grow perilous, Yingji immediately warned, "The Eye of the Tao has appeared again." He raised his hand to command the soldiers behind him. "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, prepare for battle." The eye transformed into a purple mist, blotting out a section of the sky, within which countless shadowy figures wielding weapons appeared. He worried inwardly. This aura, but there was no time to dwell on it. He issued an order, "Soldiers, be on alert." At that moment, countless skeletons emerged from the purple mist, fully equipped with armor and helmets, wielding swords and weapons, their eyes glowing with green light, looking utterly terrifying. Yingji quickly assessed the situation and shouted a warning. "It's an undead army," he hurriedly commanded. "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, follow me and cut off their heads." As soon as the words were spoken, all soldiers obeyed, weapons in hand, charging without hesitation toward the terrifying skeleton legion. Without a trace of fear, they shouted in unison, "Kill!" A fierce battle erupted, with both sides locked in combat, neither yielding. Yingji's side currently held the advantage, having eliminated a considerable number of skeleton soldiers. Unwilling to be cowed by the skeleton legion's momentum, Yingji gripped his longsword and charged swiftly toward them, striking each skeleton with a single blow. The battle grew increasingly intense. He decided to finish them off with a decisive strike. He ordered the soldiers to use the massive weapons they had brought in. Countless boulders were launched from the weapons, raining down upon the skeleton horde. One by one, the skeletons were crushed by the huge stones, unable to defend themselves. As soon as the boulders were spent, a barrage of arrows followed in rapid succession, aiming to wipe out and clear away the skeletons in one fell swoop. One skeleton was pierced through the head by an arrow, half its face gone. At that moment, a skeleton that appeared to be a leader emerged from somewhere, riding a fully armored skeletal warhorse with an air of arrogance. This skeleton leader was also clad in full armor, wielding a sword. Both its eyes and those of its skeletal steed glowed green, exuding an extremely fierce, killing intent. From the pitch-black tribulation eye, skeleton soldiers continued to pour forth endlessly, dense as locusts. They charged ferociously at Yingji's army, attacking violently with no intention of leaving survivors. The skeleton leader now truly entered the fray, charging swiftly at Yingji and landing an attack he couldn't parry in time. Struck, Yingji was utterly shocked. "Skeleton cavalry," he exclaimed in surprise. "It seems the difficulty of this great heavenly tribulation is escalating. I wonder what terrifying monsters will appear later." He immediately ordered his soldiers to launch a full assault. "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, activate your martial arts, use the power of true qi and annihilate these undead." As soon as the words were spoken, countless arrows erupted with immense divine power, shooting at the enemy in relentless succession. The soldiers, now emboldened by Yingji's display of martial power, had their morale and fighting spirit doubled. Gripping their spears, they charged at the enemy without hesitation, shouting, "Kill!" A fierce battle ensued, with Yingji's soldiers displaying extraordinary bravery, thrusting their spears into the enemy one after another. The skeleton soldiers, struck repeatedly, shattered into pieces, falling from their horses in fragments. Yingji continued to command, "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, chop these broken bones to bits." As soon as he spoke, countless skeleton soldiers kept pouring out of the bottomless black hole in the sky. But this time they no longer rode skeletal warhorses. Instead they rode skeletal wyverns, filling the sky in dense swarms accompanied by billowing black mist. The skeletal wyverns spewed blazing blue flames, their eyes turning bloodshot, looking extremely vicious. Yingji's side was not to be outdone, immediately drawing their bows and knocking arrows, preparing to use divine archery techniques to counter them. Watch out for aerial attacks. Fire arrows. As soon as he spoke, he released a divine arrow, which whistled toward a skeletal wyvern, shattering half of its wing. Then countless divine arrows shot forth, striking the wyverns one by one, sending them crashing to the ground. Yingji's soldiers kept firing arrows without pause, wave after wave of arrows whistling through the air. At that moment he raised his sword majestically toward the sky and issued a challenge. World tribulation, whatever tricks you have, bring them on against me. Just then, the mysterious black-clad figure reappeared, riding atop a massive dragon, accepting the challenge. Yingji, we meet again. In this realm of the dead you cannot defeat me. This time I shall represent death and burn you to ashes. With those words, the black-clad figure ordered the swarm of skeletal wyverns to fly en masse toward Yingji, preparing for the next wave of attack. Before Yingji's army could strike, the mysterious black-clad figure had already commanded his skeletal wyvern legion to launch continuous attacks on our side. The massive dragon spewed purple flames, forming a wall of fire that surrounded the soldiers below. Other wyverns also spewed terrifying blue flames in succession, yet Yingji was not intimidated. Pointing his sword at them, he shouted a challenge. It's you again trying to kill me during this tribulation. You think too highly of yourself. This time you won't escape. With that he executed a special technique, leaping high into the air to confront the dragon, and commanded majestically, "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, destroy these dragon bones. I'll deal with the leader myself." The soldiers below received the order and immediately complied. Yes, they used their crossbows to fire divine arrows in rapid succession, whistling toward the swarm of skeletal wyverns. The wyverns and the skeleton soldiers on their backs, caught off guard and unable to dodge, were struck one after another by the sharp arrows. Yingji, equally unyielding, flew bravely toward the dragon, his longsword gripped tightly, ready to take its life. "Whoever you are today, this black dragon is mine." With that he shifted his target, thrusting his longsword straight at the mysterious black-clad figure. "As for you, die." But just as the sword was about to reach the figure, he quickly summoned a black sphere surrounded by dazzling golden lightning that shot out in all directions, halting Yingji's advance. Although he blocked Yingji's attack, worry was clearly visible on his face, yet he still blustered provocatively. "Yingji, do you think you can challenge the will of the gods? How naive! Before the gods you are nothing but an ant." Hearing this, Yingji's face darkened and his eyes turned icy cold. "So what if I'm an ant? I will defy the gods and overturn heaven." The black-clad figure remained defiant, taunting incessantly. "How dare you defy the will of the gods? Now I will sacrifice you to death." But before he could finish, Yingji suddenly vanished into the pitch-black thick mist. He had already executed his technique, Fortune Dragon, summoning the fierce golden dragon from earlier to confront this black-clad figure. "Whoever you are, divine or demon, today whoever stands in my way, I will slay gods and kill Buddhas." The black-clad figure, now stripped of his former arrogance, was utterly shocked by the sight before him and stammered, "How is this possible? Is this a divine dragon?" At that moment his black sphere began to crack. He cried out in terror, "Impossible! How could a mere mortal like you summon a divine dragon?" Before he could react, Yingji slashed his sword across his abdomen. "Die!" the black-clad figure screamed in agony. "Ah!" He collapsed to the ground, motionless. The massive dragon, now out of control, let out a furious roar. Annoyed, Yingji plunged his sword into the dragon's back, where blood gushed out. Beast still trying to run wild, the black-clad figure then revived and flew back into the sky, preparing to retreat. "Yingji, your soul will eventually fall into the abyss of death, doomed for eternity. We will meet again soon." With that he swiftly flew toward the massive skull, emanating a fierce killing intent. Yingji, unable to catch up from behind, angrily shouted. He got away again. Then the enormous skull split into countless smaller skulls, hurtling toward him with a whoosh, but he used his martial arts to block their attacks, swinging his sword to slice away the charging skulls. He then incinerated them with golden flames, and in an instant, half were burned away. The scene became extremely chaotic. He was still fighting the man in black riding atop a giant tentacle dragon, which furiously spewed blazing purple flames, nearly scorching the soldiers below. He immediately ordered, "Scatter quickly." Seeing the danger, he urgently thrust his sword deep into the dragon's back, aiming to finish it off. "Tentacle dragon, I don't believe I can't subdue you today." The dragon roared in agony, thrashing violently, as golden lightning from his sword continuously struck its surroundings, making it unsteady. A system prompt suddenly appeared, congratulating the host on successfully subduing the dark dragon. Overjoyed at taming this rare divine beast, he exclaimed, "Haha, finally succeeded." When the soldiers below learned of the brilliant victory in the tense battle, they raised their weapons and cheered to the heavens. Victory, having defeated the mysterious man in black and subdued the dragon, passing the first trial, the second door to another place opened, revealing a brand new world. Seeing this, he celebrated the great triumph, raising his sword to the sky and laughing. Ha, the black bones have dissipated, the calamity is over, the great Qin artisan, I am mighty. At that moment the sky shone with radiant light, dazzling and brilliant, as if celebrating their victory. He thought happily, the eye of heaven has vanished too, the tribulation is complete. As soon as he spoke, the system issued consecutive prompts, detecting that the great Qin world was nurturing the heavenly Tao, and the host had two choices. One, shatter the heavenly Tao consciousness and the host's consciousness will merge with it, becoming the heavenly Tao. But you must abandon your physical body and transform into laws. The higher the world's level, the stronger the host becomes, with a chance to transcend all realms. 2. Imprint the host's soul mark into the nascent heavenly Tao consciousness, establishing a bridge of communication. The heavenly Tao regards the host as its father, gaining its goodwill and recognition, allowing control over it. After reading the system prompt, he was thrilled. Nurturing the heavenly Tao, this tribulation is an unexpected blessing, but he weighed his options carefully and decided, becoming the heavenly Tao isn't bad, but abandoning my body isn't my wish. I'll choose the second. As he spoke, the system displayed a confirmation prompt, extracting the host's soul mark and imprinting it into the nascent heavenly Tao consciousness. As the system finished announcing, a beam of light descended from the sky, shining directly on him. He was now receiving new power, looking utterly blissful, thinking to himself, the soul mark is merging with the heavenly Tao consciousness. This feeling, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized something. Right, with the heavenly Tao successfully nurtured, the spiritual energy of the great Qin world is about to revive, and the world's decline is imminent. Having absorbed the new ability, he confidently extended his hand and ordered, Great Qin artisans, heed my command. The tribulation is complete. Quickly clean up the battlefield and return to Shenyang with me. I will celebrate with all the soldiers. The soldiers, hearing the news of a great victory, were immensely inspired, raising their weapons and cheering in unison. A few days later, he rode the dragon triumphantly back to his hometown Shenyang. Everyone in the city, from generals and soldiers to commoners, the elderly and children, noticed and rushed out to see. Look, what's that? A soldier seemed to recognize the empire's emperor returning, and he rejoiced, it's His Majesty returning in triumph. Go report to the first emperor. At that moment he soared through the sky on the dragon, proclaiming his glorious victory and unifying the realm. Soldiers of the 5 armies, return to camp first. I'll go see my father, then reward and celebrate for you all. The soldiers below joyfully welcomed him back. Thank you, Your Majesty. The dragon soared majestically through the air, astonishing the commoners behind. A little boy pointed at the sky. Grandpa, look, someone's flying. Another person chimed in. That's our great Qin emperor. Now, sitting imposingly on the dragon's back, he stunned everyone. Look, the emperor is riding a dragon. Ying Qi flew on the dragon to Ying Zheng, who, seeing his son return unharmed, happily shouted, Qi, truly a divine man, able to tame such a divine beast. The ministers standing nearby also watched with delight. His Majesty is truly a godly man, able to command a divine dragon. Other ministers excitedly discussed, His Majesty's divine might is the fortune of great Qin. He jumped off the dragon's back, muttering to himself, such a huge creature isn't fit to keep in the palace. I need to find a place for it. Upon landing, he walked up to Ying Zheng and respectfully bowed. Father, your son has returned. The ministers beside him bowed in respect. We pay homage to your Majesty. Ying Zheng, still somewhat incredulous that his son had brought victory to the empire, asked, Qi, has the tribulation been completed? He immediately boasted to his father about his achievements in this battle. Father, rest assured. Though the tribulation had some surprises, it was completed smoothly, and I gained quite a bit. Ying Zheng, curious, said, That's good. Qi, tell me quickly, how did you tame such a fierce divine beast? He then recounted his recent experience. It's a long story, allow me to report in detail. Ying Zheng, as if finding a kindred spirit, followed him into the inner hall, chatting intimately, not rushing to inform his mother. They walked and talked, laughing and enjoying themselves greatly. At this moment, in a resting room after the long campaign, he summoned the system. System, settle the kill rewards. The system obeyed and displayed a prompt. The host's army killed 890,000 enemies, earning 1,230,000 experience points. Killing enemies earned 300,000 experience, and killing level 29 enemies earned 80,000 experience. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to level 36. Congratulations on completing the World Ascension quest and successfully passing 5 heavenly tribulations, rewarded with 4 Zon-grade treasure chests and 1 Earth-grade treasure chest. Opening chests. Congratulations, host, on obtaining spirit grain seeds. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Garment 4-image technique Earth Grade High Quality. Congratulations host on obtaining the Longevity Pill Formula Earth Grade. Congratulations on obtaining the Blazing Arrow Forging Diagram 3rd Tier Divine Weapon, Earth Grade. Delighted with the newly acquired items, he exclaimed. Leveled up in so many chests, what a haul! He opened an item that looked like a precious treasure chest. There's also an Earth Grade chest. Let's open it. The chest opened, revealing a series of immensely powerful items. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Lingxiao Blade High-Tier Divine Weapon Heaven Grade. It was a finely forged sword adorned with green gems. Then came an item shaped like a green orb, looking rare and containing immense power. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a high-tier magical artifact, Heaven Grade, the Fate Orb. Seeing these two items emerge from the chest, he joyfully cried out, "2 Heaven-grade items at once, what incredible luck!" Holding the sword, which emitted a cyan divine light and looked immensely formidable, he blurted out in surprise, "The Lingxiao Blade, could it be the strongest divine weapon from the demon sword world in my memory?" With that, he wanted to test its power. Pointing the sword at the sky, it indeed unleashed terrifying force. Emitting a cyan light that covered the entire sky, he marveled. Truly a Heaven-grade divine weapon. Truly the Lingxiao Blade. So powerful, this mighty cyan light now radiated immeasurable energy, piercing through the roof and shooting into the sky, scattering bricks and dust. The soldiers on guard outside, seeing this, panicked and wondered. "What's that?" Another soldier replied. "Looks like a celestial phenomenon." He examined the item's attribute panel, amazed. "With this divine weapon my strength will surely increase. This orb is also a heaven-grade artifact." The system then displayed the item's details. The elf goddess's fate artifact, attribute, heal injuries. Full use can release the forbidden spell Magic Barrier. The Light of Life covers 1,000 Zhong, accelerating injury recovery, able to heal severe wounds, but cannot dispel internal injury energy. Holding this artifact, which emitted a powerful energy flow, he couldn't hide his joy at possessing such a priceless treasure. If injured, it can triple the recovery speed. Though it's a Western technique, as long as it works it's a good artifact. Haha, this tribulation world has really boosted me. He then pondered how to use these items effectively. With such a divine weapon and advanced martial skills, should I try a dungeon? With that he searched his memory. If I remember correctly, I still have 2 chances to open random world dungeons. Looks like I'll have to trouble my father to oversee the state again. Soon after, Ying Qi went to Ying Zheng to discuss his plan to travel the world. After hearing his proposal, Ying Zheng teased, "Kier, you've only just returned and want to go into seclusion again? Afraid I'll have too much leisure?" He cleverly replied, "Father, you are the first emperor of 1,000 ages." Before he could finish, a minister entered with 2 others, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report," Ying Qi asked, puzzled. "Minister Lu, what matter do you have to report?" The man then reported the current situation. "Our Great Qin's territory is vast, with countless forests. Recently, officials from all regions frequently report attacks on civilians by ferocious beasts." Hearing this, he immediately envisioned the beasts with glowing red eyes, ruthlessly attacking people and soldiers without restraint. He wondered, ferocious mutant beasts, then he gradually understood. It seems the spiritual energy revival has also affected the beasts of the Great Qin world. Unable to let this dire situation continue, he quickly issued instructions. "This is not unexpected. Issue my decree. Order all prefectures and counties, especially those near forests, to increase patrols. If any beast attacks, kill it immediately." The minister bowed respectfully. "I obey your Majesty's decree." After a while, he summoned someone. "Where is Master O?" A minister named O Shang, claiming descent from the legendary sword master O Yeji, arrived and bowed. "I am here." He sought important information from him. "Can the bones transported from the desert be used as materials for forging superior weapons? Can these forged weapons arm the entire Great Qin army?" O Shang immediately reported, "Your Majesty, though there are many bones, they are insufficient to arm the entire army. Therefore I suggest fusing these bones with iron to forge even more powerful weapons." Finding this reasonable, he asked further, "That's a good idea. How is the forging of the heavy armored cavalry going?" The other promptly answered, "Your Majesty, the heavy armored cavalry requires fine iron, and I am overseeing its production urgently." Upon hearing this, he took out a scroll containing weapon blueprints he needed and instructed, "You are in charge of all forging. Additionally, I have a blueprint here. See if you can forge it with your skills." O Shang quickly took the scroll. Upon opening it, he exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty, this weapon is too powerful. As of now, I may not be able to forge it, but in the long run, within 2 years, I will definitely succeed." Hearing this answer, he was very satisfied. "Excellent. I grant you full authority over this blueprint. If you need anything, go to the two prime ministers. With Ying Qi's strong support, Oshang was determined. I will not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Then he turned to another minister and ordered, this time going to another world, the situation is unclear. I don't want to lead a large force recklessly. Take 5,000 shadow guards with me. The minister immediately bowed. I obey your majesty's command. Ying Zheng, who had been silently sitting behind, now approached Ying Qi, placing a hand on his shoulder, and asked doubtfully, Kier, taking only 5,000 men, isn't that too risky? But he had planned everything thoroughly, leaving no room for error. He reassured his father, Father, rest assured. If anything happens, I will use the power of fate to contact this place. Then I can bring reinforcements. Ying Zheng, proud of his son, decided to entrust him with full authority. Good Kier, be careful in everything. I will handle the state affairs of Great Qin. Determined not to let his father down, he firmly replied. Then I'll trouble you, father. I will immediately open a passage to another world. With that he turned and ordered, Shadow, gather the shadow guards at once. Shadow bowed. Yes, yet he felt a bit uneasy about the upcoming journey. He wondered which world this would open. After a successful teleportation, the system prompted, Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the door to the Ming world. At that moment, in the Ming world, the great Ming Empire's interior was a landscape of thousands of layered mountains, faintly visible through thick mist. The scene was indeed poetic and magnificent. As Ying Qi and his soldiers stepped out of the teleportation portal, he couldn't help but exclaim, This place is so beautiful, and it's filled with spiritual energy. Could this Ming world already be a world of martial arts? He then turned and ordered, Shadow, have the shadow guards hide in the shadows. I'll call you if needed. Shadow bowed respectfully. Yes, standing on a steep cliff, he surveyed the overall landscape, assessing the situation. This seems to be a spiritual vein, and there are so many palaces. He then speculated, could this be a martial arts sect in the Ming world? Let's go down and see. With that, he swiftly descended from the rock, flying toward the ornate palace ahead. Upon landing, he looked around at the surroundings, evaluating inwardly. There's a spiritual vein under this lake. Judging by its form, it's at least a mid-grade vein. This is a blessed land. Once I control this world, I'll have endless resources. At that moment, in the Palace of 100 Flowers, a beautiful woman with long flowing hair was soaking in the lake, utterly relaxed and comfortable. Her name was Zan Yu. Then another equally naked woman, innocent as a child, frolicked in the water. Her name was Ling Xing. She said to Zan Yu, Sister, this seclusion training has greatly improved our skills. We're one step closer to the heavenly human realm. Zan Yu stood up and calmly explained, Without reaching the heavenly human realm, we still can't dominate the world or survive in this chaotic era. But with our talent, we can definitely reach it within 10 years. Ling Xing, hearing this, beamed with joy. Ying Qi, seeing this from afar, widened his eyes, his nose bleeding, and fireworks went off in his mind. No way, such a welcome on arrival, who can handle this? But in an instant the two sisters detected him. Sensing something, they immediately turned to look. Someone, we set up barriers. How did anyone get in? As they spoke, they quickly transformed, ready to face any potential enemy. Now back in their regular clothes, they shouted, Who's there? Come out! Ying Qi, not hiding at all, walked over calmly, stood before them, scratched his head and said awkwardly, Well, ladies, they couldn't believe their eyes and shouted in unison, A man, how dare you trespass into our palace of 100 flowers and defile our purity? Both were furious, simultaneously leaping and attacking him with their palms. The male lead looked up, smiling at their palms, thinking, I didn't expect these two ladies to be at the Grand Master level. This Ming world is indeed unfathomable. Ying Qi extended his hands to block their attacks. Fighting two alone, they clashed head-on with power bursting outward. Zan Yu landed back on the ground, looking at him. This nunnery, the nearby Grand Master Ling Xing frowned and asked him, Who are you? Why did you sneak into the 100 Flowers Palace and defile my sister's honor? The male lead still wore a smile, scratching his head as he looked at them. What if I said it was an accident? Would you believe me? Ling Xing struck out in anger. 100 flowers shatter what? An accidental vile scoundrel, today you will surely die. Ying Qi drew his treasured sword, weighing it in his hand, thinking he'd test its power on them. Zan Yu recognized the sword in his hand and shouted a warning. This sword aura is a heavenly grade divine weapon. Ling Xing became cautious. The male lead swung his sword forward a few times, sending both of them flying. Ling Xing and Zan Yu were struck by the force, crashing to the ground with pained groans. Ah! Ling Xing glared up at him in fury and asked, Vile scoundrel, who exactly are you? Ying Qi stepped forward and looked at them, introducing himself. Ying Qi of Great Qin. Zan Yu looked at him in panic. Ying Qi, that name sounded quite familiar. Ling Xing, still seething with anger, shouted loudly, HMPH, you audacious villain, full of lies. Are you from the Embroidered Uniform Guard or the Dragon Protection Manor? The male lead thought to himself. The Embroidered Uniform Guard and the Dragon Protection Manor. It seems the forces of the great Ming Dynasty are quite complex. He looked at the two and replied, "Neither." With a smirk he said in a teasing tone, "Actually, I'm the #1 flower thief of the Great Ming." He sat down in front of them, continuing with a roguish grin, "I heard the two palace masters of the 100 Flowers Palace are stunning beauties, so I came to pluck your flowers today." Ling Xing, terrified, reached out her hand while dodging and shouting, "Vile scoundrel, even in death I won't let you succeed." Ying Qi grabbed her arm and asked himself in confusion, "They actually believe that? Do I really look like a flower thief with this aura of mine?" Ling Xing immediately struggled. "Vile scoundrel, let me go." He shoved 2 gleaming golden pills into their mouths, making them ask in confusion, What did you feed us?" The male lead stood up straight, crossed his arms and looked at them. "I'm a flower thief. What do you think I gave you?" Ling Xing immediately thought of a possibility. "Sister, that scoundrel gave us his aphrodisiac." Ying Qi laughed inwardly. "Ha, if I don't scare you a bit you won't get it." Ling Xing still looked at him and declared loudly, "Vile scoundrel, if you dare touch me, I will definitely kill you." Beside her, Zhan Yu looked down at her own hand. "No, Ling Xing, my inner energy is surging. He seems to have given us healing pills." The male lead turned and waved his hand ready to leave. "Get up, your injuries are healed." The two looked up at him in bewilderment. Suddenly, a group of female disciples from the 100 Flowers Palace rushed forward with swords. "Audacious villain, trespassing in the 100 Flowers Palace. Kill him," a voice immediately rang out, stopping them. "Stop." Ling Xing looked at her arm and said, "Sister, my injuries are indeed healed." Zhan Yu raised her hand to signal everyone. "He is not an enemy. All disciples withdraw." Ying Qi glanced back at the two and asked, "Your injuries are healed, won't you let me go?" Ling Xing looked at him and said, "Villain, you broke into the 100 Flowers Palace and spied on my sister's bathing. If this gets out," the male lead raised his hands to explain, "I really didn't mean to. Are you asking me to take responsibility?" Suddenly, a female disciple ran over in panic to report, "Great Palace Master, Second Palace Master, it's bad. The Eastern Depot and Western Depot have surrounded the 100 Flowers Palace." Ling Xing asked in panic. "What?" Beside her, Zhan Yu analyzed more calmly. "Lu Jing has finally made his move against us this time. He's allied with the Eastern and Western Depots to destroy the 100 Flowers Palace. Let's seek refuge with the Dragon Protection Manor." Ling Xing looked at her. "Sister, what should we do?" Zhan Yu lowered her head and could only say helplessly, "Our 100 Flowers Palace faces this great calamity, it may be destroyed." Before she could finish, Ying Qi interrupted, "How about making a deal with me?" The male lead asked them with a smile. "I'll deal with those eunuchs outside and we'll call today even. What do you think?" Ling Xing stared at him in shock. "Did I hear that right? You mean you want to go against the Eastern and Western Depots?" Ying Qi turned and walked forward, leaving them with only one sentence. "If you don't refuse, I'll take it as agreement. I'll go meet those eunuchs now." Zhan Yu turned back and ordered the other female disciples, "By my command, all disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace, prepare for battle." Those people immediately bowed their heads respectfully and replied, "As the great palace master commands." Ying Qi walked ahead, followed by Zhan Yu, Ling Xing and a group of female disciples. Arriving at the gates of the 100 Flowers Palace, 2 leaders and a group of subordinates from the Eastern and Western depots were already waiting outside. Lu Jing, the director of the Eastern Depot, sat on his horse and sneered at them. "Oh, when did the 100 Flowers Palace change its rules, taking in male disciples now?" Ling Xing looked at him contemptuously and asked, "My actions are none of your concern, Director Lu. What is the meaning of surrounding my 100 Flowers Palace today?" Ji Yu Daong, the director of the Western Depot, also sat on his horse and pointed forward angrily. "Great Palace Master Zhan Yu, today you must make a choice. Surrender the 100 Flowers Palace to the Eastern and Western Depots and you can avoid annihilation. Otherwise," the nearby agents had already drawn their bows and nocked arrows, and he threatened, "After today, the 100 Flowers Palace will no longer need to exist." Ying Qi, who had been silent for a long time, now activated his power enveloping these eunuchs. "So much useless talk." Ji Yu Daong looked down and assessed him secretly. "A Grand Master level expert." Then he looked at him and asked, "Who are you, sir?" Ying Qi stepped forward and looked at them. "Less nonsense, let you make the first move," the one named Lu Jing retorted. "To oppose me is to oppose the Great Ming Dynasty. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Great Ming Court?" The male lead laughed contemptuously twice. "Ha ha, the Great Ming." Seeing his attitude, he waved his hand and ordered, "Courting death. Embroidered uniform guard, kill them." He raised his hand and a barrier appeared before him, blocking all the arrows shot at him. A bunch of ants, the arrows rebounded, catching those subordinates off guard. The information panel kept popping up. Host kills level 5 enemy, gains 1000 experience points. Host kills level 8 enemy, gains 1500 experience points. Ying Qi thought to himself, killing enemies with martial arts strength gives more experience than massacring cities. Lu Jing ducked to avoid the arrows but still pointed and ordered, "Killing my embroidered uniform guard, courting death if I don't kill you today." "How can I as this director stand in the Ming Dynasty?" Many Eastern Depot subordinates rushed forward simultaneously to attack the male lead. Courting death, he reached out and continued to activate his power to counterattack. Those Eastern Depot subordinates were sent flying before they could even get close. The information panel kept popping up notifications. Host kills level 25 enemy, gains 85,000 points. Host kills level 23 enemy, gains 74,500 experience points. Host kills. Ying Qi clenched his fist and asked with a smile, "How was that? Anyone else?" Behind him, Zhan Yu widened her eyes in shock. "This person's strength is truly unfathomable." Beside her, Ling Xing also commented, "His cultivation is terrifying. Even my sister and I combined are no match for him." The two leaders of the Eastern and Western depots attacked simultaneously. Grandmaster level, Lu Jing shouted, "Kill!" Ji Yudiang reached out and lunged at him. "I'll drain your cultivation and use it to step into the heavenly realm." Ling Xing asked worriedly, "Sister, aren't we going to help him?" Behind her, Zhan Yu placed her hand on her shoulder. "With two peak Grandmaster experts attacking, we'd only get in the way. Besides, he has a heavenly grade divine weapon. Those two eunuchs can't harm him." The situation ahead proved her right. With a single swing of his sword, Ying Qi sent both eunuchs flying. Lu Jing landed, gritting his teeth. "This man's strength is probably touching the level of the heavenly realm. When did the 100 Flowers Palace get such a powerful guardian?" Beside him, Ji Yudiang, still reeling from the blow, struggled to steady himself and said, "The thing in his hand is a heavenly grade divine weapon." "Impossible." Ying Qi pointed his blade at them and declared, "Your lives are mine." Ji Yudiang looked at him in terror. Don't kill me. I can give you everything. I can serve you." Lu Jing also began to threaten in fear. "If you kill me, the Great Ming will not let you go." The male lead did not stop and swung his sword again, making them scream in agony. He laughed heartily. "Haha, too late." Two information panels popped up with notifications. "Congratulations, host kills level 38 enemy, gains 1 million experience points, gains high-level heavenly grade technique heavenly realm divine art, gains 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host kills level 40 enemy, gains 1.5 million experience points, gains high-level earthly grade technique, national achievement technique, gains 1,000 high-grade spirit stones." The remaining subordinates of the Eastern and Western depots were terrified by the sight and turned to flee. "The director is dead. Run, a heavenly realm expert is beyond our ability to fight. Retreat quickly. Report this to His Majesty and let the Emperor decide." "Retreat?" Ying Qi frowned and swiftly lunged at them. "Run, you're all my experience points. Where do you think you're going?" The male lead's eyes seemed to blaze with fire, flashing with a deadly red light. He swung his sword forward, activating the demon sword attribute. Wolf-Fang sword. Heart sword governs life, demon sword governs death. It had two attributes. During the slaughter, activating the demon sword attribute provided the host with a power boost. The male lead swung his sword, carving an arc in the air, and slashed straight at two subordinates. His eyes grew redder, and his face gradually revealed a terrifying bloodlust. Watching from the sidelines, Zhan Yu sighed. "His strength is too terrifying." Beside her, Ling Xing also said worriedly, "He seems to have gone berserk. Will he kill us too?" Ying Qi shouted as he madly slashed, "Kill! I want to break through to the heavenly realm." The text on the information panel kept changing, showing, "Congratulations, host upgrades to level 37. Congratulations, host upgrades to level 38. Congratulations, host upgrades to level 39. Congratulations, host upgrades to level 40. Half an hour later, the male lead finally stopped his sword, looked at the gruesome scene before him, and sighed one word. "Awesome," he rejoiced inwardly. "Just arrived and already leveled up 4 times. Cultivation is really fast." Ling Xing watched his retreating figure and shouted loudly, "Are you just leaving like that?" Ying Qi glanced sideways at her and asked, "Oh, what else?" The male lead smirked and retorted, "Are the 2 palace masters really asking me to take responsibility?" Ling Xing said angrily, "You defiled my sister's honor, so of course you have to take responsibility." As soon as she said this, Zhan Yu beside her reached out and stopped her. She looked at Ying Qi and explained, "Don't listen to her nonsense, but today you killed Lu Jing and so many embroidered uniform guards, openly opposing the Eastern and Western depots. It's best if you come back to the palace with us to discuss the next steps." The male lead turned and agreed with her. The great palace master makes a good point. I'll go back with you two to discuss." Zhan Yu turned back and ordered the others, "All disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace, quickly dispose of all the bodies." Those disciples immediately bowed their heads respectfully and replied, "As you command, great palace master." Ying Qi picked up a cup of water from the table, and a voice sounded in the room. "Now that things have come to this, shouldn't you reveal your identity?" The male lead looked at the two sitting across from him in confusion. "Didn't I already say it? I'm Ying Qi." Ling Xing retorted in disbelief. "Ying Qi, the crown prince of Great Qin? Who do you think you're fooling?" He was surprised and sighed. "Oh, after all these years, I never thought you two would still know about Ying Qi, the crown prince of Great Qin." Zhan Yu looked at him and said, Of course, thousands of years ago the Great Qin Empire ruled the world. Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng and Crown Prince Ying Qi conquered the six kingdoms, unified the world, and it was they, father and son, who ushered in the true era of martial arts. But the Great Qin Empire fell thousands of years ago. Ling Xing frowned at him. You actually came up with such an excuse. If you don't want to take responsibility for my sisters, at least think of a better reason. Ying Qi thought to himself, I didn't expect this world to have something related to me. He asked them seriously, then how did Qin Shi Huang and Ying Qi die in the end? Zan Yu lowered her head and replied, although Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng and Crown Prince Ying Qi ruled the world and made the four seas submit, they ultimately could not escape birth, aging, sickness, and death. Qin Shi Huang sought immortality and died, and Crown Prince Ying Qi was assassinated, the male lead continued to ask. Assassinated again. Then what about the strong warriors of Great Qin and the final fate of Great Qin? Zan Yu stared intently at the male lead. According to historical records, after the Crown Prince was assassinated, Qin Shi Huang was enraged and killed 1 million people related to the matter. In the end he failed to achieve immortality and died in depression, sinking into eternal slumber with the treasures of the Great Qin Empire and Crown Prince Ying Qi. The strong warriors of Great Qin were also killed by the succeeding Qin or Shi. Ying Qi asked her in confusion. The treasures of Great Qin, I don't know about that. She continued to tell him, it is said that whoever obtains the treasures of Great Qin can transcend the heavenly realm, and reach the realm of immortals and gods. Beside her, Ling Xing turned her head unhappily and asked, Sister, why are you telling this villain so much? He doesn't even know about the treasures of Great Qin, yet he dares to claim to be Crown Prince Ying Qi. Ying Qi reached out and reintroduced himself. I am not the Crown Prince of Great Qin. I am Emperor Ying Qi of Great Qin. Ling Xing turned her face away from him. Emperor Ying Qi of Great Qin, then quickly send your great army to come and marry us two sisters. He leaned forward slightly and asked her, oh, so eager to marry me? Zan Yu finally spoke up to explain, don't listen to Ling Xing's nonsense, but we really do need to think about the next steps. Why don't you stay at the 100 Flowers Palace for now? The male lead rested his chin on his hand and said leisurely, staying here is certainly fine. The scenery here is pleasant, and I have 2 beloved consorts to accompany me. As soon as he said that, Ling Xing immediately flared up. HMPH, 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 who's your beloved consort? Ying Qi looked at the two of them and said, but I have things to do. I need you to have the disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace spread the word that I single-handedly killed the people of the eastern and western depots today. Zan Yu looked at him in confusion and retorted, spread the word? Why? That will make the Great Ming Court and other forces hunt you down at all costs. Ling Xing also reminded him in confusion. Yeah, do you know the consequences of that? They can even mobilize true heavenly realm experts. Ying Qi looked up confidently and said, exactly. I want them to come to me themselves, and the more, the better. In a magnificent palace, an angry voice questioned, how outrageous, who is so bold? An emperor was furious over the news he had just received. The various ministers all voiced their opinions on this major event. Your Majesty, this rebel dares to defy the heavens and oppose our great Ming court. If he is not executed by dismemberment, his crimes cannot be atoned for. Another minister stepped forward to report in detail. Your Majesty, according to my investigation, Governor Liu and thousands of embroidered uniform guards from the eastern and western depots were indeed killed by a man named Ying Qi. The emperor, none other than Ming Wuzong Zhu Haojiao, rose angrily and shouted, Ying Qi, why doesn't he just call himself Ying Zheng? Furious, Zhu Haojiao immediately ordered, Marquis Shen, heed my command at once. I don't care who he is. I only want him dead. Marquis Shen bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Your servant obeys, a marquis official hurried in. Seeing his improper demeanor, the official scolded, such panic, what kind of conduct is this? The marquis official loudly reported, Your Majesty, disaster strikes, something has happened at the Dragon Protection Manor. Upon hearing this, Marquis Shen frowned and questioned the man anxiously. Dragon Protection Manor, what happened? At that moment, outside the manor gates, the guards nervously brandished their weapons, threatening the person before them. Hey, daring to trespass into Dragon Protection Manor, are you tired of living? Ying Qi stepped forward calmly, unwavering. Ying Qi of Great Qin. Hearing this infamous name, the guards immediately bristled and prepared for battle. Ying Qi, is that the legendary Ying Qi who killed the embroidered uniform guards and the eastern and western depots? Ying Qi listened calmly as he recounted his achievements, secretly gathering strength in his hands, ready to deal with the group before him. Ying Qi advanced steadily, his fists unmatched in power. Soon the guards were knocked to the ground, leaving only painful groans. Ah, the system prompted. Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 21 enemy. You have earned 5,000 experience points. Based on the system's prompt, Ying Qi was sure he had come to the right place. Leveling up is faster here. Facing the formidable enemy, the guards quickly gathered and charged at him. A swordsman lunged at Ying Qi, shouting to boost his morale, "Nameless villain, daring to seek death at Dragon Protection Manor. We'll grant your wish, attack together." These men were clearly no match for Ying Qi. He dispatched them with a few effortless moves, stepping on one and lifting another unlucky soul by the hand. Ying Qi laughed smugly, full of disdain for his opponents. "Haha, a bunch of ants. Any brave ones left? Get out here." As his words faded, 4 manor experts descended from the sky, attacking in unison. They coordinated, forming a massive net to surround Ying Qi. "Die, intruder." The arrival of these strong fighters piqued his interest. He drew his longsword, its sword intent brimming. 4 grandmasters, not bad. He raised his sword to the sky, and a blazing sword aura shot forth, striking the massive net. The 4 grew worried at his power, one struggling to resist. "His cultivation surpasses ours. Attack together." But soon one of them was struck hard by Ying Qi's sword. The man endured the blow in pain. Realizing Ying Qi's strength, the 4 were shocked. "This is a celestial grade divine weapon." Hearing this, another was also stunned. "What? A celestial grade divine weapon has appeared?" Ying Qi impatiently swept his sword horizontally, sending the surrounding unlucky souls flying. "You all must die." His eyes burned with crimson killing intent as he stared at the weaklings. "Kill." He leaped up and struck the manor guards in succession. One by one they fell. The survivors fled in panic but still couldn't escape their tragic fate. Sensing the dire situation, a grandmaster shouted, "Disciples of Dragon Protection Manor, hear my command. Attack together and slay the villain." He called out loudly, rallying the manor disciples to kill the villain. A powerful attack sped toward Ying Qi. He immediately countered, slashing fiercely in that direction. An explosive sword aura blocked the attack. True Qi protects the body. "Kill." He raised his hand and unleashed all his inner energy toward the group. A red aura enveloped him like the arrival of death. "Kill, kill, kill." The flames erupting from him seemed ready to devour the place. The manor people suffered under the torment of this mysterious fire. One man used his last breath to urge, "Quick, run, report to Lord Marquis. He's not human. He's a demon." The flames dissipated, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. Ying Qi approached and grabbed a dead unlucky soul. The system's prompts rang out in succession. "Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 34 enemy. You have earned 150,000 experience points, obtained the Zon grade superior martial skill, Brocade True Qi, and received 500 commercial spirit stones." "Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 32 enemy. You have earned 120,000 experience points, obtained a high-grade martial ascension pill, and received over 500 high-grade spirit stones." "Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 45 enemy. You have earned 160,000 experience points." "Congratulations, host, for reaching level 41. "Congratulations, host, for reaching the heavenly human realm." Ying Qi was thrilled with the generous rewards. The system popped up a selection panel. Ding detected that the host has 3 artistic conceptions to choose from. 1. Choose the imperial path, cultivating the path of imperial law. 2. Choose the killing path, cultivating the path of killing law. 3. Choose the imperial killing path, walking the path of imperial killing, using imperial law to govern the 3,000 great paths and killing law to eliminate all enemies. Ying Qi smiled and made his choice firmly. "Do I even need to choose?" "Of course, the imperial killing path," the system prompted. "Congratulations, host, for unlocking the imperial killing path, artistic conception level 1. Effects: recovery speed increased by 30, True Qi recovery speed increased by 30, Stamina recovery speed increased by 30, Strength increased by 30. After completing the task, Ying Qi was energized and rushed out of the manor at lightning speed, heading for the next location. Dragon Protection Manor cleared. On to the next stop. Heavenly Human Realm Imperial Killing Path. "This wave is awesome, haha." In a tavern, patrons were buzzing about the recent rumors. "Is it true? One person, all by himself, killed everyone in Dragon Protection Manor?" Another person exclaimed in shock. "Heavens, who could be so terrifying?" Another chimed in. "I've heard it too. Even Marquis Shen doesn't dare show his face." The first person hesitated. "Seems like his name is Ying Qi." Ying Qi was sitting at a nearby table eating, listening to others talk about him, feeling quite pleased. "Not bad, I have to say. The food in Great Ming is indeed much more delicious than in Great Qin." Dun Ruo stepped forward, knelt respectfully, and reported with clasped hands, "Your Majesty, regarding the treasure I have gathered information," he said casually. Dun Ruo continued, "Rumor has it that our Great Qin Empire left behind a secret treasure. It contains endless wealth and supreme martial power. Whoever obtains it can rule the world. The hiding place of this secret treasure is the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum. But no one in the world knows its location, and even if they find the mausoleum, they cannot open it." Ying Qi looked at him doubtfully. Why?" Dun Ruo explained in detail. "Legend has it that only someone with the bloodline of the Great Qin Imperial family can open the mausoleum." This answer brought a smile to Ying Qi's face and he laughed. Haha, in that case, let's go to the mausoleum first, then destroy Great Ming. Meanwhile, outside the palace's reporting office, 2 soldiers stood guard. From inside came a loud shout, "Your Majesty, disaster strikes." At that moment, Zhu Haojiao was feeding his beloved beast meat, saying calmly, "What's the panic? What's the panic? The sky hasn't fallen yet." An old minister clasped his hands and reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, news from outside the palace says that the villain calling himself Ying Qi, after destroying Dragon Protection Manor, has successively captured several of our cities and is likely heading straight for the Forbidden City." Zhu Haojiao replied, "Marquis Shen has already made arrangements, he'll handle it. A petty thief has you this scared. How can you manage the eastern and western depots for me? Now withdraw." The old minister was taken aback by these words, his expression calming slightly. "Ah yes, your servant takes leave." At this point, Zhu Haojiao was still intently watching his beloved beasts eat meat. He smirked. "The strong devour the weak, that's the way of survival, always has been." The scene shifted to Wolf Mountain, where a waterfall flowed steadily. Ying Qi and Dun Ruo stood below, looking up. Ying Qi said, "I didn't expect the terrain to change so much. The entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum has turned into a water vein." Dun Ruo added, "Your Majesty, I just inspected this area and found no entrance to the underground palace." Ying Qi was not impatient. Instead, he was calmer than ever. "No, this is the place, I'm sure. I set up the mausoleum's formation back then, and I can still sense it." As his words fell, a massive door slowly appeared in the center of the waterfall, standing majestically. The door was enormous, made of durable material. Hidden within the waterfall, unaffected by the water's flow, Dun Ruo was startled by the sight and blurted out, "The entrance is hidden behind the waterfall." Ying Qi continued, "I never thought that after 1,700 years I would have to open the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum again in this great Ming world." He looked at Dun Ruo and said, "It's my own family's tomb. I'll go in alone. You stand guard outside." Dun Ruo acknowledged. Yes, after giving the order, he walked toward the door, pushed it open with effort, and it creaked. What greeted Ying Qi's eyes puzzled him. The candles inside were already lit. He walked slowly inside, with rats scurrying around and items scattered everywhere. He thought to himself, why does the layout here seem different from before? Could grave robbers have been here? Going further in, Ying Qi was shocked to find that the ancestral tomb was no longer intact as before. He rushed forward quickly, shouting, "Let me see, how dare they dig up my Ying family's tomb? Kill without mercy." At that moment, a massive pillar appeared before Ying Qi, with an ancient tree at its center, exuding an eerie aura. He asked himself, how is this possible? How could the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum become like this? He looked up at the several stone statues standing around the tree. Suddenly, several tree roots writhed and reached for Ying Qi, startling him. "Ah," then a voice sounded. "Ying Qi, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." A stranger appeared from nowhere, waving a ghostly energy toward Ying Qi, and shouted, "You destroyed Dragon Protection Manor, didn't you? Weren't you arrogant then? Today I've set up a grand formation in your Ying family's ancestral tomb, waiting for you to come and die." Ha! Not to be outdone, he directly used his Lingxiao sword to cut through several eerie tree roots and shouted, "It's you who wants to die." The man swiftly dodged Ying Qi's attacks. "Ying Qi, the so-called Great Qin treasure was just bait. You walked right into the trap. I didn't expect you to take the bait so quickly." His eyes gleamed with killing intent, and he smirked. "I once heard you say with my own ears that your soul will also fall into the abyss of death. Eternal damnation." Hearing this, Ying Qi seemed to realize something, his eyes widening as he blurted out, "No, you're not Marquis Shen, it's you." Seeing his identity exposed, a black-robed man no longer hid it. He revealed his true form and shouted, "You figured it out too late. I borrowed the formation you set up here back then to set up a sealing formation. No matter how high your cultivation, it's useless. Don't even think about returning to the Great Qin world. Die here obediently." As his words fell, a magical seal appeared beneath Ying Qi's feet, firmly trapping him and rendering him immobile. His dantian gradually came under the other's control, and he frowned. It's indeed sealed. This guy is cunning. I need to find a way out of here." With that, he struggled with all his might and leapt out of the seal. "Want me dead? Ask my sword first." The black-robed man showed no fear, stepping back and saying, "Without cultivation, you think you can unleash the power of a celestial-grade divine weapon? How naive." As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck directly at Ying Qi, shouting, "Those who scorn death will be devoured by it." The blow hit Ying Qi square in the chest, slamming him into the stone wall. He had no time to resist and cried out in pain. "Ah," the man continued, "this is your Ying family's tomb. Dying here is a fitting end." Hearing this, Ying Qi's face darkened, and he replied, "You're right, this is my Ying family's tomb, the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum." He faced the other and shouted, "But you may not know that here lie the heroic generals and souls of Great Qin who died in battle. Have you asked them for permission to be here?" As his words ended, he thrust the Lingxiao sword into the ground and shouted, "Great Qin heroic souls return." The black-robed man was stunned by the sight and blurted out, As the souls of Great Qin heroes from past generations emerged from the ground, Ying Qi said, Great Qin heroic souls. He raised his sword to the sky and continued, Awaken, Great Qin god of slaughter, the butcher of Changping Bai Qi. A bolt of lightning struck a nearby pavilion pillar, shattering it. The Marquis of Wu'an Bai Qi now appeared with a grim expression. The Marquis of Wu'an Bai Qi is here. Who are you to dare offend the master of Great Qin? The man was utterly shocked. This is Bai Qi's martial soul. Ying Qi pointed his sword at him. Those who trespass into Great Qin's forbidden grounds shall be killed without mercy. At the same time, the Marquis of Wu'an Bai Qi also pointed his spear at the man. Kill without mercy. A cyan aura filled with killing intent surged toward him, and he was immediately sent flying, exclaiming in shock, How is this possible? Ying Qi then shouted. The Marquis of Wu'an Bai Qi, who buried 400,000 Zhao troops alive at the Battle of Changping, his killing intent is boundless. His martial soul has absorbed 1,700 years of killing intent here. Even if you were a golden immortal, you would die today. The Marquis of Wu'an Bai Qi swung his weapon again and attacked him. The man immediately cast a spell, a pitch-black ball of energy forming in his palm, but the Marquis of Wu'an Bai Qi gave him no respite. He struck continuously, sending him flying backward with painful screams. Ying Qi slowly stepped forward. Today the one who should die is you. The man, now with torn robes and blood at the corner of his mouth, grinned. Ying Qi, do you think you can kill me like this? Dream on. Without breaking the seal on you, you'll be stuck here forever. Ha ha ha. Ying Qi was startled. What did you say? He placed his hand on his chest and murmured. The seal can't be broken? I'd better open the passage to the Great Qin world first and then figure something out, the system then prompted. Detected system malfunction. Unable to open the passage to the Great Qin world, he was a bit flustered. What? The passage won't open? Am I really stuck here? The system gave him a hint. The host needs to complete a task to repair the system. Task 1, overthrow the dynasty, kill Ming Wuzong. He was shocked. Complete the task, kill Ming Wuzong. At that moment in the palace the laughter of women echoed. Your Majesty, don't come closer. Your Majesty, you're hurting me. Zhu Haozhou was playing a chasing game with his consorts when a eunuch ran in shouting, Your Majesty, disaster strikes. A group of rebels has broken into the palace from the 100 Flowers Palace. Annoyed by the interruption, he held the woman in his arms and shouted, Nonsense, where's Qian Ning? Where are the embroidered uniform guards? The eunuch replied. Lord Qian and the embroidered uniform guards have fled. Your Majesty, please escape with this servant for now, he stubbornly shouted. Outrageous, I'm not going anywhere. I'll personally behead these villains, several consorts cried out in fear. Your Majesty, at that moment, Ying Qi burst through the door, at death's door and still so arrogant, building a reporting office, opening a brothel. You're exactly as recorded in the books. Zhu Haozhou glared at him. So you're the standard bearer of that rebel camp, you've got some skill. Surrender to me now and I'll spare your life, he replied calmly. Spare my life? I'm afraid you don't realize. Anyone who dares to call himself emperor in front of me must die. At that moment a pack of ferocious tigers with razor-sharp fangs burst out from nowhere, attacking the consorts and causing chaos. All monsters, they've surrounded the camp banner. Zhu Haozhou pointed his axe at him. Rebel, die! Several tigers lunged at him as if to tear him apart. Just then, Heihu emerged from behind the camp banner blocking the beast. To his surprise, the tiger bit another tiger to death. This was the camp banner, he finally spoke. In the Great Ming, the Zhu family's martial prowess is not weak, but unfortunately, they met me. He charged at him wildly, brandishing his weapon. I am Grand General Zhou Shou, known as Waiwu. Rebel, die! Suddenly, a beam of light shot out and struck him. It was none other than Bai Qi, the Lord of Wu'an. With a single swing of his spear, he sent Zhu Haozhou flying, his axe snapping in two. Bai Qi's eyes gleamed with danger. Offend my master and there is no forgiveness. The system then prompted, Congratulations, host, on completing System Task 1. System Recovery Progress 20. Suddenly a soldier appeared, knelt on one knee and reported, Your Majesty, all resistors among the palace guards and the embroidered uniform guard have been eliminated. The officials are gathered in the Hall of Supreme Harmony awaiting your command. The camp banner replied, Good. Come with me to meet these Ming officials. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony the officials had all assembled. His appearance caused a stir. Who is this young man? Never seen him before? The camp banner announced loudly. I am the camp banner, the ruler of the Great Qin. Zhu Haozhou, debauched and tyrannical, has been slain by me. You are ministers of the Great Ming. You must fulfill your duties. Where are the left and right chancellors? They exchanged bewildered glances. Camp banner of the Great Qin? They were puzzled by his words. Didn't the Ying clan of the Great Qin perish thousands of years ago, left and right chancellors? Our dynasty abolished the position of chancellor since the founding emperor. Yang Tinge, the chief grand secretary, spoke first. I am Yang Tinge, chief grand secretary. May I ask if you, claiming to be the camp banner, are a descendant of the Great Qin imperial clan? the camp banner smirked, thinking to himself that he had almost forgotten. The Ming dynasty had a cabinet system. Then he replied, indeed, I am the martial emperor of the Great Qin, the camp banner. The crowd erupted in uproar, buzzing with discussion. The Great Qin perished 1,000 years ago. Claiming to be a descendant of the Ying clan deserves execution of 9 generations. The camp banner is the emperor of the Great Qin, not the martial emperor. This kid should go back and study before trying to scam us. Suddenly, he pointed angrily downward. Arrogant fool, the camp banner signaled him to be quiet, thinking to himself that these stubborn old men wouldn't believe his identity without seeing something real. He then took out a massive jade seal carved with dragon patterns. Look at this, what is it? Their eyes widened, and they gasped. This is the Imperial Seal. This is the legendary Imperial Seal of the descendants of Yuan and Huang, lost for 1,000 years. It truly is the Imperial Seal. I never thought it would reappear today. They immediately knelt, saying in unison, We have offended your majesty, the martial emperor of the Great Qin. Please forgive us. He cursed these old men inwardly, then ordered, The tyrant and the eunuch faction have been eliminated, but the court is unstable. Each of you, attend to your duties. Everything remains as before. I will temporarily handle state affairs in place of the emperor. They rose, one after another. We obey your majesty's decree. Suddenly a eunuch broke the solemn atmosphere. Terrible news, military intelligence from the northern border. The Manchu army has invaded our Ming border and reached Yingzhou. Several people exclaimed, What? The barbarians dare to take advantage of our weakness? Another eunuch ran in. Bad news, an urgent report from the southern gate. The Prince of Ning has raised a rebellion and occupied Yuzhou. The officials began to stir. What? That traitor, the Prince of Ning, is also rebelling? The camp banner's head ached, and he frowned, thinking, This Ming dynasty is indeed chaotic enough. Just then, the system prompted, Expel the Manchus, defeat the Manchu little prince, and the Manchu leader. Suppress the rebellion, kill the Prince of Ning, Zhu Chenhao, he pondered. Now that my cultivation is sealed, 2 tasks come at once. What a headache. Suddenly someone spoke. Your Majesty, according to intelligence, the Prince of Ning, Zhu Chenhao, has many experts under his command, and his own cultivation has just broken through to the heavenly realm. He is no ordinary foe, Yang Tinge added. The military situation is urgent and cannot be delayed. I hope your Majesty, the martial emperor, will make a swift decision, the camp banner then replied. I will personally lead the campaign against the Manchu invasion. But with the rebellion in the south, I cannot be in 2 places at once. Does anyone know who can suppress it? That minister replied, For suppressing the rebellion in southern Jiangxi, I recommend one person. He asked curiously who it was. The man answered, Wang Shoren, styled Boan, also known as Master Yangming. He was somewhat surprised. Are you referring to Wang Yangming? The other confirmed. Exactly. Then he led the camp banner to the dungeon. This is where our Ming dynasty's important prisoners are held. Wang Shoren is one of them, but he is special. He refuses to leave on his own. He was puzzled. Refuses to leave? What do you mean? Another person answered for him. This Wang Shoren has already been pardoned, but he insists on staying in prison, muttering every day that he wants to achieve enlightenment here. When they arrived, the jailer said, Wang Shoren, the martial emperor of the Great Qin, has arrived. Why don't you kneel and pay your respects? The man with his back to them said, The Great Qin perished 1,000 years ago, and my way has yet to emerge, he snapped. Wang Shoren, how dare you? The camp banner quickly stopped him. Wang Yangming, I now appoint you as the governor of southern Jiangxi. Go south tomorrow to suppress the rebellion. Come out, he refused outright. The way is not yet understood. The principle is not yet clear. I won't go anywhere. Leave. The camp banner smirked. The way you seek. I'll teach you. The mind is principle. The mind is the universe. Outside the mind there are no things. Outside the mind there are no events. Outside the mind there is no principle. Hearing this, his eyes widened sharply. Oh, a divine man, truly a divine man. He finally turned around. What does outside the mind there are no things mean? Please, divine man, enlighten me, he smiled. In knowledge there is action, in action there is knowledge, he murmured to himself. The unity of knowledge and action, divine man, please guide me. He pretended to be indifferent and turned to leave. Guidance can come later, after you've suppressed the Prince of Ning's rebellion. The man became frantic, grabbing the bars. Quick, where is he? Let me out, I want to get out. Yang Tinge then asked curiously, Forgive my ignorance, but may I dare to ask, your majesty, what exactly does the unity of knowledge and action mean? The camp banner closed his eyes and laughed. Actually, I don't know either. I just made it up on the spot. Ha ha. In the great Qin world, inside the king of Qin's palace, Qin Shi Huang was anxiously asking Li Si, has there been any news from Qin in the other world? Li Si bowed his head and replied, Your Majesty, there has been no news from His Majesty. He looked tired and worried. Qin has had no word for over a month. Could something have gone wrong? Li Si, Han Fei, issue orders to find a way to contact Qin. Report immediately as soon as there is news. The two accepted the order and replied in unison. We obey. In the Great Qin, in the Pei County prison, chaos reigned. Where is he? Someone is breaking into the prison, the soldiers panicked. How dare the thief break into the prison? Without hesitation, he cast a Taoist spell on the soldier, sending a purple energy that made him groan in pain. Lu Bang begged for mercy in terror. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I only stole things, it's not a capital offense. He approached and asked. Are you Lu Bang? The man stammered. I am Lu Bang, please spare my life, I'll do anything. After confirming, he turned and left. I'm looking for you. Come with me. Lu Bang looked bewildered, not knowing what was happening. In the Ming world outside Yingzhou, a battle was underway. Kill all these two-legged Han, a mounted general scanned the surrounding soldiers. Kill warriors of the grasslands, follow me into the city. There are endless gold and silver treasures, and Han women waiting for you. Duhuo, a group of soldiers charged fiercely on horseback. But just as they reached the city gate, they were blasted back by an explosion. A general behind them warned, Our army has already used cannons to attack the enemy. Fortunately, I had these cannons made overnight and they arrived just in time. The camp banner walked out with Shui Hu, Xuanyue and Lingxing smiling. She praised, I didn't know you understood weapon making. You've truly impressed me. The camp banner turned back with a confident smile. I have many more talents, there's plenty of time, and my two beloved consorts will come to appreciate them deeply. Lingxing, hearing this, frowned and scolded, More nonsense. The Manchu general interrupted them with a question. What weapon is this? Who are you? Hearing him ask, he turned back with a slight frown and replied, You Manchus are truly endless. He raised his longsword high and introduced himself loudly. I am the camp banner, the ruler of the Great Qin, sent by heaven to expel the Manchus. Soldiers of the Great Ming, revive our Yan and Huang heritage, uphold the glory of our Wuxia nation, and follow me to kill all these barbarians. Hearing his words, the soldiers on the wall shouted in surprise, He is the camp banner, look at the divine sword in his hand. With that, the camp banner led the charge, his army surging forward with unstoppable momentum. Kill these beasts. The soldiers inside the city also rushed out to meet the defenders. Quickly report to the Great Khan. Meanwhile, somewhere a fat man was eating and drinking while sitting on the corpses of soldiers. This was the Manchu Great Khan Boerchi, who called himself the Little Prince. Just then, someone ran in and reported loudly, Great Khan, bad news, the Han are attacking. The prince immediately roared, Nonsense, we've killed all the Han in the north. Where are these Han coming from? The soldier stumbled and pointed in a direction in terror. The leader is someone I've never seen before. He rides a great tiger, wields a divine weapon, and leads a group of martial arts experts to this camp. As he finished speaking, the wine cup fell straight to the ground. The prince crushed the cup underfoot, shouldered his blade, and ordered, Kill, what experts could he have? I'll cut off their heads and use them as drinking vessels. Shortly after, the camp banner's army had already reached them. The prince pointed his blade at him and demanded his name. Who are you? State your name and I'll grant you a quick death. The camp banner sensed the power within him and thought, The Manchu Great Khan is at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Interesting. With that thought, he replied loudly, I am the camp banner, are you the little prince? I didn't expect you to be so ugly but have such a cute name. The other ignored his mockery and laughed arrogantly. Camp banner, never heard of you, haha. I have a massive army and I see you Han as ants, now I'll give you a chance. You and I will duel in front of the troops, do you dare to accept? The soldiers behind him shouted in unison, Duhuo, duel, Duhuo. Hearing his proposal, he looked helpless and sighed inwardly, Duel, my cultivation is sealed, who would want to duel with you? But Xuanyue, unaware of this, encouraged him calmly, These barbarians don't know your power. With your heavenly realm cultivation, you can take his life in 3 moves. Her words stirred a complex feeling in him. HMPH, they don't know my cultivation is sealed. If I don't accept, it would be a bit embarrassing. With that thought, the camp banner agreed. Fine, I accept. Seeing his agreement, the prince laughed. Haha, you Han boy are quite handsome. I don't want you dead. I want you as my personal favorite in my tent. The soldiers joined in the cheers. Duhuo, he sneered in response. Haha, big guy, if you lose, I won't kill you either. I'll make you my slave, cleaning my toilet every day. Do you agree? Lingxing then said disdainfully from behind. All hairy and greasy, such a slave is too disgusting. Hearing her disdain, he laughed happily. Ha! As soon as he spoke, the prince activated his Manchu berserk power and charged at him. Boy, die! The camp banner and his tiger leaped to dodge, assessing inwardly, this Manchu's cultivation is not low. If he hits me once, my life is done for. I need to find a way to kill him in one blow. So, while dodging, he taunted him. You have great strength, but you're too slow. The prince immediately leaped into the air, turned and struck at him. Your life is mine. The camp banner and his tiger jumped like they were playing a game, shouting, I dodge. In midair, he summoned his divine archery skill. Aiming at the prince's back, an arrow shot out, hitting him square in the head, but the arrow broke in 2 while the head remained unharmed. This enraged the prince even more, and he cursed, Ah brat, how dare you humiliate me? The tiger carried the camp banner and quickly leapt away, dodging his attack. He drew his bow again. thinking that this Manchu's cultivation was all focused on strength, with no speed or intelligence. Another arrow shot out, again hitting his head. The prince roared in fury once more. "I'll tear you to pieces," he chased him madly, shouting, "Utter humiliation, why won't you fight me with full force?" 3 hours later, Lingxing and Xuanyue watched their farce, laughing heartily. "Haha, this is the first time I've seen someone toy with an enemy like this. This Manchu leader has been driven mad like a wild ox." By then, the soldiers hurriedly surrounded the prince, who was drenched in sweat and collapsed from exhaustion. "Great Khan, no more fighting. I won't fight anymore." The camp banner then pressed his sword to the prince's neck and said dangerously, "You surrender," the prince admitted wearily. "Yes, I dare to bet and I dare to lose. A son of the grasslands, the son of Alan, submits to you," the Han camp banner. "From now on I am your slave." Seeing his integrity, he laughed happily. "Haha, good, you keep your word, you're a true man. Send your main force back to the grasslands and gather your elite cavalry." The prince immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes," he thought to himself, "this Manchu little prince is quite interesting." Then he returned to his 2 beloved consorts. Lingxing asked curiously, "What use are these barbarians? Do you really want to keep that big guy by your side?" The camp banner gave her a mysterious smile and replied, "I have my plans for this." Meanwhile, at the Prince of Ning's mansion, urgent voices rang out, Your Highness, urgent report from the front." The Prince of Ning, Zhu Chenhao, was sitting in meditation, and someone beside him answered, "What urgent report? Speak quickly." A soldier presented a box and reported, "The Ming commander Wang Shoren has sent a letter of challenge." Zhu Chenhao, puzzled, asked, "Wang Shoren, who is that? Where is the letter of challenge?" The soldier immediately handed over an item. "It's a brocade box." A brocade box. The box was opened. When he saw what was inside, the person beside him exclaimed in panic, "Apples and pears, Your Highness, this is telling us to leave quickly." A clear provocation. Hearing this, Zhu Chenhao angrily threw the box and cursed, "This is clearly telling me to get lost. Come, pass my order, gather the army and march on Yingtian City." 10 days later, outside Yingtian City, a group of soldiers was ready to breach the gates. Zhu Chenhao pointed his sword forward and commanded menacingly, "Attack the city. Whoever takes the enemy commander's head will be granted the rank of general." The soldiers obeyed and immediately charged to assault the city. An official appeared on the city wall, accompanied by several cannons, and shouted back, "Rebels and traitors, you're like ants trying to shake a tree. Try the new weapon crafted by His Majesty, the martial Emperor of Great Qin. Prepare to fire." With his command, shells were fired violently. The shells landed among the soldiers and exploded, sending them flying. Zhu Chenhao stared in shock at the massive explosions and asked, What kind of weapon is this? Impossible, how could Zhu Ting have such a weapon? Why don't I know about this? A nearby soldier urgently shouted, "Your Highness, this weapon is incredibly powerful. Let's retreat first." Heeding his subordinate's advice, he immediately ordered a retreat. Zhu Chenhao's soldiers hastily obeyed and withdrew. The old minister standing on the city wall watched them retreat and instructed, "Pathetically weak, and they think they can escape unscathed? What a delusion. Prepare the firelocks to attack." From somewhere, a series of earth-shattering explosions blocked the retreat path of Zhu Chenhao's army. It was the soldiers of Yingtian City dropping shells by parachute. The soldiers around Zhu Chenhao panicked and shouted, "The Ming army suddenly has so many new weapons, there must be a mastermind behind this. Your Highness, let's first pull back to the base camp and plan further." Hearing this, he quickly agreed, "Fine, order a retreat and find out what's going on." The official on the Yingtian City wall watched them flee with interest. The martial emperor's plans are brilliant. The best is yet to come. A while later, Zhu Chenhao's weary army arrived at their camp in southern Jiangxi. They found the city gates closed and asked in confusion, "Why are the gates shut? Open up." "The prince is back." At that moment, Yingji and his group appeared on the city wall. He looked down, smirking inwardly. They don't even know their home has been stolen. This idiot dares to rebel? With that thought, he shouted loudly, "Zhu Chenhao, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Seeing him, Zhu Chenhao stammered, Are you Yingji?" He replied with a dashing smile, "That's right, I am the Lord of Great Qin, the martial emperor Yingji. Today you won't die a fool's death." As he finished speaking, the Manchu prince led his troops and appeared, shouting, "Huo huo, huo huo." Seeing them, Zhu Chenhao's soldiers stirred restlessly. "Manchus? Where did so many Manchus come from?" Yingji on the city wall loudly proposed, "The northern Manchus have been subdued by me. Surrender now and I'll grant you a whole corpse." Zhu Chenhao laughed fearlessly. "Haha, a brat still wet behind the ears, you think this can defeat me? Where are my death warriors?" As he spoke, a squad of soldiers in black robes armed with hidden weapons immediately appeared. Zhan Ji beside Yingji revealed, "I've heard that the Prince of Ning trained a group of death warriors, all peak grandmasters. It seems the rumors are true." Without hesitation, Yingji quickly ordered, "So many peak grandmasters suddenly appear. Little Prince, go test them out first." The little prince obeyed, immediately drawing his sword and charging forward. "I'll cut off your head and make my master the king of Zhongying." Zhu Chenhao, empowered by the Death Warrior's energy transfer, swung a palm and roared, "Huo, kneel before me." The little prince was struck by that palm, flew off his horse and cried out in pain. Zhu Chenhao's strength was so great it tore through armor, and he bellowed, "A brat like you fighting me only leads to death." Then, as if mad, he prepared to strike another palm and charged forward, shouting, "The realm of the Ming is ultimately mine. Now I want your life." Zanji saw the palm heading for Yingji and immediately shouted, "Ling Xing, let's go together." The two women rushed forward to block the palm, but its force sent them flying, spitting blood. Yingji angrily cursed. "How dare you hurt my women, Dan Ruo? Is the spirit-severing arrow ready?" Dan Ruo replied swiftly and respectfully, "The spirit-severing arrow is ready." He immediately ordered the arrow to be fired. The masked figures on the city wall instantly drew their bows and shouted, "Spirit-severing arrow." Zhu Chenhao stood his ground, watching the rain of arrows heading toward him, and sneered, "Such ordinary things can't harm me." Hearing his contempt, Yingji smiled mysteriously and replied, "Ordinary? They're anything but ordinary." The arrows stuck into the ground, releasing a strange power. Instantly, the strength of Zhu Chenhao and his death warriors dissipated, shocking them. "What's happening? Our cultivation is fading. This is vulnerability." At that moment, Yingji raised his sword and commanded, "Under my spirit-severing arrow, no matter how high your cultivation, you can't use it. All troops, hear my order. Kill all rebels and exploit their weakness." The little prince gathered his strength and charged forward with the soldiers. "Kill!" Zhu Chenhao watched his cultivation vanish and cried out in panic, "Impossible, impossible." A nearby soldier urgently shouted, "Protect the prince, full retreat." At that moment, another group of soldiers charged from a different direction. The military officer of Yingtian City led his troops to cut off the retreat. "Kill the rebels, charge!" Zhu Chenhao's soldiers barely screamed in panic before being cut down by a single sword stroke. "What? We're surrounded?" Yingji appeared before them and said dangerously, "Any last words? Say them now." Zhu Chenhao, watching his soldiers fall, was dazed and terrified. "Impossible." Just then his sword pointed at him. In the next moment he swung his sword across his neck and roared, "Die!" Then he immediately shouted to the soldiers behind him, "The Prince of Ning is dead. Lay down your weapons and surrender and I'll spare you." Zhu Chenhao's soldiers cried out in chaos, "The prince is dead! The Prince of Ning is dead! The Prince of Ning is dead!" They immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. "The martial Emperor of Great Qin is divine. Long live the martial Emperor!" Yingji's soldiers joined in the cheers. "The martial Emperor is divine. Long live the martial Emperor!" At that moment, in the Great Qin world, urgent sounds echoed in the Shenyang Palace. "Urgent report from the front." A soldier ran into the court and loudly announced, "Urgent report from the front. Reporting to the First Emperor, a group of rebels is heading for Hanggu Pass, over 10,000 in number." Yingzheng was shocked upon hearing this. "What? Where did tens of thousands of rebels come from?" The soldier hastily reported. "They carry the banners of Chu and Han, and their attire marks them as rebels from Chu." The officials immediately buzzed with discussion. "What? Chu rebels have reached Hanggu Pass? The martial emperor has been missing for so long. What do we do?" Yingzheng calmed them down. "Silence, ministers. Pass my decree. Appoint Meng Tian and Li Mu as left and right generals, leading the 5 main camps to Hanggu Pass to suppress the rebels. Each of you attend to your duties and do not panic." The officials immediately replied, "We obey the First Emperor's decree." Then he asked, "Li Sei, is there still no news of Yingji?" Reporting to the First Emperor, "No news yet. I have summoned all martial arts masters and formation experts to try to contact Jir. I am on it." At this, Yingzheng's face darkened. He was certain that something had happened to Jir. Meanwhile, in the Ming world, a dissatisfied voice rang out. "What? The system still isn't fixed?" The system in front of Yingji kept popping up notifications. "Congratulations, host, for completing System Task 2. Congratulations, host, for completing System Task 3. System Recovery Progress 70. He looked at the messages and worried inwardly, "Do I have to complete more tasks?" Just then, someone outside the palace said, "Forgive the intrusion, Martial Emperor. I, an old minister, have something to report." He immediately invited the person in. "Grand Secretary Yang, come in and speak." Grand Secretary Yang and the other ministers entered and knelt to pay their respects. Reporting to the Martial Emperor, "The northern and southern wars have been pacified. A state cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor the world without a sovereign. We beg the Martial Emperor to ascend the throne soon, to lead the Ming and become its emperor." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. Have me ascend the throne," he thought frantically. "What a mess, I still need to find a way back to my Great Qin world." At that moment, the system popped up a notification. Task 4. New King ascends. Facilitate Zhu Hukong's ascension. Seeing this, Yingji mused. New King ascends. This new task comes at just the right time. With that thought, he frowned slightly and asked seriously, "Who is the current crown prince of the Ming?" Grand Secretary Yang looked up and reported, "Reporting to the Martial Emperor, the Ming has no crown prince. The late Emperor Ming Wuzong had no heirs." Hearing this, he stroked his chin and thought, No sons, that's troublesome, let me think. Then he began to recall. In Ming history, Emperor Ming Wuzong Zhu Haojiao had no children, and Zhu Huqing should be the Jiajing Emperor, Zhu Haojiao's cousin. With that, he decided, right, issue a decree to have Zhu Huqing succeed the throne. Hearing his decision, the ministers panicked and tried to dissuade him. Your Majesty refers to the son of Prince Xingxian, Zhu Huqing? No, absolutely not. Seeing their opposition, Yingji asked in confusion. No, why not? Grand Secretary Yang and the officials explained. Because the son of Prince Xingxian has already become a Taoist monk. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, what? He became a Taoist monk? A while later, at the western suburb Forbidden City, Zhu Huqing was meditating in front of a large incense burner. Grand Secretary Yang gestured for Yingji to enter and said, this is the former Prince Xing's heir, Zhu Huqing, now devoted to Taoist cultivation. Hearing this, he wondered. Devoted to cultivation? I don't believe it. Wouldn't he want to be emperor? With that, he entered the hall and asked, are you Zhu Huqing? Zhu Huqing maintained his posture and replied, I wonder what brings you fellow Taoists to my humble temple. Without further ado, Yingji got straight to the point. Stop being a Taoist. Come back with me and ascend the throne as emperor. Zhu Huqing immediately stood up and replied respectfully, you jest, fellow Taoist. The former Prince Xing's heir is no more. Now I only practice Taoist arts and study alchemy. Disciple, bring the recently refined Yiki Dan and give it to these guests as a farewell gift. He took the pill and judged inwardly, this old guy really wants to be a Taoist, I need to think of a way. Then he belittled it aloud, this pill doesn't even qualify as low grade. The pills I feed my pets are better than this. As he finished, Zhu Huqing angrily cursed, bastard, who are you to speak such nonsense? This pill, though not top tier, few in all the Ming can refine it. How dare you call it trash? Yingji took out another pill and placed it before him, saying, this 9-turn ascending dragon pill is what I usually feed my mount, the blood tiger. Here, have one. He reached out and caught the pill thrown to him, exclaiming in astonishment, this is a Zon-grade top-tier pill. I never thought anyone in the world could refine such a pill. Then Zhu Huqing knelt before him and pleaded, Immortal Lord, please teach me the art of alchemy. Please, Immortal Lord, teach me. Yingji looked at him and said slowly, teaching you isn't out of the question. He turned to leave, leaving only a parting remark, if you want to learn, follow me, but I don't take disciples casually. Watching him walk away, Zhu Huqing quickly thanked him. Thank you, Immortal Lord, thank you, Immortal Lord. At that moment, Yingji turned back, secretly praising himself with a smirk. Hey, without showing some real skill, I couldn't handle this old guy. Soon he had brought him to the Jiaotai Hall. As soon as he saw it, he exclaimed, thank you, Immortal Lord, for fulfilling my wish. Thank you, Immortal Lord. Zhu Huqing looked at the towering alchemy furnace before him and cried out, I've never seen such a large furnace. Yingji, walking behind, added, don't thank me yet. I have something to ask of you. Hearing this, he turned around, clasped his hands and said respectfully, Immortal Lord, command your disciple. He replied, you obediently ascend the throne and become emperor, and I'll reward you with the recipe for top-tier pill refinement. He continued, and I'll come by occasionally to check on your alchemy progress. Zhu Huqing took the recipe, his eyes gleaming, and said, your disciple obeys the Immortal Lord's teachings. Then Yingji looked outside where Grand Secretary Yang was preparing the new emperor's coronation ceremony, and replied, I'll see to it. And so everything went smoothly. Zhu Huqing ascended the throne, stood on the platform and looked down at the people below, saying, I accept the divine mandate and carry on the grand plan. Today, the Prince Xing's heir, Zhu Huqing, succeeds the throne as emperor, with the era named Jiajing. The officials below shouted in unison, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on inheriting the throne. Long live, long live, long live, Zhu Huqing continued. Ministers, rise. From now on you must follow the will of the martial Emperor of Great Qin, not stray from the path, and honor the holy, martial, divine, cultured, benevolent, broad, filial, and long-lived Immortal Lord. Hearing this, Yingji was a bit surprised and thought to himself, who can remember such a long name? The people below shouted in unison, We obey the will of the martial Emperor, Immortal Lord. The system then popped up a notification. Congratulations, host, for completing System Task 4. System is recovering. Yingji smiled and thought to himself, finally resolved. Meanwhile, in the Great Qin world, at Hanggu Pass, Meng Tian was leading soldiers on horseback charging at the enemy, shouting, Kill! The two sides surged like ants, quickly closing in. The dust kicked up by the horses' hooves blotted out the sky. When they were close enough, Meng Tian pointed his sword forward and ordered the archers to fire. Rows of sharp arrows shot out, heading straight for the enemy. On the other side, Shang Yu, riding a massive beast, used spiritual energy to block all the arrows and shouted, The tyrannical Qin is unjust, kill! Seeing Shang Yu, Meng Tian was utterly shocked, his eyes wide and mouth agape, silently asking, Is the overlord of Western Chu, Shang Yu, still alive? But the next second, Shang Yu was upon him, swinging his sword and sending Meng Tian flying backward. Meng Tian was completely overwhelmed by the blow, crashing heavily to the ground, severely wounded with blood gushing from his mouth. The soldiers on both sides also charged forward simultaneously, attacking each other and shouting in unison, "Kill!" In the distance, a man in a black robe immediately ordered, "Chen Shang Wu Guang, don't you hate the Qin people? Go and kill." Chen Shang and Wu Guang, upon hearing this, rushed forward with murderous intent. "Kill the tyrannical Qin, kill!" The man in the black robe revealed an excited expression. The crimson-eyed man said, "Kill. Let your hatred run wild and slaughter freely. The savior of Great Qin is no more. Wipe out the Qin people." As his words faded, Shang Yu had already annihilated countless Qin soldiers. Riding his vermilion dragon horse, he charged straight at the city gate, shouting, "Kill!" Li Mu stood atop the city wall. Seeing this, he immediately ordered his soldiers to prepare fire arrows. Several flaming arrows shot swiftly toward Shang Yu and the soldiers below, engulfing them all in flames and smoke. Yet when the smoke cleared, all the soldiers lay dead, leaving only Shang Yu alive. His upper garments were tattered, and his gaze was sharp and bloodshot. Li Mu was terrified by the sight, wondering to himself, "What is this? Is this Shang Yu human or demon?" Below, Shang Yu unleashed a devastating move, slaughter the tyrant Qin. Driving his great blade deep into the ground with a thunderous roar, the sturdy city gate instantly collapsed, shattering into countless fragments. Shang Yu remounted his vermilion dragon horse, pointed into the city, and ordered his rear soldiers to charge in. Though Li Mu knew the situation was dire, he refused to give up any glimmer of hope. He continued commanding his soldiers to loose arrows. "By order of Hanggu Pass, we must not let the rebels through." Despite the rain of arrows, the soldiers pressed forward with determination. They shouted in unison, displaying their resolve, and charged with all their might. Li Mu no longer stayed on the wall. He leaped down with his sword to block them. "With me here, you rebels shall never pass Hanggu Pass." As he landed, an overwhelming aura instantly repelled the soldiers. "I guard the lands of Great Qin by order of Emperor Wu of Qin. Rebels, retreat at once." After dispatching these minor foes, he pointed his sword directly at Shang Yu and barked, "Remnant of Western Chu, you shall not set foot past me." Shang Yu shot back without hesitation, "I'm a remnant, you're nothing but a dog of Yingji." In the distance, a man from Zhao shouted, "Li Mu, you were a famed general of Zhao, yet you aid Qin in tyranny. Have you forgotten the over 400,000 Zhao people slain at Changping?" Seizing the moment when Li Mu was distracted, the black-robed figure raised his hand to the sky, conjuring a magical gate and summoning a horde of corpses. Li Mu was horrified and blurted out, "Ah," the black-robed man said softly, "over 400,000 vengeful souls take your hatred and claim the lives of the Qin people." Instantly, the corpse horde rose to their feet, eyes bloodshot, staggering forward, moaning, "Kill the Qin dogs, kill the Qin dogs," the black-robed man urged. "Let your hatred run free." Watching the endless tide of Zhao soldier corpses charging forward, shouting, "Kill the Qin dogs," Li Mu was utterly terrified, stammering, "These are the Zhao soldiers killed at Changping. How are they revived?" His arm trembled so violently that his sword clattered to the ground. Li Mu fell to his knees, shaking all over, and asked himself, "Am I still a man of Zhao? Must I not be a man of Qin?" But just as the corpse horde was about to kill him, a sudden change occurred. A powerful force erupted from nowhere, blasting them back. They screamed, "Aha!" The surrounding Qin soldiers' faces lit up with joy, exclaiming, "It's the Lingxiao sword. His Majesty the Emperor Wu has returned." At that moment, Yingji finally arrived on his fierce beast with his army, shouting, "Emperor Wu of Great Qin is here. Those who dare offend Qin will be killed without mercy, without mercy." Everyone who had been on the brink of death was now reinvigorated, shouting in unison, "Hum." The black-robed man also felt a twinge of fear, thinking, "How is this possible? Did he break my seal so quickly?" Yingji reached out, grasped the sword deeply embedded in the ground, leapt into the air and snatched countless sword beams at the corpse horde. Shang Yu charged from behind with his sword, bellowing, "Yingji, the grudge of Chu's destruction. I'll settle it with you today." Yingji turned in surprise and asked, "Shang Yu, what? Which desolate grave did this persistent ghost crawl out of?" Shang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Qin dog Yingji, do you think you can do as you please today? I and these 400,000 Zhao souls come for your life." Yingji blocked his attack with his sword while asking for my life. Around them, the corpse horde moaned, "Kill the Qin dogs, avenge Changping. Kill the Qin dogs, avenge Changping." After a few probing exchanges, Yingji and Shang Yu leapt back. Yingji raised his hand lightly, looked at him and smiled. "A defeated general and wandering ghost dare to claim my life? Want to avenge Changping? Then I'll grant your wish. Let you die again." After gathering enough power, he summoned the god of slaughter, Bai Qi, towering majestic with bloodshot eyes. "The god of slaughter, Bai Qi, is here. You Zhao wandering souls dare to seek my master's life?" Seeing this imposing general, the corpse horde froze in terror, looking up and saying, "It's the butcher Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. Lord Wu'an of Great Qin." The god of slaughter Bai Qi then acted, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and roared, "You dare offend my master? Unforgivable." With that he swung his blade, sending countless enemies flying and scattering them. Ah, it's the god of slaughter by Qi, but he let none escape. Striking tens of thousands of times in succession, he annihilated all foes. By my master's command I slay you wandering souls. Only their screams echoed around. The god of slaughter by Qi. Seeing victory within reach, all Qin soldiers charged forward shouting, "Slay the rebels!" The Zhao men gathered and discussed, "It seems we can't breach Hanggu Pass today. Let's retreat. Of all strategies, retreat is best." Thus, while the god of slaughter by Qi eliminated the corpse horde, Ying Ji faced Shang Yu in fierce combat. But how could Shang Yu match him? He swiftly thrust his sword into Shang Yu's abdomen, halting him. Ah! Shang Yu's face twisted, but a smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Ying Ji, you can't kill me." Hearing this, Ying Ji kicked him flying, sending him crashing to the ground, and barked, "Offend Hanggu Pass, you must pay the price." Shang Yu took the earth-shattering kick and was buried under rubble, slumped and powerless. Ying Ji then turned to his soldiers and ordered, "Elite warriors of Qin, slay the rebels, eliminate the remnants." All shouted in unison, "Slay the rebels, eliminate the remnants," and so the two sides clashed fiercely again, fighting to the death. "Kill, eliminate the remnants." In the distance, the armored figure looked at the black-robed man and said, "We've failed. Ying Ji's strength is terrifying." The black-robed man replied, "Don't rush. To destroy Qin and revive Han. Our game has just begun, let's take it slow." Later, at Shenyang Palace, Ying Ji returned after dealing with the enemies. Emperor Qin Shi Huang hurried down and said, "Jie, you're finally back." Hearing this, Ying Ji clasped his fists respectfully and replied, "Father, your son has caused you worry." Emperor Qin Shi Huang thought to himself, "Worry? You nearly scared your father to death." The others behind also clasped their fists and said respectfully, "We welcome your majesty back to the palace." With that, Emperor Qin Shi Huang gently placed his arm on his son's shoulder and said, "Why were you gone so long this time without any word? Did something happen?" Ying Ji replied, "This journey to another world was indeed very dangerous. My cultivation was sealed by someone." This shocked Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who pressed, "What? Your cultivation was sealed?" Ying Ji answered, "Yes, fortunately the seal is now broken, but I encountered an unprecedented calamity this time." Emperor Qin Shi Huang asked, "A calamity? Who?" Ying Ji raised his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "I don't know his identity yet. I must find him now and see what scheme he's plotting. By the way, during my absence, has there been any activity near the capital and the Pengcheng area?" A minister immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, recently in Zhejiang, strange beasts have been attacking the people and many bandits have sprung up. Nothing major near Pengcheng except a thief escaped from the Pei County prison." Ying Ji asked, "A thief escaped? What's his name?" The man replied, "His name is Lu Ji." This shocked Ying Ji deeply. His eyes widened and he blurted out, "What? Lu Bang has escaped?" Later, the scene shifted to the Yipang Palace. Hearing of Ying Ji's return, Yana ran out and shouted, "Brother Ji!" She hugged him tightly, crying, "Brother Ji, you're finally back. I was so afraid I'd never see you again." Ying Ji gently comforted Yana. "How could that be? You're the Empress now. Why are you still crying?" Yana replied. Brother Ji, I'm just glad you're back." Seeing their affection, Ying Zheng teased, "Jir and Zaire are watching, don't overdo it, you two." Hearing this, Yanner calmed down. She took Ying Ji's hand and the two children immediately knelt. "We pay respects to Father Emperor." Ying Ji happily stepped forward, patted the children's heads and said, "Jir and Zaire have grown so much." The little boy smiled at his father and asked, "Father, I missed you so much. Did you bring me any fruit?" Seeing this, Yanner came over to scold the child. "Why do you ask for fruit the moment you see your father?" Ying Zheng, standing nearby, also chuckled with interest. Donger said softly, "The feast is ready in the palace. It's been a long time since our family sat together for a meal." They entered the banquet hall together. Ying Zheng raised his wine cup and said, "Come, Jir, to your safe return and to Great Qin's eternal legacy I toast you." Ying Ji raised his cup and replied, "Thank you, Father." After drinking, he asked, "Father, as I said before, my journey to another world made me realize there's a force out there. I fear our Qin world won't be peaceful in the future." Ying Zheng smiled and replied, "Jir, no matter who the enemy is, we'll face them together for Great Qin." Ying Ji asked again, "Father, I have a question. If I truly met with misfortune and couldn't return, what would you do?" Ying Zheng replied, "Jir, why speak such nonsense? You have heaven's protection. How could you meet with misfortune?" Ying Ji emphasized, "Father, I'm just saying if." Hearing this, Ying Zheng closed his eyes, furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then answered directly, "If Jir truly met with misfortune, I would take the reins of the realm, devote all efforts to raising Zaire until he's capable of governing while strengthening Great Qin's power, even breaking through the myriad worlds, even if I exhaust all of Great Qin's strength, even if heaven and earth are destroyed, and all beings perish, I will surely find Jir." This heartfelt reply moved Ying Ji, who smiled with emotion, raised his cup and said, "Well said, heaven and earth destroyed, all beings perished. Father, no matter how powerful the enemy we face this time, we father and son will fight together." Ying Zheng smiled and replied, "Good." Ying Shi, sitting nearby, chimed in, "And me, I'll also kill all enemies for father and grandfather." Ying Ji laughed heartily and praised, Haha, good. After the feast and conversation, Yingji returned to his room, opened the system panel and said, though this journey had surprises, the system's rewards are quite generous. The system then popped up notifications. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 47, level 48, level 49, level 50 and level 51, breaking through one realm. Seeing this, Yingji was ecstatic, clenching his fists and releasing spiritual energy, saying, instantly reaching level 51, breaking through the drunken realm. The system added more notifications. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth-tier low-grade martial skill Phantom Shadow Clone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 life-extending pills, Earth-tier high-grade pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Azure Lotus Karma Fire, Earth-tier low-grade martial skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the life-extending pill formula, Earth-tier high-grade pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. Staring at the bountiful rewards, he excitedly blurted out, so many treasures, what a haul. With that, Yingji stepped forward, opened the chest before him, and picked up a scroll to examine it. The Azure Lotus Karma Fire can exchange for void spiritual power. With this force I can destroy heaven and earth. Just then, Li Qing rushed in from outside, knelt and reported with clasped fists. Your Majesty, urgent military intelligence. Yingji turned and asked, urgent military intelligence, report quickly. Li Qing presented a memorial and replied, east of Liaodong, a large group of demonic people called Yamatai are slaughtering our Qin people indiscriminately. Yingji pressed, Yamatai demonic people? Li Qing replied, yes, because these bandits are skilled in sorcery, the locals call them that. After hearing the report, Yingji ordered, issue my decree, assemble the shadow force and accompany me to Liaodong to confront these demonic people. Li Qing respectfully replied, as your majesty commands. Meanwhile in Liaodong city, as Li Qing had reported, the people were being brutally slaughtered by a band of unknown bandits. Kill, people shouted. Run, the Yamatai demonic people are coming. At this critical moment the shadow force arrived, standing tall and saying, who dares to kill our Qin people and offend Great Qin? With that they charged forward, teaching the bandits a harsh lesson, slaughtering all these demonic people. These demonic people know sorcery. Those who offend Great Qin die. Suddenly a woman appeared from nowhere holding a long whip and a bell and said, die, you Qin people have never understood the true meaning of death. As her words faded, she directly shook the bell in her hand. A clear chime rang out, and the mysterious aura within the bell was released, enveloping the corpses of the bandits lying scattered on the ground. She commanded, rise, servants of death, heed the call of death. The soldiers, witnessing this, were also terrified, exchanging fearful glances and asking each other, what kind of sorcery is this? Before their eyes, the dead bandit suddenly revived like a corpse horde, eyes bloodshot, fangs lengthened as if driven mad, frantically pouncing on the soldiers to attack, some biting, some slashing with blades. The soldiers, bewildered, didn't understand what was happening. How is this possible? After a moment, they realized it was sorcery. The ground was littered with soldiers' corpses. Not far away, two familiar figures were observing. The armored figure said to the black-robed man, Your Excellency's foresight is indeed remarkable. These Qin soldiers are no match. The black-robed man replied, the best is yet to come. Yingji will arrive soon, we should go. The armored figure, hearing this, turned and asked, why not kill Yingqi while you have the chance? The black-robed figure replied, if he could be killed so easily, he wouldn't be Yingqi. Return to Shandong and prepare the troops. I have my own plans. That seemed reasonable enough. The armored man chuckled and replied, fine. On land, the unfamiliar woman kept ringing her bell, gazing lightly at the sky as she spoke, heeding the call of the dead beneath the earth. The scattered bandits who had fled opened their eyes and woke again. They stood there roaring, terrifying the common folk into screams. Ah, sorcery! As the words fell, a zombie wielding a sharp sickle charged at the father and son among the civilians. He could only hold his child tightly and cry for help. At the most critical moment, a palm strike came from somewhere behind the zombie, sending it flying. The one who struck was none other than Yingqi. The Emperor and the soldiers have arrived, he shouted ahead. Any of my Qin people who harm the common folk will be killed without mercy. Looking at the surrounding zombies, he thought to himself, another resurrection sorcery. With that, he said to the group, use martial energy to shatter these half-dead things. The men immediately responded. Two soldiers combined their spiritual energy and blasted two charging zombies into dust. Seeing that the zombies were no longer a threat, the woman immediately leapt out, cracking her whip at Yingqi, shouting, die! But she was no match for him. With a casual wave he blocked the strike and his counterpalm quickly struck her back, sending her tumbling forward with a cry of pain. It turned out the woman was all talk. One hit sent her rolling on the ground, struggling to lift her head. She asked, You are Yingqi, he replied. Indeed, I don't wish to kill a woman. State your origins. I'll spare your life. At this question the woman stood up abruptly. and with a resounding blast she introduced herself. "I am the chief attendant to Her Majesty, Queen Amaterasu of Yamatai." As the dust cleared, she had already leapt into the sea. Ying-Chi looked down from above and said, "Go back and tell your queen. Submit to my Great Qin and I'll spare her life," the woman replied. "Great Qin Emperor, if you have the skill, come to my Yamatai, my queen has been waiting." With that she turned and left. Tu Ruo rushed over and asked, "Your Majesty, should we pursue into the sea?" He replied, "No, my Qin cavalry are not skilled in naval warfare, we cannot rashly set out." Time flew and 5 days had passed. Outside the harbor, looking at the several ships and the soldiers about to set sail, the crowd murmured, "The ships are so big, yes, I've never seen such large vessels." Standing on the ship, Ying-Chi spoke, "My Qin soldiers are not adept at sea battles. Fortunately, I brought back sailboat blueprints from the Ming world. Otherwise one wave would knock us into the sea to feed the fish." Tu Run stood behind, clasping his hands respectfully. "Your Majesty has ordered, each ship carries fishermen as guides." They were heading full speed toward Yamatai Island. He replied, "Good." After sailing for a while, the outline of an island gradually appeared in the distance. A fisherman said, "That's Yamatai Island." Hearing this, Tu Ruo looked at Ying-Chi and said, "Your Majesty, at the current wind speed, will reach Yamatai Island in less than an hour." He replied, I'll test this rumored sorceress queen of Yamatai." As the words fell, just as the ships were about to approach the island, a dense bone-white fog suddenly surged from nowhere, enveloping the ships. On the ship, witnessing this strange sight, Ying-Chi asked, "What's this? Why such a sudden thick fog?" A nearby fisherman trembled, clutching his head and stammering, This is ghost fog. The witch women, they're coming." Though Ying-Chi knew of this, he showed no fear. He drew his sword and turned to instruct the soldiers, "Don't panic, all hands on alert." The men immediately replied, "Yes." As the words fell, he slashed out a sharp sword aura, tearing through the dense fog. The fog parted, revealing a sail embroidered with a pattern of a dark green snake. Following behind were not just one ship but dozens sailing in. On the lead ship stood a red-haired woman with fox ears, hands on her hips, looking valiant. The fisherman recognized her at once, pointing and shouting, "It's the witch woman. The witch woman is here." Seeing the main target had arrived, Ying-Chi stepped forward and declared loudly, "I am Ying-Chi, ruler of Great Qin. You women have harassed my Qin people. Submit now and I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, the woman was not afraid but instead curled her lips and smiled, replying, "Interesting, Ying-Chi." Before she could continue, a maid behind her interjected, "Our queen makes an exception. Ying-Chi, if you're willing to be a male slave under her throne, I'll spare your life." Seeing their audacity, Ying-Chi couldn't help but laugh. A bunch of reckless women. With a light wave of his hand, Tu Run understood and turned to shout to the soldiers. Fire dragons emerged from water. At the command, rows of cannons appeared on both sides of the ship, all aimed at the witch women's vessels. Without waiting further, Ying-Chi ordered the attack and a volley of powerful cannonballs roared out. Their immense power quickly shook the sea violently. Satisfied with the attack he had just launched, Ying-Chi crossed his arms, smirked, and said, "These sorceresses must have never seen my fire dragon arrows." The fishermen, on the other hand, were terrified, covering their ears and shouting, "The thunder is so loud it's deafening." He continued to shout, "Full speed ahead, prepare fire dragon arrows, annihilate these witch women." The soldiers replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, on the witch women's ship, the woman showed no fear. Instead, she took out a strangely shaped flute and said, "It seems the Qin people have some skill. What a waste to feed them to the fish. Retreat to the island," the maid beside her replied. "Yes." Upon receiving the order, all the witch women's ships immediately retreated. At that moment, the woman raised the strange flute and began to play. Layers of fog like before suddenly appeared, shrouding the area and blocking the view of Ying-Chi's ships. He asked himself, "What's that sound?" Several people nearby immediately replied, "Explosions, the enemy ships have vanished. It's the cry of the sea demon." As the words fell, the fisherman, now in a panic, climbed onto the ship's railing and shouted, "It's the sea demon's cry. Run, the sea monster is coming." Before Ying-Chi could figure out what was happening, the man had already jumped. He quickly ran over and called out, "The fog is too thick, pull him up." But it was too late. Beneath the once calm sea, huge waves suddenly surged from nowhere, forming a violent whirlpool that sucked the fisherman down. "Ah, help!" Though the ship was large and sturdy, it was violently shaken by the whirlpool. Ying-Chi thought to himself, "What's going on?" Tu Ruo, standing nearby, quickly grabbed the railing and asked himself, "This whirlpool is too strong. Could it really be the queen's doing?" He quickly instructed, "Use martial energy to stabilize the ship." But before they could act, a massive whale suddenly burst up from directly beneath the ship, splitting it in two. The soldiers on board were thrown off balance by the sudden event, screaming in terror. "Ah, help!" Fortunately, Ying-Chi reacted swiftly, leaping onto floating planks and thinking, "I didn't expect this witch woman to have tamed such a huge sea whale." After charging toward the whale, he quickly hurled his sword at it, shouting, "Beast, how dare you cause trouble!" The violent impact made the blue whale roar in pain several times. Its roars intensified the water currents and whirlpools caused by the earlier tremors, dragging all the soldiers underwater before they could react. swim fast, get away from the whirlpool, help, I'm being sucked in. Seeing the dire situation, Ying Qi ordered Tu Ruo, save the fallen soldiers, I'll handle this beast, he quickly replied. Yes, with that he turned to the blue whale whose back was already pierced by the sword, blood seeping from the wound, but it still tried to escape. He muttered, trying to flee. As the words fell, Ying Qi leapt into the air and shouted, Where do you think you're going? In the blink of an eye he stood effortlessly on the whale's back. Without hesitation he pulled the sword from its head, causing it to roar in agony and the water to shake violently. Just as he was about to finish it off, the island came into view. He paused and said, Beast, I'll spare your life. Flee, the sea monster cried out in pain. OWWW. When he set foot on the island, soldiers above aimed their spears at him, ready for battle. But Ying Qi showed no fear, pointing his sword at them and shouting, A bunch of reckless foreign women, surrender obediently, or I'll burn this barren island to the ground. As he spoke, he summoned the red lotus flame and the fierce blaze erupted, sending the soldiers retreating in terror. Ah! Suddenly, a woman approached from behind, stopping the soldiers and said, Great Qin ruler, calm your anger. She pointed behind her and continued, Great Qin ruler, the queen invites you inside for a talk. Hearing this, Ying Qi was puzzled, his eyes filled with suspicion, thinking, Suddenly so polite, what is this queen plotting? Seeing him still hesitating, the woman taunted, Could it be that the Great Qin ruler dares not meet my queen? At this, he strode forward directly and replied, Ridiculous, I tread through dragon dens and tiger lairs as if on flat ground. Lead the way. After moving for a while, the woman finally led Ying Qi into the Yamatai palace. What met his eyes were strong men forced into hard labor, shackled hand and foot. The woman smiled and said, That is the palace, your majesty. As she spoke, another woman was whipping a man, shouting, Hurry up, this ship must be finished before sunset. The sight made Ying Qi blurt out in surprise, Oh! Seeing his astonishment, the woman explained, Great Qin ruler, don't be surprised, in our Yamatai men are always slaves. The queen is in the palace. Great Qin ruler, follow me, he thought to himself. Men are always slaves? With that he replied, Good. Inside the hall, the Yamatai queen sat on a chair fanned by two maids. The guide bowed slightly and said respectfully, Your Majesty, the Great Qin ruler has arrived. Before the woman could speak, Ying Qi pointed directly at her and shouted, I'm here, what tricks are you up to? A mere island lord dares to call herself a queen. If you don't submit to Great Qin, I'll burn this little island today. Seeing his imposing manner, the woman stood up and said to the others, Leave us. They bowed and replied, As you command. With that, everyone withdrew from the hall, leaving the queen in private space. After they left, the queen approached Ying Qi and said, You are the ruler of Great Qin. I am the queen of Yamatai. Let's make a deal. Yamatai will submit to Great Qin. He asked in surprise, What deal? Hearing this, the woman pressed close to him, smirking, You stay and become my favored slave. This statement from the Yamatai queen stunned Ying Qi, his eyes wide. Suddenly, thousands of snakes emerged from nowhere, coiling around him, immobilizing him. When soft words failed, Ying Qi turned to force, drawing his sword and slicing the snakes into hundreds of pieces, scattering them on the ground. The Yamatai queen was undeterred, constantly using her charm magic to draw near and say, Become my favored slave. Another version of her appeared from nowhere, and the two closed in on Ying Qi from both sides. He glanced around, thinking, This is the queen's sorcery. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword into the ground, releasing lightning that dispersed the queen's doppelganger. HMPH, trying to bewitch me. After dispelling her charm, Ying Qi reached out, grabbed her tightly by the neck and lifted her high, saying, I truly don't want to kill a woman, especially a beautiful one. She replied, I have already cast a spell. If you don't become my man in this life, all the descendants born of Yamatai women will be eternal enemies of Great Qin. Never ending. Hearing this, Ying Qi was taken aback, thinking, Such sorcery exists? This woman is truly troublesome. After being set down, the Yamatai queen stood opposite him and said, How about we both compromise? Take me back to Great Qin, make me your empress, and Yamatai will submit to Great Qin for generations. Naturally, Ying Qi disagreed with her sudden proposal. He showed a helpless expression, raised his hand and replied, Want to be my empress? Absolutely not. I already have an empress in my palace. Knowing this, the Yamatai queen still refused to give in. She approached Ying Qi and said, I've heard that Central Plains emperors have many wives and concubines. I don't mind, as long as you're my man. Isn't that called a Qin-Jin alliance in your lands? Ying Qi blushed slightly, scratched his head and stammered, A Qin-Jin alliance? You know quite a bit. For the greater good, I'll temporarily agree to your terms. Upon receiving this promise, the Yamatai queen immediately ordered, Good, someone spread my command. From today, Yamatai submits to Great Qin. Celebrate across the island. Prepare food and wine. Tonight I will marry the Great Qin ruler. He was so startled he blurted out, What? Married tonight? The soldiers, upon hearing this, lightly touched their chests and bowed. Congratulations to the queen. Congratulations to the Great Qin ruler. Ying Qi didn't know what to do. He sighed, thinking, This is bad. How will I explain this to Yanner when I return? Meanwhile, on a large ship outside the island, the armored man stood beside the black-robed figure. Upon hearing the secret report, he exclaimed in shock, "What? The queen is getting married?" The messenger replied, "Absolutely true. There's a banquet on the island. Everything looks harmonious." Despite hearing this, the armored man found it hard to believe and pressed, "Weren't we supposed to resist Qin together? How did it turn into a wedding as soon as Ying Qi set foot on the island?" The black-robed figure listened, his face darkening, and said in a low voice, "It seems we've lost this round. Ying Qi, don't celebrate too soon." Seeing him turn to leave, the armored man asked, Do you have another plan?" The black-robed figure replied, "Let's go. We need to leave here quickly." 10 days later, in Shenyang City, the scene was bustling with excitement. All the commoners gathered around gazing at the sedan chair being sent to the palace. So many foreign women. What was happening, they speculated among themselves. "Don't you know yet? Emperor Wu has returned victorious from his campaign against the Yamatai kingdom. Has he taken the Yamatai queen into his harem? I heard the women of Yamatai all practice sorcery." "So what? What sorcery could stand against Emperor Wu?" One person raised a hand, stroking his chin in thought. "But come to think of it, since Emperor Wu ascended the throne, his harem has only had one empress. It really is time to expand the harem," the person beside him chimed in. "Well said." At that moment the scene shifted to the court, where voices of explanation echoed continuously. "Yanner, listen to me." Outside, Ying Zheng, his wife and grandson stood helpless, unsure what to say, exchanging wry smiles. Ying Shi, not understanding what was happening, asked, "Are father and mother arguing?" Donger replied, "Zaire, go play with your little brother. You'll understand adult matters when you grow up." Meanwhile, inside, Ying Qi sat before his wife pleading, "Yanner, it's like this. I really did it for the greater good." Standing outside, Donger also urged, "Yanner, you need to understand Kier. After all, he is the Lord of Great Qin. Some things are beyond his control." Hearing this, Ying Qi nodded along, quickly adding, "Mother is right, I truly had no choice." Only then did Yanner lift her head slightly and retort, "Really no choice? What?" As soon as she spoke, their eyes met and they fell silent for a moment. She spoke first, "Look how scared you are." Of course, Yanner knows Chi-Ji's heart. "You're busy with state affairs, and I actually think there are too few sisters in the palace." Seeing her mood improve, Ying Qi breathed a sigh of relief. "You really scared me to death." Yanner then stood up and urged, "Hurry up and bring my sisters into the palace. I can't wait any longer." Witnessing the scene, Ying Zheng smiled and said, "Who would have thought Kier, as the ruler of a nation, is afraid of his wife?" Time flew by and night fell, with the moon hanging high above Yanner's chamber. Ying Qi knocked on the door and said, "Yanner, open up." She replied, "Chi-Ji, I'm asleep tonight. Go where you should go." Hearing her tone, he stammered helplessly, Yanner, you can't shut me out." Just then 2 maidservants of the Yamatai queen approached from behind and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, our mistress requests your presence." Hearing this, he turned and replied, What a bother." Meanwhile, in the Yamatai queen's bedchamber, she was already lying in wait. The 2 maids led Ying Qi in and said, "Mistress, his majesty is here." She ordered, "You may withdraw." The maids replied, "Yes." After they left, she continued, "Your majesty, please come closer." Not understanding what was happening, he asked, "May I ask why the queen has summoned me?" Hearing this, the Yamatai queen stepped down from the bedside and replied, "You Central Plains people often say a night together creates 100 days of grace. Why is your majesty so cold?" Seeing her approach, Ying Qi sidestepped slightly to avoid her and asked, Queen, why do you say that?" Seeing his reaction, the Yamatai queen grew more intrigued. She shed her fur coat, grinned, and said, "If I hadn't sent someone to invite you, your majesty wouldn't have come, would you?" Ying Qi was completely stunned by the sight before him. His cheeks flushed, his eyes widened, and he blurted out, This is," right there before him. The Yamatai queen stood completely naked, revealing her full enticing figure, making his nose bleed. He lamented, "Heavens, who can withstand this?" Faced with such beauty, Ying Qi still firmly wiped away the blood and turned to leave. "Queen, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." But he couldn't escape so easily. She immediately whipped out a rope, wrapped it around his foot, and pulled him back. "Want to leave?" She wore an expression as if about to devour her prey and whispered, "Your Majesty, you're not going anywhere tonight." Ying Qi was utterly terrified by the scene. His face darkened, and he blurted out, help." And so the fiery night passed until the next morning, outside the city gate, a soldier urgently rode in with a Western Front military report. "Western Front report." The soldier quickly handed the document to Ying Qi and said, "Your Majesty, a report from the Western Front. The Mengchi people are invading our Great Qin's western border." He blurted out, "The Mengchi people," someone beside him added. "I've heard those Mengchi people are extremely fierce." Ying Qi looked at the letter and mused to himself, could the Mengchi people be the Macedonians? Then he said, how could this be? Battus is courting death. Last time I campaigned west, I spared his life, and now he comes to die on his own. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly ordered, "Li Qing, convey my decree, assemble the 5 main camps." "I will launch a second western campaign," he replied, "as you command." Soon the entire Great Qin army arrived at the border. War horns blared, accompanied by earth-shaking battle cries. Charge! On the opposite side, King Battus of Macedon immediately raised his sword and ordered the formation. Instantly, soldiers built a solid shield wall, combining offense and defense. The Great Qin army charged forward but was immediately pierced by extended spears, dying on the spot. Seeing the dire situation, a general immediately said to Han Xin, "General Han, the enemy's defense is tight and our cavalry has suffered heavy losses." Han Xin immediately ordered, "Where are the archers? Archers, fire!" Hearing this, the general added, "We tried the archers too, but the enemy's shields form a formation that arrows can't penetrate." His expression grew anxious as he asked, "What do we do?" In the midst of panic and confusion, the general suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "General, look!" Han Xin blurted out. This is, above them, countless soldiers equipped with homemade wooden parachutes were descending, each holding an unidentified round object. Battus, seeing these strange tactics, also didn't understand what was happening. He looked up and asked, "What is this?" Before he could figure it out, a loud shout rang out, "Drop the thunder fire!" The soldiers in the air immediately hurled several thunder fireballs downward. After a moment of bewilderment, he finally realized and shouted with wide eyes, "No, take cover!" But he was too slow. A terrifying explosion erupted, killing all of Battus's soldiers instantly. By then, Ying Qi had also arrived on the scene. He said, "Han Xin, how do you like my newly formed Thunderfire Eagle army?" Han Xin and the general immediately knelt and replied, "Your Majesty, it harnesses the power of heaven and earth. The Eagle army descends like divine soldiers." The enemy formation was shattered in an instant. Hearing this, he laughed heartily. "Haha, convey my order, full charge," he replied. As ordered, upon receiving the command, the entire army charged forward to pursue the enemy, leaving none alive. They scattered in all directions, screaming in agony. Run! On Battus's side, he too was knocked to the ground by the chaos. Just as he reached for his helmet, a towering figure appeared before him, terrifying him. It was none other than Ying Qi. He pointed his long sword at Battus's head and asked, "Battus, have you grown a bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare you invade my Great Qin?" Hearing this, Battus fell to his knees in fear and replied, "Lord of Great Qin, please spare me. I had no choice but to offend your Majesty. My country has been trampled by Rome's iron hooves. My people and I were driven here and mistakenly entered Great Qin's territory." He asked in surprise. "Rome," Battus explained. "Yes, the Roman consul boss has occupied my country and my people have become his slaves. I beg the Lord of Great Qin to reclaim my territory. My people and I will forever submit to Great Qin." Ying Qi thought this was a good idea. He raised his hand, stroking his chin in thought, and replied, "Rome. It's time to deal with Rome." Having made up his mind, he looked at Battus and said, "Fine. My army has arrived. I'll trust you for now. Gather your remaining troops and lead the way. Today I will hunt down this European lion." Hearing this, he immediately knelt. "Oh, thank you for your mercy. I will follow all your commands." With a respectful expression, he added, "The Lord of Great Qin is merciful. May the light of the gods always be with you." Meanwhile, within the massive Roman camp, shouts echoed continuously. These reckless Macedonians, seeing the Great Qin army approaching, Roman commander Baolius stood before his soldiers and shouted, "You Macedonian cowards, do you think the Easterners can protect you? Then let them taste Roman might. Order the full assembly." "We'll wipe out those pitiful Easterners too," several soldiers shouted in unison. "Wipe them out, wipe them out." As soon as the words were spoken, a great horn sounded, officially beginning the brutal battle. Soldiers immediately formed a line, holding shields in front. Behind them, war elephants were driven forward in massive numbers. The Romans directly hurled javelins forward, shouting, "Don't let them escape, let these Macedonians feel our power." Hit by a dense rain of javelins, the Great Qin soldiers fell into chaos, collapsing and screaming. "Scatter, scatter!" On a nearby massive cliff, Ying Qi was observing from above. He nodded slightly and said, As expected, the Roman army is indeed formidable," Battus interjected. "Noble Eastern Lord of Great Qin, please save my soldiers. I will forever submit to you." Hearing this, he was pleased, and ordered Li Qing, "All right, I'll add some spice for these Romans. Li Qing, order the Eagle army to attack." He immediately clasped his fists and shouted, "Yes." Below, the Roman army, still fearless, continued to press the Great Qin forces. "Chase them, leave none alive." But their triumph was short-lived. Ying Qi's eagles dropped bombs, blasting them to pieces. They all looked up at the sky in unison, seeing Ying Qi's soldiers descending from above, and cried out in terror, "What is that, flying in the sky?" Baolius struggled to calm his soldiers and ordered, "Whatever it is, use the catapults, shoot them down now." Several soldiers immediately brought out catapults. Rows of sturdy catapults were ready, awaiting the command. "Prepare to fire." At the command, the catapults launched arrows straight into the sky toward the flying Great Qin soldiers. Those arrows quickly turned the tide for the Romans, killing Ying Qi's soldiers mid-air. Some who fell to the ground were also stabbed to death as they advanced. Kill these Easterners, let them know the consequences of angering Rome. But before they could savor their victory, a massive cannon in the distance was ordered to fire. A powerful shell quickly blasted into the Roman ranks, blowing them to pieces as they screamed, "Ah, what weapon is that?" Witnessing this power, Han Xin beamed with joy and laughed heartily. "You Roman barbarians have surely never seen the power of Great Qin's cannons." At the right moment, Han Xin directly ordered a full charge. "Let these Roman barbarians submit to the might of Great Qin." "Kill!" the soldiers behind him shouted in unison. "Charge!" As this elite force joined the battle, they routed the Roman army, catching them off guard and slaughtering them. Suddenly a shout came from somewhere. "The wind rises, great wind!" Baoliu immediately ordered a full assault. "Chariots, advance!" At the command, a group of war horses charged forward. He continued shouting, "Elephants, advance!" Thus the war elephants entered the battlefield. With just a few colossal stomps like heavenly pillars, they terrified the war horses into fleeing. Seeing the situation worsen, Han Xin immediately turned to retreat, blurting out, "Ah, these giant elephants, leave the trouble to Ying Qi." A resounding shout rang out, "The king of Great Qin, Ying Qi, is here." He had somehow leapt into the air, simultaneously drawing 5 arrows, unleashing his ultimate divine archery technique as he shouted, "Those who offend Great Qin," as he released, he declared loudly, "will be punished no matter how far." Instantly, the elephant force was struck by lightning from the sky, paralyzed, and screamed in agony. "Ah!" This sight opened Baoliu's eyes wide. He blurted out, "Ying Qi, how can this Easterner? Impossible!" The fierce tiger continued to swing its claws, sending Roman soldiers flying. Ying Qi began his charge, shouting, "Is Rome strong? In my eyes they're nothing but ants." In an instant he had reached Baoliu, his aura overwhelmingly fierce. Baoliu had lost all his earlier arrogance. He cowered in fear and said, "Demon, is this Easterner the incarnation of Satan?" As soon as he spoke, the ground beneath him suddenly exploded. He was blasted into the air, landing on his back with a scream, "Ah!" His helmet was also blown off, rolling far away. As he scrambled to his feet and reached for his helmet, a foot came out of nowhere, stepping on it and stopping him. "Ah," Ying Qi said, "Demon, I am no demon." He stood before him, his entire presence erupting like flames, his sword pointing at his head. "Even if a demon blocks my path, I will kill it." With that, he flipped him over. "I won't kill you. Go back to Rome and deliver a message to your consul. Tell him to submit willingly to Great Qin, or I will raze Rome to the ground." Amid Ying Qi's triumphant laughter, the Roman soldiers carried Baoliu back to their country in unison. He casually swung his sword backward as if swearing, "Rome will become a prefecture of Great Qin. I will turn the Senate into a palace." "Ha ha!" Hearing this, the soldiers raised their swords and cheered in unison. The scene shifted to Rome, where the retreating soldiers had returned to the city. Inside, a man with golden double braids was scolding, "Damn Easterners! They've already reached Rome. If what Baoliu says is true, those Easterners are too terrifying. Stop arguing," he continued. "The Easterners are nothing but weak beggars. Only those Macedonian beggars would want to submit to them. They're not even worthy opponents before Rome." He was the Roman consul, Guise Mao. After speaking, he looked down at Baoliu, who was kneeling nearby. "I've already figured out how to deal with those Easterners." A few people below asked, What plan?" Mao Lu directly pointed at Baoliu and said, "Poor Bao, I'll give you one more chance. Now go to City A, where I hear the gladiator slaves are quite unruly." He immediately replied, "All right, I'll head to City A now to change the venue." The gladiators were training together, with one of them chained up separately. Suddenly, a messenger on horseback burst in from outside, holding up a scroll of announcement, and said, "The magistrate has an order to deliver." He declared, "Great Consul, Lord Caius Maru has an important mission for you. If you complete it, you will not only regain your freedom but also enjoy the citizenship of Rome." Hearing this, the gladiators immediately gathered around, asking one after another, "What? Did I hear that right? We can stop being slaves and become Roman citizens? This can't be real, can it? What mission has the consul assigned us?" The man named Bao explained. "The contract to release you from slavery is right here. As long as you defeat the Easterners attacking Rome, you will no longer be slaves," they exclaimed. "Defeat the Easterners? Great. Defeating the Easterners will set us free." Just then, a massive stone flew from somewhere, heading straight for where Bao was standing. The horse startled and leapt up. The one who threw the stone was the gladiator chained up alone. He asked, "Where are the Easterners?" His expression had turned incredibly furious. His eyes bloodshot, fists clenched, and teeth gritted as he roared, "Let me tear them apart." He was the gladiator slave Sabad. Meanwhile, on a cliff not far from Rome, Ying Qi, Li Qing, and Han Xin stood observing. Li Qing spoke up, "Your Majesty, that is the city of Rome," he replied. "Good, Rome has spanned Europe, Asia, and Africa. Today I will conquer you." With that, he looked at the soldiers behind him, and gave the order to march the entire army straight to the gates of Rome. Everyone cheered and raised their swords in excitement. As they advanced, Han Xin suddenly noticed something suspicious. He said to Ying Qi, "Your Majesty, look at the forest ahead. something seems off." No sooner had he spoken than slow approaching footsteps echoed from within the woods. It turned out the Roman army had been prepared, hiding in the dense forest, waiting for the right moment to charge. They surrounded the entire Qin army from all directions, catching them off guard, and cries of alarm rang out. "Ah, no, an ambush!" A Roman soldier struck down a Qin soldier and shouted with a laugh, "Kill them all, kill these Easterners!" Seeing this, Ying Qi couldn't stand idly by. He urged his men, "Bull cavalry, charge with me!" As the fierce bull cavalry rushed forward, the Roman soldiers immediately retreated, fleeing deep into the forest. Ying Qi didn't give up. He ordered, "I want to see what tricks you're playing. Push through the forest and continue the pursuit." However, no sooner had they entered the woods than all the bull cavalry fell into the enemy's trap. Sinking into a swamp with no way to escape, Ying Qi watched as several soldiers gradually sank and shouted in alarm, "Watch out for the swamp." The moment he spoke, Sabad appeared, riding a massive crocodile that surfaced from the water. He drove the crocodile to kill all the soldiers trapped in the swamp. "Ah, a monster!" he roared. "Kill the Easterners!" Seeing this, Ying Qi immediately charged forward and slashed his sword at Sabad's position. Sabad, quick-eyed and swift-handed, blocked Ying Qi's attack and then leaped back. Sabad grinned and said, "Haha, leave this Easterner to me. I want to eat his flesh." Looking at his opponent, Ying Qi thought to himself, "I didn't expect this slave to be so skilled in martial arts. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill him?" Meanwhile, all the surrounding gladiator slaves appeared from above the treetops, hurling spears straight at the Qin soldiers. As soon as they were hit, they were devoured by crocodiles, each one terrified. "Help!" Seeing the situation turning increasingly unfavorable, Ying Qi ordered, "All troops retreat, pull out of the forest. Let me handle these slaves." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." After they had all withdrawn, he glanced contemptuously at the few slaves and said, "It's time to show you some color." Sabad refused to back down. He drove more and more crocodiles forward, roaring, "I'll tear this Easterner apart." Ying Qi no longer stood still. He raised his hand and unleashed karmic fire, his entire body blazing with flames, and commanded, "Burn!" Instantly, the Roman soldiers and gladiator slaves were engulfed in flames with no escape. They jumped into the water one after another, seeking a last chance at survival, but it was utterly futile. "Ah, this fire, why won't it go out?" Seeing their futile efforts, Ying Qi told them a fact. "Trying to extinguish my karmic fire, don't dream about it. Surrender to me now and I'll spare your lives." Across from him, Sabad raised his sword and pointed it at him, shouting, "We will never bow to despicable Easterners." Seeing his stubbornness, Ying Qi raised his sword and cried out, "Karmic fire scorches the sky." The flames grew even fiercer. By now the forest had been completely consumed by Ying Qi's karmic fire, turning into a sea of flames. Outside, Li Qing and Han Xin were also stunned by the sight. "They're in for it this time. They've angered His Majesty. Angering His Majesty has serious consequences." After a while, in that forest, all the slave soldiers and several crocodiles were charred black, lying scattered on the ground, groaning. "Ah, how terrifying!" Sabad was not spared either. He collapsed to his knees, trembling. So terrifying." Ying Qi pointed his sword at him and asked, "Are you afraid?" He then said to Sabad and the surviving slaves, "As long as you submit to my Great Qin, I can forgive you and release you from slavery. Within the borders of Great Qin you will never be slaves again." Hearing this, everyone knelt down in unison and shouted, "Submit to Great Qin, never be slaves. Submit to Great Qin, never be slaves." Meanwhile, inside the city of Rome, a group of people were deliberating. "There's no need to worry about the city. Those slaves have the blood of Lord Sabata. They'll help us kill all the Easterners." But no sooner had the words been spoken than a soldier rushed in from outside, reporting urgently, "Bad news, those Easterners have reached Rome." Upon hearing this, Maru was greatly alarmed, his eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "What, and the slaves?" The soldier replied, "They're also in the enemy's ranks. It seems they've been won over by the Easterners." The Romans were terrified and thrown into chaos. "Those damn slaves, I knew they couldn't be trusted. They're almost at the city gates. What do we do? Should we send an envoy to sue for peace with the Easterners?" But this suggestion was quickly rejected by Maru. He snapped, "Quiet, it's impossible to take Rome. Rome is impregnable. Pass my orders. Full city alert, reinforce the defenses and open the Colosseum." Then he added, "Also send word to the mercenaries in the provinces. Offer a heavy bounty and have the mercenary legions rush to Rome's aid." Outside the city, the Roman banners fluttered in the wind. At that moment, Maru and a few soldiers rode out through the city gates. He stood outside the gate, his face dark, gripping his longsword tightly. Looking at Ying Qi's army before him, he said, "You ignorant foreigner, if you've come to learn, I'd be happy to guide you. But if you've come to cause trouble, then Rome will be your grave." As he spoke, Maru grinned confidently, certain that Rome could not be breached. Hearing this, Ying Qi smiled and retorted, "Unbreachable. There's no city in this world I can't breach. In my eyes, Rome is just a pile of dirt." With that, he directly ordered Sabad, "Sabata, The ones who enslaved you are right there. Go take your revenge. Let them taste what it's like to be enslaved." Upon hearing this, Sibad's aura surged. He grabbed his axe and charged for freedom. Seeing the crowd rushing toward him, Maru was so scared he nearly wet himself. "Hurry, order the soldiers to retreat," watching him flee with his tail between his legs. Sibad burst out laughing. "Ha, coward, where's your Roman pride now?" Then he commanded the others, "Brothers, break through the gates and wheel." But before he could finish, a mad bull with bloodshot eyes suddenly charged out from inside the gates, sending them flying into the air with screams of agony. HMPH, and it wasn't just this bull. Countless other beasts, lions, leopards, and bears also rushed out, knocking everyone over. "Run, those despicable Romans have released the beasts from the Colosseum again." Witnessing this, Ying Qi said to Han Xin, "I didn't expect so many mutated beasts here." Han Xin led your troops to drive them away. Han Xin replied, "Yes." On the city wall, Maru and the soldiers raised their swords and shouted, "Romans are invincible, Romans are invincible." With Han Xin's support, the beasts were quickly subdued and no longer as frenzied as before. Suddenly, a Roman army charged from somewhere in the rear. They shouted in unison, "Romans are invincible. Foreigners, go back." Seeing this, Li Qing turned to Ying Qi and said, "Your Majesty, a large number of mercenary legions have appeared around Rome. They must be reinforcements." Ying Qi smirked slightly and said, "These ants, today I'll show them what true terror is." With that, he raised his hand as if summoning something. Moments later, a massive beast with enormous wings suddenly appeared, circling in the sky, startling Maru into crying out, "What is that?" It was none other than Ying Qi's summoned pet. It looked down at the crowd, filling them with terror. "It's a dragon." Suddenly, the dragon took a deep breath, tilted its head skyward, and then immediately spewed a stream of flames at the Romans below, burning down the city gates. The citizens inside the city panicked and fled in all directions. "The dragon is here, the dragon is terrifying." Seeing this, Maru knew Rome couldn't hold out and exclaimed, "Terrible Easterners, with such a powerful dragon we can't resist at all." Below, Ying Qi remained composed and ordered the entire army. "Today, Great Qin marches on Rome, aiming to unify all directions. I'll give you the time it takes to burn one incense stick. If you don't surrender, I'll turn Rome to dust." The soldiers behind him cheered in unison while flames continued to spread throughout Rome. After the time it took to burn one incense stick, the Romans finally surrendered. They respectfully invited Ying Qi into the city, saying, "From now on, Rome submits to the Great Qin Empire and will be renamed the Roman Prefecture of the Great Qin Empire. The Roman army will be under the unified command of the Great Qin Empire." Ying Qi was very pleased and grinned. But that's not enough." Maru was startled and blurted out, "HMPH." Someone behind me spoke up in question. "Not enough, then what else does the Eastern Emperor want?" he replied. "I've heard that according to Roman custom, when accepting submission, those who surrender must kiss the victor's toes." Maru was choked by this statement. He asked, "What, are you unwilling?" Having no choice, he swallowed his pride, knelt at Ying Qi's feet and replied, "No, I dare not. On behalf of Rome, I perform the ritual of surrender to Great Qin." All the soldiers behind Ying Qi shouted, "Great Qin is mighty! Great Qin is mighty!" Just then, a child holding a dagger appeared behind Ying Qi. "Despicable invader, I'll kill you." Seeing this, Han Xin urgently shouted, "Your Majesty, watch out." But before the child could act, Ying Qi simply extended a finger and pressed it on his head. Looking at this brat, Ying Qi grinned and asked, "Where did this little rascal come from?" The child waved the dagger wildly and replied, "I swear in the name of the Julian family, I will personally kill this invader." Ying Qi asked again, "The Julian family, what's your name?" Frowning with displeasure, he replied, "I am Gaius Julius." Ying Qi seemed to realize something, and laughed heartily, ordering Li Qing, "Ha, this kid is Caesar. Li Qing, take this young man down and settle him properly first." Li Qing cupped his hands respectfully and replied, "As you command." Suddenly, a soldier ran in from outside with an urgent report. "Lord Consul, bad news, Gaul military intelligence, Gaul military intelligence." Maru calmed him down. "Don't panic. Report the situation to the Great Qin Emperor." The soldier came before Ying Qi with a scroll and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, a military report from the Gaul region. 50,000 infantry, 20,000 cavalry, and countless war elephants. The Carthaginians have crossed the Rhone River and launched an attack on the Gaul army." Maru blurted out in surprise, "What, a Carthaginian attack? Who is the enemy commander?" He replied, "Hannibal Barca." Several Roman elders stroked their beards and said in confusion, "Hannibal again? Last time at the Battle of Cannae, he defeated our Roman army of 70,000 with just a few thousand infantry." Ying Qi was also affected by this matter, holding his head and sighing, "It's endless. Just took Rome and now a famous general from North Africa shows up." With that, he slightly raised his eyes and grinned, "Oh well, I'll subdue them all together." The scene shifted to the Great Qin Imperial Palace. The King of Earth Qin, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, asked, "Han Fei, how goes Kir's campaign in the Western Territories? Have any military reports come back?" Han Fei cupped his hands respectfully and replied, reporting to the first emperor, a few days ago His Majesty conquered the city of Rome. In a few days he will continue westward to the Gaul region to pacify the Carthaginian rebels. Then he turned to Li Si. Qir's great victory in the west is worthy of celebration. Minister Li, what about the flooding in the southern region? How is it now? Li Si replied, reporting to the first emperor before he could finish. Someone suddenly ran in from outside with an urgent report, reporting to the first emperor. Urgent news from Jiangnan. The flooding has occurred again, submerging several counties. Hearing this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "What?" He stepped forward and picked up the memorial to read it. "What? A sudden flood in the Jiangnan region?" Several other ministers chimed in. "Indeed, the weather has been favorable for years. How could a natural disaster occur?" The news wasn't over yet. Another message followed. Bad news, urgent report from Jiangsu. Several counties have suddenly been hit by a locust plague with many casualties among the people. Everyone was shocked once again. How could this be? Another plague of locusts? Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zhang immediately ordered. A sudden calamity at sea was highly unusual, so he dispatched troops to aid all commanderies and swiftly sent a message to Ying Qi, informing him of the situation and summoning him back to court. The officials replied, "Your subjects obey." The scene then shifted to the Jiangnan region where dark clouds gathered, a fierce storm raged without end, lightning tore through the sky and surging floodwaters swept away everything. The people suffered unbearably, forced to climb onto rooftops for refuge and cry for help. Meanwhile, the western Shu region fared no better as locusts ravaged the land, devouring all in their path like a whirlwind of destruction. "Run, the imperial calamity is here again." These tidings reached Ying Qi, who had already learned of them. He looked at the soldiers before him and ordered, "Our great Qin has always enjoyed favorable weather, but now disasters erupt everywhere. Such anomalies must have a hidden cause. Issue orders to assemble the three armies and prepare to return to court." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes." Before departing, Han Xin turned to Ying Qi and said, "Your Majesty, the city of Rome has just been pacified. If enemies attack now, how should I, your general, respond?" He replied, "Han Xin, you will remain in Rome. I have my own ways to help you defend against the enemy." Han Xin answered, "Thank you, your Majesty." Meanwhile, a rebellion broke out in Jiangnan. A man in a black robe spoke to another. "Heaven-sent disasters are punishment for the tyrannical Qin. Today I act on heaven's behalf to slay the tyrant Qin. Only by making me king can these calamities be averted." The crowd hearing this shouted in unison, "Slay the tyrant Qin! Slay the tyrant Qin!" At the sound of this unified cry he continued, "Follow me to attack the city and slay the tyrant Qin." The crowd roared as they stormed the city to kill the Qin oppressors. To ensure success, the black-robed man manipulated the floodwaters to breach the city walls, drowning everything within. The rebel forces surged in, slaughtering innocent civilians, ignoring their cries and pleas for mercy, shouting, "Kill, slay the tyrant Qin." The great Qin soldiers finally arrived, drawing their swords against the vast rebel army. "Rebellious traitors, surrender at once." The black-robed man nearby continued his sorcery. Instantly, lightning bolts struck down from the sky in succession. The sea swelled as if to swallow the entire sturdy city. The black-robed man shouted, "Ying Qi, let you taste the pain of losing your loved ones too." The Qin soldiers, helpless, could only watch. "The flood is coming! The flood is coming!" Inside the palace, a soldier rushed in with an urgent report. "Your Majesty, the floodwaters are surging from all directions. I beg to escort you to safety." He resolutely refused, answering, "I will go nowhere. With the sorcerer causing chaos, I will stand with the great Qin soldiers and defend Yipeng Palace to the death." Yanner stood nearby, anxious, clasping her hands in prayer. "Brother Qi, where are you? Come save us quickly." Outside the city, soldiers urged each other to block the floodwaters. "Hurry, throw earth and stones to stop the flood." Yes, another squad used their martial arts power. They clasped hands, forming a solid invisible wall, using their martial energy to create a human barrier. Vowing never to let the flood breach the city gates, they shouted in unison, swearing to protect His Majesty to the death. The black-robed man sneered in mockery, then raised his hand to cast a spell in the air, bellowing. A bunch of overreaching ants, a whirlwind, swiftly appeared, sucking all the seawater into a massive vortex. He said, "Let's see how you stop this towering flood." Seeing this, the Qin soldiers cried out in terror. The flood is falling from the sky. It's terrifying." Though they struggled to maintain their human wall, the flood grew fiercer, surging higher and closer. "It's over, the water is too strong." At the most critical moment, Sword Ling Xiao suddenly appeared, thrusting into the ground before the human wall. Overjoyed, they shouted, "It's Sword Ling Xiao, the martial emperor returned." Ying Qi descended from above, gripping his longsword. He executed the divine sword river cutting technique, unleashing a sword aura. Mighty and unstoppable, it split the water in two. "The great Qin martial emperor, Ying Qi, is here." Seeing Ying Qi's return, the black-robed man refused to relent. He continued his sorcery, summoning thunderbolts from the sky. Ying Qi, your return is useless. Even if your father came now, he couldn't stop my waters from drowning Great Qin. Empowered, lightning multiplied and the flood rose like 3 towering peaks. Stunned, Ying Qi exclaimed, "This overwhelming flood is no human work. I knew someone was behind this, but what is that black hole?" He turned to his system panel. "System, answer me. What is this black hole? Where does this flood come from?" The system promptly displayed a prompt. Host guessed correctly. This black hole is a passage to the outer realms. The flood originates from the era of Yu the Great. Ying Qi gained new insight. "What? Drawing the flood from Yu the Great's time to drown my Great Qin? What kind of logic is that?" He asked how to counter it. The system replied, "To counter it you must open the gate of heaven to redirect the floodwaters back." However, seeing the system hesitate, he urged impatiently, "Don't waste time, speak." The system answered, "Given the host's current cultivation level, forcibly opening the gate of heaven will inevitably incur martial backlash. The consequences are unclear." He dismissed the concern, replying, "I can't worry about that now." With that, a gleaming golden dragon seal appeared in Ying Qi's palm. He raised it to the sky, forming a golden pillar of light that illuminated the cloud-darkened night. "Father, mother, Yanner, and the children are all behind me. Even at great cost, I will protect them." Gazing at the light pillar, he shouted, "Open the gate of heaven." Several soldiers behind him gasped in awe. "It's the gate of heaven. The martial emperor has opened the gate of heaven." As soon as the gate opened, the flood was instantly sucked in and returned to its origin. The black-robed man laughed triumphantly. "Ha, forcibly opening the gate of heaven, Ying Qi, you've fallen into my trap." The crowd still watched Ying Qi. "The flood is being sucked away. The martial emperor is drawing it off, but something seems off," as they said. Not only the flood but also the people swept along were lifted and pulled through the gate of heaven. Soldiers were no exception, all shouting, "Ah, help, we're being sucked in." Ying Qi's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape. "No, the gate of heaven won't close." Seeing his expression, the black-robed man laughed even more smugly. "Ha, Ying Qi, what will you do now? If you don't close it, your Yipeng palace will be sucked in." Faced with these taunts, Ying Qi charged forward, shouting, "You think this can destroy Great Qin? Dream on." He rushed straight at the gate of heaven. "I don't believe I can't close this door," the black-robed man sneered. "Arrogant fool, trying to destroy the gate of heaven with martial power? Ying Qi, you overreach yourself." With a resolute gaze, he charged without hesitation. "If I can't close it, I'll destroy it." Ying Qi gathered all his martial energy and slammed into the gate of heaven. The impact caused an earth-shattering explosion. It actually succeeded. Soldiers looked up and shouted, "The gate in the sky is gone. The flood has receded. Where is the martial emperor?" One soldier noticed something and pointed behind them. At that moment, Ying Qi was falling freely. Wreathed in lightning, suddenly, a spatial black hole appeared and he was sucked into a massive vortex. This spatial whirlpool carried him to another world where he tumbled to the ground. Dazed, Ying Qi sat up, rubbing his head, and asked, "Where is this? This palace doesn't look like Great Qin." He then looked at his system panel and asked, "System, where is this? Why can't I feel my martial power?" But the panel displayed, "System malfunction repairing." This wasn't his first encounter with this, so he showed no fear, stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said, "Another malfunction, always at the worst time." No sooner had he spoken than a voice came from behind. "Your Majesty, run, they're coming." Behind them, a group of soldiers with drawn swords chased, shouting, "Your Majesty, stop, don't run." The child ran while scolding, "Don't come near." Seeing this, Ying Qi was bewildered, thinking, "Your Majesty, a young emperor?" Seeing Ying Qi standing there, the child had no choice but to call out, "Help, save me." He couldn't ignore the danger. So he leaped up and with a single punch sent a soldier flying. He thought, "I still can't feel my martial power." After the punch, Ying Qi switched to kicks, knocking over several other soldiers. The boy, captivated by the sight, ran over. "Wow, amazing." As the boy approached, Ying Qi asked, "Which emperor is this?" The old eunuch behind him, hearing this, pointed at Ying Qi and scolded, "How dare you be so disrespectful to His Majesty?" Annoyed and dealing with this nagging old man, Ying Qi kicked him aside, saying, "Too much chatter." Then Ying Qi looked at the boy and said, "Speak quickly." The boy trembled in fear, stammering, I am the current son of heaven, Lu Xie. Don't be rude." Hearing this, Ying Qi touched his chin, thinking, "Lu Xie, Emperor Xian of Han? Is this the Three Kingdoms era?" The boy, seeing him standing there in a daze, asked, "You don't look like a Liangzhou soldier. Who are you?" Ying Qi thought, "My martial power is sealed, the system is broken. Better to hide my identity." So he replied, Well, my identity is not for disclosure." Lu Xie put his hands on his hips and pointed at him, saying, "You saved me just now, and I will reward you handsomely. But first you must escort me out of Chang'an." Hearing this, Ying Qi crossed his arms, grinned, and said, "How reward me, little emperor? I have important matters." "You're on your own." The boy offered another condition. "If you escort me, I'll make you a king." This made Ying Qi laugh. "Ha, make me a king?" Just then, shouts came from behind. "Your Majesty, you're not going anywhere." Two riders approached and said, "The Grand Tutor requests your presence. He is Colonel Li Ju." Seeing the pursuers, Lu Xie clung to Ying Qi's leg in terror, begging, "Help, help, I'm not going anywhere." Ying Qi urged, "Hey, let go of me." He glanced at the group thinking, these two are not weak, with my current strength I can't take them both. So he stammered, misunderstanding. I have nothing to do with this little emperor, but they ignored him, saying, take them both to see the Grand Tutor. Hearing this, Ying-Chi panicked, thinking, this little emperor has really dragged me into it. I'll have to take it step by step. Thus they led Lu Xie and Ying-Chi inside. Move, he muttered. The Grand Tutor, could it be? After a while the two were brought into a grand hall. On a large chair sat a man with a thick beard. He was Grand Tutor Dong Zhou. The two men, after bringing them in, bowed respectfully and said, reporting to the Grand Tutor, His Majesty has been brought. He laughed and replied, ha, my dear Emperor, where were you going? Do you wish to abandon your old minister? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, come into my embrace. Only I can protect you in this world. Seeing Dong Zhou, Lu Xie was terrified, waving his hands and saying, I don't want to. Step aside. The old tutor flew into a rage, slamming his spear into the ground, releasing a terrifying aura that oppressed everyone. Ying-Chi felt it too, leaping back, thinking, the presence of a martial master. The boy was so intimidated by the aura that he fell to his knees, covering his head and crying. Ying-Chi looked at the man before him, his mouth twitching, cold sweat pouring. So this is the strongest in the three kingdoms? In an instant the man stepped forward, pointing his spear at Lu Xie. He was at the peak of the heavenly realm. And that man was none other than Lu Bu. His eyes revealed coldness and authority. Seeing this, the boy trembled, collapsing to the ground, stammering, what do you want to do to me? I am the son of heaven. Seeing the little emperor so frightened, Dong Zhou waved his hand and laughed, my son, calm down. Don't scare our little emperor. Then he ordered the soldiers, escort His Majesty back to the palace. The soldiers immediately obeyed, yes, but Lu Xie resisted, struggling and saying, no, I won't go back. Having witnessed all this, Ying-Chi thought, this Lu Bu is at the peak of the heavenly realm. With my current strength, I'm no match. I'll have to endure for now before the soldiers could take him away. Lu Bu shouted, wait, that strangely dressed man, who are you? Ying-Chi's heart skipped a beat as he replied, I am His Majesty's guard. Lu Bu scrutinized him and retorted, a guard with no martial foundation, yet you didn't flinch under my intimidating pressure. Ying-Chi, sweating coldly, answered, General of divine might, I was just frozen in fear. Dong Zhou behind them laughed heartily. Ha, my son is the greatest warrior under heaven, invincible. Ha, take the irrelevant ones away. Lu Bu replied, yes. As Ying-Chi was led away, he glanced back slightly, thinking, HMPH Lu Bu, the strongest in the three kingdoms. One day I'll make you pay. Meanwhile, with the little emperor Lu Xie, the soldiers brought the boy to a dark dungeon and shoved him in, making him shout, let me go, I am the son of heaven. The soldiers sneered. Ha, your Majesty, rest in your palace. Ha, Ying-Chi was also locked in a nearby cell. He looked at the boy and thought, Dong Zhou is truly shameless. He's still the nominal Han Emperor, yet he's thrown into a cell. Then he said, I need to fix the system and get out of here quickly. With that, Ying-Chi said to the system, are you repaired yet? The system responded, detecting a data anomaly in the host and initiating recovery. Please be patient. Hearing this, he was furious. Be patient? How long do I have to wait? I can't wait any longer. Is there another way? Upon inquiry, the system proposed a plan. The host could reactivate the system by advancing the historical course of the dynasty. He stroked his chin and asked, advance the historical course of the dynasty? What does that mean? The system replied, the host can choose to support the Han dynasty, revive it, or establish a new dynasty. Seeing this, he thought to himself that without a martial foundation, establishing a court would be extremely difficult, especially with Emperor Xian of Han right before him. Clearly, the first option was easier. Without further hesitation, he made his choice. I choose to support the Han dynasty, the system displayed. System task accepted successfully. After that, Ying-Chi secretly glanced at the young emperor, thinking that even if he wanted to support the Han dynasty, he had to find a way to leave this place. Just then, a loud crash came from outside the prison gate, knocking down the door and several soldiers. Who dares to break into the prison? The two who rushed in were none other than Cao Cao, styled Mengdu, and Xu Chu, styled Zhongkong. They said, Your Majesty, forgive us. Mengdu has arrived late to rescue you. Witnessing the scene, Ying-Chi was also stunned, thinking, oh, is that Cao Cao here? Lu Xie, sitting in the prison cell, also heard the commotion. The young boy quickly ran out and shouted, over here, come save me quickly. Cao Cao then said to Xu Chu, rescue the emperor. He acknowledged the order. As soon as he spoke, he directly smashed the prison door and rescued the young emperor. Seeing that the situation was getting dangerous, the two discussed a plan. One would take Lu Xie and flee, while the other would hold off the soldiers. Your Majesty, this place is not safe. Let's leave quickly, the young boy replied. Okay. Ying-Chi was also rescued by them and quickly followed, thinking to himself, this Cao Mengdu has some skill, and quietly trailed behind them. Running to the gate, Cao Cao assessed the situation and then pointed to the side, saying, Your Majesty, this way. But just as they took a few steps, Lu Xie suddenly stopped. The young boy's eyes turned terrified and a loud shout rang out, "Want to leave? You're not going anywhere." Blocking their path was none other than Lu Biyu and his soldiers behind him. Lu Xie was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Trembling and looking back with pleading eyes, "Quick, quick, protect me." Upon hearing this, Shu Chu immediately leaped into the air with a pair of giant hammers, smashing them toward Lu Biyu, shouting, "Take this hammer." The collision of the two weapons triggered an extremely violent explosion. Lu Bu's eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with murderous intent, and then he directly launched a powerful strike, slashing at Shu Chu and knocking him back. That attack also headed straight for the young Emperor Lu Xie and Cao Cao, causing the young boy to scream, "Ah, help!" Ying Qi, standing nearby, was not spared either. Raising his hand to shield his face, thinking, I didn't expect the martial power in this world to be so terrifying." Lu Biyu continued pointing his spear forward and said, "Fa Shu Chu, leave the young emperor and the weapon on your back and I'll spare your lives." But of course they couldn't agree. Shu Chu whispered to Cao Cao, "Master, you go first. I'll hold them off." Hearing this, Cao Cao blurted out, "Oh, Lu Biyu is truly enraged." His eyes blazing with fire, he gripped his spear tightly, charged forward and shouted, "Stubborn fools, none of you will escape." This sudden strike left Shu Chu no time to resist. His entire body slammed into the giant rock behind him. With a whoosh, the black weapon chest also flew to Ying Qi's feet. Seeing Shu Chu hit, Cao Cao anxiously asked, "Shu Chu, are you okay?" Ying Qi also stared at the weapon chest before him, thinking to himself, What weapon is in this chest?" As soon as he spoke, a sword suddenly flew out of the chest. Ying Qi exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the Ling Xiao sword?" Cao Cao explained, "This sword is a celestial grade divine weapon that Dong Zhou had someone find earlier. I specifically came to steal it, but I never expected it to show no power. Yet now such a strange phenomenon occurs." This weapon came at just the right time. Without hesitation, he reached out and firmly grasped the Qing Ling Xiao sword. Looking at the long sword in his hand, he grinned and said, "This divine weapon hasn't been showing its power because it was waiting for its master." Cao Cao asked in surprise, "Its master?" Without further delay, Ying Qi immediately charged forward, thinking that with the Ling Xiao sword the martial feeling within him was also coalescing. He shouted, "Lu Biyu, I'll take you on." Seeing him charge, Lu Biyu showed no fear but rather extreme contempt, a reckless rat. As soon as he spoke, Lu Biyu simultaneously swung his spear straight at Ying Qi. Die! The collision of the two divine weapons triggered an earth-shattering explosion, and the shockwave terrified everyone. After that strike, Lu Biyu stepped back in surprise and asked, "Oh, who is this person? He can block my attack." As the smoke gradually cleared, Ying Qi, Lu Xie and the others had already escaped together. Several soldiers searched fruitlessly, and then reported back, "General, they've disappeared." Lu Biyu gritted his teeth in rage and ordered, "Chase them, I must kill them." Outside Chang'an City, in an abandoned temple, Ying Qi spoke up, "We've left Chang'an City. Dong Zhou's men shouldn't catch up so quickly. It's safe here for now." Cao Cao asked curiously, "May I ask your name, benefactor?" "You can wield a celestial-grade divine weapon," he replied with his hands on his hips. "My name is Ying Qi. As for my identity, I can't reveal it for now." The others seemed to understand. "I understand, in chaotic times it's wise to be cautious. Thank you for saving us earlier. What are your plans next?" He looked at Lu Xie, sitting alone in the corner, and slowly replied, "My ambition is to help this young emperor ascend the throne as soon as possible, so I can leave this place." Upon hearing this, the other smiled and replied, "Great, so you also have the heart to revive the Han Dynasty. In that case, why don't we join forces to punish Dong Zhou?" He thought to himself. "To support the Han Dynasty, relying only on me and the young emperor might be difficult. Since I've met Cao Cao, with his power and opportunities, I can recruit various generals. Later, if our goals align, forming an alliance wouldn't be a bad idea." Cao Cao laughed happily and replied, "Excellent," he thought to himself. "Although this man speaks strangely, he can wield this ancient celestial-grade divine weapon, so he's no ordinary person. Why not use his power to help me achieve great things?" Ying Qi spoke again. "I can't unleash my full martial power right now, but I can teach martial techniques to help you break through the martial barrier on your own. Unlock your potential and enhance your strength." Shu Chu was puzzled and asked, "Break through the martial barrier on our own?" Cao Cao praised repeatedly. "Benefactor has such divine power, then we can recruit martial artists from all over to help us support the Han Dynasty." The two chatted happily. He smiled and clasped his fist, saying, "Exactly, next we need to recruit martial artists from all over. Wherever there are martial artists, we go." Cao Cao suddenly remembered, now that the world is in chaos, Yuan Shao of Hebei has many martial artists under his command. Why not go seek his alliance? He repeated. Yuan Shao of Hebei, from a family of 4 generations of high officials. Good, let's set off immediately to join Yuan Shao. In Hebei, at Yuan Shao's camp, a soldier hurriedly ran into the tent to report. He knelt and said, "My lord, Someone outside the camp requests an audience, claiming to be Cao Mengdu seeking an audience. Yuan Shao seemed intrigued. What? Mengdu is here. Quickly, invite him in, the messenger replied. Yes, Zhu Shou, standing nearby, said, My lord, according to intelligence a few days ago, Cao Mengdu escaped from Chang'an with Emperor Xian of Han. Now he's come to seek refuge. Why not take this opportunity? Yuan Shao gestured for him to stop. Ziyuan, say no more. I know what I'm doing. He then walked out of the tent to greet him. Benchu, long time no see. Cao Cao clasped his fists and replied, Mengdu, you've kept me waiting. I heard you escaped Dongzhou's clutches with the Emperor. I've been worried. Where is the Emperor now? I'll send someone to protect him. Suddenly, Ying Qi spoke up. No need. The Emperor has your protection. Cao Cao also smiled and said, Benchu, you worry too much. The Emperor was frightened on the road, but I've taken care of everything. Upon hearing this, the other seemed satisfied. Good. We brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. Today I'll hold a banquet to welcome you. Before he could finish, a soldier ran in to report, Lu Bu's army has arrived, 3 li outside the camp. Everyone began to stir. What? Lu Bu's army is here so quickly? They must be chasing Cao Mengdu, right? Yuan Shu then calmed them. Gentlemen, don't worry. Mengdu and I are brothers. For the sake of righteousness, today we must defeat this Lu Bu. Cao Cao replied politely. Thank you, Benchu, for your righteous support. He then turned to the other soldiers and said, Mengdu orders, gather all forces and prepare for battle. Yes, Ying Qi, standing nearby, observed, thinking, this is a good chance to see their strength. Just then, the horn sounded, and all the soldiers rushed out of the formation. A general on the opposite side charged forward on horseback. Our army was also ready for battle. Yuan Shu looked at Ying Qi with expectant eyes. At that moment, Guan Yu appeared, exuding an extremely imposing aura. Hua Shang, you little brat, you're just a walking corpse. I'll take your life. Ying Qi just grinned, thinking, Ha, the trio of Lu, Guan and Zhang. I need to find a way to recruit them. Guan Yu, as the vanguard, charged out first with overwhelming momentum. Slaying the enemy general, the opponent was no pushover, easily blocking with his weapon and laughing excitedly. Ha ha ha, red-faced brat, come and die. Seeming to have the upper hand, he used a spell and a dragon immediately appeared before him. Ha ha ha, you don't know your limits. I'll send you to the afterlife. He struck unexpectedly. What? That dragon instantly transformed into a massive spear tip. The green dragon crescent blade. The moment the spear tip hit the ground, it triggered a massive explosion of terrifying power. The soldiers were stunned. Ha, General Hua Shang is dead. That red-faced, long-bearded man is too strong. He killed General Hua Shang in one move. Yuan Shu seemed to put on a show, ordering the drums to be beaten to boost morale. Ying Qi observed, thinking to himself, Guan Yunzhang has comprehended martial power. He's truly formidable. The soldiers kept beating the drums to cheer, and Guan Yu said majestically, Guan Yu is here. Who dares to fight me? Suddenly, a surge of rage erupted. Where did this rat come from? How dare you be so arrogant? The surrounding soldiers were sent flying as Lu Bu swooped past. Ah, the momentum is too strong. His expression looked like he wanted to eat someone. Rat, can you take one of my strikes? He swung his halberd down, and Guan Yu quickly blocked the massive impact. All the soldiers struggled to stay on their feet, their bodies feeling like they were about to burn. This power was terrifying. Lu Bu rested his halberd on his shoulder and laughed. Guan Yunzhang, interesting. You can survive one of my strikes. Guan Yu shouted. Lu Bu, don't be too arrogant. Then, holding his weapon enveloped in light, he leapt up. Come and die. But Lu Bu easily dodged nimbly. Guan Yu was stunned. Ha, missed. He showed a provocative smile, hands on his hips, his murderous intent blazing like fire. Let me show you my newly comprehended martial technique. You'll die without regret. He then charged forward, using his aura to split into 2 incomparable bodies to attack. This time, Guan Yu also dodged easily. The soldiers watching from outside were confused. Ha, why are there 2 Lu Bus? Cao Cao muttered worriedly. Lu Bu's strength is too terrifying. Ying Qi stroked his chin in thought. To comprehend such a high-level martial technique on his own, Lu Bu is truly the strongest fighter of the 3 kingdoms. It seems Guan Yu is going to lose. He then attacked continuously like a programmed machine. While Guan Yu could only barely defend, his brothers cheered him on. Second brother, be careful. Lu Bu prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Ha ha, your life is over. Just as Guan Yu was about to die, a sword suddenly appeared to block the attack. It was Ying Qi. His expression was emotionless, extremely cold. Seeing him, Lu Bu was furious. You again. He turned his back to him and said calmly, Lu Bu, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. He flickered in and out, appearing before him. I let you escape last time. Today you've walked right into the trap. Guan Yu's 2 brothers bravely stepped forward. Lu Bu, you brute, how dare you harm my second brother, third brother. Let's go together. Without further ado, the 2 charged forward to attack Lu Bu while his other clone fought Guan Yu one-on-one. He was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. If you 3 brothers come together, he leapt into the air, cracking the ground. He swung his weapon in rage. Then die here together. The 3 stood still, finished. Then a massive explosion occurred. Dust immediately spread everywhere. It turned out that Ying Qi had stepped in to protect them. The man said, "Thank you, brave warriors, for saving us multiple times." He glanced sternly behind him and said, "Don't thank me yet. Lu Bu has already comprehended high-level martial techniques. You three are no match for him. We need to find a way." Upon hearing this, the other asked in confusion, "High-level martial techniques?" The army's flags fluttered in the wind. Yuan Shu turned to ask Shu Yu, "Who is this sword-wielding man from the west?" "He can block Lu Bu's strike," he replied. "He's someone brought by Cao Mengdu named Ying Qi. I've never heard of him before." He ordered an investigation and then added, "Also send orders to Yan Liang and Wen Chou. I have important tasks for them." Shu Yu nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, the battle continued. Lu Bu's entire body was ablaze with scorching flames as he roared, "Any last words? If not, you won't get another chance." He used divine demon frenzy, creating illusions and charging forward. Ying Qi and Guan Yu took turns blocking his attacks. "I can't activate my martial power for now. General Guan, I'll help you break through the martial barrier and use higher-level techniques." Upon hearing this, the other exclaimed in surprise, "You can help me break through the martial barrier?" At this moment, including Guan Yu's two brothers, the four of them fought against Lu Bu's two clones. Buying time for Ying Qi to help Guan Yu break through, he channeled a large amount of aura into Guan Yu's body, and the martial barrier was broken. The other cried out in pain. Immediately, a massive dragon appeared, successfully activating the soaring dragon in the sky technique, attacking each of Lu Bu's clones. The doppelganger gradually dissipated, and he asked himself in confusion, it was impossible to unleash a high-level martial skill in such a short time. Then he declared fiercely, "I'll spare you today, but I'll be back for your worthless lives another day." Bluffing with a show of strength, he turned his horse and fled, ordering his soldiers to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Shao ordered his troops to pursue, and Lu, Guan and Zhang joined forces to defeat Lu Bu, determined to press the advantage. "Pass my order, pursue the fleeing enemy. Rewards for those who kill enemy generals or soldiers." The soldiers shouted in unison and charged toward the enemy. Lu, Guan and Zhang were bowing to thank Ying Qi. "Thank you, sir, for helping me unleash a high-level martial skill. Guan Yu has never possessed such strength before. Sir, you are truly a divine being. May I ask your esteemed name?" He quickly helped them up and said, "Please rise, I am Ying Qi." At that moment, Cao Cao stepped forward and praised them. "I've long heard of the extraordinary might of the three brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang. Today, the three heroes battling Lu Bu truly lives up to its reputation. I wonder if the three generals would be willing to join us in restoring the Han Dynasty?" Ying Qi heard him and silently praised. Cao Cao indeed effortlessly won people's hearts. The three brothers were astonished at the mention of restoring the Han Dynasty. "And who might you be?" As he spoke, Cao Cao stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Cao Cao. To be honest, we have already rescued Emperor Xian. We only await the help of the three generals to restore the Han Dynasty and punish Dong Zhou." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu agreed. "Is that true? We three brothers are determined to restore the Han Dynasty." Cao Cao was overjoyed. "Excellent." Then he tentatively asked, "May I ask where His Majesty is now?" While Cao Cao hesitated, Ying Qi answered for him, "Emperor Xian is in a very safe place." At that moment, in a dilapidated temple, an angry voice rang out, "Where is Cao Cao? He's abandoned me in this godforsaken place again. I can't stomach this food. Send me some meat." The soldiers quickly tried to soothe Lu Xie. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Our lord is out on business and will return soon." The young emperor shouted, "No, send someone to find him immediately." Suddenly footsteps were heard. Two soldiers turned around alertly and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's Yan Liang and Wen Chou." They sneered as they approached slowly. "We are here on Lord Yuan's orders to escort your Majesty back to his residence." The two guards were startled upon hearing this. "Lord Yuan, step back. We only take orders from Lord Cao." Before they could finish, Wen Chou cut them down with a single stroke of his blade. "Anyone in the way dies." Yan Liang reached out his hand, sneering, "Heh, little emperor, don't struggle." Lu Xie turned and ran, shouting, "Don't come near me." Just then a heavy hammer landed, interrupting them. Yan Liang immediately turned to the one who threw it and demanded, "Who's there?" Shu Chu immediately announced himself loudly. "The martial fool Shu Chu is here. How dare you act recklessly?" Yan Liang then waved his hand, ordering the soldiers behind him, "Take the little emperor away first. Whether you're a tiger fool or a donkey fool, my brothers and I will take you on alone." As he spoke, the soldiers cornered Lu Xie. The young emperor cried out in terror, "Someone save me!" Shu Chu quickly picked up his heavy hammer and cursed, "Bastards!" With immense might he sent the soldiers flying. Yan Liang and Wen Chou immediately charged at him, attacking. "Die!" Shu Chu blocked their attacks with his hammer. The Yan Liang and Wen Chou brothers immediately unleashed their power and said arrogantly, "Let me show you my brothers' combined technique." They unleashed their combined technique, Heaven and Earth Moon Evil, and a massive tiger appeared on the cliff, looking down at the tiny Shu Chu below. Then Shu Chu let out a huge roar. "Ho!" his armor shattered, and with the power of his bare torso his attack power increased fivefold. He charged at the giant tiger with overwhelming might. I was taught by my benefactor Ying Qi and have comprehended high-level martial skills. Today, I'll let you die knowing why. The giant tiger pounced on Shu Chu. A deafening roar echoed from the temple. Yan Liang and Wen Chou reverted to their original forms, exhausted and collapsed, shocked. How is this possible? This guy's strength is terrifying. Damn it! At that moment, Ying Qi appeared at the entrance, praising, "Good. General Shu Chu's comprehension is outstanding. He can now freely use high-level martial skills." Shu Chu immediately bowed to him. "Thank you for your guidance, benefactor." Cao Cao was furious and cursed. "How dare you two kidnap His Majesty? You deserve to die 10,000 times." Then he proposed a condition. "If you surrender and join us in restoring the Han Dynasty, I will spare you this time." Yan Liang immediately retorted, "Dream on, I have received great kindness from Lord Yuan." "How could I be a coward who fears death?" Wen Chou added. "That's right, but if it's all about restoring the Han Dynasty, we can negotiate terms." Hearing this, Cao Cao asked, "Terms? What terms?" Yan Liang had just begun to say, "We can," when a flash of sword light appeared out of nowhere, severing their heads. Seeing this, Cao Cao exclaimed in surprise, "Benefactor, why now is the time when we need men?" Ying Qi turned back to refute his words. "In this chaotic age where heroes vie for power, only those who share my path can dominate this troubled world together. Those who do not, I will eliminate entirely." Hearing this, Lu Guan and Zhang immediately knelt and bowed. "Sir Ying Qi, your insight is profound. We brothers admire you." We three brothers swear to follow Sir Ying Qi to the death. Seeing that they were willing to follow him, he immediately said politely, "Let us work together with one heart. Please rise, generals." Then he looked out the door, frowned slightly, and muttered under his breath, "What a Yuan Shao, daring to provoke me first. Generals, quickly muster your troops. Next we'll take Yuan Shao as our first target." Hearing Ying Qi say this, everyone was shocked. "What? Take on Yuan Shao?" Cao Cao reminded him. "Yuan Shao has 100,000 troops." He calmly repeated his words. "You heard me right. I have my own way to first eliminate Yuan Shao, then destroy Dongzhou. Go." Meanwhile, in another place, there was an abundance of wine and meat, filled with laughter and joy. "Come drink." The clinking of cups was accompanied by loud laughter. "Drink up," Yuan Shao happily said to the soldiers and generals at the feast. "Everyone, today's initial battle has blunted the edge of Dongzhou's army." "A cause for celebration," the soldiers and generals below respectfully replied. "All thanks to your brilliant strategy, my lord. The annihilation of the traitor Dong is within reach." Hearing their congratulations, he happily shouted, "Come, come, come. Let's all drink together." Suddenly, a soldier ran in and presented a box, reporting, "My lord, someone outside the camp has sent a gift to congratulate us on our initial victory." Yuan Shao was intrigued and curiously ordered, "What is it? Open it." Shu Yu beside him leaned in and whispered, "It must be a man of insight who has heard of our fame and come to join us." As he spoke, the lid slowly opened. The contents inside startled Yuan Shao so much that he knocked it over, while Shu Yu clutched his head and screamed, "Ah, it's General Yan." Staring at the head on the ground, he stammered, "This is Yan Liang's head. Where is General Wen Chou?" Yuan Shao ordered, "How outrageous! Deploy troops to meet the enemy." Just then the sound of battle cries shook the heavens from outside. "Kill, kill!" he asked in confusion. "What's going on?" A messenger ran in and reported, "Bad news, Dongzhou's army is attacking." Hearing the report, he exclaimed in shock, "What? Dongzhou's army?" Outside the camp, a group of soldiers charged fiercely. "Kill, capture Yuan Shao alive, kill!" On Yuan Shao's side, Gao Lan rode swiftly to meet the group, cursing, "Gao Lan is here, who dares to act recklessly?" As he spoke, Shu Chu rushed out, raising his heavy hammer and replied, "Gao Lan, the tiger fool, Shu Chu is here to test your skills." The two immediately clashed. While blocking, Gao Lan gritted his teeth and thought, "Such strong force." Then his eyes turned red and he let out a fierce roar. "Ho!" His anger boiled over, increasing his attack power. Shu Chu felt this surge of power. When Gao Lan struck at him with a cross slash, he immediately used his bare torso to boost his attack power. The two collided with their maximum strength. The force of their clash affected the surrounding soldiers, causing them to cry out in pain. "Ah, the power is terrifying." At that moment, Yuan Shao led his troops to break through from another route. "General Zhang He, cover our retreat." "Rest assured, my lord." As he spoke, Guan Yu appeared and blocked their path. "Guan Yu has been waiting here for a long time." Seeing him, Shu Yu exclaimed in panic, "Guan Yu, damn it, we've fallen into a trap. They're not Dongzhou's army." Then Zhang He rushed forward to protect Yuan Shao. "My lord, go first. Zhang He will hold them off." Guan Yu charged forward and directly engaged him, overestimating yourself while they were fighting. Shu Yu said to Yuan Shao, "General Zhang He is brave and mighty. My lord, let's quickly retreat to Yi City." Yuan Shao and his group immediately turned their horses and fled in another direction. Old Shu Yu, riding ahead, turned back and said, "My lord, through this forest is a shortcut to Yi City. I think the enemy won't pursue us anymore. Let's go." At that moment, a familiar figure pushed through the bushes and emerged. Seeing the figure there, Shu Yu stammered in a daze, "How is this possible?" Ying Qi appeared with the other generals, blocking their path, and said with interest, "You're later than we expected." Seeing them, Shu Yu cried out in panic, "No, impossible, how did you get here?" Yuan Shao cursed, "Who exactly are you?" Ying Qi raised his sword and shouted forward, "Soldiers, kill Yuan Shao." Zhang Fei charged ahead yelling, "Zhang Yi of Yan is here to take your head." He spun his spear, pointing it straight at Yuan Shao, and charged with a shout. Seeing him about to strike, Yuan Shao cried out in terror, "Protect me, protect me." Just then, Cao Cao hurriedly stopped him. "General Zhang Fei, hold your hand," as he spoke. Zhang Fei had already smashed his spear toward Yuan Shao and his group. After Zhang Fei stopped, Cao Cao quickly ran to him and reported, "Benefactor, Dongzhou is not yet destroyed. Killing Yuan Shao first will not help win people's hearts." Yuan Shao took the opportunity to beg for mercy. "Brother, don't kill me. I'll give you the position of alliance leader." Just then, Zhang He arrived from behind. "My lord, don't panic, Zhang He is here." Yuan Shao found a lifeline and exclaimed, "Haha, my savior has arrived." Hearing this word, Ying Qi sneered, "Savior?" He swept past him with his sword and said softly, "Today, even if a god descends to earth, he cannot save your life." With movements unseen by anyone, he lightly swung his sword a few times, slashing across Yuan Shao's body. His face was covered in sword marks, and he gritted his teeth, saying bitterly, "My Yuan family has held the highest offices for 4 generations, but I failed to complete this great undertaking. You are not human." Ying Qi watched him fall mercilessly and cursed, "In this chaotic world, those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. The great undertaking you wanted to achieve I will accomplish instead." Cao Cao witnessed this and was shocked. That sword strike was so fast. Shu Yu's face turned ashen, and he stammered in fear, "Ah, my lord is dead." Zhang He knelt to the side, bowing his head in apology. "My lord, Zhang He is guilty of a capital offense." Zhang He arrived too late. At that moment, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei walked up to him, excitedly praising, "Benefactor, that was a satisfying kill. That's right, old Zhang has long wanted to cut down that despicable little man." Then Ying Qi pointed his sword at the 2 kneeling men and asked, "Yuan Shao is dead. Shu Yu, Zhang He, I'll give you a choice now. Follow me or go see the king of hell. The choice is yours." Zhang He said firmly and loudly, "Though Zhang He is defeated today, I will never be a coward who fears death. Go ahead and kill me." Shu Yu bowed his head and answered loudly, "I, Shu Yu, am willing to serve." Hearing this answer, he smiled dangerously. "Very well, then I'll grant your wish." Seeing this, Guan Yu hurriedly called out, "Benefactor." Then a smooth flash of sword light fell. But Ying Qi killed not Zhang He, but Shu Yu. Seeing this, Cao Cao exclaimed in surprise, "Benefactor." This he turned and walked away gracefully, saying, "I naturally do not keep cowards who fear death in my ranks. Help General Zhang He up and return to camp to rest in this chaotic age of heroes. Next we will deal with Dongzhou." Watching him leave, Cao Cao muttered silently, "The benefactor is truly wise." At that moment he thought to himself, "This man's aura is extremely strong, with the air of a king and hegemon. He is no ordinary person. I should make plans early." In a majestic and magnificent capital city, Dongzhou, holding a beautiful woman, showed a surprised expression. "What, Yuan Shao is dead?" Lu Biyu, upon hearing this, shouted loudly, "Killed by whom?" The eunuch delivering the message immediately reported, "Your Excellency, the Grand Preceptor, it is absolutely true. The man who killed him is named Ying Qi." Hearing this name, Lu Biyu was furious and roared, "I will kill this man." Dongzhou immediately ordered, "My son Fengshen, lead 5,000 iron cavalry and take Ying Qi's head." Just then the person beside him stopped him. "Grand Preceptor, hold on. Jia Shu has a plan." After hearing this, he asked, "Oh, speak quickly." Jia Shu quickly offered his strategy. "If Yuan Shao was indeed killed by this man and not by General Zhang Liao himself, then simply spread the news to Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu will surely avenge his brother. This is the strategy of driving a tiger to devour a wolf." Hearing this plan, Dongzhou and his son exchanged glances and nodded. Then he burst into laughter. "Haha, Wenhe, this plan is excellent. Immediately send people to spread the news to Yuan Shu." The surrounding officials immediately obeyed. Moments later, in a tent outside the battlefield, a pitiful voice was heard. "Uncle, you must avenge my father." The sound of objects being smashed followed. Kneeling on the ground was Yuan Shao's son Yuan Tan, while the one clenching his fist was Yuan Shao's younger brother, Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu cursed angrily, "Ying Qi, where did this treacherous brat come from? He dares to scheme and slaughter my Yuan clan. I will tear him into 1,000 pieces." Yuan Tan eagerly revealed information to him. "Uncle, that Ying Qi is gathering his forces," he immediately ordered. "Good. General Sun Ce led 10,000 troops and strike directly at Ying Qi's camp. I want his head to offer a sacrifice to my brother." Sun Ce immediately accepted the order. "Understood." At the same time, in another tent, a soldier knelt and reported everything to him. "Benefactor, 10 li outside the camp, Yuan Shu's General Sun Ce has arrived with his troops." Upon hearing this, Ying Qi immediately exclaimed, "Excellent. I was planning to eliminate Dongzhou directly, but Sun Ce has come out first. Which general is willing to go out and meet the enemy? As soon as he spoke, Guan and Zhang brothers spoke up. Guan Yu requests to fight. Old Zhang also requests to fight. Then Zhang Fei turned to Guan Yu and pleaded, "Second brother, you've already killed Hua Shang. Let me have this one. Today is a good chance to test the martial skills the benefactor taught me." Hearing this, Guan Yu laughed heartily. "Ha ha, third brother, you're always so impatient." Ying Qi stepped between the two brothers and interrupted. "Ha ha, second brother, third brother, stop arguing. Our benefactor will decide." With that he chuckled a few times, took out a command arrow, and ordered, "Ha ha, let General Zhang test his skills on the battlefield. General Guan, don't rush, there are plenty of heads to claim later." The two brothers immediately bowed to him, accepted the order, and said, "Ha ha, thank you, benefactor." Behind them, Cao Cao exclaimed joyfully, "With our benefactor here, restoring the Han Dynasty is within reach." The others echoed his sentiment. Within reach, outside, a troop of soldiers moved with great momentum. Sun Ce led them, charging and shouting, "Men, charge with me and capture this villain alive." Just then, Zhang Fei rode his horse onto the battlefield and bellowed, "You reckless fool, daring to provoke your grandpa Zhang." He swung his spear, grazing Sun Ce's head. After blocking the blow, Sun Ce gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "This villain has incredible strength, he's no easy opponent." Zhang Fei glared with bloodshot eyes and roared. The sonic force of his roar made the soldiers cover their ears. This roar is terrifying. The Han soldiers seized the opportunity to charge and cut down the enemy troops. Kill, kill, kill. By now Sun Ce's eyes were also red, and he charged again. He hadn't expected this villain to have mastered such a fearsome martial skill. Zhang Fei confidently replied, "I've broken through my martial skills thanks to our benefactor's guidance. Killing fools like you is as easy as chopping vegetables." He raised his spear, gathering power, and said, "Try this." A violent tornado appeared in the sky. Sun Ce stared blankly at the technique before him. What? Dual martial skills? Who is this Ying Qi behind Zhang Fei? How does he possess such extraordinary abilities? With that he turned and retreated with his soldiers. "Damn villain, I'll come back another day to take your dog life." "Retreat, full retreat." Zhang Fei immediately gave chase. "You coward Sun Ce, where do you think you're going?" Meanwhile, at Yuan Shu's camp, a soldier rushed in urgently and shouted, "Report, urgent report." Yuan Shu immediately asked him, "Is there news of victory from Sun Ce's army?" The soldier stammered, outside the camp, a cavalry unit has attacked." Hearing this, Yuan Shu exclaimed in surprise, "What cavalry? Where did they come from?" The soldier quickly replied, "The banner bears the character Ying." Yuan Tan and those beside him shouted in unison, "Ying Qi." Yuan Shu shouted in disbelief, "What? Impossible, how could he be here?" Soon, Yuan Shao's two sons came before him to complain, "Uncle, this is the villain who killed our father. Uncle, you must avenge our father." He immediately said to them, "You two leave the camp first. I have a plan to kill the enemy and avenge you." By then, a full force of soldiers and horses had gathered outside Yuan Shu's camp. Guan Yu clasped his fists and recommended to Ying Qi, "Benefactor, your strategy is brilliant. A surprise attack on Yuan Shu. Guan Yu is willing to enter the camp and take Yuan Shu's head." Ying Qi calmed him down. "No need to rush. They'll come out on their own. General Guan just issue a challenge." He immediately responded, "Understood." Then he unleashed his power like a wild dragon emerging from the sea, and the dragon charged straight at the gate of Yuan Shu's camp. Several dark figures emerged from the spreading smoke. Soldiers from the camp rushed out in a frenzy, shouting and killing. Yuan Tan led them, yelling, "Villain, today my brothers and I will avenge our father." Hearing this, Ying Qi curled his lips slightly and sneered, "Avenge your father? That's a bit difficult." He dismounted dangerously and said, "I can send you to meet your father." With a flash of his sword, he lightly swept it over both their heads. Ying Qi turned back to look at them, frowned slightly in disdain and said, "Pathetically weak." The soldiers behind him shouted in unison, "Benefactor, mighty, mighty, mighty." Suddenly a soldier spotted a figure and exclaimed, "Benefactor, look, Yuan Shu is trying to escape." Yuan Shu turned back, grinning smugly at Ying Qi and spoke. Ying Qi said, "Escape, he won't get away." Just then, Guan Yu used Flying Dragon in the sky and said loudly, "Guan Yu is here. No enemy can escape this fate." As the dragon soared through the clouds, thunder rumbled across the sky. A bolt of lightning struck directly at Yuan Shu's position, and he fell from his horse to the ground. Staring at the terrifying figure before him, he stammered, Who are you?" The figure approached dangerously and replied, "Ying Qi of Great Qin." With that, Ying Qi struck down Yuan Shu with his sword. "Anyone who stands in my way faces only death." Then, raising his sword high among the soldiers, he declared firmly, "The Yuan clan is destroyed. I, Ying Qi, now set my sights on Yi City. Those who follow me will live. Those who oppose me will share this fate." As his words fell, a series of harsh metallic clangs echoed. The surrounding soldiers immediately knelt and surrendered. "We surrender, we surrender," the soldiers of Great Qin shouted loudly, "Mighty, mighty, mighty." After a while, someone led a cavalry unit to Yuan Shu's post-battle camp. That person was Sun Ce. At that moment, a soldier ran up to report, General, Yuan Shu has been killed by Ying Qi, and tens of thousands of soldiers have surrendered to him. Hearing the report, Sun Ce frowned slightly and cursed. He attacked Yuan Shu from the rear while I was launching a frontal assault. You're truly terrifying. Another soldier stepped forward and asked, General, what should we do now? Sun Ce pondered for a moment, calculating, and said, Ying Qi is extraordinary. We are no match for him. Follow me to Jiangdong and wait for the right moment to rise again. The soldier responded firmly. Meanwhile, in the court of Chang'an, discussions were buzzing. What? Yuan Shu was also killed by Ying Qi? It's true. Ying Qi's army is already marching toward Yi City. Jia Shu, upon hearing this, quickly said, This is bad. We must prevent him from growing too powerful. He cannot be allowed to occupy Yi City. Dong Zhou hurriedly called out, My son, Feng Shen. A Fang Tianhua he slammed heavily onto the ground. Lu Biyu appeared furiously and promised, Rest assured, foster father, this time I will kill him. Meanwhile in Yi City, all the commoners bowed their heads respectfully and shouted, Welcome Grand General Ying Qi into the city. Ying Qi led his troops into the city, smiling casually. The foundation for 1,000 generations begins here. All soldiers, follow me into the city. Yes, sunlight shone on the city walls. Lu Xie sat on the majestic dragon throne and said, I am young and inexperienced in state affairs. My survival this time is entirely thanks to Grand General Ying Qi, he announced before the ministers. From now on, for all matters of the court, great and small, you shall defer to Ying Qi. I will no longer intervene. The civil and military officials immediately responded, We shall follow your majesty's decree. Ying Qi then said, Young man, in this chaotic world where heroes rise, if we wish to restore the Han Dynasty, we must first eliminate the rebellious factions, pacify the realm to legitimize our rule. As for those who refuse to submit, he paused. The Yuan clan is their fate. The civil and military officials shouted in unison, Restore the Han Dynasty, pacify the realm, he then ordered. Now that we have occupied Yi City, issue an order. All officials of Yi City, great and small, shall retain their positions. All adult males of the Yuan clan are to be conscripted into the army. Women and children are to be dispersed. The three brothers, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, respectfully responded, Our benefactor's handling is just. It is a blessing for the people of Yi City. It is a blessing for the people of the realm. With that he secretly thought to himself with satisfaction, I never thought I'd be the one to hold the emperor hostage to command the nobles. Just then, a messenger ran in and reported, Grand General, the Yuan clan has been dealt with. However, there is one woman who refuses to submit and wishes to offer herself to you. Ying Qi was puzzled. What? Offer herself to me? Cao Cao also stroked his beard in confusion. How is that possible? What kind of woman is so audacious? The soldier revealed. She is the wife of Yuan Shi, the second son of Yuan Shao, Zhen Mi. Hearing this name, he stroked his chin and thought, Zhen Mi, isn't she Cao Pai's wife? At that moment the entire court became noisy. I've heard that Zhen Mi is exceptionally beautiful. Bring her up quickly. Yes? Light footsteps echoed against the ground as the woman's figure passed by, captivating the soldiers. Wow, so beautiful! How can such a beautiful woman exist in this world? The woman came before him and bowed. Zhen Mi pays respects to Grand General Ying Qi. He looked at her and thought to himself, What is this little widow up to? He quickly asked her. You are the wife of the Yuan clan. Why are you so determined to follow me? She revealed a charming smile and replied, I have long admired the Grand General's might and wish to serve you for life. Then suddenly, Zhen Mi drew a short blade. She placed the blade against her own neck, indicating that if the Grand General did not agree she would immediately take her own life. As she prepared to shed blood to prove her sincerity, the soldiers panicked and shielded him. Protect the benefactor? Ying Qi's expression was speechless. This is a bit. He watched as Zhen Mi closed her eyes and pressed the blade to her neck, asking himself, Is she serious? Just then a voice rang out to stop her. Hold it. Cao Cao stood before her and pleaded, Benefactor, now that we have occupied Yi City, bloodshed and casualties are inauspicious. Why not accept this beautiful woman? Hearing this, he felt troubled. This Cao Cao, why is he offering his future wife to me? He quickly ordered. We'll discuss this later. Take this woman away for now. The soldier immediately obeyed. Yes, Zhen Mi bowed to him. Zhen Mi thanks the Grand General for his kindness. After she left, another soldier entered and reported. Reporting to the Grand General, scouts from the front lines report that Lu Bu's army has set out and is heading toward Yi City. Ying Qi nodded slightly upon hearing this. Good, continue the reconnaissance. With that, Liu Bei said excitedly with a smile, Just as our benefactor predicted, Lu Bu's army is indeed coming. Cao Cao also chimed in to praise him. Our benefactor is truly a master strategist. Then he shouted loudly, All generals, hear my command, strengthen the city defenses and reorganize the troops. The strongest forces of the three kingdoms may well meet their end beneath these walls. As his words fell, a resounding reply echoed through the halls of Yi City. Understood, 50 li away at Lu Bu's camp. In the main tent, Lu Bu and his strategist were discussing. In my opinion, I should lead the troops directly into the city tonight. Why wait until tomorrow? The strategist beside him replied. General, you are mighty, but the troops are exhausted. A brief rest before fighting tomorrow would not be too late. He leaned close to Lu Bu's ear and grinned. Moreover, according to my spy in the city, Ying Qi has already taken in Zhen Mi, the wife of Yuan Shi. I suspect something major will happen in the city tonight. He squinted and smiled. Everyone knows Zhen Mi's stunning beauty, but they don't know her terrifying side. Lu Bu looked up and laughed. Haha, that dog thief Ying Qi won't survive the night. In Zhao Qi's room, he was scrolling through the system. Damn system, why hasn't it recovered yet? System is restarting. 10. System is restarting. The host martial power will also recover with progress. Zhao Qi muttered, are you kidding me? Martial power at 10. Without the Ling Xiao sword I probably can't even beat Lu Bu's generals. Zhao Qi rolled onto the bed and sighed. When will I finish restoring the Han Dynasty? I still need to return to the Great Qin world to save my father, my mother and Yanner. The door creaked open a crack. Zhao Qi sprang up. Who's there? Candle smoke drifted out. Why did the candle go out? Zhen Mi walked in. Zhen Mi has finished bathing and has come to serve the Grand General. Zhao Qi sat on the bed, puzzled. Serve me? I don't need anyone to serve me. Zhen Mi unleashed a technique. Zhao Qi looked at the threads curiously. What technique is this? Zhen Mi approached. Does the general disdain me? Zhen Mi climbed onto the bed. General, let me serve you now. Zhao Qi was still dazed. Ah, she whispered, please close your eyes and relax. Zhao Qi closed his eyes. Zhen Mi frantically raised her sword and slashed down, cursing. Die! Zhao Qi kicked her away. He sneered. I knew anyone who comes to me willingly is dangerous. Zhen Mi shot out all her blades. Though I also have a grudge against the Yuan clan. You killed my husband, so of course I must avenge him. 2 more assassins appeared behind Zhao Qi. Prepare to die. Zhao Qi became intrigued. I didn't expect Zhen Mi to have trained a group of beautiful female assassins. How interesting. Zhao Qi muttered, I'll play along with them. He drew his sword to counter their attacks. The 2 assassins grabbed him. Ah, my clothes. Zhen Mi coldly watched Zhao Qi. So you're a womanizer after all. Zhao Qi also sized them up. Was this all the skill you have to assassinate me? Zhen Mi was indifferent. Since we failed, do with us as you will. Kill or torture, the 2 female assassins also said resolutely. That's right, we are assassins of the Shadow Guard. We can be killed but not humiliated. Zhao Qi was puzzled. What Shadow Guard? You're assassins of the Shadow Guard? He slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. You're assassins of the Shadow Guard? Haha, I never thought that the Shadow Guard I personally founded would one day come to assassinate me. Zhen Mi was stunned in confusion. You call yourself You founded the Shadow Guard? What are you talking about? Zhao Qi left. I'll spare you today. You've messed up my room. Clean it up before I return. Zhen Mi watched Zhao Qi leave and questioned, who is this Ying Qi? Ying Qi, as if recalling something, she exclaimed in surprise. Could he be? In Shenyang city of the Great Qin world, shouts and cries for help drowned out everything. People pushed and shoved each other as they fled from the sturdy tall buildings. Someone kept shouting, zombies have entered the city. Everyone run. Chaos was everywhere. Someone warned us, run. Outside the city, thousands of zombies surged like a dense tide. The commander sat leisurely on his horse watching the show. 4 red-eyed zombies opened their mouths wide and lunged forward, charging swiftly at several soldiers and roaring, so much food. The guards, clad in sturdy armor, bravely raised their long swords to fight. They shouted in unison, what demonic creatures dare to invade our Great Qin capital? The bloodthirsty flesh-craving zombies rushed up and bit into the soldiers' necks. Some clung to their shoulders, biting fiercely, causing the soldiers to scream in terror. Yet they didn't stop. I want to eat meat. Another zombie grabbed a young soldier, devouring his shoulder until the armor shattered, turning his face pale with fear as he weakly screamed. The others in the ranks were utterly terrified by the sight, and slowly backed away. An old woman, knowing she couldn't escape, closed her eyes and clasped her hands in prayer. Demonic creatures run rampant. Emperor Wu, please return quickly to save Great Qin. The black-robed masked leader of the zombie horde rode forward and said arrogantly, your emperor can't even save himself. He can't save anyone. Behind him, the zombie horde drooled greedily, including the unfortunate soldiers. They glanced at the old woman with bloodshot eyes. She looked up at them, her face full of fear and worry. The masked leader waved his hand, releasing a dark magical force. He bellowed commands at the horde of monsters. Go, kill, tear, vent your hatred. In an instant the number of zombies surged, swarming forward to bite the old woman, each bearing sharp fangs and charging with twisted faces. The old woman helplessly raised her hands to the sky for help. then was swallowed by the sea of zombies. The commander emphasized that not a single soul should be left alive in Shenyang City today. Inside the main hall of the city, Meng Tian rushed in to urgently report, "Your Majesty, the first emperor, Shenyang City has fallen to monsters, and a large horde is now heading toward Yipeng Palace. I will fight to the death to escort your Majesty and the royal family to safety." Donger, at a loss, could only observe the situation in silence. Li Yan'er hugged tightly, signaling to protect Ying Yuki. Ying Shi stood nearby without a word, while Ying Zheng replied firmly, "How could I abandon my post?" He frowned resolutely and declared, "With Kir's fate unknown and monsters invading our Great Qin, Yipeng Palace is our last stronghold. I will personally ascend the city walls and fight alongside the soldiers." Meng Tian, deeply worried, urgently advised, "Your Majesty, you must not, as long as the Ying royal clan survives. The Great Qin still has hope." Ying Zheng retorted, "If the people of the realm are gone, what meaning does my Ying clan or the Great Qin hold?" He turned decisively and raised his hand to command, "General Meng Tian, hear my order, hold Yipeng Palace at all costs. As long as Yipeng Palace stands, the Great Qin stands." Meng Tian accepted the order. "I obey your Majesty's command." Li Yan'er was deeply distressed. She looked up at the clear sky, yet her heart was troubled by the chaos before her. The heavens and the situation were utterly at odds. She prayed, "Brother Qi, you must be safe. The Great Qin needs you." Yuan Tan led a squad of spear-wielding soldiers to attack the city gates. On their right arms, a purple tattoo extended all the way to their chests. Yuan Tan, riding a horse, shouted, "Let's see how long you can hold out without Ying Qi." He waved his hand, ordering the tenth soldiers to charge. On the city walls, fire arrows were already knocked and drawn, ready to be fired at any moment. Meng Dian and a squad of soldiers had their bows drawn and arrows aimed at the enemy. He spoke calmly, showing no fear in the face of the enemy's strength. "Soldiers of the Great Qin, hold the walls. As long as Yipeng Palace stands, the Great Qin stands." Meng Tian ordered. "Release!" the soldiers shouted in unison. "Fire, fire, fire!" Tens of thousands of fire arrows flew from the city walls, attacking the countless enemy troops. Flames spread everywhere, forcing them to halt. Yuan Tan curled his lip contemptuously, his tone full of mockery. "A mere trick. Is this the Great Qin's signature weapon?" He raised his hand to signal his soldiers. "Show them what we've got." The soldiers strained and sweated, tightening their arm muscles to turn the wheels of the wooden trebuchets. Just as Yuan Tan shouted, "Release!" dozens of massive boulders were ready, set ablaze. Each boulder burned with raging fire. Huge, cumbersome, and extremely dangerous, these burning boulders flew straight toward the city walls like a rain of disaster. Meng Tian was caught off guard, unsure what to do. He could only stand there, watching the dazzling fireballs hurtling toward him. All he could manage was a cry, "Ah!" All the soldiers retreated in terror, shouting, "Ah, the fireballs are too big." They thought it was all over, but then a razor-sharp slash split a fireball in two. It was cleaved in half, looking like ordinary stone, only larger, but no longer dangerous. It was Ying Zheng who had delivered that brilliant slash just in time. He led a contingent of soldiers brimming with magical power to reinforce them. He wielded a magnificent crimson sword. The entire reinforcement exuded a majestic golden aura. Meng Tian was stunned. "Ah, it's the power of martial arts," the soldiers cheered joyfully. "The first emperor has arrived. It's the first emperor." Ying Zheng raised his sword to the sky, unleashing an endless torrent of immense magical power. He spoke loudly to bolster the soldiers' morale and confidence. "Soldiers of the Great Qin, with this sword I once pacified Qin, conquered the 6 states and unified the 4 seas. Today we stand together to repel the monsters and defend our Great Qin, truly worthy of a sovereign." His words and will spread like wildfire, reaching the soldiers and lifting their spirits. All united in heart and mind, they shouted in unison, "Defend our Great Qin! Defend our Great Qin!" Ying Zheng ordered. "Use the power of martial arts to shatter those thunder firestones." The soldiers obeyed, raising 2 fingers to channel their inner energy, pointing their sword tips toward the city. "As you command." Meng Tian stood by, observing the situation. The fireballs were soon all shattered, falling from the sky like rubble of various sizes. Yuan Tan was somewhat taken aback, managing to say, "Seems tougher than I thought. But it's just desperate resistance relying on a strategic position." He gripped the reins and confidently emphasized, "The Great Qin will ultimately fall at my hands." In the 3 Kingdoms world, Ying Qi sat in darkness, analyzing data on the system screen, resting his chin on his hand and asking himself, "When will this heavenly calamity system recover?" Meanwhile, a soldier rushed in frantically, barely catching his breath, urgently reporting, "General, disaster. Liu Bu has led a large cavalry force to the North City Gate." Ying Qi was extremely calm, saying nonchalantly, "What's the rush? He's arrived just in time." Ying Qi straightened up, one hand behind his back, the other directing, "Pass my order. Assemble the entire army. Prepare to meet the enemy." The soldier quickly acknowledged. Ying Qi revealed a calculating smile, clenching his fist and hesitating slightly. Lu Bu, the #1 general of the Three Kingdoms, should I subdue him or kill him? Outside Yi City lay a vast sandy plain where a formidable army was ambushed not far from the city gates. They were ready for battle at any moment. The leader shouted provocatively, "Yingqi, you brat, come out and die. Yingqi, Yingqi, your life is short." Guan Yu turned to Yingqi and said, "Benefactor, Lu Bu's troops today seem odd. They only taunt but don't attack." Both were mounted on fine horses leading soldiers ready for battle. Yingqi, clad in armor with his hair tied high, looked imposing riding a robust red hare horse. Yingqi laughed heartily. "They want to play tricks on us. Then let's see what scheme they have." He then ordered, "You two generals led a cavalry squad and follow me to check it out." The two responded, "As you command." Yingqi eagerly spurred his horse forward. The two generals followed closely with the rest of the troops behind. "Charge with me!" The remaining general shouted in surprise and concern. Benefactor charging out recklessly. "This move is too dangerous." Yingqi, the two generals and 3 other soldiers halted their mounts at a distance from Lu Bu's army. Thousands of soldiers remained silent awaiting orders. Lu Bu frowned, tugged his reins and charged forward shouting, "Yingqi, I don't care where you came from, but today is your death day." Yingqi sneered, responding calmly to the provocation without fear or worry. "Many have wanted my life, you're not the one to worry about it." Lu Bu slashed straight down, unleashing his immense power. A beam of energy followed the blade toward Yingqi. The two generals who had been with him from the start immediately leapt forward, shielding their benefactor and counterattacking. They wielded their weapons, easily deflecting Lu Bu's attack. Their expressions turned serious in battle. Unlike the ease they showed with Yingqi, one shouted, "Do not harm my lord," Guan Yu warned. "Lu Bu, today is your death day." Yingqi stood aside, expressionless, watching the opponent, silently assessing the situation. Lu Bu, furious, frowned and barked, pointing forward, ordering his soldiers to engage. "Kill them!" The rear phalanx surged forward in unison, shouting with a roar that shook the heavens. Charging into battle, the cavalry on both sides clashed head-on, engaging in close combat. They began swinging swords, spears, and halberds in hand-to-hand fighting. The cries of battle shook the sky, dust swirling with the horses' hooves. Guan Yu suddenly startled, looking into the distance, spotting something. He saw Lu Bu galloping away in another direction, finding it extremely strange. So he turned respectfully to report to Yingqi, his expression grave. "Benefactor, Lu Bu is trying to flee. Should we pursue?" Yingqi turned to look at Guan Yu, glanced in the direction Lu Bu had gone and sneered. "Ha, he's trying to lure us into an ambush." Yingqi was extremely excited, smiling broadly as he spurred his horse in pursuit, charging with the two fierce and eager generals. "Then I'll play along. Let's see what you're made of." Yingqi and the two began to delve deep into the forest. He shouted loudly, letting the opponent know he was hot on his trail. Lu Bu, some distance away, heard the shouts and looked back, smirking triumphantly. "Yingqi, you're dead this time." In the forest, among the dense trees, there was a large open clearing, in the center of which a massive formation had been set up. A deep purple 6-pointed star magic circle had been meticulously drawn on the ground. Beside the formation, a squad of soldiers stood ready, fully armed, seemingly prepared for battle. A soldier ran up, saluted, and urgently reported to Xu Wenhe, "Strategist, the Grand General has lured the enemy here." Xu Wenhe listened, turned back with a sinister grin, stroked his chin. "Excellent. Once he enters this formation, even if Yingqi has heaven-defying skills, he won't escape death." Guan Yu and the accompanying general charged straight ahead to engage Lu Bu in close combat. He turned back, swinging his weapon to block Guan Yu's blade, shouting, "Your life is mine." The other general raised his weapon high, galloping alongside Lu Bu, retorting, "You rogue, old Zhang will fight you for 300 rounds. Thus the three chased one across a long stretch through the dense forest until they reached the clearing. Lu Bu quickly spurred his horse forward, shaking them off. Suddenly he reined in, his horse rearing up. Lu Bu sat on his horse, looking smugly at Yingqi and the others. Lowering his blade, he said arrogantly, "Ha ha, Yingqi, this is your grave." Lu Bu stood at the other end of the formation. Behind him were Xu Wenhe and a full squad of ambush-ready soldiers. Xu Wenhe, having waited long, said gleefully, "The trap is sprung, General Lu. You've worked hard, quickly exit the formation and let me take Yingqi's life." Despite Xu Wenhe's words, Lu Bu adamantly refused to retreat. "No, I must personally cut off his head for my adoptive father." Yingqi, Guan Yu, old Zhang and 3 other soldiers stood within the formation, but they didn't panic and flee. Guan Yu laughed loudly. "Ha ha, thinking these rabble can take our lives, how ridiculous." Xu Wenhe was furious, releasing a surge of dark magic, manipulating a flag to fly high into the sky, emitting an eerie red-purple dark aura. The entire space was tainted by this evil presence. Xu Wenhe frowned and shouted, "You don't know when you're beaten, look at this." Yingqi was somewhat surprised, squinting to look, then broke into a cold sweat, his face paling, but after recognizing the formation he seemed unimpressed. This is a soul-summoning banner," he puzzled, recalling memories, asking himself, "What's going on? Why is an ancient divine weapon from my Great Qin appearing in this world?" Is everything connected to me? Guan Yu behind him was equally surprised, his face showing concern for the situation. Xu Wenhe squinted and smirked triumphantly, raising his hand to cast magic. You have good eyes, recognizing this ancient divine weapon. Suddenly countless strange black shadows surged from the eerie purple flag. It released countless mournful souls like unappeased ghosts and spirits, numerous and terrifying. Xu Wenhe said, "To die here, you're not wasting your lives." Those vengeful spirits quickly latched onto old Zhang and the soldiers, wrapping around, tightening and lifting them high. Those soldiers were ghosts. Two spirits surrounded old Zhang, greedily closing in. Old Zhang, startled, turned with a cold sweat and worriedly asked, "Where did these wandering souls come from?" Old Zhang and Guan Yu were both tightly bound by them, unable to move. The two sat steadily on their horses, frowning in discomfort. Old Zhang shouted, "Ah!" Guan Yu tried to grab his weapon but failed. Only then did he realize the danger of the situation. Completely unable to use his martial skills, Lu Biyu seized the moment to charge forward. A sinister smile on his face, galloping swiftly, leaning down to swing his blade. Lu Biyu infused his large sword with magical power, coating it in a faint golden aura. He grinned and warned, "Generals, quickly exit the formation." Then he laughed with relish. "Haha, the spirits can't harm me, I'll take your dog's life first." Lu Biyu thrust the magically charged sharp blade straight at Guan Yu's face. Guan Yu's eyes widened helplessly, watching it come. He tried to move but couldn't dodge, only managing to shout, "Ah!" Old Zhang, pale with fear, eyes wide, yelled, "Second brother, watch out." Just when it seemed all was lost, something flew through the air, leaving a dazzling trail of light. It struck the ground, interrupting Lu Bu's move, separating him and Guan Yu on either side. Lu Biyu quickly withdrew his blade and dodged, gritting his teeth to see what it was. "Ha!" Guan Yu gaped in astonishment. The light gradually faded, revealing the sword. It was embedded in the ground, leaving a deep crater with soil cracked and smoke rising. Ying Qi smiled happily. The sword was the one he had thrown just in time, his hand still outstretched. He said provocatively, "An ancient divine weapon, do you really know how to use it? Let me teach you." Ying Qi quickly rode to the sword, reaching out in an instant to grasp the hilt. He decisively pulled it out, then turned his horse in another direction, chuckling to himself. "My soaring cloud sword is also an ancient celestial-grade divine weapon. Divine weapons resonate with each other." Lu Biyu, seeing Ying Qi dismiss him, darkened his expression, staring at Ying Qi, beginning to rein in his horse to pursue. Ying Qi leaped straight from his horse, soaring high into the air, heading toward Xu Wenhe. "Let's test the clash of ancient divine weapons." Xu Wenhe, seeing the situation spiral out of control, was extremely panicked, stammering as he looked at Ying Qi. What does he want to do?" Ying Qi gathered immense power in the air, shooting the sword straight at the flag, causing it to burst open. The sword embedded itself in the ground, leaving a long crack. Dust rose from the ground and strange thin lightning began to appear. The sky suddenly darkened, thunder rumbling across the land. Lightning struck repeatedly, sending Xu Wenhe's soldiers scattering in panic, while he dodged on horseback, caught off guard by the events. Lightning struck, startling Xu Wenhe's mount into rearing, causing him to lose balance and fall. Xu Wenhe's eyes widened in terror, shouting in disbelief, "Ah, this is a celestial phenomenon." The lightning also knocked Lu Biyu from his horse. He crashed heavily to the ground, wincing in pain and shouting miserably with his eyes squeezed shut. "Ah!" Lu Biyu struggled to crawl toward his weapon lying nearby. Groaning as he dragged himself forward, his hand trembling as it reached for the Fangtian Wahi, clearly in agony, gritting his teeth, he said, "My Fangtian Wahi." Before his hand could touch the weapon, a powerful foot stomped down on it, pinning it in place. Ying Qi stood over him, sword in hand, looking down without a trace of pity or mercy. He said, "I told you, if you came again I'd take your life. Why didn't you listen?" Lu Biyu looked up at Ying Qi. Trembling, he begged, "No, don't kill me." Ying Qi sneered, "Ha, the god of war, Lu Biyu, afraid of death too." He chuckled lightly, then turned away and asked, "Are you willing to submit to me?" Lu Biyu struggled to prop himself up, his eyes pitifully pleading as he looked at Ying Qi. Standing up, he bowed respectfully and spoke in a flattering tone, secretly relieved to have escaped so easily. I am willing to acknowledge you as my benefactor." Before he could finish, Ying Qi swung his sword cleanly, ending his life in an instant. He frowned, looking displeased. Ying Qi cast one last glance at him and said contemptuously, "Too bad, I don't want to give you a chance." Lu Biyu was dead, but his eyes remained open, his body still kneeling, hands on the ground, though his head had fallen, and his blade lay not far off. Xu Wenhe was stunned, his mouth agape. Unable to believe what he saw, he stammered, Lu Biyu beheaded? No, impossible." At that moment, Ying Qi grabbed the flagpole, smiling as he raised the banner high, unaffected by the eerie dark energy emanating from it and the unusual purple lightning around it. He said, "I'll take this soul-summoning banner." The spiritual energy gradually flowed around him. Ying Qi thrust the banner forward and began casting a spell, drawing Lu Bu's corpse and weapon into it. The purple smoke thickened, and he lamented, "The mightiest warrior of the three kingdoms, dead like this, what a pity." The banner fully absorbed Lu Bu into its formation, and the surrounding aura began to recede. Xu Wenhe was terrified, staring intently at every move Ying Qi made, and asked fearfully, "Ying Qi, who exactly are you to be able to control the ancient divine weapon, the soul-summoning banner?" Ying Qi turned to face Xu Wenhe and the others, waving his hand to retract the banner as the purple smoke gradually dissipated. He said, "I didn't expect anyone to still recognize this ancient divine weapon." Standing upright, Ying Qi offered the enemy a choice. "Xu Wenhe, I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me and I'll ensure you achieve great deeds. If not, you'll have to serve the king of hell." Hearing this, Xu Wenhe and the other soldiers immediately knelt and prostrated themselves, touching their heads to the ground. Xu Wenhe stammered, I am willing," the other soldiers echoed in unison. "We surrender, we are willing to surrender." Ying Qi smiled and turned around, raising his hand to signal them to rise, saying with satisfaction, "Good, you know when to yield, you're a wise man." Lu Bu was dealt with. Next came Dong Zhou. The soldiers remained kneeling in gratitude, while Xu Wenhe lifted his head. He stared at Ying Qi's retreating figure, his face full of terror. Elsewhere, a golden cup of water was suddenly knocked over in agitation. Dong Zhou's face turned livid with rage, and he roared, frowning, "How dare you, fabricating battle reports? My son Fengshen is invincible, impossible. The Grand General has been killed by Ying Qi, and beside Dong Zhou." On both sides, scantily clad seductive beauties attended him. Neither seemed concerned, instead smiling and enticing him. The surrounding officials appeared accustomed to this, with none daring to object. They continued standing as the soldier, kneeling with hands on the ground, reported. The soldier confirmed fearfully, "It's absolutely true, the Grand General has been killed by Ying Qi." Dong Zhou's face darkened, and he asked impatiently, "And what else?" The soldier continued, "And his body has been taken away." Hearing this, Dong Zhou immediately stood up, clenching his fists, his eyes wide with fury. He bellowed, "Someone, summon the generals." The officials exchanged glances, unsure what to say or do. Their faces showed worry, sweat beading on their brows, overwhelmed by the situation. A brave official stepped forward, closing his eyes and reluctantly reporting in a low voice, "Grand Tutor, when the Grand General set out, he took all the military commanders with him." At this, Dong Zhou was furious beyond measure. He roughly shoved the woman in his arms aside, and she, caught off guard, screamed as she fell backward. Another quickly dodged, watching with concern. Dong Zhou raged, "Fine, very well. Then I, the Grand Tutor, will personally go and meet this Ying Qi." Outside Luoyang City, dust and smoke filled the air, creating a hazy scene. Not far from the city, 9 squads of soldiers had formed ranks, their armor gleaming and weapons ready. Standing in strict formation, they faced the city gate. Liu Bei looked ahead, stroking his beard as he analyzed the situation. "Benefactor, it seems Luoyang's defenses are tight. A direct assault will be difficult." Ying Qi's lips curled into a slight smile, but he said nothing. Beside him, Cao Cao also wore a grave expression, silent. Ying Qi glanced aside, showing no impatience or concern, merely raising his hand to signal, then said, "Tight defenses, Xuan, just watch slowly." Suddenly, a group of women dressed in plain white appeared, their hands resting on their waists where objects like pomegranates hung. Not just one, but many. Such a female army stood solemnly at attention, each dressed identically. Ying Qi said expectantly, "Let them see my Fire Phoenix troops." Then, wooden devices with tops shaped like wide wings were brought out. The women began moving toward these devices one by one. The girl with pink hair approached and reported with a smile, "Benefactor, the Fire Phoenix is ready to attack at any time." Ying Qi placed his hands on his hips, looking at her with satisfaction, and said, "Good, attack immediately." Upon hearing this, the woman replied, "Understood." She quickly picked up a long wooden plank, attaching it to an object resembling a kite. Her gaze was firm as she leaned close to the ground, one foot braced behind her, poised to launch, and ordered loudly, "Crossbows ready, release." A series of kite-like objects soared into the sky, controlled by those brave women. The pink-haired girl reminded everyone full speed. Liu Bei raised his hand to shield his eyes, watching the flying formation in utter amazement. His mouth hung open as he asked in shock, "Benefactor, what kind of weapon is this?" Ying Qi remained calm, arms crossed, and said mysteriously, "Xuan, don't rush, the best is yet to come." Beside him, Cao Cao, though silent, was equally astonished, thinking to himself, "Not only did he easily subdue Zhang Miao, but he can also create such formidable weapons. Ying Qi's talents surpass mine in every way." Ying Qi pointed ahead, turned to the bewildered Liu Bei, and said with a smile, "Xuan, look quickly." The soldiers on the city wall had already spotted the strange flying objects in the sky, and a sword-wielding officer ordered, "Loose arrows, quickly, shoot them down." The other soldiers immediately snapped to attention, hurriedly drawing their bows and firing arrows continuously into the sky. The pink-haired girl looked down from above at the soldiers desperately shooting arrows that couldn't reach or hit them. Calm and fearless, she ordered, "Incendiary bombs ready, drop." Upon receiving the command, the others threw the grenades hanging at their waists in batches. They fell like a massive hailstorm from the sky. A soldier looked up in terror and asked, "What is this?" All the dropped incendiary bombs exploded simultaneously, flames erupting fiercely and spreading rapidly. The fire spread along the top of the city wall, covering it with explosions echoing all around. The enemy soldiers were blown apart on the spot, desperately trying to flee but too late, perishing in the sea of flames. Some ran frantically, eyes wide, screaming incessantly. "Ah, it's on fire," others shouted. "Help!" Liu Bei clasped his hands together, looking at Ying Qi with admiration, and said with a smile, "Benefactor, this weapon is like heavenly thunder and earthly fire. You are truly divine." Ying Qi raised his long sword high, pointing forward, and ordered sternly, "Order the 3 armies to charge straight through the city gate." At this moment, Cao Cao was still in shock, having witnessed the entire scene but unable to utter a word. His mouth hung open, eyes wide, staring at the sight before him. The women abandoned their gliders and leaped directly off the city wall. The pink-haired girl looked down, bending one leg in preparation for landing. She informed everyone, "Prepare to land." The others followed suit, responding, "Understood." As soon as they landed, the pink-haired girl and the others drew their daggers and joined the fight. She swiftly cut down the soldiers in front of her, saying to her companions, "Finish this quickly." The others were equally relentless. They cleared the obstacles before them at lightning speed, some dispatching soldiers with a single blow before they could react. Some stabbed straight into the enemy without hesitation, sending them sprawling backward in agony. The woman replied seriously to the command, "Roger." Old Zhang swung his broadsword and charged into the enemy ranks. He slashed wildly in all directions, shouting loudly, terrifying the enemy into panic and retreat. "Ya ya ya ya!" Old Zhang reveled in the slaughter, shouting with glee. Outside, Ying Qi and the others began their advance. He looked at Guan Yu with anticipation and said with a smile, "Yunchang, let me see if your martial skills have improved." Hearing this, Guan Yu responded to the now wide-open city gate, "Understood." Guan Yu swung his broadsword toward the sky, gathering his strength and unleashing his martial technique. He tilted his head slightly and let out a loud shout, "Ho!" Executing the move, Wild Dragon emerges from the sea. Instantly, a pale golden dragon accompanied by several small lightning bolts formed from his energy. The dragon coiled around the broadsword, opening its massive maw and glaring angrily ahead. In an instant, the sturdy city tower was blasted apart by Yunchang's technique, sending earth and stone flying. The enemy soldiers shouted in alarm, "Ah, the enemy has breached the gate." Seizing the opportunity, Ying Qi's soldiers charged in with battle cries. Unable to resist, Dong Zhou's soldiers fled in terror into the city. "Run, the enemy has broken through." The leading force, led by Ying Qi and Yunchang, marched proudly into the city. Ying Qi said succinctly, "Yunchang, pursue the remaining enemies in the city. I'll enter the palace to take Dong Zhou's head." A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he finally realized this long-planned scheme. "Dong Zhou, I'm coming for your life." Meanwhile, outside the Luoyang Palace Hall, maids and officials scrambled to flee, shouting, "Run! They've broken into the palace." Several maids attending Dong Zhou trembled in fear but dared not flee first. They said to Dong Zhou, "Grand Tutor, they've broken into the palace. What should we do? Should we flee too?" Hearing this, Dong Zhou burst into mad laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Then he tightly grabbed the maid's neck, twisting it with force, causing her eyes to roll back as she had no time to resist. Dong Zhou pilled this woman who had long been close to him without hesitation. He shouted, "Ha ha ha! Flee, a bunch of ants here to die." Seeing this, another maid collapsed to the ground, trembling and crying for mercy. "Grand Tutor, no!" But he showed no sign of stopping, killing them all without mercy. His eyes bloodshot, a wild grin on his face, he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, come, come, I'm hungry." Outside the door, Ying Qi had arrived. As he stepped in, he saw a crowd fleeing in panic, shouting, "The Grand Tutor has gone mad, run." He sensed something unusual, thinking to himself, such a strong smell of blood, what's going on?" Without hesitation, Ying Qi walked straight into Dong Zhou's room. Inside, Dong Zhou sat waiting, exuding an extremely eerie aura. He asked softly, "Are you Ying Qi? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing this, Ying Qi showed no fear, pointing his sword at him and shouting, "I am Ying Qi, here to take your life." At this, Dong Zhou laughed even more wildly, asking, "Ha ha ha, a mere brat dares to think he can take my life?" As he spoke, he stomped heavily, causing something to rise from the ground, cracking the wooden floor. "How ridiculous, ha ha ha." Seeing this, Ying Qi vaguely sensed, "Is this a formation?" Dong Zhou seemed to have completely lost his mind, his pupils contracting as he said, "Sink into my blood pool, become an ant." At that moment, thick blood surged from an unknown source beneath Ying Qi's feet, making him exclaim in shock, It wasn't just blood. Countless zombies were emerging from it. Their eyes were red, fangs sharp, roaring at Ying Qi. The formation Dong Zhou was casting was the blood pool and flesh forest. He summoned a horde of undead, shouting, I'm hungry, I'm hungry." Ying Qi said, "I didn't expect such a vicious blood sacrifice formation." As time passed, Dong Zhou was no longer human but had transformed into a demon. He wailed mournfully, "So hungry." A hint of wariness appeared on Ying Qi's face, and he thought to himself, "Even Dong Zhou himself has turned into a demon. How many lives were sacrificed for this? Watching the undead moaning, so hungry, he acted directly, cutting them down with a few strikes. This blood pool barrier is draining my martial energy. I'm not fully recovered yet and can't withstand this formation. I need to find a way. After eliminating the zombies, it was Dong Zhou's turn. His body had swelled several times, and he swung sharp claws at Ying Qi, laughing, "Ha ha ha, can you feel it? I'm devouring you." Hearing this, Ying Qi glanced aside to investigate. Indeed, as Dong Zhou said, the space had become eerily strange. He thought to himself, "This space, could it be a giant stomach? This Dong Zhou is indeed tricky. I can't guarantee success, but I have to try." Immediately, Ying Qi took out Lu Bu's soul-summoning banner, grinning as he said, "Dong Zhou, your son Fengshen has come to see you." Then he shouted, "Lu Bu Fengshen summoned to appear." Dong Zhou was startled, blurting out this before he could react. From the banner, Lu Bu emerged in a mighty godlike form. Lu Bu Fengshen summoned to pay respects. Seeing his son, Dong Zhou's face lit up with joy and he shouted, "My son Fengshen, it's my son Fengshen." But before he could celebrate, Ying Qi ordered Lu Bu, "Adopted father, you missed him so much. I command you, kill him." Lu Bu immediately lunged at Dong Zhou, responding, "Lu Bu Fengshen obeying orders?" Seeing his beloved son obeying the enemy, Dong Zhou cried out in shock, "Ying Qi, what have you done to my son Fengshen?" Lu Bu remained the same, showing no hesitation. He thrust his spear straight at his dear old father. "By my lord's order I take your head." Dong Zhou quickly steadied himself, raised his hand to block the strike and bellowed, "You are not my son Fengshen." Because his moves were too fierce, the impact sent Lu Bu flying backward. Ying Qi continued to command, "Lu Bu, finish this quickly. Use your ultimate move and break through the barrier." Lu Bu responded. Lu Bu obeys. In an instant he shot straight into the sky. Now he too became frenzied, completely out of control, his eyes bloodshot, roaring, "My throne, my empire, no one can stop me. Ying Qi, I will devour you alive." Once Lu Bu was close enough, he directly unleashed the divine demon sky-drawing technique. A fierce general appeared behind him, shouting, "Kill gods when gods block, kill Buddhas when Buddhas block." This strike shook heaven and earth, leaving Dong Zhou unable to resist. His eyes bulged, his body engulfed in flames, and he screamed, "My throne, my empire." From the outside, everyone could see all the lightning in the sky striking toward Dong Zhou's location. They exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, our benefactor is in danger." Seeing Ying Qi walk out, they breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan stepped forward to greet him. "Benefactor, are you injured?" Yan Chang also ran over. "Benefactor, how are you?" He replied, "I'm fine." Though the demon king Dong Zhou was difficult to deal with, thankfully he was now taken care of. Yuan smiled and added, "Our benefactor is mighty." Second brother, third brother quickly helped the benefactor to heal. Ying Qi stood before the entire army and said, "The traitor Dong Zhou has been slain by me. Soon the emperor's coronation ceremony will be held." The crowd cheered in unison. "Our benefactor is mighty, the grand general is mighty." From behind, Cao Cao watched him, thinking to himself, "Ying Qi alone killed the demon king Dong Zhou. I must make plans early." Time flew by, and 3 days later, shouts rang out from within Luoyang's imperial city, "Restore the Han Dynasty, slay the rebellious faction, long live the Han Empire." Thus, Lu Xie officially ascended the throne as emperor. The young emperor looked down from the dragon throne and said to the ministers, "Rise, my lords. Today I can return to the capital thanks to the Grand General Ying Qi. The Grand General has unparalleled merit. I appoint him chancellor, and from now on he shall be my imperial father." Upon hearing this, the crowd shouted in unison, "Congratulations to the Grand General on becoming chancellor." Ying Qi, however, showed a hint of doubt, thinking to himself, "Imperial father, in history, those called imperial father mostly met bad ends." After attending Lu Xia's coronation, Ying Qi walked outside and said to Xuan, "Xuan, you will be in charge of preparing the coronation ceremony. When the time comes, I will open the gate of heaven." Xuan clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "Rest assured, benefactor, I will handle it properly." Ying Qi smiled slightly, thinking, "Once the young emperor ascends the throne and opens the gate of heaven, I must return to the Great Qin world as soon as possible." With that, he said, "All right, everyone, go prepare." As the crowd gradually dispersed, Cao Cao suddenly approached Ying Qi and called softly, "Benefactor, please wait." Ying Qi turned his head and asked, Mengdu, is something the matter?" Cao Cao replied, "It's nothing major, it's just that my old friend Minister Wang Yun was once bound by duty to serve different masters. Now, thanks to your kindness, he wishes to express his gratitude by offering a small gift which has already been sent to your chambers." Ying Qi was curious and asked, "Oh, Wang Yun, what is this small gift?" But Cao Cao did not answer. He simply gestured toward the palace. "You'll see when you get there, benefactor." Ying Qi thought to himself, "Let's see what trick you Cao Aman are playing." After a while, Ying Qi and Cao Cao finally returned to the chambers. As soon as he entered, he asked, "Minister Wang, what are you up to?" Wang Yun smiled and replied, "Benefactor, please calm down. I have prepared a small gift for you. It's inside the room." Please, benefactor. Ying Qi found his expression increasingly strange and thought, so mysterious, let's see what you're doing. Just as he stepped into the room, there was a sudden knock at the door. He turned in surprise and asked, what's going on? Without keeping Ying Qi waiting long, a graceful woman in peach-red clothing entered the room. Her figure was full, her hands clasped together, and she smiled sweetly. This humble maiden, Diao Chan, pays respects to the benefactor. Hearing the name, Ying Qi was stunned and blurted out, What? Diao Chan? Before he could react, a woman had appeared behind him, her delicate hand gently resting on his shoulder as she asked, Does the benefactor despise this servant? He glanced sideways, thinking to himself, What's going on? Is this an illusion? As Ying Qi suspected, the entire room had been enveloped by Diao Chan's illusion. It seems quite powerful. My body is out of control. This illusion is truly formidable. Diao Chan, still graceful, leaned close to Ying Qi and whispered, Benefactor, you're hurting this servant. He didn't act hastily, playing along with the woman's charade, and reached out to tightly hold her waist. Once close, he reached behind his back to gather spiritual energy, grinning as he said, Diao Chan certainly has some skills, but you've picked the wrong person. With a single strike, Ying Qi shattered the illusion in the room. Diao Chan fell backward with a startled cry. Ah! Hearing the commotion, Cao Cao pushed the door open. He looked at Minister Wang and scolded, Minister Wang, how dare you? Wang Yun sighed and replied, This humble official deserves death for startling the benefactor. As he spoke, the three knelt together and shouted in unison, Please forgive us, benefactor. Ying Qi then said, No, it's fine. You've worked hard to bring the most beautiful woman of the three kingdoms before me, but I'm not interested. With that, he turned and walked inside, ordering, All right, you may leave. I need to rest for a while. The three quickly withdrew. We shall take our leave. For disturbing the benefactor, this servant bids farewell. Watching their retreating figures, Ying Qi saw through everything, thinking, This Cao Cao is indeed no ordinary man. No sooner had they left than Xuan came running in. Ying Qi asked in surprise, Xuan, is something the matter? Xuan replied, Benefactor, this Diao Chan is a seductress of Luoyang. You must be careful. Ying Qi answered, It's fine, my specialty is capturing demons. Xuan, you came in a hurry. What's the matter? Remembering the important matter, Xuan said, Yes, there's something strange I need to report to you. At this, Xuan's expression turned extremely grave as he continued, Dong Zhou's head has disappeared. These words struck Ying Qi like a thunderbolt. He blurted out in shock, Dong Zhou's body is missing. Xuan replied, Yes, Yun Chong and I searched the entire palace but couldn't find it. Ying Qi rubbed his chin, thinking, Could someone have followed Dong Zhou and taken his body? Forget it, you go attend to the emperor's coronation. Xuan responded, Yes. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Birds chirped and frogs croaked within the imperial city. A conversation came from a room. All right, you may leave. Yes. It turned out that the one who had stolen Dong Zhou's body was none other than Cao Cao. He stood before the corpse deep in thought, then grinned and said, Demon King Dong Zhou, dying like this, don't you find it a pity? As he spoke, Cao Cao reached out and tore open Dong Zhou's abdomen, groping for something. After searching, he finally found what he wanted. A crystal-like object emitting an eerie purple glow. Cao Cao's eyes lit up and he blurted out, With this Demon King's bone, the world will be mine. At that moment he was completely bewitched by the dark object. His pupils flashed with bloodlust and veins bulged all over his body. He threw his head back and laughed. The scene shifted to the main hall, where Xuan stood before the people and shouted, The auspicious hour has arrived. The emperor ascends the throne. All ministers speak in unison. We humbly invite his majesty to inherit the great treasure. Lu Xie, now in his dragon robe, stepped onto the coronation platform. Long live his majesty. Ying Qi, who had been waiting, passed the sacred artifact to the current emperor and said, The rightful line of Han, may it prosper for 10,000 generations. The ministers below shouted in unison, The rightful line of Han, may it prosper for 10,000 generations. Ying Qi looked at Lu Xie and the scene below, thinking, I never thought that I, an Emperor of Great Qin, would have to support a young Han Emperor's coronation. This is rather awkward. Just as he thought this, golden lightning bolts struck down from the sky, causing panic among the crowd. Ah, an omen, a heavenly omen. Ying Qi held the imperial seal, smiled and said, Mission complete. Time to open the gate of heaven. I've been away from the Great Qin world too long. I wonder how Father and Yanner are doing. With that, he tossed the imperial seal into the air and shouted, Gate of heaven, open. The gate of heaven quickly appeared, and the crowd buzzed with discussion. Is that the lost Great Qin dragon seal from 100 years ago? It's the dragon seal has appeared. Lu Xie stood below, watching Ying Qi's departing figure, and shouted, Benefactor? Ying Qi said softly, Xuan, I have urgent matters to attend to and will be away for a while. This world is in your hands. However, before he could carry out his plan, just as he approached the gate of heaven, a giant purple skeletal figure suddenly appeared behind him, bellowing, Ha ha, Ying Qi, you won't be returning to this world. die. Caught off guard and unaware of what was happening, Ying Qi was struck hard in the back by the skull, crying out in pain. His body was sent flying into the gate of heaven. As Ying Qi flew inside, the eerie purple skeleton instantly enveloped the gate of heaven, tightly coiling around it. Yun Chang was stunned by the sight, and asked, "Where did this demonic bone come from?" Xuan added, "Is this the power of the Demon King? Wasn't Dong Zhou dead?" After being tightly entangled for a while, the gate of heaven finally shattered into countless fragments and vanished without a trace. Lu Xie, terrified on the platform, rushed down shouting, Protect the Emperor, quickly, protect the Emperor." Cao Cao finally appeared, looking ferocious, and burst into laughter. "Haha, in the end, the world belongs to my Cao family." Xuan, Yun Chang and the others ran over and shouted, "Cao Aman, you've absorbed Dong Zhou's power, are you planning to rebel?" Cao Cao retorted, "Rebel, haha." As he spoke, Cao Cao reached out and grabbed Lu Xie, pulling him close. "Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish." He glared at Lu Xie with murderous intent, grinning as he said, "Today it's not him who ascends the throne, it's me." With that, he viciously choked Lu Xie's neck. Lu Xie's eyes rolled back and he screamed, die. Seeing the dire situation, Xuan pointed at Cao Cao and shouted, "Cao thief, you dare to kill the Emperor. We'll fight you to the death." Yun Chang, unable to bear it any longer, added, "Cao thief kills the Emperor. He deserves death. Everyone attack together." Meanwhile, in another space, Ying Qi had been floating for an unknown time. He sighed, This is a space-time rift. Damn it, the gate of heaven is in chaos. I can no longer control time and space." Countless happy memories of being with everyone flashed through Ying Qi's mind. He asked himself, "Time and space are in disarray. Can I never return to the Great Qin world?" He reached out to touch the memory fragment of Yanner and called out, "Yanner?" Just as he was getting emotional, a blinding light suddenly shone from somewhere, making it impossible for Ying Qi to look directly at it. The space before him seemed to explode, causing violent tremors. He screamed, "Ah!" After a while, in a clear sky, a flash of light suddenly appeared. From within the light, an object was released, plummeting straight into a forest. The one falling was none other than Ying Qi. He stood up, climbed out of the crater, scratched his head, and looked around in confusion. "This doesn't seem like the Great Qin world, and my power hasn't fully recovered yet." Just as he was surveying his surroundings, a loud shout came from not far away. "Traitor, don't run, I'll kill you today." He glanced sideways and asked, someone?" It turned out to be a young man being chased by a group of soldiers. As he ran, he looked up and cried for help. Suddenly he saw Ying Qi and clung to him like a lifeline. He quickly shouted, "Hero, hero, save me." This complete stranger immediately hid behind Ying Qi and said, "Hero, please save me." Ying Qi, still with his arms crossed, turned around and asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" As soon as he finished speaking, the group of soldiers caught up, each brandishing weapons, and shouted, "Damn traitor and an accomplice." With that, he raised his axe, leapt into the air, and swung at Ying Qi. "I'll send you all to meet the alliance leader." Before he could show off for long, Ying Qi kicked him flying. A bunch of ordinary people without martial arts, the soldiers saw their comrade kicked upside down, hanging from a tree branch, unconscious. They were stunned, mouths agape. They exclaimed in unison, "One kick, terrifying." With that, the group turned and ran. "Retreat, we're no match." "Retreat, report back to the alliance leader." Seeing the soldiers all flee, the young man put his hands on his hips and confidently shouted, "You bunch of cowards, scared off that easily, relying on you to accomplish the great cause of overthrowing the Yuan in your next life." Hearing this, Ying Qi thought to himself, "Overthrowing the Yuan? Could this be the Ming Dynasty?" To confirm his thoughts, he turned and asked, "What dynasty is it now?" The young man smiled and replied, "Dynasty, you mean what year it is? It's the 16th year of Jijung, but not for long. Once I become emperor, I'll change this damn era name." Ying Qi grew more and more astonished, one surprise after another. He asked, "What's your name?" The young man pointed to himself and introduced, "I am Zhu Bazong." There was no doubt now. He thought to himself, "What? This guy is Zhu Yanzhang?" Ying Qi began to rub his chin, sorting out the current situation. "So I've ended up in the Ming world. According to the previous situation, the gate of heaven opens during dynastic changes. Am I supposed to help this guy become emperor?" Seeing Ying Qi standing there dumbfounded, Zhu Bazong patted his chest confidently and said, "Once I'm emperor, I'll have 2 bowls of meat for breakfast every day. 1 bowl to drink, 1 bowl to pour out." This left Ying Qi speechless, and he blurted out, With that, Zhu Bazong looked at Ying Qi, clasped his hands together and smiled. "Thank you, hero, for saving my life earlier. I'll repay you someday. From now on, you are my benefactor." "Where is the benefactor heading?" Hearing this, Ying Qi found it oddly familiar and thought, "Benefactor again? I don't want to be your benefactor." With that, he replied, "Where am I heading?" "I'd like to know that myself," Zhu Bazong suggested. "If the benefactor doesn't know where to go, why not come with me? I have a friend nearby. Let's find him and fill our stomachs first." These words left him stunned. Ying Qi also felt he had a point. He didn't know where to go now either, so he might as well follow him for a full meal first. The two walked for a while until they finally arrived at a small hut on the mountain. Zhou Bazong pointed at the hut and said, "Almost there, it's right there." As they walked, Ying Qi suddenly heard faint music from a zither nearby. He thought to himself, judging by the sound, a player must have an extraordinary martial arts foundation. Though the melody seemed tinged with a hint of killing intent, Zhou Bazong hurried forward, flung open the door, and rushed in, exclaiming cheerfully, "Old Lu, I'm here." But what met his eyes was a scene that froze him completely. His eyes wide with shock, he cried out, There were already soldiers with swords waiting inside, their blades pointing at the old man playing the zither, saying, "Zhou Bazong, you traitor, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Without a word, one soldier swung his blade directly at Zhou Bazong. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. Old Lu, sitting in the back, was also startled and shouted, "Old Zhou, watch out!" The soldier had no intention of letting him go and continued slashing at his back in a sneak attack. It turned out Old Lu was no ordinary man. With just a few moves, he instantly took down several soldiers. He urged them to rush out quickly. With that, he and Zhou Bazong ran toward the door. But before they could escape, Zhou Bazong stopped in terror and cried out, Old Lu said, "We're done for." Before them stood a dense mass of soldiers, led by a majestic general clad in armor mounted on a warhorse. They were surrounded. The general glared at them and bellowed, "Kill all these reckless rebels." As soon as the words were spoken, rows of arrows swiftly shot toward the soldiers at the door. Caught off guard, they fell dead one after another, unable to fight back. Someone shouted, "There's still someone among them who can escape." That man leaped with his blade, charging straight to the general's horse and roared, "Tartar, I'll fight you to the death." The general didn't reply. Silently raising his sword with a grim face and sharp eyes, he delivered an incredibly fierce slash, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Die!" He finished off those soldiers. They then continued to surround Zhou Bazong, Ying Qi, and the others. The general said, "You lowly Han, daring to resist our great Yuan, there's only death for you." But as he spoke, he suddenly paused, a look of confusion in his eyes. He stared at Ying Qi and asked, "Who are you? How did you emerge unscathed from a rain of arrows?" Old Lu also turned to Zhou Bazong in surprise and asked, "Old Zhou, did you bring this man?" Zhou Bazong, clutching his wounded arm, replied, "Yes, he's my lifesaver." Facing the general, Ying Qi showed no fear, only contempt. He crossed his arms and said, "I hate you Tartars the most." The general was startled by his tone and retorted, "Who are you?" A slight smile curled at the corner of Ying Qi's mouth as he replied, "Who am I? You're not worthy of knowing because..." Before he finished, Ying Qi appeared behind the general like lightning, so fast the general couldn't even see it. "You're about to become a dead man." With a mere wave of his hand, he beheaded the general, who died without knowing what hit him. Witnessing this, Old Lu and Zhou Bazong were stunned, stammering, This is too terrifying." A few soldiers huddled together in fear, exchanging glances. "Is the general dead?" They quickly pulled out signal flares. "So terrifying, shoot arrows for help." Just then the reinforcements not far away saw the flare rising in the sky. Old Lu panicked and said, "Damn it, we've drawn the main Yuan army here, they'll surround the whole mountain." The soldiers, no longer afraid, charged at Ying Qi with their blades, shouting, "You're dead." But to Ying Qi they were mere ants. He sent out a few bursts of true energy, shattering them and their weapons into pieces. "Dead, you die first." Not stopping there, Ying Qi took out a bow and used his divine archery skill. Firing 5 arrows at once, the 5 arrows tore through the air, piercing the soldiers' bodies, killing them without a clue. Run!" Zhou Bazong and Old Lu, standing nearby, were once again amazed. Old Lu asked, "Old Zhou, what kind of martial art is this? How did you meet such a divine man?" Zhou Bazong stammered. After dealing with the soldiers, Ying Qi walked up to them and asked, "Who are you?" Old Lu quickly cupped his hands and replied respectfully, "I am Lu Ji. Thank you, brave warrior, for saving us." Hearing this name, he thought, "Is it Lu Bowen?" As he spoke, the entire mountain began to tremble from the rumbling approach of footsteps. Zhou Bazong immediately realized, "Damn it, the Tartar army has surrounded the mountain. Let's head up the mountain." Lu Ji also looked at Ying Qi and said, "Yes, benefactor, even with your divine skills you can't withstand the Yuan army's thousands of troops, especially with their cannons." Ying Qi raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondering, "My power hasn't fully recovered. That divine archery was already the limit of my martial arts. It seems I'll have to follow them for now and open the heavenly path as soon as possible." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted beside them, sending dirt flying. The three immediately ran to find cover. "Don't think too much, benefactor. Let's get into the mountains first." "All right." After running for a while, they finally arrived at a huge cliff. There was also a cave entrance at the edge of the cliff. Zhou Bazong stood panting and sighed, "I'm exhausted. The Yuan army shouldn't chase us here." Lu Ji stood nearby, taking out a medicine bottle and saying, "Old Zhou, let me treat your wounds," as the two tended to each other. Ying Qi's gaze fell on the cave entrance. Suddenly, a stream of petals drifted out on the wind. His eyes widened and he said, "There's someone in this cave." Zhou Bazong heard this and exclaimed, "What?" He looked at the floating petals and said in surprise, "This is..." After observing for a while, Zhou Bazong muttered to himself, "The White Lotus sect." Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, a highly mysterious ritual was underway. A group of people stood before a massive lotus platform surrounded by petals. They chanted in unison, Maitreya descends, the bright king appears, Maitreya descends. The bright king appears. With these words, a human foot slowly materialized. Maitreya descends, the bright king appears. Amid the crowd's cheers, a figure in white robes with a golden glow emanating from his head appeared. He was Han Shantong, the leader of the White Lotus sect. He gently raised his arm and the crowd understood, falling silent instantly. Once they quieted down, Han Shantong spoke. The 5 stars align, the celestial dog eats the moon, Maitreya descends, the bright king appears. We've waited too long. Today is the day for the disciples of the White Lotus sect to cleanse this corrupt world. Maitreya descends. The bright king appears. In the sky, tonight's moon was not full but a crescent that had risen to its zenith. Moonlight streamed through a large opening, shining down into the cave. Han Shantong raised his hands high and shouted, The auspicious hour has come. The moon worship ritual begins. The crowd knelt and said, Maitreya descends, the bright king appears. He continued the ritual, looking up to the sky. Your disciple Han Shantong respectfully invites the bright king to appear. Grant your disciple power and cleanse this corrupt world. Maitreya descends, the bright king appears. At this critical moment, Ying Qi appeared, landing behind him. The crowd kneeling below the lotus platform saw this and exchanged bewildered glances. That person is? Ying Qi ignored them. He stood at the center of the lotus platform, absorbing the increasingly powerful energy, thinking, This is the power of the 5-star alignment descending from heaven. I can feel my martial arts strength recovering. This scene also baffled Han Shantong, who called out, Who are you? The crowd stared wide-eyed, pointing at Ying Qi and asking, What's going on? After absorbing enough spiritual energy, Ying Qi jumped down. Just then, Zhou Bazong and Lu Ji also arrived. And Zhou Bazong asked his benefactor, How did you come in from above? He replied, It's just faster this way. Han Shantong angrily pointed at the 3 and barked, Who are you? How dare you disrupt our sect's sacred ritual? Several people behind him echoed, Reckless fools, daring to ruin our ritual. Kill them, kill them. Seeing themselves surrounded, Lu Ji said, This was a bit reckless, what do we do? Zhou Bazong chimed in. Maybe we should join the sect, hoping to avoid death. But Ying Qi thought otherwise. His face darkened, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he replied, They're the ones who want to die. As he spoke, a large squad of soldiers quickly poured in from the cave entrance. The crowd immediately recognized them as Tartars. The Tartars are charging in. They ran up to a few soldiers and shouted, Damn Tartars, how dare you trespass into this forbidden ground? But the soldiers showed no mercy, directly raising their guns and feeding the White Lotus members copper peanuts. Lu Ji watched the White Lotus sect in chaos and said, We're dead for sure. The Tartars have brought their most fearsome firearm troops. Ying Qi thought, I didn't expect the Yuan people in this world to use firearms so early. This will be a bit tough. His thoughts were interrupted by a leader carrying a huge axe, striding in and saying, Before I kill you, answer me one question first. He ordered the headless general's body to be brought in and placed before them. Then, pointing his axe at them, he barked, Who killed my brother? If someone tells me I might spare their life, I am Nianmu, the right army commander of the Great Yuan. Hearing this, the White Lotus members exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what was happening. As they panicked, Ying Qi stepped forward and confessed, I did it. He put his hands on his hips, showing no fear, and continued, I killed your brother with just one move. He died instantly. Every word Ying Qi said made the White Lotus members tremble with fear, thinking he was asking for death because that general was too weak and useless. Hearing Ying Qi's words, Nianmu was enraged. His blood boiling, he slammed his axe into the ground, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. With a dark, murderous expression, he said, Leave him to me, kill everyone else. A few soldiers responded. As you command. After a while, with the moon high overhead, the cave became a brutal battlefield between the Tartar soldiers and the White Lotus sect. The Yuan army is attacking. Han Shantong could no longer stand by. He directly ordered, Disciples of the White Lotus, kill all the Yuan dogs, kill. With that, he gripped his staff and leaped at Nianmu, shouting, Yuan dog, die. But before Han Shantong could land a single blow, Nianmu sent him flying with a single swing of his massive axe. The heavy strike slammed Han Shantong hard against the cliff edge. Dirt scattered everywhere. His eyes bloodshot, he looked at the White Lotus members and said, Anyone else? Zhou Bazong and Lu Ji, standing nearby, were terrified by what they had just witnessed. Zhou Bazong said, Just one blow and that power. Lu Ji replied, Nianmu, one of the Great Yuan's 4 fierce generals, truly terrifying. All the White Lotus members couldn't bear this humiliation. They charged forward together. Everyone attacked together, avenged the leader. Even their leader couldn't withstand him. These people were nothing to Nianmu. With just a few swings of his axe, he sent them scattering in all directions, screaming in pain. The power is too great. Nianmu bellowed, A bunch of lowly ants daring to block me, all of you die, haha. After dealing with them, he walked step by step toward Ying Qi. His figure was twice the size of an ordinary man. He put his hands on his hips, looking down at Ying Qi and said, "Now it's your turn." With that, he slammed his 1,000-pound axe down on Ying Qi. "Die!" But Ying Qi didn't move, just stood there smiling. Suddenly, Nian Muhua froze, his eyes wide with shock, and cried out, "Ha!" Zhou Bazong and Lu Ji were also astonished. This, right before their eyes, Ying Qi simply extended one hand and gently caught Nian Muhua's axe, rendering him immobile and trembling. He said softly, "Big guy, is that all you've got?" Enraged by these words, Nian Muhua roared madly, "Ah, you ant!" He swung the axe to the other side. "How dare you, ah!" But his strike didn't touch Ying Qi at all. Ying Qi vanished instantly, then suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a kick. "If you won't use your strength, it's my turn." Before Nian Muhua could react, Ying Qi kicked him flying straight into the stone wall, which exploded with a crash. Only his axe remained, crashing heavily to the ground. The White Lotus members were terrified by the sight. "Wow!" Zhou Bazong's eyes were filled with disbelief. One kick sent Nian Muhua flying. Han Shantong now sided with Ying Qi, shouting joyfully, "Maitreya descends, the Bright King appears." The White Lotus members all knelt down in unison, facing Ying Qi and saying, "The Bright King has come to save the White Lotus disciples. The Bright King has appeared. The Bright King has appeared." Seeing this, he was at a loss for words. Where did this Bright King come from? How could these people be so naive? With that, he slowly walked toward Nian Muhua, who was sitting on the ground. Seeing Ying Qi approaching, Nian Muhua was drenched in cold sweat and stammered, Who are you?" Hearing this, Ying Qi grabbed him by the neck, turning his face purple, and said, "You dog Tartar, want to know who I am?" Just as Nian Muhua managed to say, "You're not." Ying Qi killed him on the spot. "Go ask the King of Hell." The soldiers were terrified out of their wits by the scene and shouted, "The commander is dead, run, run." But the White Lotus members weren't about to let them go easily. They all raised their blades at the soldiers and yelled, "Disciples, don't let the Yuan dogs escape, not a single one, kill." Zhou Bazong stood there, scratching his head and muttering, "Too strong. He killed Nian Muhua with one move," Lu Ji added. "His strength is beyond what you and I can match." Ying Qi then looked at them and said, "Get up quickly. While they're busy slaughtering the Yuan soldiers, slip away. Do you really want to be the leader of these fools?" The two hurried over and replied, "Hey, you're right, benefactor. Let's leave while there's chaos." So the three of them took advantage of the White Lotus sect's frenzy, hacking at the soldiers and stirring up trouble, oblivious to their own indiscriminate killing. They slaughtered as if the Maitreya had descended and the Bright King had been reborn. Han Shantong didn't idle either, using his jade staff to deal with the Yuan soldiers in a gruesome manner. After all the soldiers were killed, he looked at the White Lotus sect members and asked, "Hey, where is the Bright King? Has any disciple seen him?" They ran over and replied, "The Bright King seems to have gone to the cave in the back mountain." Meanwhile, Ying Qi and his two companions had also walked some distance. Zhou Bazong asked, "Benefactor, where are we headed next?" Hearing this, he turned to him, thinking to himself, "Next, to reopen the gate of heaven, I need to recruit troops and help this kid become emperor." With that in mind, he replied, "Old Zhou, do you have a brother named Chang Yuchen?" He answered, "You mean old Chang? I haven't seen him in a while. He's become a bandit now." Ying Qi said, "Good, let's go find him." Hearing this, Zhou Bazong looked surprised and asked, "Go find old Chang? Benefactor, are we going to become bandits too?" Ying Qi turned and walked away, replying, "Whether we become bandits or not isn't important. What matters is that I want old Zhou to be emperor." Lu Ji was startled and asked, "Ha, old Zhou as emperor?" Zhou Bazong chimed in, "What, me emperor? Did I hear that right? I was just joking. I have everything in my dreams." In another mountain estate, Chang Yuchen, known as Zhou Bazong's brother, was sitting at a table laden with wine and meat. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Chieftain, bad news, the Yuan dogs are attacking." Hearing this, Chang Yuchen smashed his wine glass on the ground, shattering it. He and a few others grabbed their weapons and stood up, asking, "Subordinates, what? How many of those damned Yuan dogs are there?" The subordinate replied, "One person." This made Chang Yuchen blurt out, "What, one person?" As he spoke, countless arrows flew from all directions, heading straight for him. Luckily, he was agile and quickly used his two iron hammers to block the arrows, dodging the danger. Chang Yuchen looked straight at the main gate, where a figure holding a bow walked in and asked, "Who's ambushing me?" The man walked in with a grin and replied, "Surrounding and killing you, worthless lot. I'm enough alone." He was JB, one of the 4 great generals of the Great Yuan. Seeing him enter, Chang Yuchen ordered his men, "Damned Yuan dogs, attack!" His men charged forward, shouting, "Kill, watch me take his dog life!" Thus the house echoed with loud battle cries, "Kill, watch me take his dog head!" As the men rushed at him, JB stood motionless, waiting for them to get close enough. JB stomped his foot hard, shattering the ground into countless fragments. He swung his bowstring, firing 5 arrows in one breath, using his divine archery technique. With just these arrows, he effortlessly felled countless of Chang Yuchen's men. They had no time to resist, only screaming in pain. "Ah!" Chang Yuchen couldn't understand the move and asked, "Hey, what kind of technique is that?" A few nearby men chimed in, "Damn, this guy is terrifying." As they spoke, 2 of them charged at JB with large axes, shouting loudly, "Let's attack together." JB smirked contemptuously, then fired arrows in quick succession, cleanly killing the last 2 men. In less than an hour the ground was littered with corpses, yet JB hadn't even scratched his skin. He grinned, looking at Chang Yuchen, and said, "Chang Yuchen, too bad you're on the Great Yuan's death list. Will you do it yourself or shall I?" Watching this fierce general before him, Chang Yuchen thought to himself, "His strength far surpasses mine. I must find his weakness and defeat him in one blow." With that, he charged at JB like an arrow, wielding his large axe, thinking, "There's only a slim chance I'll fight to the death." JB looked at the scene with disdain. Ah, such weak strength. As Chang Yuchen's 2 hammers came crashing down, JB leaped into the air like lightning to dodge. Once airborne, he used the same technique again, firing 5 arrows at Chang Yuchen. The arrows seemed enchanted, spinning and flying straight into Chang Yuchen's back, catching him off guard. He could only scream in pain. "Ah!" He propped himself up with his hands and asked with his last ounce of strength, "Who are you?" JB gripped his longbow and replied, "Is that your last words? Rest in peace." But just as he was about to strike, a loud shout came from behind him, making him turn in shock. HMPH, Divine Archery Technique. He immediately aimed his arrow at the door. At the same time, an arrow wreathed in lightning flew in from outside. He blurted out, "What?" Seeing those arrows, JB shot his own to intercept them. The arrows collided head-on, causing a massive explosion that knocked him back, and he blurted out, "Hey!" The newcomer was none other than Ying Qi. He stood proudly, arms crossed, looking at JB. Zhou Bazong also ran over to help his brother up and asked, "Old Chang, if we'd been late, would we have been collecting your corpse?" Chang Yuchen replied, "Stop talking nonsense. Old Zhou, be careful, this Yuan dog is formidable." Then JB spoke, "I am JB, the great Yuan's divine archer. Who are you, and how do you know divine archery?" Ying Qi replied, "Clearly your divine archery isn't up to par." Hearing this, he was furious, eyes wide, and aimed his bow at him, shouting harshly, "How dare you? My divine archery was personally taught by Genghis Khan." Ying Qi smiled and replied, "Then it seems your archery can only shoot birds, not people." He cursed in rage. "Bastard, the great Yuan's divine archery comes from the Great Qin." His words made Ying Qi freeze, eyes wide, muttering, "Great Qin?" As if realizing something, he scratched his head and burst into laughter. "Haha, if your archery truly comes from the Great Qin." With that, Ying Qi lightly raised his hand, gathering a blue spiritual energy. He picked up his bow and shot an arrow at him, saying, "Then today you've met your match." JB was stunned, eyes wide, shouting, Is this the divine arrow transformation?" As he spoke, Ying Qi's 5 arrows pierced through his body, driving straight into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Chang Yuchen blurted out, Is this a god?" Before Ying Qi's eyes, JB knelt on the ground, seemingly realizing he was no match, and surrendered completely. Ying Qi glanced at him lightly and said, "I only used 2/10 of my strength, and you couldn't withstand it. Today, out of respect for your ancestor Genghis Khan, I'll spare your life," he replied weakly. Thank you." With that settled, Zhou Bazong shouted sternly, "Yuan dog, get lost now." JB immediately grabbed his bow and headed out. Chang Yuchen also walked up to Ying Qi and said, "Thank you, great master, for saving my life." Time passed until the next morning in the city of Dadu. Inside the palace, a man sat majestically at the head, surrounded by soldiers on guard. Emperor Jizheng of Yuan had just heard his subordinates report and flew into a rage, shouting, "What? My great Yuan's vanguard was killed by one man? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" Toto Buka, the leader of the 4 great generals standing nearby, quickly clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, calm down. We have come to avenge our clan brother and will surely kill this man." Emperor Jizheng of Yuan then ordered, "General Toto Buka, also issue a decree across the realm. Offer a reward of 10,000 gold for this man's head." Several soldiers responded, "As you command," and then withdrew. After handling this, all the soldiers and Toto Buka walked out together. He was full of hatred, gritting his teeth and muttering, "I will first destroy the White Lotus sect, then use Han blood to avenge my clan brother's soul." Meanwhile, at Ying Qi's location, voices came from Chang Yuchen's stronghold. "Benefactor, you're not serious, are you?" "Exactly, just the few of us planning to directly attack Yuan Dadu." "Isn't that too rash?" Ying Qi immediately replied, "Who said it's just us? Aren't there anti-Yuan forces everywhere now?" Lu Ji chimed in. "A bunch of rabble," Zhou Bazong agreed. "Exactly, and they won't listen to us." As they were discussing, suddenly a loud voice came from outside. "Disciple Han Shantong respectfully invites the Bright King to lead us White Lotus disciples to dispel darkness and welcome the light." A subordinate came in and said, "Chieftain, trouble, a group of White Lotus disciples is charging up." Zhou Bazong was also shocked. "These people actually followed us here?" However, Ying Qi thought differently. Secretly pleased, he said, "But they've come at the right time. We need them for the anti-Yuan cause. Old Zhou, do you want to be a leader first?" He scratched his head and asked, "What, me a leader?" After a while, the main gate slowly opened. Ying Qi, Lu Ji, and Zhou Bazong walked outside and stood before them. The White Lotus sect members were already waiting, kneeling on the ground, saying, "I, White Lotus sect leader Han Shantong, respectfully invite the Bright King to lead us back to the light." He immediately replied to them, "Leading you is not impossible. From today on, Zhu Changba will be the light envoy acting as my proxy?" Zhou Bazong asked awkwardly and reluctantly. "For real?" Unexpectedly, the White Lotus sect members actually obeyed. They knelt to Zhou Bazong and paid homage to the light envoy. He blurted out in surprise. Without further delay, Ying Qi got straight to the point and said to Han Shantong, "The urgent task is to overthrow the Yuan dynasty first, then I can lead you to the light," he replied. "The Bright King speaks wisely. I have come with secret intelligence about the anti-Yuan movement." He asked, "What intelligence?" He quickly took out a scroll and handed it to Ying Qi. "In 7 days, all major anti-Yuan forces across the realm will gather at Wangju Temple for an anti-Yuan assembly. Then the Bright King can command all forces to jointly oppose the Yuan." Seeing this, Lu Ji said, "Benefactor, this plan is feasible." Zhou Bazong also chimed in. "Right, we'll gather all forces to attack Dadu together. I want to kill that dog emperor with my own hands to avenge my parents." Ying Qi agreed with their opinion and replied, "Yes, that's good, it'll be more convenient, but we need to do one thing first." He asked in surprise, "Benefactor, what else?" His eyes now turned serious as he replied, "Your strength is too weak. I must first teach you the power of martial arts." They blurted out in shock. "What? The power of martial arts?" After a period of training and instruction in martial arts from Ying Qi, Chang Yuchen made rapid progress. He leaped from the roof with his iron hammers, executing the mountain-crushing technique. With one strike he shattered the ground, sending debris flying. Zhou Bazong was no slouch either. He had become much stronger than before, constantly practicing the sea-splitting mountain-toppling fist technique. Lu Ji also mastered the martial art of the Mystic Gate and 8 trigrams, setting up an 8 trigrams formation. Seeing they were no longer the same, Ying Qi praised, "Excellent, old Zhou, all 3 of you have good insight. You've grasped the secrets of martial arts in a short time." The 3 clasped their hands respectfully and said, "Thank you, Benefactor, for teaching us martial skills." Zhou Bazong clenched his fists excitedly and said, "With these skills, why fear not defeating the Yuan dogs? Benefactor is truly a god." Seeing this, the Bright King ran to Ying Qi and asked, "Bright King, all 3 have mastered martial skills. When will you teach your disciple?" He replied, "Haha, no need to rush. The path of martial arts is long." With that, Ying Qi stood at the cliff's edge and looked down. "Time is running out. We have important matters to attend to. Pack up and set off," they replied in unison. "Yes." The disciples have made all arrangements and are ready to depart at any time. The scene shifted to outside the palace city where soldiers stood densely packed. Suddenly they turned in surprise and blurted out, "It's General Guo. General Guo is here." The person they mentioned was Guo Zixing, the leader of the anti-Yuan coalition. He clasped his hands and walked in with a smile. "Haha, all the heroes are here. Guo has arrived late." An old abbot greeted him with a smile and replied, "Today, all anti-Yuan righteous armies gather at Wangju Temple. General Guo as the leader of the righteous army is crucial." Guo Zixing responded, "The abbot flatters me. Guo is merely acting on behalf of heaven." Suddenly, the person standing next to the old abbot shouted sternly, "Bullshit leader, just a treacherous villain." He was Xu Da, the leader of the Yuan faction. Hearing this, Guo Zixing's eyes blazed with anger. "Xu Da, you and your brother Zhu Changba betrayed me. I spared you, yet you dare to speak arrogantly today." Xu Da was not to be outdone, pointing at his face and saying, "HMPH, you're the traitor, a cowardly scoundrel." With that, he drew his sword and pointed it at Guo Zixing's face, shouting, "If it weren't for us brothers saving you, you'd have died under the Yuan dog's blades long ago." Guo Zixing retorted, "If it weren't for me taking you 2 in, you'd have starved to death on the roadside long ago. And now you're ungrateful." He deliberately added, "I should have killed you back then." As he spoke, a voice came from somewhere, startling Xu Da. "Who wants to kill me? Come on." Recognizing the voice, he immediately turned around and blurted out, "Old Zhou." Xu Da hugged Zhou Bazong tightly and greeted him. "Old Zhou, you're still alive?" He replied, "Ha, I'm alive and well. The benefactor even gave me a new name, Zhu Yanzhong, saying I could become emperor." Hearing this, Guo Zixing laughed uproariously. "Ha ha, the biggest joke under heaven. If a beggar like you can become emperor, then I'd be the emperor's father." With that, he directly used his cold ice palm, gathering spiritual energy and charging at Zhou Bazong, shouting, "Traitor, go be emperor in the underworld." Zhou Bazong no longer showed weakness, using the martial arts techniques taught by Ying Qi to counter. Indeed, Guo Zixing was nothing special. He was quickly overwhelmed by Zhou Bazong's moves and screamed in pain. "Ah!" He staggered backward, nearly falling flat on his back. Fortunately, a squad of soldiers rushed over and caught him. Guo Zixing clutched his chest, stammering as he looked at Zhou Bazong. "You little rascal, in such a short time you've made him beam with joy at any praise. Hey, didn't see that coming, did you?" Ying Qi chimed in from behind. "Old Zhou's improved, but not by much." Hearing this, Zhou Bazong's enthusiasm vanished. He scratched his head and stammered, "I'm still far from my benefactor." Just then, the abbot approached and spoke, "Amitabha, Today heroes from all sides have gathered to conspire against the Yuan dynasty. We must not harm our harmony. Guo Zixing also spoke up. Indeed, I'll let you off today, traitor. Zhou Bazong replied with a grin. Haha, you old schemer, you sure know how to save face. Guo snorted coldly in anger. The old abbot raised his hand and declared, Today all righteous rebels against the Yuan have gathered at Wangju Temple for one purpose, to discuss the great cause of overthrowing the Yuan. The crowd roared in unison. Yes, the dog Yuan rules. The people seethed with rage. Kill the dog Yuan? Nearby, Ying Qi leaned close to Zhou Bazong and whispered, Old Zhou, today you need to bring these people under your command. He hesitated and replied, Benefactor, can I do it? Ying Qi answered. Don't worry, you can. This Wangju Temple is where you'll rise. Suddenly a loud shout came from outside the temple gate. A bunch of lowly ants daring to speak such arrogance. The abbot was startled and turned to ask, Who goes there? As the words left his mouth, the gate was shattered into pieces by a massive beast's palm. Then a giant gorilla with silver-white fur and blood-red eyes crawled in. The abbot and the crowd were terrified out of their wits, screaming, It's a monster, how terrifying. He immediately ordered the soldiers, Everyone be careful. Hold the line against the monster. Attack together. Zhou Bazong couldn't sit still either. His eyes blazed and his aura surged. I'll take care of it. But Ying Qi grabbed his arm. He looked at Zhou Bazong and advised, Hold on, old Zhou, let's see what they can do first. Zhou gave a soft "oh" in response. Meanwhile, the giant gorilla continued its rampage, sending several soldiers tumbling and screaming in pain. It seemed to exert no effort, landing blows that caught the soldiers off guard. This monster is too strong. One soldier was knocked to Zhou Bazong's feet, groaning for help. Ying Qi then reminded him, Old Zhou, it's your turn. He had been waiting for that cue. He leapt up and replied, All right. He charged straight at the giant gorilla, throwing a punch and shouting, Watch this. Chang Yuchen didn't hesitate either, charging forward with 2 iron hammers and yelling, Old Chang, I'll back you up. The martial arts techniques they had learned from Ying Qi came into play, striking the gorilla's head with overwhelming force, like a mountain crashing down. Like an avalanche, the gorilla's head took the heavy blow and it crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. Everyone who witnessed it was awestruck. The abbot said, This young man is incredibly powerful. Guo Zixing added, Which master taught these brats to achieve such terrifying improvement? Just as they finished speaking, another figure appeared, standing tall on the rooftop, looking down and laughing loudly. Ha, you little whelps, you think it's over? The soldiers below looked up and asked, Who's that? When did he get up there? After scrutinizing the figure on the roof for a moment, they suddenly recognized him and exclaimed, That's the dog Yuan. Shu Da also said in surprise, Is that Totoa? Totoa raised his hand and swept it across, creating a massive surge of spiritual energy, laughing, Ha, killing a bunch of ants doesn't require my personal touch. As he spoke, the gorilla lying on the ground suddenly stirred violently, startling everyone as they turned to look. A strange, fragrant smell emanated from the gorilla, spreading around, and the soldiers began murmuring, What's that? A weird smell. Before they could adjust, everyone simultaneously clutched their own throats. Their faces turning black, they cried out, Everyone be careful, it's poison gas. The poison gas grew denser, and from the rear courtyard came continuous agonized screams, cough HMPH, Seeing this, Lu Ji couldn't help but curse angrily. The dog Yuan is too vicious, using poison gas. Zhou Bazong also asked, Benefactor, what do we do? Ying Qi immediately raised his hand to form a protective barrier, enveloping everyone, and said, Old Zhou, tell everyone to get inside the barrier. I'll handle the big guy up there. He replied, Yes, Benefactor. Following the order, Zhou Bazong and Lu Ji shouted to the crowd, Everyone come to me, hurry, get inside to avoid the poison gas. In an instant, Ying Qi had leapt onto the roof, standing before Totoa and saying, Big guy, where did you crawl out from? Seeing Ying Qi, Totoa asked in return, So you're Ying Qi, the one who killed my clansmen? Ying Qi sneered, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he replied, They were too weak. I killed them with a flick of my finger. Enraged by the taunts, Totoa's eyes flashed and he drew a chain from his body, bellowing, Ant, your time is up. As the words left his mouth, he delivered a fierce slash straight at Ying Qi. But Ying Qi didn't dodge. He stood his ground and caught the blow. He simply raised his hand and grabbed the blade firmly, holding it effortlessly, and said with a smile, Nice blade, I'll keep it for cutting meat. With that, Ying Qi yanked the blade, catching Totoa off guard, sending him flying with a cry of, Then he was thrown backward, crashing heavily into a wall, creating a large crater with debris flying. Totoa took the hit, spitting blood. Coughing violently but still muttering in terror, Cough, how is this possible? From inside the barrier, Zhou Bazong shouted, Benefactor is mighty. He threw Totoa down with just one hand, the abbot added. This man's strength is immense. Realizing he couldn't defeat Ying Qi, Totoa stood up abruptly, looked at him, and roared, Kill! At his command, a flood of soldiers poured in from outside, some riding wolves, others with eagles. He pointed at Zhou Bazong and the others and ordered, Kill these lowly ants. Seeing the soldiers closing in, Zhou Bazong didn't hesitate, punching one squarely in the face. "Old Lu, hold them off." Beside him, Lu Ji immediately used the techniques Ying Qi had taught him, setting up a bagua formation to repel the soldiers, and replied, "On it." Meanwhile, Ying Qi jumped in front of Totowa and said, "I thought you had the guts to come alone, but you brought a bunch of helpers too." With that, he kicked out, sending Totowa staggering back. Fortunately, he raised his hand just in time to block the attack. Totowa shot a venomous glance and said, "I will wipe out you ants." Then he looked at a cage being pushed forward by the soldiers and ordered, "Release the bloodthirsty beast." They replied, "Yes." The cage door was immediately opened, and from the dim space inside, 2 glowing red dots were clearly visible. Seeing the beast, even the abbot trembled in fear, drenched in cold sweat. The dog Yuan had actually tamed such a terrifying creature. Once released, the beast charged out wildly. It attacked indiscriminately, striking anyone in its path, causing the soldiers to scream, "Ah, run!" Suddenly, a loud shout from behind made it stop in surprise. "Blood Tiger," the one calling it was none other than Ying Qi. He continued, "Blood Tiger, it really is Blood Tiger." The beast heard this and rushed toward Ying Qi, making Zhou Bazong and Lu Ji panic, shouting, "Benefactor, be careful, old Zhou, go protect the benefactor." But things took an unexpected turn. The beast didn't harm Ying Qi. Instead, it rolled around in his arms. Ying Qi happily patted its head and asked, "Blood Tiger, how did you end up here? Did they capture you?" Totowa, Zhou Bazong and the abbot all turned pale, their eyes rolling back, their mouths wide open in shock, exclaiming, "What? This beast is raised by this young man. Ah, the benefactor is truly a divine being." Suddenly, Ying Qi stood up, pointed at Totowa and said, "I might have let you live, but you barbarian dared to hurt my mount. Now you all die." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Before he could finish, Ying Qi was already in front of him, kicking him square in the chest, making him spit blood and roar, "Die!" After the kick, Totowa's bones and internal organs were shattered. His eyes rolling back, letting out a scream of "Ah!" he flew straight into the stone wall opposite, causing a loud crash. Totowa was thus kicked to death by Ying Qi, dying without knowing what hit him. Zhou Bazong stared in shock and cried out, "Totowa was kicked to death by the benefactor with one kick." The abbot added, "This young man's strength is truly terrifying." Seeing their master dead, Totowa's soldiers scattered in panic. "The general is dead, run for your lives. This Ying Qi is too terrifying." But Ying Qi had no intention of letting them go. He raised his hand, forming a bow, aimed at the fleeing soldiers and roared, "Trying to run? I said you all die." With just a few arrows, Ying Qi killed countless soldiers, making them scream in agony. "Ah!" The valiant Ying Qi raised his hand and commanded, "All righteous rebels, charge with me, attack the capital, slaughter the barbarians." Hearing this, the crowd rallied, raising their weapons and shouting, "Attack the capital, slaughter the barbarians, kill!" After advancing, they finally breached the city gates. The city erupted with earth-shaking battle cries as the rebel soldiers poured in, hacking down the Yuan soldiers, giving them no chance to fight back. Charging straight into the city, Zhou Bazong and Chang Yuchen, reunited as brothers, fought side by side, routing the Yuan soldiers. As they advanced, a series of massive explosions rang out before them, shaking them to a halt. Zhou Bazong shouted, "Ah, it's the dog Yuan's cannons." Ying Qi then remembered and said softly, "Almost forgot the dog Yuan's weapons pack a punch, but that's nothing to me." He leaped into the air, firing 5 arrows at once and roared, "Let me take care of those cannons." Several of the Yuan army's cannons were soon shattered by Ying Qi's arrows. The Yuan soldiers shouted, "Hold the gate, we must hold the gate, don't let them in." But as the words left his mouth, the gate was blasted into pieces by a force, sending fragments flying. Leading the rebel army were Zhou Bazong and Chang Yuchen, who charged in, shouting, "Rush the palace, kill the dog Yuan, charge, kill." Meanwhile, inside the palace, soldiers rushed in and knelt before Emperor Jizheng, reporting, "Your Majesty, the rebels have breached the capital, Your Majesty. Soon the rebels will storm the palace. Please, Your Majesty, flee with us." The emperor was utterly shocked, never expecting that even Totowa had been killed by him. Ying Qi must be the one from the legend. A puzzled subordinate asked, "May I ask, Your Majesty, what legend is that?" He said, "It's a royal secret left by the great Yuan's founder. Follow me." Yes, at a certain spot he pressed his hand against the wall, revealing a hidden chamber. Once inside, the subordinates exclaimed in surprise, "We never knew there was a secret passage in the palace. May I ask, Your Majesty, where does this passage lead?" He didn't answer, only saying, "Almost there." Inside, eagles and wolves on both sides stared at them. A subordinate asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, what is this place? That thing on the stone platform is emitting black energy?" The emperor said, "When the founder was dying, he passed down this head, instructing future generations. If a Qin man named Ying appears to change the foundation of the great Yuan, use this head to activate the portal to another world." The subordinate exclaimed in surprise, "A portal to another world? How do we open it?" Another asked, "What will happen if we open it?" But the emperor's face darkened. He drew a knife and said, "I don't know, but since the founder instructed it, I must do it today." Without hesitation, he slashed the throats of 2 subordinates. "You are loyal ministers. Only the blood of loyal ministers can sacrifice this head." they didn't even have time to scream, only letting out an "ah." As their blood flowed, a formation appeared, and the head seemed to activate, its eyes shooting lightning. In an instant a circular portal opened. The Emperor exclaimed joyfully, "It's open, the portal to another world, save my great Yuan." Soon a horse's head slowly emerged, followed by Shang Yu riding his warhorse, who said loudly, "Where is Ying Qi?" Seeing him, the Emperor gasped in terror. Is this the demon Shang Yu?" Shang Yu's eerie purple eyes asked back. "Where is Ying Qi?" Outside the hall the sounds of battle continued. Ying Qi and his group quickly entered the palace. "We need to rush into the palace and cut off that dog Yuan Emperor's head." As they were excited, they noticed a surge of black energy shooting into the sky. Look, what's that?" Ying Qi looked over and felt it was familiar. "This black bone is too familiar. Could it be the soldiers buried by the black bone?" They screamed and fled, shouting, "It's a monster." As from the black energy, Shang Yu rode out on his horse accompanied by zombies. "Oh no, zombies are charging!" Zhou Bazong saw this and shouted, "Everyone don't break formation." As soon as Shang Yu spotted Ying Qi, he spurred his horse forward. "Ying Qi, there you are, I want your life." Ying Qi was startled. "What? Shang Yu, you're not dead?" He quickly jumped onto his blood tiger and asked Shang Yu, "How did you end up here?" Shang Yu swung his sword, saying, "I've come to take your life." Ying Qi quickly raised his hand to form a barrier to block it. But the strike was immensely powerful, sending Ying Qi and Blood Tiger flying. Zhou Bazong and the others saw this and rushed to support. "Protect the benefactor," attacked together. Shang Yu responded with a devastating slash that split the ground. Fortunately, the three of them dodged in time. "This power is terrifying." Ying Qi sat up seeing this and thought to himself, "Damn, the resurrected Shang Yu has become a demon. With my current strength, I'm probably no match for him. If he comes through this portal to another world, I can go back through that one." After slashing at those ants, he turned and shouted, "Ying Qi, you brat, prepare to die." Then he raised his massive blade, gathering power to form a terrifyingly huge sword aura. Without another word, he swung directly at that young man who barely dodged in time. Otherwise it would have been over. Suddenly, Ying Qi also spotted the portal and turned, saying, "Shang Yu, if you want to kill me, follow me." Seeing that he was trying to flee, he spurred his horse forward and shouted, "Ying Qi, you brat, where do you think you're going?" Ying Qi swiftly transformed into a streak of golden light and sped away, with Shang Yu shrouded in black energy in hot pursuit. Soon, that young man of mine reached the portal. "If I can just get through this door back to the Great Qin world, I will definitely kill all these demons and monsters. Father Yanner, wait for me." In no time, Ying Qi dashed through the portal. Shang Yu also charged forward, ready to barge in. "Ying Qi, no matter where you flee, I will take your life." As Shang Yu entered, the great door slowly closed inside the passage. Ying Qi clutched his head in agony, the black energy behind him and Shang Yu's voice still echoing, "Trying to stop me, wishful thinking." That young man muttered to himself, "Father Yanner, I'm coming to save you." The scene shifted to the summit of Mount Tai in the Great Qin world, where the forest was lush and green. A beam of light descended from the sky. As the dust cleared, it turned out to be that young man of mine. "I, Ying Qi, have finally returned." However, movement came from above the great door as well. Ying Qi recognized it immediately. "And the one appearing is none other than Shang Yu. Look, where else can you run?" Ying Qi quickly drew his bow and took aim, firing arrows, but each one was dodged by Shang Yu and his black horse. Ying Qi then leapt onto the blood tiger and drew his longsword. He laughed, "Run, now that I've regained my martial power, killing you is a piece of cake." Shang Yu showed no fear and still roared, "Ying Qi, I will kill you." The two clashed in a fierce battle. Their blades collided violently, sparking with lightning. Ying Qi sneered, "Shang Yu, you're too weak. No matter how many times you die, you're still too weak." Then, with a sudden flick, he sent Shang Yu's sword flying. At the same time, he delivered a strike that would shock gods and ghosts, shouting, "Die!" Shang Yu took the blow, his sword shattering into pieces, and he was blasted to the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Ying Qi gave him no chance to resist. Diving down to finish him with a sword thrust through the chest, Shang Yu showed no pain on his face and still said, "Ying Qi, do you think you've won? Look at your Great Qin world, everything you have is about to vanish. Ha ha ha, HMPH nonsense. Die!" Then he unleashed his power, reducing Shang Yu to ashes. After dealing with Shang Yu, Ying Qi shed a single bead of sweat. He looked around at the scene. Withered trees, bones everywhere, a desolate wasteland. "This is my Great Qin Empire, now so ruined. Father, where are you? Your son has returned." The scene shifted to the old battlefield of Changping, where a group of Qin people were being thrown into a pit by black-clad men. He said, "Back then, you Qin people slaughtered over 400,000 Zhao people here. Today this is your burial ground. Ha ha ha, demons and monsters like Yang Dao wreaking havoc on my Great Qin. If my Great Qin's martial emperor were here, he would surely slay these evil beings. Great Qin will not fall." Countless Qin people were packed together in the pit, shouting in unison, "Great Qin will not fall, Great Qin will not fall." The black-clad man laughed in reply, "Ha ha, on the brink of death and still spouting nonsense." Then he ordered them to be sent on their way. The attendants immediately obeyed, shoveling dirt to bury the Qin people alive. Just then a banner flew in from nowhere, planting itself on the pit and emitting an eerie aura. Meng Tian recognized it, and the black-clad man roared angrily. "What's this? What is that?" From the banner a formation gradually took shape, with whirlwinds swirling around. Soon a figure emerged, clad in armor and radiating immense power, blurting out, "Returning to this old ground, the killing intent stirs anew." Everyone recognized it as the soul of Bai Qi. Bai Qi, it really is Bai Qi. At that moment Ying Qi also arrived on the scene and said, "Bai Qi, you once slaughtered here. Today kill all these demons and monsters." Hearing this, Bai Qi's eyes turned bloodshot. "Kill." Meng Tian and the others were overjoyed. "It's the martial emperor. The martial emperor has returned. We are saved. Great Qin is saved." Bai Qi swung his blade at the black-clad man, the sword light flashing, and shouted, "By my master's command I slay demons." The people behind scattered in panic. "It's the god of slaughter Bai Qi. The god of slaughter Bai Qi has risen. Run!" On the pit, that young man quickly released a dazzling spiritual energy to heal the soldiers of my great Qin in turmoil. "You who have insulted my great Qin soldiers, your sins are unforgivable." Meng Tian and another white-haired youth were also rescued. They then knelt before him and said, "Martial Emperor, you have finally returned." Then he asked, "General Meng Tian, are my father and mother well?" Meng Tian lowered his head and gritted his teeth, replying, "Martial Emperor, your servant is incompetent. I failed to defend Shenyang and the Yipeng Palace has been breached." He was furious upon hearing this. "What? I will make these demons pay with blood. Soldiers, follow me to slaughter all these demons." With that he led his troops charging out with fierce momentum. They kept shouting, "Kill, kill." Those who had fled earlier couldn't escape either, pursued by the soldiers. Ying Qi stepped forward, pointing his sword at the black-clad man, and asked, "Where is your master?" The man replied, "Ying Qi, you can't save this world, you can't save anyone." Haha. Seeing this guy spouting nonsense, he cut off his head with one swing. "As long as I, Ying Qi, am here, my great Qin will never fall." The morale of the troops was now high, and they shouted in unison, "Great Qin will not fall, Great Qin will not fall." Meng Tian then said, "Martial Emperor, Shenyang has been occupied by demons and the soldiers of the 5 camps have scattered to fight elsewhere," he said. "Find a way to gather the scattered soldiers of the 5 camps and also locate 2 Ju. I believe they are still alive." Then he raised his hand and ordered, "Muster the troops as quickly as possible and march to Shenyang to eliminate the demons and rescue my father." The crowd responded in unison, "Yes, eliminate the demons, rescue the first emperor." Above Shenyang, thunder rumbled. Below, Ying Zheng and several ministers were bound, and 3 people stepped forward. One of them said, "Tyrant Ying Zheng, today is your death day." He replied, "Rebels and traitors, you vainly seek to destroy my great Qin. When my Qir returns he will annihilate you all." The civil officials also shouted in unison, "Great Qin will not be destroyed. Great Qin will not fall." The scene shifted to outside Shenyang, where the soldiers led by Ying Qi had arrived. The city walls were lined with countless enemy troops and cannons. Meng Tian said, "Shenyang has been taken by them. The first emperor should be inside the city." He then asked, "Are these all that remain of my great Qin soldiers?" Meng Tian replied, "For now we can only gather the troops from inside and outside the passes. The soldiers of the 5 camps are scattered everywhere, and 2 Ju is temporarily unreachable." After hearing this, he raised his sword and shouted, "Enough, forget it. All great Qin soldiers, before us is our capital, now occupied by demons. They have imprisoned my father. This battle concerns the survival of great Qin. Follow me into the city to kill the enemy." The soldiers roared, "Kill, kill, kill." Then he led the charge, "Follow me to slaughter the demons and reclaim the great Qin capital." The soldiers also shouted, "Reclaim the great Qin capital." On the enemy side, the soldiers' eyes were bloodshot, and they roared as they picked up their weapons to fight. Ying Qi charged forward and delivered a slash that caused such a terrifying army. Die. With one swing he cut through their weapons. Meng Tian also struck, unleashing 2 streams of power, and he shouted, "Use martial power to kill these demons." But other soldiers kept being stabbed to death by these zombies. Meng Tian worriedly said, "Be careful, these demons aren't afraid of bleeding." Just then, 2 Ju led a group of soldiers arriving by parachute, dropping bombs. The bombs exploded, igniting the zombies. Then he came before Ying Qi and reported, "Martial Emperor, 2 Ju is late." But he didn't blame him and said, 2 Ju, you've arrived just in time, follow me into the city." So 2 Ju directed the paratroopers to fly over the city walls and drop incendiary bombs. Those zombie soldiers weren't stupid either. They immediately drew crossbows and fired. A hail of yin energy arrows filled the sky. The paratroopers were shot down before they could drop their bombs. The grandson who had been commanding earlier laughed. "Ying Qi, the weapons you left behind have been modified by my master, increasing their power. Isn't it terrifying?" His voice continued to echo. "Ying Qi, your father is in the city, but unfortunately you can't save him. I'll give you the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn. If you're late, come collect his corpse." Meng Tian was furious upon hearing this. Damn it, Great Qin soldiers, follow me into the city to rescue the first emperor. The enemy's cannons on the city walls then fired. Continuous explosions occurred, and the Qin army was torn apart with screams of agony. Ying Qi then jumped up, raised his hand and summoned a bunch of demons and monsters vainly trying to destroy my Great Qin. How ridiculous. Soon, from above the clouds, a black dragon tore through them and swooped down. He said, even if I have to destroy the Shenyang city, I will save my father. As long as I exist, my Great Qin exists. Then, standing on the black dragon, he ordered, Bai Qi, break through the city gate. Bai Qi appeared and replied, Demon General, at your command. Then he said to Meng Tian, I'll go in first to save my father. Meng Tian and Tu Ju led my Great Qin soldiers in the assault. They replied, yes. Then the black dragon flew over the city wall, giving them a taste of fire. That guy immediately raised a protective shield. He smirked and laughed. Ying Qi, times have changed, you can't save anyone. He dismissed it, thinking to himself, Father, hold on. Kier is coming to save you. At the execution site, flames rose as if to burn the Great Qin ministers, who still shouted, Great Qin will not fall, Great Qin will not fall. Then Ying Qi's voice rang out, Father, your son has come to save you. Ah, it's Kier. The ministers were overjoyed. Ha ha, it's the martial emperor. It really is the martial emperor, Ying Zheng said. Kier, you've finally come. He quickly jumped down, extinguished the flames and cut the chains. He effortlessly rescued his father. He said, Father, your son has returned too late, allowing demons to invade my Great Qin. He replied, Kier, it's all right. As long as we, father and son, are here, we can kill all the demons. As they were talking, that grandson from earlier stepped forward with several black-clad men, laughing loudly. Ha ha, how ridiculous. Then he said, Ying Qi, you've fallen into a trap. Immediately, the 4 pillars around them formed a formation, trapping Ying Qi and the others inside. Ha ha ha, this is the anti-magic formation specially set up by my master for you. Today you'll die without a burial place. Soon, purple smoke began to emanate from the formation. That young man of mine was also surprised. Anti-magic formation? The martial power in my body is draining away, completely unusable. He immediately ordered the black dragon to break the formation. The black dragon spewed flames, trying to destroy it. Seeing no effect, he gritted his teeth. Even the black dragon's breath can't break the barrier. This is no ordinary barrier. The grandson outside stretched out his hand and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Ying Qi, do you think you can control everything? You're sorely mistaken. Then spirits began to appear within the formation, and that grandson ordered, Wraiths, devour them. Seeing this, he told everyone to be careful. Ying Zheng worriedly told him, Kier, while your power still lasts, leave on your own. Break out and don't worry about us. The ministers agreed, yes, Martial Emperor, don't worry about us. Break out on your own. But as he slashed at the wraiths, he replied, no, father. Since your son has returned, I must keep you all safe. If I can't even protect you, how can I protect this Great Qin Empire? We advance and retreat together. Hearing this, Ying Zheng stopped persuading him and said, all right, Kier, then we'll break through the barrier together and defend Great Qin. The others also replied, your servants swear to help you break through the barrier. Good. Then he thrust his sword into the ground and power surged out. Trying to trap me? Not so easy. Then he shouted loudly, I, the Emperor, call upon the veins of Great Qin to awaken the rivers, mountains, and forests, and all things of the 9 provinces. Help me break through the barrier, eliminate the demons, and defend Great Qin. The people around also cheered, eliminate the demons, defend Great Qin. Seeing him shouting so loudly with no effect, that grandson laughed heartily. Ying Qi, you and your remnants give up. Stop struggling in vain. As he spoke, he sensed something and turned back to see a flame rising in the distance. Seeing this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Ah, within that flame were many fire phoenixes flying over. That young man of mine, seeing the phoenixes, still shouted, I, the Emperor, call upon the veins of Great Qin to awaken the rivers, mountains, and forests, and all things of the 9 provinces. To help me break through the barrier, eliminate the demons, and defend Great Qin. Then those fire phoenixes flew and crashed into the barrier. That grandson was frantic, attacking the phoenixes while ordering, quick, use rockets, use cannons, whatever it takes, drive these things away. Hurry! Those masked men quickly obeyed and ran. Just as they reached the city gate, the blood tiger's foot burst through the door, followed by a horde of fierce beasts charging in. Seeing this, that grandson grew even more terrified. Where did these beasts come from? Disperse them all. At this moment, the firebird also attacked those masked figures, burning them to ashes. Our young man was overjoyed upon hearing this. The gods of all things in nature across the mountains, rivers, and the 9 provinces heard it. Great Qin will not fall. Great Qin will not fall. The battle around was chaotic, with beasts constantly pouncing on the zombies. However, that commanding scoundrel seemed to have some skill, as he kept slaying the beasts, killing and killing until they were all gone. Soon, Meng Tian and the others had entered the city to rescue the first emperor and Emperor Wu. At this moment, Bai Qi was also high in the sky, gathering his power into his Fangtian Wahi, then summoning lightning to strike the barrier. The barrier shattered into pieces instantly. Bai Qi then knelt down. I have arrived late, please punish me, he laughed heartily. Haha, not late at all, just in time. Then he raised his sword to the sky and said, now it's time to see the sun. The power he released pierced through the black mist clouds. He then walked toward that scoundrel. The scoundrel was terrified. How is this possible? How could you break through my master's barrier, he then said, disturbing my great Qin, humiliating my father, killing my people. I will kill you. But the scoundrel was not afraid. Instead, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Ying Qi, do you think you've won? Dream on? Then he asked Lu Bang, tell me where Yanner and my mother are and I'll grant you a whole corpse. But the scoundrel did not answer, still shouting, you can't beat Ying Qi, you can't, ha ha ha. Seeing that this kid talked too much, General Lien directly cut off his head to stop his noise. The soldiers' morale was restored and they shouted in unison, long live Emperor Wu. After a while, he stepped forward and asked Ying Zheng, father, where are mother and Yanner? Ying Zheng replied, here, as long as we work together as father and son we can surely rescue them. Suddenly, Tu Ruo appeared to report, Emperor Wu, the Empress and the others may be imprisoned in the Yipang Palace. After your majesty disappeared, the demons occupied the Yipang Palace, set up many evil formations and renamed it. He urgently asked, what is it called? What is it called? Tu Ruo replied, the city of the wrongfully dead, and the scene there is extremely eerie and strange. Inside the palace, Meng Tian stepped forward to report, Emperor Wu, the demons inside and outside the palace have been dispersed. The army has assembled outside the city, awaiting your majesty's orders. Upon hearing this, he said, father, you stay in Shenyang city, gather troops and rebuild the bureaucracy. I will lead the soldiers and rescue mother and Yanner. Ying Zheng then patted his shoulder and replied, Kier, the Yipang Palace is our home and our family is trapped there. I want to go with you. He disagreed. Father, the Yipang Palace is now occupied by demons shrouded in demonic energy, and extremely dangerous. Even I cannot see through the barrier there. But Ying Zheng still refused. Kier, no matter how dangerous, I will go through it with you to protect Great Qin. At this point the soldiers also knelt down one by one, shouting in unison, we swear to follow Emperor Wu to the death and protect Great Qin. Seeing that no one feared death, he did not stop them. He shouted, good, then let's head to the Yipang Palace immediately and eradicate the evil. The scene shifted to the Yipang Palace, where demonic energy now shrouded the entire magnificent structure. Our young man's soldiers had also assembled, and everyone shouted, kill, kill, kill. The black mist surged toward them, terrifying both horses and soldiers. Wow, this wind is strange. Meng Tian turned to ask the emperor, there's a chilling wind ahead. I don't know what sorcery it is, but many soldiers' war horses are spooked. He didn't know either and replied, this aura is indeed strange. Even the martial power within me feels suppressed by this force. Suddenly, Ying Zheng noticed something and pointed. Kier, look, the palace gate is opening now, pitch black inside, and it seems to be absorbing this black mist. Ha, the door opened by itself. Ying Qi couldn't help but sweat coldly. What trick is this mysterious person playing? Tu Ruo also stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, let me lead the shadow guards in to scout the situation. It sounded reasonable, so he agreed. Then Tu Ruo led the shadow guards inside. The black mist mixed with vengeful spirits flung one person away. Ah, seeing this, Ying Qi was also startled. At that moment a voice suddenly called out Ying Qi from inside, sounding extremely eerie. Seeing this, our young man raised his sword and shouted, I, the Emperor, no matter what demon you are, if you disturb my great Qin, my father and I will not let you off. The vengeful spirit spoke, Ying Qi, don't you want to save your family? I'll let you in, but only you alone to see if you have the guts. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng immediately advised, Kier, no, this is his scheme. It's too dangerous for you alone. Meng Tian also advised, Emperor Wu, no, let me lead the army to storm in. Tu Ruo and his men ahead still couldn't enter, blocked by the vengeful spirit. I don't believe it, charge again with me. But they were flung away again, and the vengeful spirit laughed heartily. It's useless. No matter how many times you try, the result is the same. Time was running out, and our young man agreed. Fine, I promise you, I'll go in alone. Ying Zheng and Meng Tian couldn't stop him. He reached out to block them. My mind is made up. This barrier is extraordinary. You are the last strength of Great Qin. Don't throw your lives away easily. I'll go in alone. You find opportunities outside. I'll go in and take a look. Ying Zheng had no choice but to caution. Kier, be careful. He then entered inside. Mad laughter echoed continuously. Ha ha ha. The sound was piercing and made him uncomfortable. Ahead was a house flanked by pillars wrapped in iron chains. Upon closer inspection, these chains were binding ferocious vengeful spirits. They had various forms, extremely hideous. Ying Qi ignored them and flew straight past. As he flew toward the White House, he suddenly stopped, and a figure in a black robe appeared before him. The figure spoke, Ying Qi, you're too late. His eyes were bloodshot, and he grinned fiercely. You can't save this Great Qin world, let alone your family, he asked. What kind of demon are you? Why do you oppose me? The figure replied. Because you shouldn't exist, your existence has created variables in this world, breaking free from the god's control. HMPH nonsense, die! With that he charged with his sword. The black-robed figure raised his hand, gathering power, and shouted, "Do you really think you can kill me here? This city of the wrongfully dead, I've gathered countless wronged souls, brought them from the netherworld, specially prepared for you." "What? The netherworld? Are you from the netherworld?" At this moment his sword came down but was entangled by black mist like cloth. The black-robed figure replied, "Not just me. Have you forgotten who you are? Where do you come from?" Seeing this person talking in circles, he grew furious, broke through the black mist and shouted, "Enough nonsense, where are my family? Release them, and I'll spare your life." But this guy slipped away, turning into black mist and flying inside. He taunted, "If you want to save your family, follow me." "Ha ha ha," he chased after him. "Stop right there." After entering inside, he saw Yuan and Zaire sitting on the bed in front of him. Ying Qi stepped forward and called out to the two children, "Yu Qi, Zaire, how are you? Where are your mother and grandmother?" But at this moment both children had bloodshot eyes. He kept calling, "Kier, Zaire, wake up quickly." Behind him black mist gradually gathered, forming ferocious, vengeful spirits. He turned and recognized them as ancient fierce beasts. Those fierce beasts, the black Qilin and white Qilin, also appeared, emitting deafening roars. The black Qilin immediately charged with a mighty roar. Ying Qi leaped backward to dodge. The four ancient fierce beasts, how is this possible? Then it rammed again, forcing Ying Qi to awkwardly raise his sword to block. Sweating profusely, he said, "The beast's strength is too great." Soon, Ying Qi was knocked back. Its roar produced an extremely terrifying sound wave. Just as he didn't know how to respond, a giant foot struck from behind. He immediately jumped aside to dodge. It was the white Qilin. The vengeful spirit then spoke, "Ying Qi, do you really think you can do whatever you want? Ying Qi, do you really think you can escape the will of death? How ridiculous." He was now extremely anxious and turned back to call out to the two children, "Yu Qi, Zaire, wake up quickly and leave this place with your father." But the two children still didn't respond, staring blankly at him. HMPH, damn it. Without time to think, the two fierce beasts charged again to attack. Ying Qi then made up his mind and said, "No matter what beasts you are." With that his figure vanished before their eyes, startling them. Then he appeared above the black Qilin's head and swung his sword. Die! The sword struck the back precisely, blood splattering. Yuji also suffered the same slash, blood spurting from his back, and he kept spitting blood. Seeing this he was extremely shocked and called out anxiously, "Yuji, what's going on? Why is it that when I cut the beast, Yuji gets hurt?" The vengeful spirit also said, "Ha ha ha, kill away, kill your own son and daughter with your own hands. Don't you want to think about it?" He didn't think further, picked up the two children and ran. "Damn it, I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm leaving." After running a distance he suddenly stopped, seeing something. The black-robed figure was outside casting a spell, with staffs made of skulls on either side. He grinned, "Ha ha ha, Ying Qi, how do you like my curse?" He raised his sword to the sky, gathered power and shouted, "Despicable villain Yu Qi, Zaire, your father will surely save you." Instantly, thunder roared in the sky and lightning struck the black-robed figure. At this moment the two children seemed to wake up, looking up at the sky, and the two fierce beasts also let out whimpering sounds. Ying Qi raised his hand seal high, "No one can harm my family. Even if you are death, I will kill gods and Buddhas alike." Instantly, a golden dragon's phantom swooped down from the sky. The black-robed figure recognized it in terror. The heavenly Tao divine dragon." The golden dragon charged straight at the two fierce beasts. With a loud bang, the two beasts turned to ashes. He immediately turned to ask the two children, "Yu Qi, Zaire, wake up quickly." The two children did not disappoint him. Their eyes returned to normal and they called out, "Father." "Ah, great, you finally?" But the black-robed figure was still laughing. "Ha ha ha, interesting. Struggle, Ying Qi." Then he gathered power in his hands and said, "I like watching you struggle before death." Ha ha ha. Watching the demonic energy converge into a massive force, he couldn't help but sigh. The demonic energy is so strong. Soon the black-robed figure summoned an extremely fierce Teoti from it. Ying Qi was utterly shocked. "This is Teoti." Without hesitation he took out a talisman. "The myriad warrior souls of Great Qin, help me slay demons and vanquish evil." Instantly Bai Qi appeared, leading the soldiers and saying, "I, Bai Qi, assist your majesty in slaying demons and vanquishing evil." The soul soldiers also said in unison, "Assist your majesty in slaying demons and vanquishing evil." Then Bai Qi led them to charge, killing, killing, killing. Seeing this, Teoti opened its huge mouth. Then it sucked all the soul soldiers into its mouth as food. Bai Qi was not sucked in. Instead he charged forward and slashed it a few times. "Beast, spit out my Great Qin soldiers." Ying Qi was even more incredulous. "Is it an illusion? That beast seems to have grown several times larger." The two children were very scared. "Father, the ground is shaking." He quickly comforted them. "Yu Qi, Zaire, don't be afraid. Your father is here." The black-robed figure laughed again. "Ha ha ha, Ying Qi, do you feel it? Do you feel your own weakness?" Zaire's face turned pale. "Father, I'm so scared." He looked at the ground and noticed that the Yipeng Palace seemed to be rising. Outside, Ying Zheng and the soldiers also saw this scene. The Yipeng Palace is flying into the sky. Is Kier in danger?" Then Ying Zheng wanted to rush in. I must go save Qin, but Meng Tian immediately stopped him. First Emperor. No, it's too dangerous. Then he ordered, catapults, fire arrows, shoot. Tu Ruo shouted, shadow guards, charge in with me to rescue Emperor Wu. Then rows of fire arrows and shadow guards also rose with the Yipeng Palace. The Yipeng Palace flew high into the sky, seemingly touching the clouds with lightning striking wildly. Yingzheng kept worrying and calling out, Qin, you must come back alive. Inside, Teoti still had its huge mouth open, continuously devouring the soul soldiers. Yingqi couldn't stop it and could only sigh. This ancient Teoti can devour the sky and earth. Beside him, Bai Qi kept scratching it. I, Bai Qi, will slay this beast for your majesty. But at this moment Teoti counterattacked, shooting out a beam of energy that sent Bai Qi flying. Bai Qi crashed heavily to the ground. He called out in concern, Bai Qi, the black-robed figure said smugly. Ying Qi, how does it feel to be powerless? Next, Teoti will swallow you all into its belly. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Teoti aimed its huge mouth at him and the two children, sucking them in. Its mouth seemed to contain energy that could devour everything. Seeing him hesitate, it unleashed its ultimate move to devour the sky and earth. Sucking up the surrounding earth and stones, he stabbed his sword into the ground to hold on while the two children clung tightly to him. He comforted them. Don't be afraid, your father is here. Bai Qi had also sat up, planting his spear into the ground to avoid being sucked in. Then Bai Qi shouted again, I, Bai Qi, am powerless to protect you. Today I sacrifice my warrior soul to perish together with these beasts. Qin General Bai Qi swears to slay the beast. With that, he charged toward Teoti's mouth, his body erupting with terrifying energy. After Teoti swallowed Bai Qi, its belly swelled as if about to burst. But the man in black still said calmly, Did you think that would be enough to defeat me? Yingji was truly delusional. The portal to another world had already opened, and I would claim these wronged souls. As he spoke, a passage-like door seemed to appear in the sky, poised to devour Yipeng Palace. Seeing this, Yingji was terrified. No, we must leave here immediately. He grabbed the two children and ran out. Looking down from above, he said, We father and son have no choice but to fight to the death. With that, he leaped down with the two children in his arms. Yuki Shay, hold on tight, yes. Just as they were at a loss, the Black Dragon arrived in time. It's the Black Dragon, catch us soon. The three landed safely on the Black Dragon's head. Shay asked worriedly, Father, where are grandmother and mother? He replied, Shay, don't worry, I will definitely rescue them and reunite our family. Below, Yingzheng and his subordinates were overjoyed. It's Jir, it's indeed Emperor Wu. Look, there are the prince and princess. Soon the three landed safely. The two children immediately ran to Yingzheng, calling out, Grandfather. He also ran over, saying, Yuki Shay, you're safe. That's wonderful. Just then, the man in black's voice rang out, Yingji, if you want to save your woman and mother, come find me in the other world. Meng Tian looked up and said, Emperor Wu, Yipeng Palace is about to be sucked into that vortex. Damn it. At that moment the vortex seemed to have swallowed Yipeng Palace, but several pillars of demonic energy shot into the ground from within. He was greatly puzzled. What's with this black demonic energy? Yingzheng asked. Jir, what should we do next? He replied. Father, this mysterious man is no ordinary foe. He likely comes from another world. Let's return to Shenyang Palace first. The scene shifted to Shenyang Palace, where Meng Tian reported, Emperor Wu, the demons around Shenyang City have been cleared and the guard soldiers are in place. Another official also reported, Your Majesty, the officials from both surnames, oh no, the officials from all prefectures and counties have also been arranged. The affairs of the 100 officials will soon resume. He found this satisfactory and said, Good. General Meng Tian, arrange for soldiers with martial arts foundations from the 5 major camps to go to various regions to suppress the strange beasts and pacify the people. Meng Tian clasped his fists and said, Your servant obeys the decree. He then ordered, Tu Ruo, lead the shadow guards to investigate the 9 provinces. Report any anomalies in demonic energy immediately. Your servant obeys the decree. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier rushed in panic. Your Majesty, urgent military intelligence. He immediately asked, What intelligence? Report quickly. The soldier said frantically, The general guarding Hanggu Pass reports that demonic energy has appeared recently. HMPH, what? He immediately ordered, Tu Ruo, arrange for someone to follow me to investigate immediately. As you command. The scene shifted to 30 li outside Shenyang City. Here, demonic energy surged from cracks in the ground. Yingji and Tu Ruo had already arrived. He said, Demonic energy is continuously pouring out. It should be a passage connecting to another world. Tu Ruo also reported, Your Majesty, the soldiers sent to investigate earlier have not returned. He said, Tu Ruo, you guard the area around the demonic energy and closely monitor its movements. If any demons emerge, kill them with full force. Yes, with that he leaped into the demonic energy pit. I'll go investigate. You guard the entrance and exit, as you command. Deep underground there was a purple vortex continuously emitting demonic energy. Without hesitation he passed through it and stepped onto a dark ground. Is this the other world? Suddenly, two monsters charged from afar. A mortal, the scent of a mortal. Haha, I'm drooling just looking at him. Soon, countless monsters surrounded him. One said, I want the first bite. But before they could act, the blood tiger let out a furious roar, its power blasting them away. Yingji didn't idle either, slicing them into pieces with his sword, limbs and bodies scattering everywhere. Suddenly, one monster that escaped tried to flee desperately, shouting, so terrifying. My young man quickly moved in front of it to block its path, and the monster stammered in fear. Don't, with bloodshot eyes and a murderous look he threatened, take me to your master. The monster immediately confessed, over there, there's a huge building in the distance. Demonic energy rose, shrouding the surroundings. Yingji now held the monster by the neck, leading it along. Lead the way and I won't kill you. Yes, spare me. Suddenly, demonic energy flew close. What's this now? The demonic energy transformed into figures of demon women, giggling. It smells like a man, come have some fun, but he was resolute, sweeping them away with a single sword stroke. Lonely ghosts dare to block my path? No mercy. Ahead, countless lightning bolts struck down continuously. My young man also tensed up. So much lightning, the monster also realized in fear. The master is angry. Don't go any further. As it spoke, a black energy struck its head. Instantly its body broke apart, and it fell dead without even a groan. Then a three-headed beast flew over. Another beast, its tiger head spewed demonic energy at him. He immediately ordered the blood tiger to leap and dodge. Back in the Great Qin world, countless demons were pouring out, devouring soldiers. A massive monster even appeared, excitedly pouncing on soldiers. With one punch it sent soldiers flying like scattered petals. Tu Ruo immediately commanded, retreat. Retreat. Fire the whistling arrow for reinforcements immediately. Fireworks shot into the sky as a signal. Back in the other world, Yingji was now facing Yanner, who walked up calling out Brother Ji. But he was very rational. You are not Yanner. With that, he unhesitatingly struck down the phantom with his sword. Soon, the demonic energy in the sky gathered again, and a demon woman appeared before him. He recognized her. Indeed, everything that had just happened was an illusion. Then he pointed his sword at the demon woman and shouted, Evil demon, put away your tricks. Tell me where your master is. Hearing this, she curled her lips and laughed heartily. Then she unleashed her power, and a massive phantom appeared behind her. First, leave your soul behind. He also summoned his soul phantom, the god of slaughter, descending to annihilate gods and demons. As soon as the phantom appeared, it swung its sword down. The demon woman was terrified. How is this possible? With a single sword stroke, her phantom was shattered, and she herself was sent flying, crashing into a wall. She said in disbelief, Impossible, a mere mortal. How can he have such power? My young man walked up and pointed his sword at her, asking, My words are destiny. I'll give you a chance. Will you speak or not? She immediately begged for mercy. Please don't kill me. I'll talk. Then, clutching her chest, she said, I don't know where your family is imprisoned, but if you want to find who you're looking for, you must kill the three gods. Who exactly is your master god? Why can't you even speak his name? She replied. It's not that I won't say it. You don't know his identity, but everyone connected to him is under a prohibition. They cannot speak his name or identity. HMPH. Such a prohibition exists. And what are the three gods? She also described. The three gods are the deities who govern the three realms, the dark god, the sea god, and the dragon god. Only by killing them can you see that person. He then asked, I'm curious, why are you telling me everything? Is it all true? She replied, I have no reason to deceive you. I'm just following his orders. Here I'm supposed to delay you. HMPH, delay me? Damn it, Great Qin is in danger. In the Great Qin world, the one-eyed monster was attacked, but it was like a tickle to it. Tu Ruo led the charge, using martial arts power to fight the demon. Another person said, Our martial energy doesn't seem to harm it. Tu Ruo realized this and agreed. Just then a soldier ran up. General, reinforcements have arrived. Soon, Meng Tian arrived with Zaire and the army. The little one said, The Great Qin Prince Ying Shi has come to slay demons. Tu Ruo, we're here to support you. Meng Tian also asked Tu Ruo, how's the situation here? Tu Ruo replied, Reporting to General Meng, His Majesty entered the pit alone and ordered us to guard the entrance. Suddenly, a horde of demons surged out, especially that one-eyed monster. Our attacks can't even scratch it. What? Not even martial energy works? Ying Shi looked at the monster and said, Father ordered us to guard the entrance. We must complete the mission. I don't believe we can't hurt that one-eyed monster. So the confident little one charged forward alone, startling Meng Tian and Tu Ruo, who shouted, Be careful, Your Highness. Ying Shi leapt into the air, infusing his spear with flames, and shouted, One-eyed monster, watch me blind your eye. Then he executed a move called White Rainbow, piercing the sun, and the spear tip struck the monster's eye. Everyone thought the kid was just fooling around, but to their surprise he succeeded. The one-eyed monster owed in pain. Then it swung its hand and sent the little one flying. Tu Ruo shouted in worry. Your Highness, Meng Tian ordered. Quickly, save His Highness. Ying Shi crashed to the ground, creating a small crater but seemed unharmed. The monster pulled out the spear, blood splattering, and roared as it charged at Ying Shi, terrifying him. Then it raised its hand high, forming a fist. Without hesitation, it slammed down directly at the little one. The punch created a deep crater in the ground, and the little one's figure disappeared. But its eye seemed to have healed on its own. Everyone. The crowd shouted in worry for His Highness. Li Feng was also terrified. His Highness was hit by that monster. Meng Dian also ordered, all soldiers charge. But they were also stunned by what they saw. Look, as the dust cleared, the little one was seen with both hands raised, blocking that earth-shattering punch. He said firmly, I am the Great Qin Prince. Petty one-eyed monster, how dare you be so arrogant? Be destroyed. At the same time, a fiery dragon phantom rose from him, immediately charging over to burn the monster. Ah, ouch, His Highness has a divine beast protecting him. Meng Tian also said joyfully, Heaven blesses Great Qin, our prince possesses such extraordinary power. The soldiers also cheered. Destroy the demons, slay the monster. After a while, the monster was burned to ashes. The little one stood majestically and declared, Soldiers of Great Qin, follow me to kill the evil demons. Then he led the charge. Kill, flay the demons and exorcise the evil. Those demonic energy spirits were easily dispersed by him and the soldiers. After a while, Ying Ji flew out of the death crack with the demon woman in his arms. Seeing his son leading the charge so valiantly, he asked, Sire, why are you here? The little one replied, Father, I want to fight alongside you to kill the demons and protect Great Qin. Meng Tian also said, Your Majesty, thanks to His Highness we were able to slay the one-eyed Yaksha. Then the demon woman was tied up and thrown to the ground. He said, I see, you wanted to destroy my Great Qin, you're just asking for death. Now I'll give you a way out. Surrender to Great Qin. Lead me to the 3 gods you mentioned, she replied. Lord of Great Qin, I never intended to be your enemy. I am willing to submit to you, as long as you promise to spare me. After hearing this, he accepted. You'd better not play any tricks. Lead the way immediately. At the same time, he untied her bonds. So the demon woman said, The first god, the dark god, is in the netherworld. I can guide you, but the netherworld is shrouded in darkness. If we go with too few people, I'm afraid. But he shouted indifferently, Wherever the blade of Great Qin reaches, we slay evil demons, just lead the way. The soldiers also cheered, Slay the demons, slay the demons. She hesitated no longer. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll lead the way. Then the demon woman led Ying Ji and his group to Mount Li, which was incredibly desolate. As they walked, the demon woman said, The netherworld is in the dark abyss. To get there, only places dense with death energy can create an entrance. It's here. Before them stood a dilapidated house. He said in disbelief, How dare they? They've defiled the imperial mausoleum of Great Qin. I will destroy these lonely ghosts. Ying Shi also shouted, Father, I'll go with you. He immediately stopped him. Sire, you and General Meng guard the entrance to prevent demons from taking the opportunity to invade. The two replied, Yes. Tu Ruo, take a few shadow guards and come with me. Yes. Then the group entered. Before leaving, he instructed, Guard the entrance carefully. Meng Tian replied, Be careful, Your Majesty. Inside, what appeared before them were pale bones, withered trees, an extremely eerie and desolate scene. Ying Ji asked, Is this the netherworld? The demon woman replied, Yes, there's no trace of the living here. I believe danger will come soon. As she spoke, skeletal hands emerged from the ground, and soon piles of bones crawled out densely. He immediately warned, Everyone be careful. These skeletons even rode bone horses, all emitting astonishing black energy. The demon woman recognized them and said, We've been discovered by the dark god. He shouted, Prepare to engage the enemy. In the distance there were also bone birds, each feather flying over to attack. Without hesitation he swung his sword and shouted, Demons and monsters all beheaded. His soldiers also easily shot down these skeletons. Kill! Ying Ji prepared to shoot arrows using his divine archery skill. As he shot, he shouted, With such little skill, you dare to invade my Great Qin? Then his arrows shattered all the flying bone monsters. His soldiers and Tu Ruo also used martial energy to attack. The skeletons were completely shattered, utterly defenseless. After dealing with them, he roared with overwhelming momentum, Ying Ji of Great Qin is here. Dark God, prepare to die. Suddenly the shattered bones began to fly together. Are these undead resurrecting again? Then a skull with glowing eyes formed and said, Ying Qi, you've finally come. His entire body was now shrouded in blue flames, and he let out a hideous, eerie laugh. He then raised a staff with a rope at its tip, his eyes glowing as he said, You can't escape this dark abyss. An aggressive dark force shot from his staff, and he immediately shouted, Dodge! However, every blood tiger he rode evaded while the soldiers around him were blasted and scattered. Ah! Then he flew up to counterattack. Dark Overlord, let's see what you're made of. He swept out an extremely powerful sword aura, but the Dark Overlord immediately erected a barrier to block it. Seeing this, he was startled. He could easily block my sword aura. The witch then said, "It's useless. This is the dark abyss where dark power is ruled by the dark god." Then the dark overlord raised his staff, drew a circle, and summoned, "Descend, fear from the depths of darkness. I rule here." Instantly, another dark overlord appeared. Ruo cried out in terror, "There's another one!" The two dark overlords now attacked simultaneously. "Damn it, everyone, be careful." A terrifying force struck. Our young man couldn't withstand it and leaped to dodge. While simultaneously closing in on one dark overlord and slashing him, he howled in pain, but then he replicated into 3. "You can't kill me. In this dark world, I alone am the master." Now it's 3. He quickly had a flash of inspiration and grabbed the witch to run. If this isn't the dark overlord true body, it seems we have to find his real form to defeat him. The witch guessed that the dark overlord true body was likely at the end of the abyss. Hearing this, he said, "Take me to his true body." The dark overlords kept attacking, and Ying Qi's group fled in disarray. But all the accompanying spirit soldiers had fallen, leaving only Ruo, our young man, and the witch. Once safe, he instructed, "Ruo, you all be careful. I'll go find his true body." Ruo replied, "Yes, your majesty, be careful." After a while, the two arrived at a pit. Looking down, the witch said, "The depths of darkness are where the dark god hides." But he asked, "What's the catch?" He replied that the deeper into the darkness, the stronger the dark god's power. Suddenly, he saw something and exclaimed, "That's down there. Yanner is bound here," she called out. "Brother Qi, save me," he responded anxiously. "Yanner?" And jumped down without hesitation. "Yanner, I'm coming to save you." The witch above wore a cold expression and said, "Ying Qi, I hope you don't die here." He charged straight toward the massive skull's mouth. "Darkness can never block light. Come on, throw everything you've got, dark god." After a while, he landed at the bottom of the valley and entered. Surrounded by black mist, he channeled power into his hand, emitting light to illuminate, and said, "I am the embodiment of light. No matter who you are, if you dare to offend my great Qin, I will slay gods as I encounter them." At that moment, the dark overlord true body sat on a throne before him and spoke, "Ying Qi, you are the first mortal to reach this place. I see the fear in your heart. Fear? Are you mistaken? I don't want to waste words. Where is my family?" The dark overlord responded about them. But before he finished speaking, his figure vanished, then appeared before the other, throwing a fist wrapped in light power. "Then you have no reason to live. I grant you death." The fist collision caused an explosion. As the dust cleared, the dark overlord was gone. He had now coalesced behind him. He said, "I told you, in this dark world, I am the master. You cannot defeat me." Then he summoned a massive battle axe. He was quite confused now. It kept reforming, unkillable. He needed a plan. Before he could think further, the other swung the axe at him. He leapt high to dodge while slashing with his sword. "I'll chop you into 8 pieces so you can't reform." Then he struck directly at the bone arm, breaking it, and the axe was also cut. Not stopping there, he slashed repeatedly, cutting the dark overlord into several pieces. The dark overlord was shattered and fell to the ground. Before he could reform, he used sealing arrows to prevent revival. The skeletal hand was hit, and a star-shaped sealing ring appeared, stopping it from recombining. He shot sealing arrows at every piece of the dark overlord body. Finally, almost all the bone fragments were sealed. Done, Ying Qi landed easily and stepped forward, saying, "Now what tricks do you have left? Can't move, can you?" The head then replied, "You despicable mortal, do you think this can conquer darkness?" Hearing this, he asked, "Is it not enough?" "No more nonsense." Our young man stepped forward, raised his foot, "I'll crush you," and stomped the skull to pieces. Suddenly, black mist kept pouring out, puzzling him. "What is this?" The mist formed a skeletal phantom that spoke, "Despicable mortal, you've angered the dark god. The dark god must be buried." Then the skeleton opened its mouth wide and sucked fiercely, and Ying Qi was lifted into the air. Be devoured by darkness. But Ying Qi wasn't so easily beaten. He immediately drew his sword, channeling power into it, and said, "I am light, HMPH, useless. My darkness will consume everything you have," he replied. "Light will surely break through darkness. Die, dark god." The black mist from the skeleton gradually formed a circle as if to swallow our young man. He seized the moment and thrust an extremely dazzling sword strike. The dark overlord cried out in terror, "No, impossible, how can a mortal slay a god?" Soon the darkness was cut open by our young man. Those outside also noticed and looked at the sky. The witch realized, thinking, "The dark overlord eyes have dissipated. Ying Qi really killed the dark god. Is he truly immortal?" The sky now brightened again, and Ying Qi leapt out of the abyss. Ruo and the soldiers greeted him. "Your Majesty, you've won," he announced. "The dark god is dead." Ruo congratulated him on his divine might. The soldiers cheered. The witch then pointed to the door above and said, "The dark god is dead. The path to the Great Qin world is open. We can go back," he then ordered. "All troops, return." They replied, "Yes," as commanded. Everyone flew toward the golden door and returned to the Great Qin world, where a child was eagerly waiting. As soon as they landed, the child came forward to congratulate his father on his triumphant return. Meng Tian also congratulated him. Then he asked, "Any activity around here?" Meng Tian replied. Your Majesty, the surrounding black bones have all dissipated, Ying Shi said. Father, you've triumphed over the dark god. I want to go back and tell grandfather. No rush, son. Time is tight. I need to go kill the sea god. Yes, where is the sea god? The witch immediately informed. The entrance to the sea god's temple is in the East Sea. Good. Meng Nian immediately ordered the preparation of ships and set out for the East Sea. As you command, the soldiers also shouted in unison. Set out for the East Sea. The scene shifted to the Zhangtai Palace in Shenyang, where voices came. Good, good, good. Qir's first battle is a great victory, killing the dark god. The ministers immediately flattered. Your Majesty's martial prowess is divine. Our great Qin will surely purge all evil. Ying Zheng ordered from above. Qir has already set out for the East Sea. Issue orders to prepare ships and provisions immediately. Also send Fusu to the East Sea to assist Qir. As you command, Your Majesty. At the East Sea, huge whirlpools were present. Ying Qi and his men were observing them. Meng Tian said, Your Majesty, the East Sea has towering waves. I fear our ships. The witch also informed that it was the sea god's divine power, and the whirlpool's bottom was where the sea god's temple lay. Hearing this, he ordered, Prepare a large ship. I'll go see how he stirs up trouble myself, the men replied. Yes. After a while he and the soldiers were at sea. He stood at the bow commanding the troops to advance toward the whirlpool. Suddenly a giant wave struck. Tu Ruo warned, Your Majesty, be careful. He immediately ordered, Steady the ship. Tu Ruo and the soldiers used their mountain-like strength to protect the vessel, forming a barrier to prevent the wave from hitting. Just then a shark fin cut through the water below. Tu Ruo ordered, Careful, what's that? As he spoke, a shark-like monster pitch black with red eyes charged at them. The people on board worried, It's coming. Ying Qi didn't hesitate and rushed forward. Beast, don't block my way. He slashed 2 sword auras at it, but it seemed unharmed and still rammed the ship, breaking it in 2. The soldiers fell into the water, struggling and crying out. He stood on a plank and commanded, Tu Ruo, stay here. I'll dive to the seabed alone. Yes, Your Majesty, be careful. With that, he jumped into the sea and dove deep. Swimming smoothly, he was suddenly entangled by a tentacle. Where did this monster come from? A hideous face with jagged teeth appeared before him. An octopus monster, he burst out with power, shattering its tentacle to break free. Still daring to act up, I'll roast you and eat you. Frightened, the octopus immediately backed off, ignoring it. He continued diving deeper. After a while, a glittering palace appeared on the seabed. Is that the sea god's lair? Just then the palace gates opened and a beam of light shot out, shouting, Trespassing forbidden ground, seeking death. 2 water monsters with tridents appeared. How dare a mortal step here, he said. I've come to take your lives. The 2 monsters charged to fight. Kill this mortal, but with a light pass he left a few slashes, cutting them into fish chunks. You 2 beasts dare block my path? Then Ying Qi walked in. Let me see what kind of creature you are, daring to stir up trouble. Deep inside the main hall before him was a throne and a trident stuck in the ground. He shouted, Where is the sea god? Ying Qi of Great Qin is here, a voice immediately replied. Mortal, you shouldn't be here. I had no intention of being your enemy, but since you've invaded my sea god temple, I must take you down. HMPH, I also had no intention of being your enemy, but your divine race captured my family. I won't let it go. Arrogant words. A beam of light shot toward the throne, and that light also froze our young man. Then the sea god Poseidon appeared holding a trident and said, Mortal power is ultimately limited. He walked toward him step by step. Mortals who defy gods will ultimately pay with their lives. Just as he was gloating, a force shot from the ice. Startled, he watched as the ice was quickly shattered by Ying Qi. How is this possible? Ying Qi stepped forward and said, I don't care if you're human or demon, he declared with overwhelming presence. If you dare to offend my great Qin or touch my family, I will kill you. Without further ado, he charged forward. Die! The sea god also rushed forward. Ignorant mortal! The sword and trident clashed, creating a shockwave. They seemed evenly matched, and the blast shattered the ground around them. Ceiling stones broke and fell toward his head. Ying Qi immediately leapt aside to dodge. The sea god continued gathering power. The fate of challenging the sea god is to die in the endless abyss. Waves of scythe-like force came, but he dodged them all, then leaped above his head and slashed down. I am here to slay gods. Just then, a massive fish appeared beside him, opening its gaping maw to swallow our young man. Oh no, I'm done for. Unable to dodge in time, he was swallowed by the fish. He slid down its digestive tract into its stomach. Inside it was all water. The sea god's voice echoed, Ying Qi, I admit you are an impressive mortal. He looked around, searching, and shouted, Come out and face me. The sea god suddenly appeared behind him, trying to ambush him but revealing himself with a sound. But you are still just a mortal, and that means seeking death. Ying Qi quickly raised his sword to block the strike, then swept it horizontally. Die, your body has already fled from me. Ha ha. Ha, vanished again? Impossible. The sea god then reformed behind him. and he sensed it. Was it not the true body? After reforming, the sea god continued to sneak attack silently, but he detected and shattered it. Gods, can you only hide? Just as he was gloating, he was struck from behind. Ah! He immediately slashed backward, shattering the sea god. The sea god still laughed contemptuously. Haha, mortal power is ultimately limited. Give up. Blood flowed from his body due to the blow. His body began to tremble. Ah, impossible. I get it. This is all your trick. This fish belly is an illusion you created, isn't it? Then he gathered power and roared. I will break through this fish belly. The light on his body shot straight into the sky. He burst out, piercing through the fish. Oh, so the sea god's true body was a clumsy whale. Ha ha ha. I'll stew you into fish soup for my daughter to taste. With that he thrust his sword, sending soup splattering, and carved a long gash across the fish's body, from tail to belly. While the fish barely resisted, a whirlpool formed on the water's surface. Suddenly, a warning came. Something was about to emerge. Soon, the sea god leaped out of the water. Ying Qi was now riding atop the sea god's head. He recognized it and said, "What, you want to turn into a staff? Then I'll give you a hand," gathering his power into the sword. He struck it, and at the same time the black dragon flew over. He jumped out and shouted, "Black dragon, I want grilled fish." The black dragon didn't hesitate and breathed a torrent of flame at the sea god. He laughed joyfully. "Haha, let's see you fly into the sky this time." The sea god howled in agony from the flames and tried to dive into the water. As it submerged, the flames were extinguished. Ying Qi pursued it relentlessly. "God or demon, I will kill you." He swung his sword, stabbing into its body, shouting with each thrust, "Ah ah." The sea god struggled for a while, splashing water everywhere. The observing witch also noticed, surprised that the sea god had died so quickly. The whirlpool on the sea gradually dissipated. Ying Qi landed from a height and said, "One fall brings all life. No one can forget my great Qin, not even the gods." The sea surface suddenly froze naturally. What was happening? The soldiers were also puzzled. Why had the sea suddenly frozen? A sudden reminder came. "Everyone, use your protective qi." After landing, Ying Qi speculated, could it be that the sea god is dead? He thrust his sword into the ice, trying to melt it with his qi. "I don't believe I can't melt this icy sea." His eyes gleamed as he roared, "I'll burn this icy sea." With that he unleashed the fire of karma, and flames rose from the sword's point, shooting into the sky, instantly melting the icy sea. "Ah, we're saved. Emperor Wu has saved us." Suddenly, a blue pearl flew out from the seabed, and Ying Qi grabbed it. "Is this the sea god's pearl?" he declared. "The sea god has been killed by me. Send a signal for the great ship to come. Your servant obeys." Soon a large ship arrived, and after a while he and his soldiers returned to shore. "Your Majesty, the troops are assembled and ready to depart at any time." He nodded and said, "Good." Then asked the witch where the entrance to the dragon god's domain was. The witch replied, "To find the dragon god, you must go to the flame volcano in the northwest border. But first you need to absorb the power of the dark god and the sea god's pearls to withstand the flames of the lava domain." Hearing this, he took out the 2 pearls and asked, "How do I absorb the power of these 2 pearls?" She answered, "You must first break the pearls with 2 powerful forces to channel their power into your body." That would require at least 3 people, wouldn't it? Her eyes glinted with cunning as she replied, "That's right, it seems I'll have to return to Shenyang to figure this out." Suddenly, they set off back to Shenyang. Yes, the scene shifted to the Chengtai Palace in Shenyang. Ying Zheng asked, "Kier, as you said, you need to absorb the power of these 2 pearls as soon as possible to go to the dragon god's domain." He replied, "Yes. So I need father's help. I'll help you break the pearls, but have you thought of a second person?" He shook his head. "I haven't yet. In terms of martial power, only General Meng Tian is capable." Ying Zheng said, "Not necessarily Kier. I'll recommend someone for you." Hearing this, he asked, "Who?" He replied, "Is it Zaire?" "Zaire? Kier, don't you even know your own son's strength? Come, seeing is believing. I'll take you to see." The scene shifted to where Ying Shi was. He was carrying a huge boulder under a waterfall, and after a moment he shouted, "Ah!" and burst forth with power, shattering the boulder. Ying Zheng and Ying Qi arrived. Ying Zheng said happily, "Zaire, your strength has improved a lot." The young boy knelt to pay his respects. "Father, you flatter me. Grandfather, and you have come to see me. Is there something you need?" Ying Zheng said. "You've seen Zaire's strength." "Yes, I really didn't expect it. Zaire's martial power has reached this level. Come, help your father." He then took out the 2 pearls and said, "Father, Zaire, let's break the pearls together." "Good. When the pearls break, both forces will flow into you, Kier." Ying Shi also said, "Father, grandfather, rest assured, I will give my all." Soon the 3 of them exerted force on the 2 pearls. The pearls slowly rose. Ying Zheng said, "Kier, Zaire, the pearls are reacting." Then 2 streams of power were released. Ying Qi didn't waste any time and began absorbing them. After a while his eyes turned a strange blue and purple. Haha, the pearls were successfully broken. Lava domain. "I'm coming." 7 days later, at the flame volcano, the scene was extremely scorching, with heat waves sometimes carrying lava whirlpools into the sky. The soldiers and Ying Qi had already arrived. Seeing this, he remarked, The dragon god is quite impatient sending such a big gift before we've even met. Suddenly, he noticed and shouted, "Your Majesty, there seem to be flickering flames in the whirlpools. It's probably not natural forces." The witch also said that the dragon god controls the power of fire, and these two whirlpools were the embodiment of lava. Many dinosaur-like monsters charged down the mountain, roaring, and the soldiers recognized them as lava beasts forming a formation. Ying Qi and Ying Shi leapt from their horses. Ying Qi channeled the power of the two absorbed pearls into his palm and shouted, "Beasts, how dare you block me?" Ying Shi said, "Father, let me clear the way and show this dragon god the edge of our Ying bloodline." So Ying Qi attacked from the front, while Ying Shi covered him from behind, killing the monsters. Ying Qi shot out chains that precisely entangled them. Water and fire oppose each other, but I'll make ice and fire coexist. The twin pearl ice fire chains quickly locked the mouths of all the lava beasts. When suddenly two fire dragons attacked them from both sides. Ah, not good. He immediately deployed an ice barrier to block the flame pillars from the fire dragons. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, so hot but blocked. Well done, your highness," the dragon god roared. "Mortal, you who kill gods, you should be buried in the fire prison." He pointed his sword at the dragon god and replied, "Under Great Qin, gods have no say. Today I'll take your head as a banner." Hearing this, it angrily shouted, "Ant." Then it gathered power into its claws. He sneered, "Is that all you've got? I'll crush every scale on your body." He leapt and swung a sword aura. "This strike cuts down a god for all under heaven." As the sword swung, the volcano erupted with lava. The soldiers panicked. "Ah, the wind is too strong." The dragon god, stung by the blow, immediately counterattacked, slamming down a massive claw covered in lava. "Ant, be buried in the fire prison, my life, you can't take it." At the same time, he soared into the air, drew his bow and aimed. Power of the sea god, divine arrow technique. He shot an arrow, successfully piercing the massive lava claw. The dragon god roared in pain. Its dragon might shook the area, forcing him to raise his shield to block, but he still taunted, "Dragon god, is that all you've got? HMPH, mortal, I overestimated you, but this is no place for you. Go back." It dove into the lava, but he refused to listen, saying, "Since I'm here, I won't leave empty-handed. Wouldn't it be better to take your life back?" With that, he leaped into the lava to pursue it. Before leaving, he instructed Zaire, "Watch over this place for me. I'm going down to take that old dragon's life." Ying Shi replied, "Father, be careful." Soon he passed through the lava layer and entered the volcano's interior. This was the lava domain, with many fire ants crawling around. HMPH, these ants seem harmless. The path to the dragon god's temple should be here. Whatever, I'll find it first. He followed the ants' trail and came before a massive monster which shouted, "God killer, stop. HMPH, a stone wall dares to block me." Without further ado, Ying Qi leapt and struck it with his sword, but it was unharmed. "As long as the fire burns, I am immortal." He immediately shot out the power of the two pearls. "Let's see how many times you can regenerate." The two forces hit the mountain, creating a hole. The monster was unfazed and shouted, "Taste the agony of being devoured by flames." It spewed fire that turned into a dragon head charging at him. Child's play. He then used a move, Dark Power, Abyss Vortex, quickly dispersing all the fire dragons. The fire god grew angrier and stomped the ground, cracking it open. "Fall down." He couldn't jump in time and fell through the crack. The fire god continued, "Sacrifice the god killer's blood to the dragon god's temple." Below, a stone pillar stood in the center. Seeing it, he speculated, "So you ants survive by relying on this pillar?" Without hesitation, he used power of the sea god Kangming Break and slashed at the pillar. The pillar was instantly covered in countless cracks, teetering. The fire god sensed it and let out a piercing scream before exploding to death, not even having time to groan. As the dust settled, he said, "Your nest is quite well hidden." Before him appeared a door that looked like a passage, and a voice came from within, "Mortal, you shouldn't have set foot here. You've made a grave mistake. HMPH, enough talk, old dragon. I'm here to take your life." But the dragon god still shouted, "Mortal, this is no place for you. Get lost." He replied, "Old dragon, open the door." "I'm here to take your life." Seeing no response, he stepped forward to break it down. Power of the sea god Ice Break. Soon, the door was shattered by this young man. Inside, countless dragon heads roared, "Intruder, suffer the punishment of 9 deaths and reincarnation." "Oh, so many at once, perfect. I'll take them back for dragon meat rolls. Ha ha." Hearing this, it attacked with fire. He raised his shield to block and said, "This temperature is nothing. Back in the Lishan mausoleum, the fire I grilled with was much bigger." Unable to burn him, the dragon god attacked physically with its tail, but he dodged, then reached out and shot chains. Dark Power, the dragon god was immediately entangled. Seeing this, one dragon head used an ultimate lightning strike, hitting where he had stood and causing an explosion, but he had already appeared behind it. "Lightning, my sword is faster than you." He then used Xuanming Ice Seal, freezing the dragon god's body. The dragon god immediately gathered power in its mouth to spit out, "HMPH, spatial magic is nothing special." The dragon god then roared to the sky, summoning massive rocks to crush him into pulp. He immediately released power to block. Even rocks can be controlled? Interesting. Soon the dragon heads were frozen one by one. Then he cut off the dragon god's roots. Plants dare to call themselves dragons? The dragon god still stood, opening its mouth to shout. Extreme cold breath. He raised his sword to meet it. Hey, I'll take your cold. Power of the sea god, ice coagulation sword. HMPH. Feel the dragon god's wrath. Mortal. The dragon god then unleashed a world-destroying fire ring, spewing countless flames. Ying Qi speculated that among these 9 dragons, one must be the dragon god's true form. He then used twin pearls, reversal of yin and yang. With this move he moved swiftly, breaking through the dragon bodies before him. No matter which is the true form, I'll kill you all. Finally, only one dragon head remained. He charged with his sword, thrusting at it. The dragon head roared, "How dare you destroy my 9 apertures?" Soon he plunged the sword into the last dragon head. It couldn't believe it. Impossible. He then exerted force and shouted, "Shatter!" Soon the dragon head exploded. At the same time the volcano's eruption outside intensified. He then realized none of them were the true form. Old dragon, where is your true form? In the distance a dragon skeleton lay within a formation with a beating heart inside its body. Ah, so you're the real body. The bone dragon stood up and roared at Ying Qi. He fearlessly shouted, "Come fight." He charged and clashed with its claws, but its power was terrifying. One blow sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A terrifying force made this young man spit out blood. Then it gathered power in its mouth to release a move, turned to dust. But before it could fire, its mouth was locked by a dark ambush. Turning around, he was already airborne, ready to attack. Seeing this, it recognized him. "Mortal, have you already killed the sea god and the dark god?" "That's right, now it's your turn." With that, he thrust an incredibly powerful sword. "Let me cool you down. Die." As he spoke, his sword plunged deep into the dragon god's head. Power of the sea god, absolute freeze. Instantly, the dragon god's entire body was frozen. Then he shattered the ice, breaking the dragon god into hundreds of pieces. HMPH, just a little worm. The dragon pearl flew out, and he immediately took it. Ah, all done. He then leaped out of the volcano. Ying Qi saw this and said, "Father succeeded." 3 orbs of cyan, yellow and purple swirled around him, and the soldiers roared in unison, "The Great Qin shall never fall. Long live Emperor Wu, invincible in battle." The scene shifted to Shenyang City, and after some time he returned. Ying Zheng came out to greet him. "Kier, Qi Huan is back." The ministers cheered. "Long live Emperor Wu, long live the Great Qin, long live Emperor Wu, long live the Great Qin." Entering the main hall of Changtai Palace, Ying Zheng spoke, "The 3 divine orbs are now complete. The fate of the Great Qin is secure. Kier, what are your next plans?" At that moment he cast the 3 orbs into a furnace and replied, "Your son must uncover the truth, the abyss spoken of by the dark god. To retrieve Yuan and Mother, I must harness the power of these 3 orbs, then journey to the divine realm to bring back Yanner and Mother." "Good, I will aid you." The scene shifted to a secret chamber where flames blazed fiercely. The sorceress stood before the 3 orbs and asked, "Are you ready?" "It's about to begin." Ying Qi then said, "Father, let us activate the martial path and break through these 3 orbs." He listened and agreed. Then the 2 of them focused their martial energy to activate it. Afterward, the 3 orbs merged into one, channeling their power to both of them. The 3 orbs combined into a single golden orb. The 2 rejoiced. "We succeeded," the sorceress pointed to a spot. "The resonance of the 3 divine orbs leads to the ancient sealed land, Buzhou Mountain." Buzhou Mountain? "The legendary pillar supporting heaven and earth," she added. "The whispers of the gods come from the rift in Buzhou Mountain. That is the entrance to the divine realm." Moments later, he had already fused the power of the 3 gods within his body. HMPH, fusing the power of the 3 gods, "Let me see what you can do to me," he then ordered. "Meng Tian, muster the army. 3 days from now we march on Buzhou Mountain." Meng Tian replied. "Understood." 3 days later, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Ying Qi's army had arrived. A voice echoed from the valley rift, "Ying Qi, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you." Ying Qi heard this and said, "Father, your son wishes to lead the vanguard." He replied, "Sire, though this battle is perilous, we father and son shall enter the death god's domain together to rescue your mother and grandmother." "Your son obeys." The sorceress also said, "I will go with you." "Oh, very well." He then ordered, "Meng Tian, lead the army to guard the rift. 2 Ruo, lead the shadow guards to enter with me." All who received the command obeyed. He spurred his horse forward and continued, "Brave warriors of the Great Qin, charge with me into the death god's domain. Slay gods if they stand in our way." The soldiers roared in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." Deeper in, a ghost gate stood ahead, inscribed with the words, "Death god's domain. No return." Ying Qi worried, "Father, this gate," without fear. His forehead glowed as he said, "Let me shatter it with a single punch." Then destructive energy shot from his forehead. The 3 divine orbs split heaven and earth, and the gate was swiftly destroyed. He then ordered, "Everyone enter with me." Inside, the scene was vast and eerie. "This is the Plain of Bones. Father, the moon in the sky," he warned cautiously. "All troops be on alert. Time flows differently here than outside." As they advanced, a skeletal hand grabbed someone's foot. The soldiers panicked. "Your Majesty, these skeletons are moving." He told everyone to be careful. then struck to shatter them. Everyone move quickly. Don't stop here. Skeletons sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Tu Ruo shouted, Your Majesty, there are too many. He ordered a breakout. Then, turning to the sorceress, he said, Sorceress, lead the way. She spoke, I have a way. Then she played a melodious and soothing tune on a flute. The skeletons froze upon hearing it. Taking the lead, Ying Qi said, Let's go. Soon after, they arrived before a massive bone bridge. The sorceress said, The bone bridge connects to the Death God's altar guarded by the ferryman of the Death God's domain. If you want to see the Death God, you must first defeat her. Ying Qi declared, Since we have reached this place, there is no turning back. Be it god or demon, anyone who stands in my way must be fought. Ying Qi replied, That's right, today we father and son must rescue mother. Sire, let's go. Suddenly, many terrifying purple wraiths appeared before them, and a voice rang out, No living person may step into the Death God's domain. Ying Qi unleashed his martial qi and charged forward. Father, leave this to me. He wielded his long spear like Sun Wukong, charging forward with a roar. The wraiths laughed hideously. It's useless, give up. Power of this level cannot harm us at all. Ha ha ha. Seeing his attack fail, Ying Qi turned pale with shock. What? The sorceress quickly explained. These wraiths feed on killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger they become. Ying Qi urged Sire to be careful and took the lead to charge. Ying Qi responded, Yes, father. Just then the soldiers struck out with their palms and Tu Ruo shouted loudly, Your Majesty will cover the rear. You three quickly cross the bone bridge. Ying Qi replied, All right, be careful. Immediately after, the soldiers were heavily surrounded by the wraiths and agonized screams echoed in all directions. Seeing this, Ying Qi was shocked and called out, Tu Ruo, Your Majesty, go quickly. Leave this to us. Ying Qi gritted his teeth and said, All right. With that, Ying Qi and the sorceress dashed across the bone bridge. Soon they reached the end of the bridge, and the sorceress looked down, saying, We have arrived. This is the Death God's altar. Ying Qi strode aggressively into the center of the altar and bellowed, Ying Qi of Great Qin is here. Watchdog of the Death God, show yourself at once. A blurry dark shadow materialized out of thin air. No mortal has ever been able to face the fear of death. When the shadow pulled off its hood, the face revealed was actually Yuan. Brother Qi, you've finally come. Yuan, is it really you? Ying Qi, standing behind, quickly warned his father, Father, do not be deceived by him, that is not mother. Ying Qi pointed his longsword at her. You are not real. A drop of fresh blood slid down the corner of Yuan's eye. The Death God, disguised as Yuan, thought to himself, Your heart wavers. Do you really want to kill the one you love most? Ying Qi looked at her in agony. No, you are not her. He abruptly raised his longsword and thrust it violently into the ground. A sudden surge of power shattered the illusion, and the figure reverted to its original form of a white skeleton. The skeleton gradually dissipated, sneering, Ying Qi of Great Qin, Master is waiting for you. But in the end you cannot escape the curse of the Wheel of Fate. Ha ha ha. A token was left in Ying Qi's hand. What is this? The sorceress replied. This is the soul summoning token. It seems we must take the Nether boat to cross the Nether River. Ha! Before their eyes a giant black whale materialized out of thin air, floating in midair. Father, watch out! The sorceress shouted. Quickly throw the soul-summoning token inside. Ying Qi immediately complied, tossing the token into the giant whale's mouth. Following that, the three leapt onto the giant whale's back. We can set off now, the sorceress continued. Once we enter the Nether River, more illusions will appear. You must be extremely careful. Ying Qi responded, I am not afraid. Father and I will definitely rescue Mother. Then Ying Qi asked his father in confusion, Father, why are there stone statues of our Great Qin ancestors here? Sire, those are not real. Do not let your mind be unsettled. I understand, Father. Just then the illusion of Yuan appeared once more. Brother Qi, save me quickly. Ying Qi's eyes widened. No, these are all illusions. Brother Qi, save me. Ying Qi closed his eyes, dispelling the distracting thoughts and the temptations of the Death God. Is this your trick? Ying Qi blasted a palm strike toward the stone statue. Do not dream of deceiving me. By now, countless wraiths had heavily surrounded the three. Oh no, the vengeful souls are closing in. Ying Qi immediately erected a barrier. Do not think you can harm me in the slightest. Warm memories of past times with his family flashed through his mind. The three stood thus in the boundless void of the dark night. Suddenly, a bizarre mechanism materialized, displaying the scenery of a continent, and soon after a corner of the continent exploded violently. Ying Qi cried out in shock, This is Great Qin's national fortune. He thrust his longsword fiercely into the ground beneath him. No one, absolutely no one can destroy my Great Qin. HMPH, ah. Ying Qi shut his eyes tightly as a dazzling mark materialized on his forehead. Father, wake up quickly. Oh, so it was all an illusion just now. We've arrived. Looming before the three was a magnificent structure towering upon a floating island. Ying Qi said in a deep voice, The city of the wrongfully dead. Ying Qi was deeply puzzled. How do we get up there? At that moment the sorceress pointed to a spot and said, We must enter the city of the wrongfully dead on foot from over there. Immediately, the three soared into the air. "Sire, let's go." "Yes, father. Father, this water is devouring my martial power." Yingqi firmly grasped his son's hand. "Sire, hold on, we are almost there." Finally, the three set foot upon the floating island. "My Yipeng Palace has actually turned into such a hellish state today." Yingqi pointed and shouted, "Father, look, on the opposite shore not far away, Yuan and Yingqi's mother were tidally bound by massive iron chains. Yuan, mother, I am coming to save you." He immediately rushed toward Yuan. "I am here." Both father and son launched a violent assault on the iron chains, but the chains remained completely motionless. Yingqi said anxiously, "Father, we can't cut through them at all. Damn it, how can this be?" Just then, the black-clad man appeared once more. "Yingqi, we meet again. What did you do to Yuan and mother?" The black-clad man turned to the sorceress Dai Li and said, "Traitor, the gods will never forgive you." The sorceress replied coldly, "Gods, I have been controlled by your will for too long." Yingqi chimed in, "That's right, you bullies who prey on the weak. What kind of bullshit gods are you?" With that, he drew his sword and charged forward. "Today I shall slay the gods, ha ha ha. With just the likes of you, stepping into this place is stepping into the abyss of death. Cut the crap." Yingqi immediately summoned the 3 divine orbs he had obtained earlier. "Even if I have to risk my life today, I will take them with me." The 3 divine orbs erupted with dazzling power, instantly dispersing the surrounding wraiths. "Excellent, you have actually absorbed the power of the 3 divine orbs, but this is still far from enough." As soon as his words fell, he manipulated countless chains to strike at the 3. "Father, watch out." Yingqi immediately erected a barrier to block them. "Sire, find a way to unlock the chains on your mother and imperial grandmother." "Leave this place to me." "Yes, father." With that, the 2 split up. Yingqi charged straight at the black-clad man, bellowing, "Take this." The black-clad man hurriedly summoned zombies from underground. "Servants, heed my call." Yingqi fought fiercely, weaving in and out of the encirclement with supreme valor. "You think you ants can block me?" A fireball blazed fiercely in his hand, and the terrifying flames instantly devoured the zombies. Yingqi's eyes turned completely pale, and he growled softly, "Twin orbs ice fire purgatory." He released frenzied flames that melted the frost, then laughed heartily. "Haha, come on, is this all you've got?" Seeing this, the black-clad man also cast a spell. "Interesting, Yingqi. Let me see how much your strength has improved." A giant demonic hand tore through the void, clawing toward Yingqi. "Then let me show you, and the price you pay will be death." Yingqi raised his longsword high and unleashed his strongest strike, slashing at the giant hand. 3 divine orbs sky-shattering sword strike. "Ha ha ha, the greatest weakness of mortals is overestimating themselves," he asked Yingqi with a cold sneer. "Do you feel the breath of death?" Yingqi provoked. "Being a god for so long has rotted your brain, hasn't it? Today I shall grant you release." Immediately after, the 2 engaged in a brutal mid-air collision. Yingqi was entangled by countless bolts of lightning, roaring in agony. Yingqi called out anxiously, "Father, are you all right?" The sorceress broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh no, it's the backlash of the 3 divine orbs." Yingqi, "Do you truly think you, a mere mortal, can control the power of the gods? How utterly ridiculous." The black-clad man closed in as Yingqi collapsed to the ground in defeat. "What flows inside your body is nothing but lowly mortal blood. Not divine blood at all. Even if you possess the divine orbs, you are destined to lose your life to the backlash." His fatal strike instantly pierced through Yingqi's body, making Yingqi scream in agony. His heart was crushed on the spot, and the 2 nearby wept in despair. "Father," Yingqi immediately after, they charged forward madly. "I'll fight you to the death." However, the black-clad man merely waved his hand and violently sent Yingqi flying. Countless chains instantly bound him tightly. "Let me go." Taking the opportunity, the sorceress scooped up the heavily injured Yingqi and fled desperately. "Yingqi, you absolutely cannot die." Behind them, the black-clad man let out a wild, arrogant laugh. "Ha ha ha, no mortal can escape the servitude of death," the sorceress chanted softly. "Eternal shadow, grant me strength." A spatial rift instantly tore open in the void. At the same time, the giant hand of the black-clad man crashed down. "Traitor, what do you think you're doing? No matter the cost, I will never let you filthy gods have your way." With that, cradling Yingqi, she resolutely charged into the spatial rift. The giant hand clutched only empty air. The scene shifted to the domain of the Night Elves. The sorceress began to heal Yingqi's wounds. "Yingqi, I will save you no matter what. You are the last hope of our elven race. You absolutely cannot die. O sleeping mother tree, I did not wish to disturb your peace, but for the sake of the elves I beg you to grant me the power of life. I am willing to sacrifice my elven lineage, using elven blood to awaken the power of life." She soared into the air to cast her spell, stripping a source of life force from her body, which transformed into countless bands of light connecting to Yingqi's body. The 2 stood facing each other as countless tree roots intertwined in the air, condensing into a massive light cocoon that enveloped them. Moments later, Yingqi snapped his eyes open, shattering the vines wrapped around him. Obtained the blessing of the elven divine tree. Gained 1 million experience points. Strength fully restored, he cradled the weakened sorceress in his arms. "Dai Li, you saved me." She turned her head away and replied, "You are the sole hope of my race, I could not let you die." He then asked, "Where is this place?" "This is the domain of our Night Elves, though it is now completely devoid of life," she added. "I have already infused my elven bloodline into your body. We elves also possess half-divine bodies. Now, you should be able to control the divine power within you." He asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" Gazing at the ancient tree before them, the sorceress spoke desolately. "Moon Lake and the Mother Tree were once full of life, and we elves were originally peace-loving. But all of this was destroyed by those despicable gods. They enslaved my people, and I hate them." At this point she fell to her knees with a thud. "I beg you to overthrow the rule of those shameless gods and liberate the enslaved elves. My race is willing to submit to you to the death. Very well, I promise you." "How do we leave this place and return to the divine realm?" she replied. "I cannot open the Shadow Rift again right now, and there are no other high elves left here. The only way is to resurrect the Mother Tree. This towering tree is completely devoid of life. How can it be resurrected? We must break the curse and purify Moon Lake," he said with some impatience. "Stop talking in circles. Tell me directly," she explained. "Moon Lake was once the source of magic for our elven race. Thousands of years ago, a divine punishment descended, and the gods who enslaved the elves sent a demon god to guard the bottom of the lake. It continuously devours the magic spring, polluting Moon Lake's water and causing the Mother Tree to wither." Ying Qi clenched his longsword and bellowed, "A demon god? Then I shall slay this demon god first." With that, he leaped into the lake without hesitation. She called out anxiously from the shore, "Watch out, the lake water will devour the energy in your body." Sure enough, as the dark energy invaded his body, his energy began to drain rapidly. It turned out the magic source had long been blocked by this monster's body, which was continuously absorbing energy. "Good, then I shall slay you, beast." He swung his sword twice in succession, instantly tearing the monster below apart to reveal a giant purple one eye. The eye let out a low murmur. Mortals, delicious mortals, countless tentacles bound him tightly in an instant. "What a disgusting monster, actually draining my strength so frantically," he thought to himself. "So this monster possesses the ability to devour energy. No wonder it has occupied the bottom of the lake all these years." He suddenly exerted his strength. Power of the three gods, delusion breaker. The tentacles binding him were instantly shattered. With a swing of his sword, he sliced all the tentacles off at their roots. "You think you can trap me with just this?" The monster howled in pain. "No, impossible. How can you possess the will of the gods?" "I don't believe it. How could a mere mortal possess noble divine power?" It launched another fierce attack, only to be ruthlessly cut down again. Facing its bloody gaping maw, he bellowed, "Disgusting monster!" Yet the monster continued to roar madly. "I will devour you. I will drain your energy dry. I will become a god, haha. I will become a god." An eerie purple light radiated from its giant eye. "Power of the gods, Gauchin slash," Ying Qi roared, swinging his sword down. "Then today I shall rip open your belly." The monster was slain with that single slash, crashing heavily into the water. Under the astonished gaze of the sorceress, Ying Qi stood proudly atop the towering waves, declaring confidently, "The monster has been eliminated." The sorceress cheered with joy. "The magic water source of the Night Elves' domain is saved." Facing the falling raindrops, she wept with joy. Terrific! As the rain fell upon the withered wood, the ancient giant tree instantly sprouted new branches and leaves, transforming into a towering tree. The Mother Tree once again radiated vibrant life, and the elven secret realm was once more filled with pure magic energy. Soon, the sorceress knelt before Ying Qi and said respectfully, "You saved my race. We Night Elves are willing to pledge loyalty to Great Qin to the death, never to betray." He quickly helped her up. "No need for this. You saved me too, but the most urgent matter now is how to return to the Death God's domain. I fear this might be tricky." With that, she turned to lead the way. "Follow me." Soon, the two arrived at another location. Resting quietly atop a fountain was a massive raw stone. "Although I am not entirely certain, perhaps we can try using the elven orb to open the passage there." "However, the elven orb has not yet restored its power," he said in a deep voice. "No time to lose. How can we make the orb recover? Tens of thousands of years ago, this orb suffered a divine curse. I am afraid only the will of the gods can lift it." Hearing this, Ying Qi closed his eyes to concentrate. "Stand back. Since it requires the will of the gods, I shall try using this power of the three gods." He continuously infused the powerful force of the three gods into the massive stone before him. However, in the next second, Ying Qi was transported entirely to another bizarre world. He was utterly shocked. "Where is this place?" An eerie voice echoed hollowly. "A mere mortal. Yet the bloodline of the gods flows within you. Who on earth are you?" Ying Qi instantly assumed a combat stance, declaring proudly, "I am Ying Qi of Great Qin." Three giant figures materialized before him, strange marks engraved on their foreheads. A mere mortal body dares to desecrate the will of the gods, you shall ultimately suffer divine punishment. One of them boldly launched an attack, forcing him to dodge in a flurry. Following that, the three joined forces, their continuous onslaught leaving Ying-Chi exhausted as he struggled to defend. Seeing himself gradually overwhelmed, he swung his sword frantically. No matter what demons you are, today I shall slaughter you all. The three giant shadows vanished instantly, but they were not truly destroyed. Instead, they merged into an even more massive and terrifying monster. Do you think a mere mortal body can stand against the will of the gods? How utterly foolish. Ying-Chi was secretly alarmed. Does this monster have no physical form? The monster gathered energy into a massive ball of light and blasted it toward him, which he blocked easily. I don't believe I can't kill you. With the power of the three gods, I vow to eradicate you. Power of the three gods, delusion breaker. A massive pillar of fire swept across, completely enveloping the monster. No matter what evil spirit you are, today I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. However, when the monster was struck by the flames, it instantly dissolved, splitting into countless tiny entities. They were so numerous they were impossible to eliminate, and in just a moment he was completely devoured by the dense black shadows. What on earth is this creature? It is actually so difficult to deal with, the voice continued to echo in his ears. Haha, be devoured by magic, I don't believe I can't eliminate you. Just then, several dazzling golden sword beams sliced through the air. Ying-Chi instantly erupted with power, repelling them all, and the surrounding illusions vanished into thin air. He looked up at the crumbling sky, thinking, is this place going to collapse? The anxious calls of the sorceress reached his ears. Ying-Chi, wake up quickly. Ying-Chi, he let out a startled cry, snapping his eyes open as he woke. Ying-Chi, how are you? Are you all right? He took a deep breath and replied, I am fine. The monsters in the illusion have been completely slain by me. Before the two of them, another orb of light appeared. The sorceress said with delight, the elven orb's magic is restored. Terrific, the portal has opened. We can go to the death god's domain. The scene shifted once more as the void was torn open, and Ying-Chi and the sorceress leapt out from within. I have come for your life. The black-clad man still stood there quietly waiting for them. Ying-Chi, why do you still not understand? No matter how you struggle, it is ultimately nothing but the futile resistance of a mortal ant. Mortals can never oppose the will of the gods. Ying-Chi swung his sword and flew forward to meet him. You are wrong. Even as ants, we possess the will to resist the gods. If the gods are unjust, even an ant can slay them. The black-clad man laughed wildly. Haha, slay the gods, how utterly laughable. Let me see what you have to fight against a god. With that, he brandished 3 death scythes, sweeping toward Ying-Chi with fierce momentum. Ying-Chi forced himself to block the onslaught, then launched a counterattack with a palm strike. Today I will show you the strength of mortals. Power of the 3 gods, slay the gods. The black-clad man turned pale with shock. No, this is impossible. How can a mere mortal like you control the power of the gods? Looking at the majestic Ying-Chi, he stammered. Within you, why is there divine blood? 2 world-destroying forces crashed violently together, erupting in a series of deafening explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Wild red and blue energies unleashed frantically, colliding fiercely. The howling wind instantly blew away the black-clad man's cloak, revealing only half of his remaining face. The black-clad man ground his teeth. Ying-Chi, you forced my hand. Seeing this, Ying-Chi was pale with shock. How is this possible? Just then, Ying-Chi felt a sharp cracking sound beneath his feet, and the black-clad man opposite smiled sinisterly. The entire death god's domain shall be destroyed. And with that, the journey of the Great Qin Emperor, Ying-Chi in Part 2, which also marks the final chapter of this story, comes to a close, spanning a long journey from an obscure recruit leveling up through battle, unifying the Central Plains, to conducting expeditions across parallel worlds, and culminating in a grueling bloodbath against dark gods and demons. This work features a fast-paced action style, an incredibly vast setting, and a unique creativity that blends historical elements with mythological fantasy. However, as you have just watched, the story suddenly stops at chapter 215, corresponding to the dramatic cliffhanger in the Death God's domain. This is indeed the ending point of the original work, and marks the end of the season for this title. Regrettably, because the author has stopped releasing new chapters, the storyline had to conclude halfway without a truly complete resolution for Ying-Chi's family. Though the ending is slightly unsatisfying due to factors beyond our control, the journey has certainly brought us many memorable emotions. Instead of waiting for a next part with an uncertain return date, you can absolutely explore other captivating comic recaps of various genres already available on our channel. To support and motivate BALA Manhua Recaps to bring you more quality comic recaps in the future, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell. Thank you for accompanying us throughout this long journey. Goodbye and see you in our next new adventures.